3 days. It had been exactly 3 days since that rebellious son took over the company. During these 3 days, Lao Gu could barely eat or sleep, haunted by the fear that the moment he opened his eyes, he'd hear news of the company's bankruptcy or worse, its acquisition. If not for his failing health, he would have ripped out the 4 from his arm and stormed into the company himself, ready to fight to the death against the vultures circling his empire. Ever since news of his illness spread, the entire company had been in turmoil. Internal factions led by greedy shareholders, coupled with mounting pressure from competitors, had turned a once thriving business into a crumbling battlefield in just 2 months. This was the downside of a one-man empire. When the sole ruler fell, the rest turned into headless flies, plunging everything into chaos. And like weeds after spring rain, those who had lurked in the shadows for years began to emerge, ready to feast on the remains. Lao Gu never realized how many jackals, tigers, and leopards had been waiting for his downfall. And the worst part? Some of them were the very brothers who had stood beside him when he built the company from nothing. Hadn't they once struggled together? Hadn't they once celebrated each milestone like family? Lao Gu believed that as long as the company thrived and he rewarded them handsomely, loyalty would never be an issue. But people's hearts are fickle. 20 years was long enough to erase past kindness. The moment his cancer diagnosis was confirmed, his so-called brothers turned their backs on him without hesitation. Exhausted and disillusioned, Lao Gu had planned to hand over the company to Vice President Su, a man he had trained for 6 or 7 years. Su was young, capable, and though not perfect, at least he could stabilize things until Lao Gu recovered. But before the decision could be announced, his son got wind of it and threw a fit. How can you not leave your own company to your own son? Gu Shao had declared, as if reaching out for a billion-dollar empire was the most natural thing in the world. Lao Gu nearly collapsed on the spot. Take a good look in the mirror. Even if I hand it to you, can you keep it? It wasn't an insult, it was the truth. Gu Shao had been a disappointment from the start. A rich kid with no ambition, skipping classes, and getting into fights throughout his school years. The worst offense? His freshman year of high school, when the company was just getting on track, Lao Gu had been too busy to notice. It wasn't until a desperate teacher called that he found out his son hadn't attended school for an entire semester. His books? Brand new. Not even his name was written on them. From that moment, Lao Gu accepted the bitter truth: his son was a lost cause. And Gu Shao had proven him right, embracing the role of a notorious playboy. Ask anyone in City A, and they'd know his name. But not for the right reasons. So how could Lao Gu trust him with the company? Wouldn't that be the same as feeding meat to a dog? Yet, Gu Shao's next words silenced him. Even Vice President Su, your so-called trusted man, can't save this sinking ship. Unless the cancer in your body vanishes overnight, this company is doomed. It doesn't matter who takes over, it's dead either way. So rather than letting an outsider inherit it, why not let your own son be the one to bury it? Cold, harsh, but strangely logical. Lao Gu had spent his life building an empire for his family. In the end, the company was going to Gu Shao anyway. What choice did he have? Donate it all. Confused and desperate, he agreed. Now, 3 days later, regret gnawed at him. Had the brat tricked him? Was there some kind of spell involved? Today was the shareholders' meeting. From the moment Lao Gu woke up, he had been on edge. As he watched the live security feed from his phone, his heart clenched. That idiot? What is he doing there? Gu Shao, standing alone in the conference room, was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Thin, young, and outnumbered, he looked completely vulnerable. Lao Gu could already imagine how this would end. His useless son would be ripped apart by the old foxes in the room, humiliated and discarded. No, I have to go. He may call Gu Shao a brat, but he was still his only son, his lifeblood. No matter how reckless, he couldn't bear to see him destroyed. The secretary beside him sighed, watching her boss fuss like an anxious mother hen. It was ironic, really. If Gu Shao was a spoiled playboy, who else was to blame but his father? Yet, in the conference room, the situation was not as dire as Lao Gu feared. The leading shareholder sneered, looking at the young heir. Xiao Shao, shouldn't you be out racing cars with your friends? Laughter rippled through the room. Gu Changjian must have lost his mind to hand the company to this kid. But Gu Shao, sitting at the head of the table, remained unfazed. Uncle Hu, he greeted, nodding slightly. The casual attitude irked Mr. Hu. Who let you sit there? Why wouldn't I? Gu Shao smirked. The decision has already been made. The arrogance in his tone sent a wave of irritation through the room. Just then, Mr. Hu's phone rang. He dismissed it. It rang again. He rejected it. Uncle Hu, maybe you should answer it, Gu Shao suggested, his voice light. Something felt off. With a frown, Mr. Hu picked up the call. 2 sentences in, his expression darkened. He tried to compose himself, acting as if nothing had happened. But Gu Shao didn't let him. If there's a dispute over your shares, you shouldn't even be in this meeting, right? Silence. Mr. Hu's face twisted. Damn it. He had underestimated the brat. Most of the shareholders had been part of the company since its founding. Gu Shao, having grown up among them, knew their secrets, especially Mr. Hu's. His ex-wife, a woman with a powerful background, had funded his initial investment. But once her family fell from grace, he discarded her. And Gu Shao had proof. I believe Aunt Zhang would be very interested in discussing the ownership of those shares, he mused. Perhaps you should step out. Defeated, Mr. Hu stormed out, cursing under his breath. 1 down. The other shareholders sat stiffly, their expressions unreadable. Seeing Vice President Su shifting uncomfortably, Gu Xiao signaled his assistant. A photo landed on the table. This is from Huazhi University's 1511 finance class, 2005 graduates. Recognize anyone? A young man in the center. No glasses. A different haircut. Yet, unmistakably, the CEO of Huangmei, the company's biggest rival. And right next to him, Vice President Su. Eyes darted between the two. Mr. Gu, what do you mean by this? Su forced a smile. It's just an old photo. We were classmates. You talk too much when you lie. Gu Xiao cut him off. Panic flickered in Su's eyes. Right on cue, the police entered. Su Li, please come with us. Su paled. As for the company's funding, Gu Xiao continued, casually leaning back, Xingyu Technology will be investing 120 million in our next project. A stunned silence filled the room. So, does anyone still object to me sitting in this chair? The faces around the table told him everything. The Gu family's empire? It wasn't going anywhere. The day Mr. Gu never dared to dream of. Mr. Gu never imagined that such a day would come. It felt like walking down the street and suddenly being hit by a jackpot falling from the sky. For a moment, he even suspected that some shareholders, thinking he was on his deathbed, had a sudden attack of conscience and decided to put on a show for his son. That seemed far more believable than the idea that the little bastard who had lived a reckless life for so many years had suddenly come to his senses. When Gu Xiao arrived at the hospital, he found his father staring at the corridor, deep in thought. The young man was lazy and cynical as always, but there was no denying his striking looks. It didn't matter if you were a man or a woman staring at him for more than 3 seconds would make your face heat up, because he was just that handsome. This familiar nonchalant expression, yes, it was definitely him. At least, he hadn't been swapped. Mr. Gu let out a breath of relief before immediately turning furious. What are you loitering out there for? Get in here. Gu Xiao, who had been smirking a moment ago, immediately dropped his smile and quickened his steps as if resigning himself to fate. Mr. Gu's expression turned serious. What's going on? Even a fool could tell there was something off about this kid. Mr. Gu just didn't understand, when did this little bastard start pretending? When did you figure out Xiao Su's betrayal? And why didn't you tell me sooner? The thought that he had trusted Su Li so completely, taking him everywhere, even considering him as the company's future successor, all in hopes of preventing his own son from running the business into the ground, made Mr. Gu feel like a fool. But what infuriated him even more was that this ungrateful brat had known all along and said nothing, just letting him embarrass himself. His reputation as a terrible judge of character was now permanently sealed. Hearing his father's complaints, Gu Xiao felt wronged. Didn't I tell you? You just didn't believe me? How is this my fault? He had told his father before that Su Li was two-faced, humble and obedient in front of Mr. Gu, but arrogant and condescending toward employees. The man had an obsession with money that felt dangerous. Though Gu Xiao didn't work in the company, he was still the young master. Checking Su Li's salary and expenses wasn't difficult. The numbers didn't add up. So he investigated. Because regardless of what anyone thought, he wasn't about to let some snake slither around his father. But Mr. Gu had dismissed him. Back then, he assumed Gu Xiao was just being a spoiled, jealous brat throwing a tantrum over not inheriting the company. Now, looking back, Mr. Gu's face twitched. So, you knew all along. Gu Xiao shrugged. More or less. I had collected evidence long ago, I just didn't expect to need it so soon. At the time, Su Li's connection with Huangmei's CEO wasn't that deep. Even if we exposed him, the CEO wouldn't be implicated. Since Su Li hadn't made any major moves yet, I decided to wait and see. I was planning to catch a bigger fish. But things changed, so I had to act early. Mr. Gu's forehead veins throbbed. So this little bastard had been watching from the sidelines. And then something else hit him, memories that he had long ignored. When Gu Xiao was a child, before the age of 6, he was terrifyingly smart. Not just normal smart, but the kind of child who made people call him a genius at first sight. Then, suddenly, he declined. Mr. Gu used to wonder how a happy, well-cared-for child could fall so hard. He had assumed that losing his mother at a young age had devastated him, that the trauma had turned him into a lost cause. But now, this little bastard didn't become stupid. He evolved. Mr. Gu's memories rushed back. When Gu Xiao was 8, just 3 months after Lao Hu divorced, he had bluntly declared that he hated the man and found him heartless. And what had Mr. Gu done? He had dismissed it as childish nonsense and nearly smacked him for being disrespectful. Now, Mr. Gu realized his son had seen things clearer than he ever had. His breath caught in his throat. But you don't know anything. The secretary beside him, unable to hold back any longer, hesitated before whispering, "Boss, you do remember that Mr. Gu graduated from one of the top 3 universities in the world, right?" Mr. Gu was stunned. What? Didn't he get in through connections? He barely even went to high school. Gu Xiao sighed. I wasn't skipping school, I was competing in international tournaments, thank you very much. Otherwise, how would he have qualified for admission? Mr. Gu suddenly felt incredibly unqualified as a father. He had always thought he was doing his best, but looking back, how much time had he actually spent with his son? Sometimes, they wouldn't even see each other for months. And like many businessmen, he often tried to use money to make up for his absence. A wave of guilt crashed over him. You must hate me. What? Dad, what nonsense are you thinking? Gu Xiao gave him a baffled look. I just didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd slack off. What if you thought I was too capable and stopped working hard to make money? Mr. Gu blinked in shock. Huh. Gu Shao crossed his arms. As long as I was useless enough, you'd keep working hard for me. And look, the company's value has multiplied several times over the years. This brat. Mr. Gu was speechless. But at the same time, he couldn't argue with the results. Then why are you taking over the company now? If you have the guts, just let it collapse. Gu Shao smirked. Oh, I was considering it. Money was never an issue for him. His investments and assets alone meant he'd never have to work another day in his life. But in the end, this was his father's legacy. He couldn't just let it crumble. I just wanted you to rest, Dad. For once, Gu Shao's voice carried no teasing, no sarcasm, just simple sincerity. Mr. Gu felt a warmth spread through his chest. You brat, you just know how to say nice things to make your old man happy. Relaxed at last, Mr. Gu drifted into sleep. But the truth was, Gu Shao wasn't just busy with investments. He had spent years researching something far more important than money. When he was in university abroad, he discovered something terrifying. His family had a history of hereditary cancer. He got tested, and the results were not good. This was why he never cared about wealth or power. What use were they if time was slipping away? He had dedicated years to finding a solution, pouring resources into overseas labs. He had even gotten his father on experimental treatments, which had worked until now, because this was fate. And fate wasn't something you could control. Despite his efforts, his father's time had run out. In the end, all Gu Shao could do was hold back his grief and smile. Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of myself. And just like that, Mr. Gu passed away peacefully. Everyone thought Gu Shao would mourn and move on. Until 2 months later when his secretary stumbled upon a medical report. The name on it wasn't Mr. Gu's. It was Gu Shao's.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Early spring, in the Great Zhou Dynasty, in Changchun Palace. It was past the hour of Mao and the sky was already bright. The concubines had been sitting there for nearly an hour. The tea in front of them had been changed 3 times and was now completely cold. However, the queen still refused to let them go. What was going on? Hour of Mao equals 5 to 7 a.m. The young concubine suppressed her resentment and looked at the first chair under the queen. Needless to say, that naturally belonged to the imperial concubine. And today, the imperial concubine still waited for a long time and still had no arrival. No wonder the queen looked so unhappy, and she simply did not call them back. Before she became pregnant, although the imperial concubine was arrogant and domineering, she was still unable to skip the morning and evening visits due to palace rules. Now that the imperial concubine is pregnant and in the late stage of pregnancy, the prince is about to be born. She is becoming more and more confident. Recently, she has even rarely come on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, using the excuse of being unwell. Even if she wants to come, she will wait until they are about to leave. They hurriedly paid their respects to the queen, thinking it was a greeting. It was really arrogant. If they were the queen, they would definitely not tolerate it. Of course, what is most infuriating is that the imperial concubine behaved so arrogantly, but the emperor just acted as if he didn't see anything and just indulged her. How could people not be jealous? Putting all the above aside for now, what the young concubine regretted most at the moment was that she should not have drunk so much tea. It's a chilly spring day today. She is sitting here with cold hands and feet. She thought of drinking some tea to warm herself up, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? She wanted to walk but couldn't. She wanted to go to the toilet but so many people were watching her, and it would be impolite to say it out loud, so she could only endure it in secret, and soon she was sweating all over. As for some older concubines, especially those in higher positions, they were the best at observing people's words and expressions, and when they noticed something was wrong, they did not dare to eat or drink too much. Now, it seems that they are really grateful. The queen is the queen after all. No one dares to blame her. Everyone just thinks that it was the imperial concubine who went too far. Just when everyone was complaining in their hearts, finally, a familiar noise was heard outside Changchun Palace, followed by the voices of greetings from palace maids and eunuchs. Imperial concubine Rong is here. Good luck to the imperial concubine Rong. My dear sisters, I am really sorry. I am not feeling well today and I got up late. Please don't mind. The thick door curtain was lifted and then lowered, and a cold wind blew past. Along with this gust of wind, a woman in her 20s, with a bright and beautiful face and gorgeous clothes, was seen walking slowly into the house, supported by her personal palace maid. The woman's belly was bulging, and the palace dress she was wearing was embroidered with twin lotus flowers. I don't know if it was to keep out the cold, but the material of the clothes on the woman's belly was specially thickened. Against the backdrop of the white rabbit fur edging, she actually looked round and cute. Of course, only the woman herself found it cute. The other concubines, especially the queen who sat in the front and had no children to this day, found it particularly eye-catching and annoying. Perhaps due to the late stage of pregnancy, the woman's waist is no longer slender, but she doesn't seem to care much. In addition, due to her natural physique, her hands, face, and neck are still as slender as before, without any swelling. Even though they were filled with jealousy, the concubines had to admit that the imperial concubine was truly extremely beautiful. No one in the entire palace, even the newly selected beauties this year, could compare to her in beauty and grace. It's this kind of personality that is really hard to praise. Although concubine Rong said words of apology, judging from her expression, she did not really feel guilty. The queen endured it for a while and said, "Noble concubine Rong, today is the nth time this month that you have been late. Have you ever taken the rules set by our ancestors seriously? I understand that it is not easy for you to be pregnant. Please do not forget your duties as a concubine." Compared to the queen, even the imperial concubine is ultimately just a concubine. To this day, concubine Rong still feels that after the death of the emperor and Empress Yuan, the position of empress should have been hers, but it was the current empress who did some trickery and this position fell on her. Moreover, in the imperial court, the queen's father repeatedly made things difficult for her father and brothers. The two families did not get along well, and in the harem, the queen made things difficult for her everywhere. With new and old grudges added together, there is really no point in maintaining superficial harmony. Concubine Rong was a person who could not stand being wronged, so she immediately argued, according to our ancestors' rules, having children is the most important thing. If I remember correctly, when Empress Deming was alive, she only required concubines to pay respects to the emperor at Wei Ying Palace on the 1st and 15th day of each month, and concubines who were pregnant for 7 months or more were exempted from this requirement if possible. Empress Deming is the emperor's first wife, which implies that the current empress is unkind. Even the empress do not have so many troubles. Why do you, a concubine, have so many rules? Concubine Rong has always been unwilling to suffer losses. The queen has just stepped on her sore spot, and she has to step back. The two of them were fighting back and forth, and the concubines next to them couldn't help but sweat. This person is really brave. If concubine Rong did not have a prominent family background, how could she have stayed in the palace for so long given her personality? Queen, I feel a little tired. Since I have already paid my respects today, I will take my leave now. Since the day she became pregnant, concubine Rong has been feeling very uncomfortable. Although she did not show it on her face, her reaction behind the scenes was very strong. As a result, concubine Rong had extremely complicated feelings towards the child in her belly, love and hate at the same time, and when she was feeling sad, the hatred was greater than the love. Every time this thought came to her mind, concubine Rong felt terrified. Because the world seems to have tacitly accepted that mothers should naturally love their children and be good to their children, even concubine Rong, who grew up in a spoiled state, felt that her mentality was truly unorthodox. Concubine Rong had never felt so ugly. She even began to doubt her own character, wondering if it was as bad as others said. Under such daily torture, concubine Rong's temper naturally became more and more irritable. Coupled with the queen's occasional difficulties and accountability, it would be strange for concubine Rong to be in a good mood. After saying this, without waiting for the queen's reaction, concubine Rong bowed perfunctorily and left leisurely without waiting for the queen's permission. She really came and went like the wind. In an instant, the entire Changchun Palace fell into deathly silence. On the other side, the East Palace. As the new prince was about to be born in the palace, the crown prince fell into inexplicable anxiety. The prince is 15 years old this year and is already a sensitive person. In addition, the empress died early, and he has no mother to help him. Even if he feels sad, he has nowhere to vent. Although my father treats him very well, he is the emperor after all, and it is impossible for him to take care of everything. This was not the first time that the prince welcomed the birth of a younger brother. Before concubine Rong, he already had 5 younger brothers, and he didn't think it was a big deal before. Being in the royal family, having many children can ensure the stability of the country and orderly succession. However, this time, the prince knew clearly that this time was different. Not to mention that concubine Rong is deeply loved by the emperor. Just looking at the power of concubine Rong's mother's family, Duke Zhen, Wei Guang, who holds a large number of troops, is concubine Rong's father and also the grandfather of the unborn prince. How can the prince not be afraid? When the crown prince learned from the Imperial Medical Bureau that concubine Rong was pregnant with a boy, his heart sank. Upon seeing this, the prince's tutor beside him couldn't help but put down the book in his hand, and for the first time ever, he did not scold the prince for not concentrating on his studies. The old master was silent for a while, then said softly, "Your Highness, it's time to take action." Given his status, he shouldn't have been concerned about the affairs of the inner palace. It was truly shameful. But at the same time, the old tutor also understood that some things had to be done, even if it would tarnish his reputation. "No," the prince blurted out, knowing what the teacher was referring to. The prince is still young and has not yet married. In addition, he has been loved and cared for by the emperor since he was young, so he is still natural and innocent. At the age of 15, he really couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. After struggling violently, the prince closed his eyes in some pain. Teacher, I really can't do it. What crime has this child committed?" Even though the eldest prince and the second prince were so aggressive, the crown prince never thought of taking their lives, let alone an unborn baby. When the Teifu saw this, he felt both relieved and sad. Teifu equals high authority teacher. If Empress Deming were still alive, why would this be necessary? There is nothing we can do about this despicable act. The master sighed and said nothing more. After a long while, the prince managed to cheer himself up and advised, "Teacher, don't worry. The Duke of Zhen may not always be so prosperous. Wei Guang alone would be fine, but concubine Rong's 6 brothers are all outstanding people, and none of them are mediocre. If there is only one such general, it will be a blessing for the Great Zhou. If there are 2, we will applaud them. But if there are 3, 4, 5, or even more, it will be a disaster. What's more, the Duke of Zhen and others do not know how to restrain themselves in their actions, which is the way to death. It all depends on how long my father can tolerate them. Since ancient times, most of those who have become so powerful that they threaten their rulers have not had a good ending." Thinking of this, the prince felt a little relieved. The Grand Tutor also thought of this, and recalled that the emperor had been making frequent moves in the court recently. It was possible that the Duke of Zhen was in great trouble. At the same time, in Changming Palace, because of the solemn atmosphere in the hall, the eunuchs and servants dared not breathe, but only bent their waists even lower, not daring to look at the man sitting in front of the jade table. Emperor Jingguan is now 33 years old, in the prime of his life, with a tall and majestic stature, and a majestic aura without even being angry. The black dragon robe he wears makes him look so noble that people cannot look directly at him. At this moment, Emperor Jingguan frowned, as if he had encountered some difficulties. He could never have imagined that he had clearly instructed the Imperial Hospital to add some contraceptive medicine into concubine Rong's health-preserving soup to prevent concubine Rong from getting pregnant. As a result, that group of Imperial doctors actually dared to fool him like this? The Emperor's mood was extremely bad at this moment. Seeing that the 8th month had passed and the baby in concubine Rong's belly was about to be born, Emperor Jingguan didn't know what to do for a moment. If he wanted to kill him, after all, he was his own son, so how could Emperor Jingguan not love him? But if the fetus were to stay, and concubine Rong had given birth to a prince, it would certainly boost the arrogance of the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Under the impetus of power, the Duke of Zhen would definitely have the idea of seizing the throne, and by then I'm afraid there would be chaos again. It's such a headache. Never mind, there are still 2 months left. But it depends on the child's own luck. Underscore 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 underscore. On the other hand, modern society. Not long after seeing off old Mr. Gu Xiao calmly accepted the reality that he would not live long. He was even somewhat fortunate that it took more than half a year for old Mr. Gu to be found out, otherwise his father would have been worried to death. Gu Xiao finally understood that whether this disease could be cured ultimately depended on fate. Some people are cured of their illnesses inexplicably without doing anything, while others cannot escape death despite trying their best. Sure enough, the end of science is metaphysics. It's a pity that he and his father worked so hard for so many years, but in the end it was all in vain. In the final moments, seeing that there was really no hope, Gu Xiao went completely crazy and did everything he wanted to do as soon as possible. In the end, he was in so much pain that he couldn't move. Lying on the hospital bed, Gu Xiao quickly signed the will. Even if he died, he would not give the money away cheaply to others. Gu Xiao's life was not in vain. The entire ward was almost full of people who came to see him off. Even though he didn't have a wife or children, there was still a lot of excitement when he left. In the end, even the doctors and nurses from the hospital came. But even so, they still can't keep him. On his deathbed, Gu Xiao only had one thought left. Damn, it turns out that fame, wealth, and status are all external things, which you cannot bring with you when you are born, and you cannot take with you when you die. If he could be given another chance to choose again, he would definitely be even more ruthless and powerful than he has ever been in this life. Really, I haven't lived enough. Since the beginning of Mr. Gu's tenure, the secretary has been following him. After Mr. Gu fell ill, he continued to follow Mr. Gu. It's been almost 20 years now. Both the father and the son had always been very good to him. Now that they were both gone, the secretary couldn't help but feel sad about losing a loved one. The secretary was originally thinking about what to do if those shareholders came to seize power again, but it was not until the arrival of the lawyer that he realized that Mr. Gu had already arranged everything. This time, the secretary finally saw Mr. Gu's true face, and he was completely dumbfounded. In addition to inheriting the company of the old Mr. Gu, the shares and equity under the name of the young Mr. Gu are dazzling. There are also some well-known awards and articles, and his name is written on them. What's more, he is also involved in some laboratories abroad. If converted into money, this number is simply incalculable. And such a genius died at such a young age. Even lawyers felt sad and regretful when they first heard about it. Mr. Gu had no children, no wife, nor lover. He had no ties during his lifetime and no worries after his death. After he had distributed to the people close to him, he donated all his money and research results. Secretary Sun, this is your share. The secretary never thought that he actually had them all. Mr. Gu, I'm afraid he has thought about everyone around him. In addition to a sum of money, each person also left a few words of last words. For some reason, the secretary suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Opening the paper in front of me, it clearly reads, "Thank you for your care. We will say goodbye today. I hope you will take care of yourself in the future." Before, Concubine Rong occasionally had this problem during her pregnancy, but when she asked the imperial physician to take her pulse, he said it was nothing serious and that it might be because the little prince turned over too much. Concubine Rong thought that this time would be the same, so she held the hand of her personal maid beside her, panting, and prepared to wait for this period to pass. Unexpectedly, the abdominal pain not only did not ease, but became more and more severe. In just a few moments, Concubine Rong was already somewhat unsteady on her feet. This is definitely not a normal production sign. Because Duke Zhen, Wei Guang, had one wife and 2 concubines, and had 7 children in total, among whom only Concubine Rong was a daughter, and a legitimate daughter, so she was naturally brought up in great pampering, which is why she developed such an arrogant and domineering personality. Ever since Concubine Rong became pregnant, the wife of Duke Zhen, Wei Guang, had done everything she could to send in 2 experienced maids, for fear that they had no experience with their first daughter and something might go wrong. In the end, despite all the precautions, it still failed to prevent it. Just by looking at Concubine Rong's current performance, the 2 maids knew that something was wrong. They were famous midwives in their hometown. They were also well versed in medicine and specialized in gynecology. They had seen countless women giving birth and naturally knew what a normal childbirth looked like. Seeing Concubine Rong's current appearance, a thin layer of sweat instantly broke out on their backs. If anything happened to Concubine Rong and the little prince in her belly, their lives would be in danger. The 2 maids were already nervous, and the words of Concubine Rong's personal maid Su Xian made them even more shocked. Blood? There's blood. The 2 maids looked suddenly at Concubine Rong's dress. You know, bleeding in women is not a good sign. Fortunately, there was only a little bleeding on the dress, which was still within the normal range. The 2 maids breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the 2 began to give orders in an orderly manner. You 2, hurry up and go to the imperial hospital to invite the imperial physician. Xiao Shunzi, go inform the midwife and ask the people in the palace to hurry up and make preparations. Also, the nanny wanted to say something but was interrupted by Concubine Rong's scream. Everyone's heart tightened. Concubine Rong's facial features were twisted in pain, and her usual demeanor was completely gone. The baby is coming out. And at this time, she was only 9 months pregnant. It's clearly not even the full month yet, but for some reason the little prince is so anxious to come out. In the past, Concubine Rong was somewhat unhappy about the arrival of this child. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to suffer such torture. But now that the time has come, she began to panic. She was afraid that something might have happened to the baby in her belly. Concubine Rong felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have walked so far away in anger today just because of a quarrel with Emperor Jingguan. She was anxious during her pregnancy, and the Empress was making things difficult for her everywhere. When she came to her senses, she was already in the imperial garden. I'm about to give birth, so it wouldn't hurt to move around more. It might even help with delivery. But I didn't expect something like this to happen. As a pregnant woman, I feel it is the most accurate. No matter how experienced the 2 maids were, they did not understand Concubine Rong's current situation as well as she did. When the 2 maids heard her say this, instead of feeling relaxed, they became even more nervous. It was a hasty decision. In fact, it would have been best to find a place nearby to give birth. However, because Concubine Rong had made many enemies in the palace, the other concubines who came to play in the imperial garden heard the noise here and that it was Concubine Rong who was there, so they avoided it early, for fear of getting into trouble. You know, the royal heir is probably the most troublesome thing in this palace. Xiao Dezi, Xiao Lizi, Xiao Fuzi, Xiao Quanzi, you guys, try to see if you can send the imperial concubine back to Kaiwa Palace. This place is closest to Zhao Kongrong's Shu Lanzai. I'll go find Zhao Chongrong. Even if she has to die today, she will take Shu Lanzai away. Suyu, another maidservant beside Concubine Rong, was the smartest and reacted the fastest. After saying that, Suyu ran away. Fortunately, Concubine Rong usually has many followers, so nothing will happen for a while. At the same time, the prince came out of the East Palace with his entourage. His father summoned him to discuss matters. He didn't even take a nap at noon. He just packed up quickly and came out. When passing by the imperial garden, he heard the sound of a commotion not far away. The prince didn't pay attention at first, until a maid turned a corner and came into his sight. Bold. Which palace are you from? How dare you offend His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Come, arrest him. When Suyu looked up, she saw someone not far away. Who else could it be but the Crown Prince? Being stared at like this by this little maid, the prince suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's premonition came true. Perhaps out of desperation, Suyu knelt down with a thud after she came to her senses. Your Highness, please, save Imperial Concubine Rong. The prince had already recognized that this maid was from Concubine Rong's palace. If we talk about the person in the whole palace that the prince is most reluctant to offend, it is the pregnant Concubine Rong. Even the queen is far inferior to her. After all, because of his status as the son of the late queen, the queen had no choice but to respect him. This maidservant probably doesn't know that more than a month ago, he had discussed with the Grand Tutor about killing her young master. Now that she has turned to him for help, it would be like seeking the skin of a tiger. Thinking of this, the little prince's expression couldn't help but look a little strange. Suyu didn't know and just kowtowed instinctively. Given the concubine's condition, I'm afraid we can't delay any longer. After a while, blood appeared on Suyu's forehead. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and Suyu didn't dare to breathe. Just when she was about to give up, after a long silence, the prince finally gave in. Moyo, take my token and go knock on the door of Madame Zhao at Shulanzai. It's not out of kindness. If possible, the prince would rather wait until something happens to the little prince. But he knew that he couldn't. But when Suyu came to him, it was no longer possible. If anything happens to the little prince, it will be related to him. What if his father blames him and thinks that it was his jealousy that caused the accident to happen to the little prince? What should he do? The little prince was a threat to him. He could see it clearly, and so could his father. What the prince least wants to see is his father being disappointed in him. Was it this maid who did it intentionally or unintentionally? Suyu felt a sharp pain from the crown prince's scrutinizing gaze and her heart was beating wildly. Only then did she realize how reckless her action was. This matter is over. Go to the punishment room to get 10 strokes of the cane. No matter how anxious they are, the East Palace still has its dignity. The moment the words fell, Suyu's face turned pale. Half an incense stick of time later, when the palace door of Shulanzai was knocked, Zhao Chongrong was extremely dissatisfied. Although she was not of a high rank and had no children, she was an elder by the side of Emperor Jingguan. It was really arrogant of concubine Rong to be like this. Until she saw the token, she was stunned. How come His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also involved? Since the prince intervened, Zhao Chongrong naturally did not dare to take it lightly, and even vacated the main hall. Then came the breathless imperial physician and midwife, as well as the busy palace maids. In order to avoid suspicion, the prince did not even enter the palace. Because the incident happened suddenly, the palace servants at Shulanzai had never received any training and things soon became a mess. The prince couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He took a deep breath and waved his hand weakly to his eunuch. Forget it, Shu, you can help keep an eye on it. Now that I'm here, what else can I do? Yes. In the delivery room. As soon as concubine Rong lay down, the little prince's head soon appeared over there. The nanny and midwife standing by were stunned. Compared with difficult labor, rapid labor is not a good thing either. It can also be fatal. After calculating the time briefly, the two maids hurried to check on concubine Rong. Soon, the little prince was born with the help of a midwife. One of the maids took a quick check and found that the little prince had all his limbs intact and had no defects. Then she nodded at concubine Rong. The breath of relief in her heart was relieved, and concubine Rong fainted without even having the chance to take a look at the little prince. At this time, the hot water in Shulanzai was only half boiled. After waiting for a while, the vernix caseosa on the little prince's body was cleaned off bit by bit. Vernix caseosa equals a white, creamy, naturally occurring biofilm covering the skin of the fetus during the last trimester of pregnancy. It feels very itchy when the soft cotton cloth was rubbed with water on my skin. The last moment in Gu Shao's memory was still on the white ceiling of the hospital, but what was happening now? The vision of a newborn is almost zero, and he can only see a little light faintly. However, this alone is enough for him to understand the current situation. Since the midwife was also found by Madame Wei, the two maids were not on guard at all. The two did not notice that the moment the midwife turned around with the child in her arms, her eyes changed. Sometimes, being too defensive towards outsiders is not a good thing. There were only 5 people in the entire delivery room, including concubine Rong. They really didn't dare to use the palace maids from Shulanzai, so they didn't even notice the change in the midwife at this moment. A red, mung bean-sized pill slipped from the midwife's sleeve. Noticing the bright color in the midwife's hand, Gu Shao's alarm bells immediately rang. What is this guy going to do? Just when the midwife was about to throw the pill into the little prince's mouth when no one was paying attention, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. What happened? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked me to ask, why did you suddenly fall silent? It was said by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's eunuch. When they suddenly felt no movement in the delivery room, the people outside were scared to death. Seeing this, Gu Shao seized the opportunity and burst into tears. I don't know where the newborn baby got so much strength. The midwife lost control and almost dropped him. The two maids broke out in cold sweats upon seeing this, snatched the child away from her, and never dared to ask her to hold the child again. The little red pill fell to the ground with a thump and rolled away. Normally, after giving birth, the concubines in the harem would be carried out to announce the good news to the emperor and empress, who would then reward them and let the servants share in the joy. After all, we can't work in vain, right? But this time, concubine Rong's delivery was too smooth and fast. The emperor was busy attending a meeting and could not spare the time to come. Concubine Rong went out at the time and deliberately avoided the queen, who was probably still on her way in a hurry. The only one who can make the decision in the entire Shulanzai right now is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The nanny was taught by the head nanny beside Madame Wei, so naturally she knew what should be done and what should not be done. After thinking about it, the nanny handed the little prince to Shu. Shu felt a sinking sensation in his arms and was completely stunned. After realizing what was happening, Shu quickly handed the baby in his arms to his master. Now it was Mammy's turn to panic. She just wanted the eunuch of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to check if the prince was healthy, as a token of respect, so why did he take him away? No matter how smart Shu is, he is just a teenager after all, and he will misunderstand things when his brain gets hot. The prince, who had suddenly taken on a hot potato, felt his scalp tingling. And at this moment, Gu Shao opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and both sides held their breath almost at the same time. So small. Such thoughts flashed through Gu Shao and the prince's minds almost at the same time. The difference is that Gu Shao was impressed by the boy's age and shocking immaturity. Although from the words and deeds of the people around him, it seemed that this place was already ancient times, and he also knew that people in ancient times usually got married early. But looking at the boy in front of him who looked like a junior high school or high school student, Gu Shao still found it hard to accept for a moment. Because most parents are present when a child is born, the nanny was the first to show him after she took him out. Gu Shao automatically regarded the prince in front of him as his father in this life. Gu Shao couldn't get over the hurdle of recognizing a high school student as his father, even if the other party was of noble status. Isn't this simply destroying the flowers of the motherland? You have to know that he was almost 30 when he died in his previous life. Not to mention that his biological father in his previous life had only been dead for half a year. The prince was amazed that a newborn baby could be so small. This little face is only half the size of my palm, and its arms are only as thick as 2 of my fingers put together. Didn't concubine Rong take tonics every day during her pregnancy? The precious medicinal herbs and tonics collected by the Duke of Zhen during his wars were sent to the palace like water, but how come her child didn't grow strong? The prince felt that he could break this little thing with just a little effort. But even such a small baby who seems to have some congenital deficiencies will naturally learn to snatch things from oneself when he grows up. Since he was born into a royal family, how could he not fight? Since the crown prince was already a legitimate son since the day he was born, his status was naturally different from that of his brothers, who were all illegitimate sons. After his birth, for fear of confusing the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate sons, the status of his 2 older brothers plummeted. After Emperor Jingguan ascended the throne, the contrast became even more obvious. The former brothers had now become ruler and subject. Therefore, although many princes were born later, this was the first time that he saw his younger brother being born with his own eyes. Especially since the hair of this prince's younger brother had not yet dried completely and there was still a faint smell of blood on his body. The prince was young and was inevitably touched by this scene, but he came to his senses in an instant. Gu Shao found it a little hard to understand why the aura of his adopted father changed so quickly. His eyesight was not good now, and the way he tried to discern the other person's expression appeared like this in the eyes of the prince. The little baby opened his big eyes, his pure and innocent pupils rolled around, reflecting the complicated thoughts of this adult. The prince took a deep breath and controlled himself not to look away. Then, he carefully handed the swaddling clothes back to the baby. Take good care of your little master, and please have a good rest, concubine Rong. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Wait, concubine? So this kid is not his biological father, but his biological brother? Was it so open-minded in ancient times? The father didn't come, so the brother was allowed to accompany the birth? Gu Shao, who had been an only child, couldn't help but frown. The little baby's face wrinkled into a bun in an instant. Because it happened that it was the prince who handed the swaddling clothes to the nanny, and in the eyes of everyone it was seen as a sign of reluctance. The little prince likes his royal highness the crown prince very much. I don't know who said this. The prince paused, but he didn't say anything. He took one last look at Gu Shao and left quickly. On the other side, in the Qinzhen hall, Emperor Jingguan was discussing matters with his court officials when he heard a young eunuch coming to report that concubine Rong was about to give birth. The court officials had thought that given how much Emperor Jingguan doted on the imperial concubine, he would rush over as soon as possible. However, they did not expect that Emperor Jingguan would hesitate for a moment and then ask the eunuch to leave. There is a queen in the palace, so I don't need to worry about such things. This. The emperor doesn't even plan to attend the prince's birth? Which of the ministers in the court is not a smart person? Seeing that Emperor Jingguan did not summon the Duke of Zhen to the meeting today, none of the ministers of the Duke of Zhen's mansion came. What else is there to understand? After looking at each other, the minister remained silent and pretended not to know. But privately, they have already figured out how to distance themselves from the Duke of Zhen. The prince's tutor, who had been a little nervous, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The little episode soon passed, and the Qinzhen hall returned to its previous solemnity. But as time passed, the grand tutor couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. They were about to work out the rules, so why hadn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince arrived yet? Half an hour later, all the ministers left one after another. When there was no one else in the Qinzhen hall, the news of concubine Rong's successful delivery was placed on the emperor's desk. Is this how you do things? How many times has this happened? Is this kid just so lucky? Looking at the empty space in front of him, Emperor Jingguan rubbed his temples with a slight headache. The next moment, there was a flash before my eyes, and a man in dark clothes suddenly appeared. The man knelt down without saying a word. Failure to do a good job is a capital crime. But, at that time, Mo Shu, the servant of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, suddenly appeared and the midwife failed. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The man buried his head deeply, not daring to resist at all. After he finished speaking, Emperor Jingguan stopped what he was doing and suddenly raised his eyes. Are you saying that the Crown Prince is also involved in this matter? The man did not hesitate and told the whole story. The servants saw that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was here, so they dared not take any more action. Emperor Jingguan simply didn't know what to say. Is this really God's will? Man, the little prince, is a man of great fortune. Emperor Jingguan. Crap, isn't this deep enough? The contraceptive medicine couldn't avoid him, the ghost tricks in the harem couldn't hurt him, and concubine Rong's various discomforts couldn't eliminate him. On the day he was born, the person who was most threatened by him saved him. Emperor Jingguan had nothing to say. I understand. You may leave now. Since it was the prince who intervened, Emperor Jingguan did not punish him after thinking about it. The man quickly disappeared. After a long time, Emperor Jingguan sighed deeply. The huge Kinzen Hall carried the sigh far away. Now that the matter is done, let him be. Emperor Jingguan gave up completely this time. After all, no matter how many mistakes there were, they were all the fault of the Duke of Zhen. The other side. While Gu Shao was still wondering who wanted to kill him, concubine Rong finally woke up slowly. At this time, the moon was already above the willow branches. At that time, the nanny was helping concubine Rong clean up. Sensing something strange coming from the quilt, concubine Rong couldn't help but tighten her hands slightly. Almost as soon as she opened her eyes, Su Xian hugged Gu Shao and said, Your Majesty, please take a look at the little prince. Look, the little prince is looking at you. At this time, Gu Shao widened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him who was only in her 20s. Because he can remember things early and has a good memory, even after so many years, Gu Shao still remembers what his mother looks like. Even though the retinal image was blurred, Gu Shao still managed to distinguish it with difficulty because he was close. The face of the woman in front of him looked very similar to his mother. Although it is not a 100% replica, it is about 70% similar. In a trance, Gu Shao seemed to feel his mother's delicate and gentle hands again. Even the breath is so familiar. This warm feeling, it's been a long time since he last felt it. He hasn't felt it since he was 6 years old. AHH. In excitement, Gu Shao opened his mouth wide and kept moaning, and instinctively reached out for a hug. The next moment, the swaddling clothes in front of him were pushed away, and concubine Rong's slightly cold and irritable voice came over. Take it away quickly, I don't want to see him. With a crack, something broke into 2 pieces. Completely out of control, the little baby's eyes soon filled with tears. Even the 2 maids and Su Xian were shocked by this sudden change. The nanny was horrified and subconsciously looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she breathed a sigh of relief and then advised with a panicked look, Madam, you must not say that. This world has many restrictions on women, as if women are born to be gentle and considerate, to take care of their husbands and children, and to devote their entire lives to their husbands and children to be basically qualified. Mammy is now over 40 years old. She has been exposed to this kind of education almost every day since she was born. After a long time, she feels from the bottom of her heart that this is the right thing to do. Others even more so. Therefore, even though she knew that concubine Rong was brought up in great pampering, the nanny still felt that she was too willful. You are a mother now, so you can't be as willful as before. It was because it was Madame Wei who sent them that the nanny had the courage to advise her. What's more, this is the bloodline of the emperor, extremely noble. What if someone with ulterior motives hears it? Or if the little prince grows up in the future and someone tells him about it, wouldn't it be easy to hurt the relationship between mother and son? Gu Shao on the side. Sorry, I already heard it. However, he was not as dissatisfied as the nanny. In his opinion, it was a problem if a woman still loved the culprit madly after going through so much hardship and being tortured for 10 whole months. Before she can be a mother, she must first be herself. This was what Gu Shao's mother taught him when he was 4 years old. She also said that she didn't like him very much when he was just born, but later she saw that he was so cute that she gradually poured her affection on him. Gu Shao's memory lasted for more than 20 years. And this time, he has confidence in himself and will make his mother fall in love with him again. He knew too well what kind of children people liked, and after many experiments, no elder could escape his control when they were young. The elders all praised it when they saw it. It's just that the other kids are not so happy, because every time he comes to their home as a guest, their parents will find fault with them for no reason. Later, when the term green tea appeared, friends automatically thought of Gu Shao's face. When this guy was young, he was a walking green tea spirit with long eyelashes. Gu Shao has always been shameless. He felt aggrieved for only a brief moment. After cheering himself up, he continued to open his big watery eyes and looked pitifully at concubine Rong in front of him. After hearing what the nanny said, concubine Rong was shaken for a moment. She thought it might really be her problem. There won't people in this world who hate their own children? Concubine Rong was a little at a loss, and when she turned her head, she met Gu Shao's eyes. The little baby seemed to be frightened by her sudden roar, and its tiny body couldn't help but shrink a little. His tears were about to fall, but they couldn't. Just when concubine Rong thought he was about to burst into tears, she saw him waving his arms and shouting again. AHH. Even fear could not stop him from getting close to her. In an instant, the usually spoiled concubine Rong was overwhelmed by overwhelming guilt. Bring the child here for me to see. Look, concubine Rong doesn't even use the word this palace. Su Xian was overjoyed and quickly placed the little prince next to concubine Rong. It was the first time she had such close contact with him. After looking at him for a long time, concubine Rong couldn't help but frown and suddenly said, ugly thing. She couldn't believe that the little thing that crawled out of her belly could be so ugly. Like a little monkey. Could it have been replaced secretly? After only a moment of stiffness, Gu Shao quickly recovered his energy. Don't worry, Mom. It's okay, Mom. I will look good soon. Seeing that she was finally willing to get close to the little prince, the nanny at the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. No way, all babies are born like this. The little prince is already a very good-looking child. Ordinary children are not even 1/10 as good-looking as him when they come out of their mother's womb. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it is true. Concubine Rong was skeptical. Gu Shao soon couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Before closing his eyes, he did not forget to put his face against his mother's face, not willing to miss any opportunity to act coquettishly. How could Concubine Rong resist this? When she felt that fragility and softness coming towards her, she subconsciously held her breath, feeling annoyed and conflicted for a moment. By the way, where is Suyu? Because she had taken a nap before and the little thing was making trouble nearby, Concubine Rong realized belatedly that her dowry maid was missing. The moment the words fell, the others fell silent. Although they knew that it was not appropriate to let the queen worry about anything after she had just given birth, but because it was a matter of life and death, Su Xian and Suyu immediately ignored all that and knelt down with a plop. Please, my lady, save Suyu. Only then did Concubine Rong realize that something had happened to Suyu. The 10 boards from the Ministry of Internal Affairs are not that simple, especially since it is an order from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. When Suyu comes out, she will be skinned alive if she is not dead. If she is unlucky, her life will be ruined if she gets disabled. Although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince punished Suyu, he also saved her life. Concubine Rong really didn't know what to say at this moment. She just asked the eunuchs around her to tell the servants in the Imperial Household Department to be gentler and just to show their appreciation. Because of her family background and the fact that she just gave birth to a child, I believe the Ministry of Internal Affairs will not refuse. But if that's the case, will His Royal Highness the Crown Prince be unhappy? Su Xian felt a little uneasy. Concubine Rong doesn't care about this at all. She must protect the people she wants to protect. When Suyu comes out, I will give her the jewel hairpin at the bottom of my dressing box as a reward. I will also grant her another month's leave and give her 10 taels of silver to her parents and brothers outside the palace. Concubine Rong never treated the people around her badly. After hearing this, Su Xian and Suyu wished they were the ones who rushed out at that time. After everything was arranged, Concubine Rong couldn't wait to ask, where is the emperor? Why can't I see him? The queen mother did come before this, and after seeing that the queen was resting and was not seriously injured, she sat for a while and then left. The queen made this trip out of dignity, but the emperor never showed up from beginning to end. I heard from the people in front that the meeting should have ended long ago. The emperor probably didn't come on purpose. The nanny and the maids looked at each other, not knowing whether they should tell the truth. They were also afraid that if they told the truth, the imperial concubine would be sad. Just at this moment, the little prince who was originally sleeping soundly suddenly moved. Gu Shao was awakened by hunger. He found that the child really could not tolerate hunger and needed to be fed every 1 or 2 hours. At this time, it had been more than 3 hours since he last ate. Seeing the little baby in front of her gurgling as if in great pain, as weak as a little mouse as if he would die in the next second, Concubine Rong immediately panicked. What happened to him? At this time, Concubine Rong no longer cared about whether the emperor came or not. Even though she liked the emperor very much, she was now completely attracted by the little thing in front of her. The little prince must be hungry. Seeing this, the nanny did not panic but breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the entire delivery room was in chaos. At the same time, in Chengming Palace, Emperor Jingguan was lying on the dragon bed in his pajamas, unable to fall asleep. It's not that he has no feelings for the imperial concubine, but he had no choice but to treat her like this. Emperor Jingguan felt both annoyed and enjoyed it when he thought that whenever he favored any of his concubines, the woman would become jealous and throw a tantrum at him. Although she is arrogant and unreasonable by nature, she cannot leave himself for a moment. I hope she won't be too sad this time. She shed a lot of tears during the confinement period, which may hurt her eyes easily. On the other side, in the side hall of Shu Lanzai, hearing the commotion coming from the main hall, the faint sounds of comforting and the weak cry of a baby, Zhao Chongrong subconsciously placed his hand on his lower abdomen, as if she was immersed in something. A child once came here. She was a little princess, she was already 5 months old, but in the end she couldn't be saved. Zhao Chongrong had been in poor health in her early years. She finally got pregnant but failed to keep the baby, so she could no longer have children. And she is not the only one in the harem who is infertile. Listening to the noise coming from the main hall, Zhao Chongrong felt even more uncomfortable. Zhao Chongrong's family background was ordinary, far inferior to that of concubine Rong, so she definitely needed a child to consolidate her favor. Otherwise, even if she was Chongrong, no one in the palace would take her seriously, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs would be even more neglectful. Zhao Chongrong thought that even if she had a princess, she would have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, God refused to let her realize even this wish. Because everyone was living together temporarily, and the queen had been here before, Zhao Chongrong had taken a look at the little prince when the nanny brought him out. Gu Shao was sleeping soundly at that time and he didn't know it. When Zhao Chongrong saw it, she felt that it was a very beautiful child, with good looks, but the child looked a little weak, probably because he was born prematurely. Come to think of it, God is really blind. Even a woman like concubine Rong has a child, but she has nothing. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. The lights in Shu Lanzai remained on until late at night. 3 days passed in a flash, and concubine Rong had barely gotten used to Gu Shao and her identity as a mother. Finally, she was no longer as averse to her son's closeness as she was at the beginning. There's nothing we can do. Who can blame this guy for being such a clingy guy? He's so clingy that concubine Rong has lost her temper. As soon as he saw her, the boy started whining and looked pitiful, as if he was about to cry. If you didn't know better, you would think that his nanny was bullying him. When she was in the boudoir, her parents and brothers gave in to her. After she got married, even the emperor had to tolerate her temper from time to time. Only this little thing in front of her regarded her as a support. Depend on her? Concubine Rong had never thought that these 2 words would be applied to her one day. She found it novel and incredible, but more of it was anxiety and uneasiness. Do I really have such ability? For the first time in her life, concubine Rong examined herself. In terms of appearance, she was indeed top-notch, but when it came to knowledge, talent, and even temper, concubine Rong could not say a good word about her against her conscience. The Zhen mansion was composed entirely of military generals, even the only daughter could not escape. When concubine Rong was young, she would get a headache whenever she saw a book, so she could only recognize a few words roughly, and she couldn't understand anything more deeply. The Duke of Zhen didn't care. In his eyes, no one would dare to despise his daughter even if she was like this. If she didn't want to learn, then she didn't have to. Concubine Rong never thought there was anything wrong with this before, but now that she has a child, she suddenly feels a sense of crisis. Among all the people in the palace, concubine Da has read the most books and is the one who can help the eldest prince the most. As for me, how can I help the child? Another thing is that concubine Rong had never been exposed to the secretive tactics used in the inner palace. Although her father had 2 concubines, they were both honest and obedient. In addition, the children were in the hands of the lady, so there was no room for them to use tricks. Therefore, concubine Rong was naturally raised in a simple way. During the years of being married to Emperor Jingguan, concubine Rong gained a lot of experience and realized that the Deep Palace was not as simple as it seemed. Even the Shifei, the Difei, and the Xianfei had lost their children one after another, let alone others. Pure consort, Shifei. Virtuous consort, Difei. Worthy consort, Xianfei. Is it really all due to the mother's weakness? No one would believe this. Especially the first child of concubine Shu, who was raised with great difficulty until the age of 5. He didn't even have time to be included in the imperial genealogy until he was 6, and he didn't even have time to be ranked in the order of seniority. He was gone overnight. Concubine Rong entered the palace late and had never seen the child. You don't feel pain unless the knife falls on your body. In the past, concubine Rong didn't feel anything at all. Anyway, concubine Shu gave birth to several more children later, and it didn't seem to have any impact. It was not until concubine Rong became a mother herself that she thought about what would happen if the little thing in front of her suddenly died one day. Just thinking about it made concubine Rong shudder. No, I cannot let something happen to him. Her child will definitely grow up safely, look better than anyone else, and live longer than anyone else. Mother will never let anything happen to you. She will never let go of anyone who dares to hurt him. Seeing that the woman in front of him seemed to be thinking about something and was suddenly filled with murderous aura, Gu Shao was stunned. Oh no, could he have gone too far? Seeing that she seemed to have frightened the little thing in her arms, concubine Rong quickly regained her tenderness. Whatever you want, mother will find a way to get it. Is there any better position in the world than that? T/L note she is referring to the throne. Although it may seem a bit unfair to say this, my son must have the best of everything. Guilt only flashed across her mind, and concubine Rong selectively ignored it. The prince's kindness is not enough after all. For some reason, Gu Shao always felt that his mother was becoming more and more like a villain. With your grandfather's power and the help of your 6 uncles, your mother will do her best to let you sit in that position. There was only concubine Rong around, and the little thing was still young and couldn't understand, so she spoke in a voice that was almost a whisper, with almost no scruples. Gu Shao, no, he doesn't want it. Emperor, a miserable job that requires one to get up earlier than a chicken and sleep later than a dog. 996 still has weekends, but the emperor has no days off all year round. 996 working system equals under official Chinese law, employees can work a maximum 44-hour work week and any work beyond that requires extra pay for overtime. The most important thing is that he worries too much. The rise and fall of an entire country depends on the emperor alone. The pressure is unimaginable. In modern times, Gu Shao was exhausted from managing a company and wanted to quit, let alone being an emperor. In ancient times, emperors often had short lives. If they were wise, they would be exhausted to death, and if they were incompetent, they would be killed by rebellion. In short, it was a high-risk job. Gu Shao has been a poor boy since he was young. He never had the great ideal of sleeping on the lap of a beautiful woman and ruling the world when he is awake. After all, wealth and glory will eventually become empty. You can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die. Besides, being an emperor is really useless. Except for having more beauties around him, other aspects cannot be compared with modern times, and Gu Shao himself is not a lustful person. There is everything in modern times. Gu Shao dares to say that the things he has enjoyed in modern times are not available to the emperor. Gu Shao stood on the shoulders of giants, so naturally he looked down on the ancient emperor, who was relatively tall. As a person who has enjoyed a smart toilet, Gu Shao wanted to ask, after becoming an emperor, does that mean he no longer needs to wipe his butt when he goes to the toilet? Even if someone else helps you wipe it, don't you still have to wipe it? So, refuse. Gu Shao felt that being a prince was pretty good. He was second only to the emperor and above everyone else, also at the top of the pyramid, but without that much pressure. It would be even better if he could meet a cautious emperor. Once all the burdens were lifted, all that would be left was eating, drinking, and having fun. When he was short of money, he would ask his brothers for it. If his brothers were a little respectable, they would definitely give him some. Or he would simply take all the money, which would be enough for him to spend for a lifetime, while his father was still alive. Gu Shao felt that being a prince was quite good. He was simple, shy, and easy to talk to. He couldn't stand it when the maidservant beside his beautiful mother knelt down in front of him. He was a soft persimmon. Unable to see her son's urgency and fear at the moment, Rong Gaifei shouted in delight, Suxin, go, ask Zhao Chongrong to bring me 2 books. Since she had to plan so much for her son, concubine Rong felt that she should also work hard. Su Xian looked as if she had seen a ghost. For a moment, she quickly lowered her head, replied yes, and hurried out. Half an incense stick later, concubine Rong opened the great learning in front of her with great ambition. After 1 stick of incense, concubine Rong's expression began to become stiff. After 2 incense sticks, concubine Rong began to feel dizzy. After 3 incense sticks, concubine Rong decisively closed the book again. Oh, I have a headache. Under the teasing gaze of the nanny, concubine Rong lay back down. Just before she fell asleep, concubine Rong tilted her head and couldn't help but admonish, little thing, when you grow up, don't learn from your mother. You are going to be the emperor? AHH. Gu Shao blinked his eyes and looked as well behaved as possible, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I'm sorry, Mom. I must have inherited your problem of getting a headache whenever you read. Not only do I want to inherit it, I also want to develop, promote, shine, and expand it. She had no idea what her son was thinking at the moment. If concubine Rong knew, she would probably be furious. After a good sleep, concubine Rong realized that the person she had been waiting for with such joy had never shown up from beginning to end. Today is the 3rd day since the little prince's birth, and also the little prince's 3rd day baptism ceremony, but Emperor Jingguan did not even come. Now, even concubine Rong can no longer deceive herself. This neglect came out of nowhere. I had helped him give birth to a prince smoothly, so why was he still unhappy? Not only concubine Rong couldn't figure it out, but the entire Duke Zhen's mansion couldn't figure it out either. How come their family had worked so hard for the royal family, fought off foreign enemies, and tried their best to maintain the stability of the Great Zhou, but the emperor turned against them so suddenly? Today, the Duke of Zhen was reprimanded for the first time during the court session. When he returned home, he couldn't understand why this happened. The most crucial thing is that the emperor actually let the eldest prince replace the 3rd prince in the army. The eldest prince is only 17 years old now. He can participate in the management of the military camp, but he is far from being able to lead troops into battle and become the commander-in-chief of an army. The Duke of Zhen couldn't help but argue with the emperor in the court. As a result, for some unknown reason, Emperor Jingguan seemed to get even angrier and even ordered him to go home and not to attend court for 7 days. The Duke of Zhen was so angry that he was still muttering and cursing as he walked on the street. Little did he know that his every word and action was recorded and reported to Emperor Jingguan. Because the man was far away and had been specially trained, even a veteran like the Duke of Zhen who had fought on the battlefield for most of his life did not notice him. When the Duke of Zhen returned home, he felt a little better. Then he remembered that the palace had sent him a message that today was exactly the 3rd day since the imperial concubine gave birth, and it was also the 3rd day of her grandson's baptism ceremony. Have you prepared the gifts for your sister and nephew? It's been prepared a long time ago, and someone is already preparing to send it to the palace. According to folk customs, the uncle has to do a lot of work. So the 6 of them did not dare to neglect it at all and picked out the things early. According to etiquette, they cannot enter the palace to visit, but it is okay to send some gifts. When he thought of his daughter, the Duke of Zhen no longer cared about the things happening in the court. Wait, don't go yet, take this with you. As he said this, the Duke of Zhen took out a longevity lock from his arms. This thing was carved by a craftsman a month before concubine Rong gave birth. It was made from the same piece of jade and was of high quality. All the legitimate grandchildren in the Duke Zhen's mansion had one. Normally, it should not be given to a daughter's child, after all, he is a grandson. But the Duke Zhen was unreasonable. After all, he only had one daughter in his life, and the Duke of Zhen naturally regarded the child born by concubine Rong as his own grandson. Even if he is of royal blood, doesn't he have half of the Wei family's blood flowing in his body? And you too. The Duke of Zhen's tiger eyes flashed across the faces of the 6 men. Even if your sister gets married, she is still a member of the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Do you understand? Don't let me hear any unpleasant words, otherwise you just wait for me. The 6 men looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How dare they do that? They can't even love her enough. That's good enough. The Duke of Zhen was finally satisfied. As for the fact that he was reprimanded by the emperor in the court, the Duke of Zhen naturally would not let anyone tell concubine Rong about it, and it would be too late to hide it from her. But concubine Rong finally found out. After all, she is not a fool, right? Such big news, even if she didn't know it, others would find ways to tell her. Concubine Rong was really hurt this time, and tears were falling like crazy. Inexplicably, she suddenly felt a little panic in her heart, and she grabbed the hand of the nanny beside her and refused to let go. Mammy, tell me, has the emperor changed his mind? Has he started to hate me? How could the nanny know what the emperor was thinking? She could do nothing but comfort her against her will. Gu Shao, who was standing by, listened and was not so pessimistic. After all, in his opinion, when one really wants to get rid of someone, he will never make such a big fuss. The fact that the emperor still cursed proved that he had not completely given up on the Duke of Zhen in his heart, and that he still had some affection for his grandfather in his eyes. If one day his mother was suddenly promoted to imperial noble consort, or the emperor began to highly praise the line of the Duke of Zhen, then he would be truly doomed. If you want to destroy it, first make it crazy. Even when hunting, it is necessary to paralyze the prey first, so that when the prey struggles, the noise will be minimized. Then took the prey by surprise and killed it with one blow. As for the reason why the emperor suddenly turned against him, Gu Shao also vaguely guessed it. Concubine Rong couldn't get out of bed these days, and Gu Shao heard her talk to him a lot, about the Defei, Shifei, and Xianfei. By the way, he also found out how many children they had given birth to, and who was ahead of him. Gu Shao never imagined that the emperor already had 8 sons before him, and he was the 9th. It took Gu Shao, an only child, a long time to accept the reality. The current crown prince is not the emperor's eldest son. Before the crown prince there were the first prince and the second prince, and after the crown prince there are the 4th prince, the 5th prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince. Among them, the eldest prince was 17 years old, the second prince was 16 years old, and the crown prince was 15 years old. The rest were 10, 7, 5, 4, and 3 years old. Judging from the age arrangement, the order after the crown prince is obviously not so tight, especially between the crown prince and the 4th prince, there is a full 5 years difference in age. If the eldest prince and the second prince were born to improve their competitiveness, then the crown prince, the legitimate son, was born to inherit the country. There was such a long interval in between, Gu Shao didn't believe it was a coincidence or that the emperor suddenly died. It is obvious that they are afraid that the remaining princes are too close in age to the crown prince and will have disputes with the crown prince. It was not until the prince's biological mother died that the number of children in the palace gradually increased. In this case, how can Gu Shao fight for it? Even if he is not a salted fish, he can't get it. My cheap dad is so biased. Isn't it obvious who is the true love, and who is the gift given as a gift after topping up his phone bill? T/L note he is pointing that other princes are kind of mistakes or that they were allowed to be born just to assist the crown prince. Unfortunately, his mother couldn't understand it now and thought that the emperor no longer loved her. The key point is that the emperor never seemed to love her. What Gu Shao didn't understand was how he was born under such circumstances. It shouldn't have happened. Gu Shao was puzzled, and then suddenly, he remembered the red pill he saw when he first opened his eyes. No way. Is it so cruel? His eyes changed slightly, and Gu Shao couldn't help but shudder. My dad wants to kill me? This thought flashed through Gu Shao's mind quickly. It's not that Gu Shao suffers from paranoia, but all signs indicate that the emperor and the crown prince are the most suspicious. You see, the current queen has no children yet. Even if she has a child, the biggest threat to her is still the crown prince, so Gu Shao has to take the back seat. As for other concubines, those who have children haven't even established their own children yet, so how can they start to eliminate threats? As for those who don't even have children, unless they are desperate, no matter how angry they are, they can only curse behind their backs. Besides, his mother was a royal concubine after all, and ordinary people couldn't reach here. But if it was the crown prince, it doesn't make sense. If the crown prince really wanted to kill him, he would not have saved his mother. He would have just avoided that road and done nothing but watch the mother and son get into trouble. So, after ruling out the suspicion of other people, the more Gu Shao looked at his cheap father, the more suspicious he felt. Gu Shao took note of this account. While thinking, the nanny gradually recovered from her panic and became rational. Madam, the auspicious time is almost over. Let's hold the 3rd baptism ceremony for the little prince first. We can't just keep dragging it on like this until the emperor comes. When she noticed that she was crying, the little baby next to her seemed to feel something and looked like it was about to cry but didn't. Concubine Rong wiped away her tears almost subconsciously. I'm sorry. It's mother's fault. It's mother's fault. Concubine Rong felt extremely guilty because she had caused him to start worrying about her. Soon, order was restored in the main hall, and the baptism ceremony was carried out in an orderly manner. Then Gu Shao saw the original owner of Shu Lanzai. Zhao Chongrong originally didn't want to come because she was afraid of causing trouble, but she couldn't pretend to be blind, right? Zhao Chongrong had no choice but to ask her maid to pick out a pair of bracelets and brought them to the main hall. It was a pair of plain silver bracelets. Although they were made of plain silver, the patterns on them were extremely beautiful and had good meanings. It was obvious at first glance that they were carefully selected styles. There are 2 bells on it, which jingle when shaken, and it is lively and cute. This was a gift that Zhao Chongrong had prepared for her daughter. However, the incident happened suddenly and there was really no other gift that could be given to the child. After thinking about it, Zhao Chongrong asked the maid to take it out from the warehouse. As a result, concubine Rong didn't appreciate it at all. Concubine Rong didn't know the inside story, she just felt that the silver bracelet was too plain, and the pattern was only popular a few years ago. Concubine Rong has seen a lot of fine things, so ordinary things are naturally not to her liking. Is this Zhao Chongrong trying to fool her? However, on such a happy day, concubine Rong was too lazy to argue with the other party. Alright, I understand, you can leave now. Noticing the indifference and undisguised contempt in concubine Rong's eyes, Zhao Chongrong almost crushed the handkerchief in her hand. Yes, Your Majesty. She lowered her head, and the original expectation gradually turned into cruelty and resentment without knowing when. Seeing that a pair of bracelets was about to cause a bloody murder, Gu Shao hurriedly reached out his hand. The little baby seemed to be attracted by the bell in front of him, and his eyes were full of eagerness. Concubine Rong was stunned. She didn't expect that her son would be so unambitious. He was so interested in just a pair of silver bracelets. Zhao Chongrong was also stunned. She didn't expect that the child in front of her would like it. For a moment, the silhouette of the little baby overlapped with that of his daughter. In my dream, if my daughter could be born safely, she would be fair, tender, and ignorant like this. Zhao Chongrong's dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the nanny nearby took a quick check and found nothing unusual, so she nodded to concubine Rong. After getting concubine Rong's consent, the nanny gave the bracelet to the little prince in the cradle. Unfortunately, at this time, Gu Shao was a useless person who couldn't even hold a bracelet. With a click, the bracelet fell back again. Gu Shao, concubine Rong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhao Chongrong's eyes trembled slightly. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still standing there? Hearing this, Zhao Chongrong seemed to gain courage, and on impulse, she spoke, My lady, can I hold the little prince in my arms? Concubine Rong paused while teasing her son. The maids and the others also looked at Zhao Chongrong. The atmosphere seemed a little weird for a moment. Just when Zhao Chongrong thought the woman would definitely refuse, who knew that concubine Rong actually agreed. It's just that the tone isn't very good. Be careful not to fall, or you'll get hurt. As soon as the swaddling clothes fell into her hands, Zhao Chongrong had no idea what the other person was saying. The child in my arms is so small and soft, and looks so cute. Gu Shao originally wanted to be intimate with the lady in front of him, and he could see that the other party was not being false at the moment. However, just as Gu Shao was about to make his move, concubine Rong narrowed her eyes instantly. Gu Shao got scared at that time. The child stayed quietly in Zhao Chongrong's arms for a while, and before concubine Rong's patience was about to run out, Zhao Chongrong reluctantly returned the child to her. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave now. This person must have experienced something before. But what does this have to do with me? In just a moment, concubine Rong forgot about Zhao Chongrong. After the third bathing ceremony, 2 days later concubine Rong was able to walk normally again. Other people's palaces are definitely not as comfortable as her own. Being able to endure such a shabby environment for so long is already concubine Rong's limit. As soon as she was able to get out of bed, concubine Rong immediately asked the palace maids and eunuchs to pack up and leave. Zhao Chongrong was the only one left. Without the baby's occasional crying, she actually felt a little uncomfortable. The Shu Lanzai seems to be even quieter than before. Gu Shao originally didn't understand why his mother disliked Shu Lanzai so much. Gu Shao felt that the environment of Shu Lanzai was already very good. The furniture was all made of solid wood and was new. What was so unbearable about it? Until he came to Kaiwa Palace. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned by the hot air that hit him in the face. There's actually a ground dragon here? Even the incense burned in the incense burner is priceless agar wood. The walls around are painted with pepper mud, which looks warm and luxurious. Little thing, from today on, this is where you live. The side hall was prepared as early as when she became pregnant. The Ministry of Internal Affairs spent countless amounts of good materials. Now that September has passed, the flavor has almost disappeared. If it were someone else, they would only feel delighted when seeing such a luxurious palace. However, when concubine Rong asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to renovate the side hall, she secretly made many people jealous. However, Gu Shao felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The palace is nice, but the walls are painted with cinnabar. Anyone who has been to school should know what cinnabar is. So now the question is, how should he tell his mother? Completely unaware, concubine Rong was still holding her son, enthusiastically introducing the various arrangements in the room, and inhaling the poisonous gas around her. Gu Shao, help, help. The other side. Finally, concubine Rong left. The things in the main hall needed to be taken apart and washed. The maids and eunuchs were busy for a while. Zhao Chongrong was the mistress of a palace after all, so it was impossible for her to use things that had been used by others. It is the same even if that person is a royal concubine. Zhao Chongrong sat there absent-mindedly, not knowing what he was thinking about. Soon, her thoughts were interrupted. It turned out to be Zhao Chongrong's personal maid, who accidentally discovered something while giving orders. Huh? What is this? She subconsciously stretched out her hand and a bright red pill appeared in her palm. When Zhao Chongrong heard the noise, she looked over unconsciously. Zhao Chongrong thought it was a red bean or something else, but when she put it on the table and dipped her finger in tea, it actually melted. It's medicine? Zhao Chongrong was immediately stunned. Go and ask the beast taming house for a rabbit. It was not known whether it was because Zhao Chongrong wanted them urgently or because the beast taming house was negligent, but in the end the young eunuch only brought back 2 little rabbits that looked not much bigger than a palm. The medicine was given in the morning and the rabbit died that evening. Seeing that one of the rabbits gradually died, Zhao Chongrong was so shocked that he almost cried out. After she realized what was happening, she covered her mouth tightly, her eyes full of horror. Zhao Chongrong didn't think anyone would harm her. She was not young anymore, and her appearance was not top-notch before, let alone now. She didn't have any children, so she couldn't stand in anyone's way. If there is anything eye-catching in Shu Lanzai recently, it is only concubine Rong who just gave birth. That medicine is for the little prince. In this palace, there are very few people who dare to attack the little prince. Zhao Chongrong suddenly thought of something and a layer of sweat instantly appeared on his back. With a crash, the cup in front of him accidentally fell out and broke into pieces. My madam, I'm fine, don't make it known. Zhao Chongrong shouted immediately. Looking around at her confidants in the room, she spoke word by word. No one of you is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Do you hear me? Although they were puzzled, after being startled, everyone still responded subconsciously, yes, madam. After everyone had left, Zhao Chongrong realized that most of her body was cold. Zhao Chongrong has no other talents in her life, and she has survived to this day entirely because of her intelligence. Considering the recent trend in the palace, how could she not guess what was going on? I just couldn't imagine that person could be so cruel that he wouldn't even let his own child go. You know, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so what kind of heart does one have to have the heart to hurt an innocent child? Zhao Chongrong suddenly felt that beneath Emperor Jingguan's seemingly majestic face, his heart was so cold and terrifying. It's really chilling. Did he really regard those people other than the late queen and the crown prince as extraordinary people? At the same time, in the Kinzen Hall, Emperor Jingguan suddenly felt an itchy nose for some reason. Achu. Emperor Jingguan didn't think anything of it, but the chief eunuch beside him was frightened. Your Majesty, have you caught a cold? Do you want to call the imperial physician to take a look? No need. The emperor waved his hand. Then, he thought of something and said, oh, right, ask Xiao Dongzi to pick some things from my private storehouse and send them to the imperial concubine. I think the imperial concubine must be sad this time. After waiting for a few days, he couldn't bear it anymore. Thinking of the time when concubine Rong got angry with him and her eyes turned red, Emperor Jingguan paused holding the red brush. By the way, give the Dongja pearl that she has always wanted. Oh, and this, too. The emperor pointed to the fine jadeite Kylin on the jade table, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This, take it to the 9th prince to play with. It seems that the emperor may not have no feelings for the imperial concubine at all. Yes. The eunuch Wang Ziquan's mind moved, and then he suppressed the thought in an instant. After that, Emperor Jingguan said nothing and made no sound. The other side. Concubine Rong originally wanted to put the child in her arms on the bed to let him get used to it, but as soon as she let go, the next moment, the little baby in the cradle started crying as if his life was threatened. He exerted so much force that he nearly passed out. Concubine Rong was shocked. She had never seen the child cry so miserably since he was born. How can Gu Xiao not work hard? In a toxic environment full of mercury, it is still a question whether he can survive past his first birthday. Although there is no evidence, Gu Xiao heard people say in modern times that the emperor of a certain dynasty had children who died one after another, and even the emperor himself was not in good health. It is probably because he used cinnabar as paint to paint the red walls. The maids and wet nurses around concubine Rong came forward one after another, looking at and touching Gu Xiao with nervous expressions. Finally, even the imperial physician was alarmed. After the imperial physician came to check, it was found that there was nothing abnormal about the little prince except that he was a little stunted. The imperial physician couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back to what had just happened, when imperial concubine Rong looked as if she was going to tear you to pieces if you can't cure him, the imperial physician groaned inwardly. In the past, concubine Rong was difficult to deal with, and now that she has a little prince, she is even more difficult to deal with. After staring at the baby for a while, the imperial physician tentatively guessed, perhaps, the little prince doesn't want to leave the imperial concubine. Upon hearing this, concubine Rong frowned and was about to put the swaddling clothes on the bed again. Sure enough, the little thing started crying again as soon as it touched the quilt. After this happened several times, Rong Gaifei completely lost his temper. The imperial physician heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I guessed it right. How troublesome. Concubine Rong couldn't help but mutter, but she didn't seem angry. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it. The nanny at the side couldn't help but joked, the little prince is close to the imperial concubine and can't leave her. Concubine Rong burst out laughing. Gu Xiao, this. Forget it, as long as you are happy. The imperial physician standing by realized that he had nothing to do here and withdrew tactfully. The moment the curtain was opened, in a corner where no one noticed, the imperial physician couldn't help but let out a sigh. A loving mother often spoils her son. With the way the imperial concubine raises children, it would be strange if the 9th prince does not have problems when he grows up. Shaking his head, the imperial physician left Kiowa Palace without stopping. Gu Xiao didn't know whether the imperial concubine would spoil him by doing this. He only knew that if the imperial concubine hadn't been reluctant, her son might not even have the chance to grow up. Because Gu Shao was too resistant, concubine Rong simply decided to keep him in the main hall until he was 1 year old. The nanny next to her wanted to say that it was against the rules, but she directly refuted it. I want to see which little hoof dares to gossip. Since she said so, what else can Mammy say? Gu Shao lay on his mother's soft big bed, happily playing with the longevity lock around his neck. The longevity lock was sent from the Duke of Zhen's mansion on the 3rd day of the baby's birth. It was said that his grandfather had specially asked the best carving master to carve it. In his previous life, Gu Shao was quite knowledgeable. This longevity lock felt warm to the touch and was obviously made of top quality material. Gu Shao couldn't help but feel a great favor for this grandfather whom he had never met. Just when he was feeling drowsy from the heating in the house, a report suddenly came from outside. It turned out that the emperor sent someone to deliver something. Tisk, my cheap dad finally remembered to ask for compensation? Looking at the various rare treasures being brought into the house one by one, Gu Shao had to admit that his cheap father probably spent a lot of money this time. These things are rare even for the emperor. However, Gu Shao really didn't care about these mere external objects. Your Majesty, these were specially selected by the emperor. Look at this oriental pearl, it's bigger than the tribute this year. And this unicorn, look, its quality is so good, the emperor spent a lot of effort to find it. Wang Ziquan was worthy of being someone close to the emperor, and he praised several items to the sky. Gu Shao was not very interested at first, but when he heard that the emperor had taken great pains to find the raw materials and had the craftsmen from the imperial household department carve it, he immediately became interested. Seeing the little prince stretching out his hand as if wanting it, Wang Ziquan was delighted. Without waiting for the nanny beside him to speak, he handed over the pair of green little unicorns. This thing was originally meant for the 9th prince to play with. It would be great if the 9th prince was interested in it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ziquan had figured out how to describe it to Emperor Jingguan later, and also figured out what needed to be polished so that it would appear warm and joyful. However, things did not develop as he imagined. Wang Ziquan vaguely saw the little prince seem to wink at him, but when he looked closely, it seemed like an illusion. The quality of the jade kaolin is good, but it doesn't have much water. However, it seems that this kind of dry green was more popular in ancient times. I just don't know what it would be like if it fell. You can experiment. Thinking of this, Gu Shao threw one of the kaolins out in front of everyone. Halfway through his words, Wang Ziquan felt a flash before his eyes, followed by the sound of jade falling to the ground. Bang! The kaolin fell to pieces. Broken into pieces. Broken. The voice stopped abruptly, the smile on his face froze, and Wang Ziquan's eyes suddenly widened. Wang Ziquan subconsciously took a breath of cold air. The things bestowed by the emperor cannot be destroyed. This. What should I do? Really? There is still this rule? Gu Shao raised his eyebrows. The next moment, it was the familiar parabola again. Good things come in pairs. Since that one is gone, there is no need to keep this one. After a long time, looking at the mess on the ground, Wang Ziquan instinctively turned around. Gu Shao looked at him innocently. Sorry, my hand slipped. Beating someone with a stick and giving him a sweet date, this is not enough for a sweet date. Wang Ziquan broke out in a cold sweat, and in that instant, only one thought remained in his mind. Finished. Eunuch Wang Ziquan felt that he had encountered the most difficult challenge in his career, because no one has ever had the courage to do this before. Not to mention him, even concubine Rong beside him was stunned. After realizing what was happening, the eunuchs and palace maids around them knelt on the ground, their legs trembling and sweating profusely. There was a dead silence in the air, but Gu Shao on the side was still playing happily as if nothing had happened. Compared with others around him, he looked so comfortable. As it happens, even if he was like this, no one dared to scold him. In the end, Wang Ziquan didn't even know how he walked out. He was just thinking frantically in his mind about how to report to the emperor later. Oh my god, why did I do that just now? If I didn't give him the pair of kaolin, wouldn't everything be fine? Wang Ziquan's face turned pale, and he wished he could slap himself twice. The eunuch behind him was like a mute, not daring to say a word. He almost dug out his eyes and pretended that he didn't see it. However, no matter how slowly they walked, the road from Kiowa Palace to Qinzhen Palace was only so long, and Wang Ziquan and the other eunuchs still had to face reality. After standing at the door for 2 full breaths, Wang Ziquan finally mustered up the courage to lift the curtain in front of him. He can't be slow, after all, the emperor is still waiting for him to come back and report. As expected, Emperor Jingguan had not rested yet late into the night and was still reviewing memorials with the lights on. Emperor Jingguan was much more diligent than the previous emperor, but also much more strict. If it were the late emperor, Wang Ziquan might not have been so panicked. Such a thought flashed through his mind quickly, and before Emperor Jingguan looked over, Wang Ziquan had already secretly put in his utmost effort. The next moment, a voice followed closely. Has the stuff been delivered? Emperor Jingguan didn't even raise his head. In his opinion, rewarding the women in the harem with some rare treasures was not a big deal. It's delivered. Noticing the eunuch's nervousness, Emperor Jingguan paused holding the pen and asked, why? The imperial concubine doesn't like it. While speaking, Emperor Jingguan's brows had already frowned quietly. No. Wang Ziquan waved his hands repeatedly. Your Majesty, imperial concubine liked it. The imperial concubine likes it very much, especially the box of pearls. The imperial concubine said that she will ask the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make some jewelry for her to wear tomorrow. Oh, Emperor Jingwen felt relieved all of a sudden, and his brows relaxed. What about the little Kylan? Have you told the imperial concubine? I had to find the material with great difficulty when I was the crown prince. The Kylan he had created had been on his desk for more than 10 years. So Emperor Jingwen wanted to give the child something precious. He heard that the child was born prematurely, so he wanted him to share in the blessing. It would have been better if Emperor Jingwen hadn't said anything. After he said that, Wang Ziquan's heart suddenly tightened. Here it comes, the biggest test is finally here. Why don't you say? Before Emperor Jingwen finished speaking, Wang Ziquan could no longer bear it and knelt down with a thud. Your Majesty, that Kylan, fell. Facing the gaze of Emperor Jingwen, Wang Ziquan suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. The next moment, the Emperor's furious voice was heard. Bold. How dare concubine Rong disrespect the Emperor? The things bestowed by the Emperor symbolize favor and glory. When you take them back, you can only keep them and never knock or bump them. If you knock or bump them, you will be beheaded, not to mention just throwing them away. Emperor Jingwen felt his anger rising to the top of his head. It seems that I have spoiled her too much on weekdays. Someone come. Yes. Seeing that something serious was about to happen, Wang Ziquan spoke at the fastest speed in his life. Your Majesty, it's not the imperial concubine. It's the little prince. Because Gu Shao is still young and has not yet been given an order of seniority, he is simply called the little prince. Emperor Jingwen was stunned. You mean, it wasn't the imperial concubine who dropped it, but the little prince? Yes. Wang Ziquan told the whole process without hesitation. Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment. If they were imperial concubines, they could be dealt with. Even if they were not imperial concubines but the eldest prince, Emperor Jingwen would definitely punish them severely. But, the little prince is only a few days old now. What should we do? The guards on the side waited for a long time without any follow-up, and the head guard could not help but ask tentatively, Your Majesty, look at this, do you still want to order punishment? Penalty? How? It is ridiculous to punish a child who can't even speak. No need. Emperor Jingwen sat down with a stern face, and no one noticed that his heart was bleeding at this moment. There are some that are of better quality than the Kylan. He has a lot of them in his private vault. But this Kylan is more commemorative, as it has been with him for 10 whole years. But what could Emperor Jingwen do? Resisting the urge to vomit blood, Emperor Jingwen waved his hands to everyone. Everyone, please leave. Let me be quiet for a while. Unable to control himself, he asked again, did the little prince really drop it? Wang Ziquan nodded. Absolutely true. Emperor Jingwen. In the Kaiwu Palace. After Eunuch Wang and the others left, concubine Rong raised her hand to spank her son. How dare you throw anything? Do you want to die? The nanny beside her was shocked when she saw this. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Such a young child, it would be a shame to beat him up again. However, concubine Rong was just pretending and didn't use any strength in the slap. Sitting down on the bed, concubine Rong looked worried. What should I do? Even she should know that damaging something given by the emperor is a grave sin. Back then, her father received a wine cup as a gift from the late emperor, and even built a shrine to worship it. However, she and her brothers and sisters-in-law were not allowed to even look at it, let alone touch it. But this little thing is so brave that it not only touches but also throws things down. Now that Kaiwu Palace is in this state again, how can concubine Rong not be worried? Seeing this, Gu Shao on the side still showed no sign of remorse. It's not that he came from modern times and doesn't know the majesty of the imperial power. The main reason is that he is just a child, and the emperor's biological son. No matter how petty the emperor was, he would never beat him. Since he couldn't hit or scold his son, the little prince, the emperor could only endure it. What happened next was similar to what Gu Shao had guessed. The emperor didn't say anything and there was no punishment. It's just that he hasn't looked very happy since he went to court for the past few days. Gu Shao then silently added a sentence to the label of the emperor in his heart. He is not a tyrant who does not know right from wrong. If you are a little careful, you can bully him. At the same time, the harem was in an uproar. Originally, the matter of concubine Rong's childbirth was almost becoming a joke in the palace. Everyone knows now that concubine Rong had a hasty labor and almost gave birth in the imperial garden. Just by listening to other people's descriptions, the concubines could imagine how miserable concubine Rong was at that time. She is a noble concubine with graceful appearance and extraordinary temperament. If this were mentioned in public, you can imagine how interesting the imperial concubine's expression would be. Unfortunately, no one had the courage to do so. If they were torn apart by the angry and humiliated imperial concubine, it would be a waste of time and effort. They thought that the emperor would be very pleased with the birth of a son, and with his favor, it would not be difficult for her to be conferred with the title of imperial noble consort. The queen of Changchun Palace was so nervous that she couldn't sleep for several nights. What was unexpected was that after concubine Rong gave birth to a healthy prince, her rank was not promoted, but she was treated with unprecedented coldness. It would have been fine if the emperor was busy handling government affairs on the day of the birth, but he didn't even attend the subsequent third-day bathing ceremony, which clearly showed that he didn't value this prince. Even the powerful Duke Zhen was severely reprimanded for this. Thinking back to the day when the imperial concubine was about to give birth, she had an argument with the emperor. Everyone felt that the imperial concubine might have been too petty and eventually angered the emperor. There were too many people in the palace who were laughing at the joke, and only a very few people with discerning eyes understood that this was not the case. There is no way the emperor would punish the imperial concubine for such a small matter. After all, the root of the problem lies with the little prince. If only the crown prince hadn't saved concubine wrong. The two groups of people couldn't help but think so at the same time. After noticing the emperor's attitude, everyone was waiting to see Chu Wu Palace make a fool of himself. Let's see how proud she will be in the future. Without the emperor's blessing, can the imperial concubine still be the imperial concubine she used to be? It was not until today, when the little prince smashed the pair of emerald unicorns, that everyone suddenly woke up. No matter how much the emperor dislikes him, the prince is still a prince after all. He is the emperor's bloodline and is different from a concubine. Even if the other party dropped the gift from the emperor would not say anything. What if he tried changing a concubine? To put it bluntly, some concubines had not been in the palace for as long as the pair of unicorns. At the thought of this, the atmosphere of gloating in the harem suddenly wilted like a popped balloon. In the Kaiwu Palace, when concubine Rong heard that rumors about her had been circulating in the palace, she was so annoyed that it was beyond words. What's so funny about women giving birth? It's as if they don't have this day. If it were their turn, they might be worse than we. Just like the founding emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, wasn't Emperor Jeozo born in the wild? At that time, Jeozo's mother was working in the fields and had no time to return home, so she found a haystack and gave birth to the child on her back. Jeozo was still healthy and eventually led troops to fight and became emperor. There were also women who gave birth in carriages, under willow trees, in pavilions, and in Buddhist temples. Do these women not want to live? Seeing that concubine Rong thought this way, the nanny and Gu Shao beside her both felt relieved. That's right, it's just a woman giving birth, it's such a normal thing, is there any need to make such a fuss about it? Nanny and Gu Shao nodded in agreement secretly. After getting angry, concubine Rong said indignantly, just wait for me. When the little one grows stronger and is 2 months old, she will take it out. They will be so envious then. Concubine Rong secretly made a decision in her heart that she would make sure they looked good when the time came. On the other side, the Kinzen Hall. After listening to the report from the man in brown clothes, Emperor Jingwen was speechless and put down the imperial brush in his hand. In your eyes, do I have such a leisurely life every day? Even the trivial matters in the harem had to be reported to him. It's nothing more than a sour quarrel between women, which is really not worthy of being discussed in public. The man was immediately stuck when he heard this. But, apart from this, there really isn't anything important happening in the harem recently. Okay, you can leave now. As if sensing the other party's confusion, Emperor Jingwen waved his hand impatiently. He still had to continue reviewing memorials. Oh, right. Then he thought of something, and just before the other party disappeared, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but add, if it's still like this in the future, there's no need to come here and talk to me. Yes. After the man left, Emperor Jingwen subconsciously reached for a corner of the jade table, but as expected, his hand found nothing. Emperor Jingwen, I forgot that the pair of emerald unicorns are no longer there. Now, in his spare time, he doesn't even have anything to play with. After a long time, Emperor Jingwen could not help it and asked Wang Ziquan to bring a pair of lions and place them on it. But this new one is not as convenient as the old one after all. While reviewing memorials, Emperor Jingwen became distracted, which was rare for him. The days passed one by one, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the emperor did not come once, and he looked like he would not give up until he had clearly drawn a line between himself and this son who was not part of his plan. He loved the crown prince to the core. At first, concubine Rong would cry and make a fuss, and even sent people to block the emperor. However, because she went too far, she was almost accused by the emperor of spying on him. After that, concubine Rong never dared to do that again. If it were in the past, concubine Rong would have felt as miserable as if she were dead if she was treated like this by Emperor Jingwen. When she was first welcomed into the palace, concubine Rong would be sad for a long time whenever Emperor Jingwen did not come to Kaiwu Palace. Even before she gave birth, when she was pregnant, concubine Rong would feel jealous all night when she saw Emperor Jingwen visiting the newly selected beauties. But now, for some reason, concubine Rong always felt that the feelings in her heart were not as strong anymore. The main reason is that the little guy is really too active and can't sit still. He often wants to be hugged and touched. Even hugging and touching is not enough. I also have to kiss his face from time to time and play close to him. How could there be such a clingy little thing in this world? Perhaps because she was too busy, concubine Rong gradually forgot to be sad. She has been obsessed with making a hat for Gu Shao recently. The reason was that she was afraid that his head would be cold, so Su Xian wrapped a handkerchief around him when she opened the window for ventilation. Then, concubine Rong seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and suddenly became interested in Gu Shao's head. The child is like a snowball, with tender and smooth skin, and looks good in anything he wears. Even concubine Rong's dog-eat-dog craftsmanship now seems amazing. No wonder she is interested in these things. The little prince has become more and more handsome recently. Since the 20th day, the baby's appearance has changed almost every day, which surprised the nanny beside him. If we wait until the future, when the little prince reaches the age to get married, I wonder what the situation will be like. But I don't know if the two of them will be able to see that day. The two maids had smiling faces, and there was no sign of regret in their hearts. When he comes to discuss marriage in the future, I will make sure to choose carefully for him. Girls who are not from aristocratic families will not be selected. Even girls from famous noble families will not be able to catch my eye. Concubine Rong was extremely picky. Gu Shao discovered that his mother in this life was not only a villain, but also a very difficult mother-in-law. In modern times, the woman would be able to run for a train at night in no time. If this continues, can his cheap dad's patience really last until he grows up? Just when Gu Shao was thinking about something, the imperial edict finally arrived. Gu Shao is now 1 month old. Even if his stepfather is still holding him back, it is time to give him a name. Otherwise, you can't let his mother call him little thing all the time, right? Ye Shuo. He is not very outstanding, and even seems very mediocre compared with the eldest prince Ye Liancheng, the second prince Ye Hezi, and the crown prince Ye Chinzhuo. 3 words have become 2 words, the contrast is too obvious. As expected, the closer it gets to the end, the more perfunctory they become. I really wonder if my cheap father has a few more children, will they just become passers-by like Ye Yi? Gu Shao, who has changed his name to Ye Shuo, didn't think it was a big deal. After all, his cheap father has been hypocritical for a long time. But concubine Rong obviously couldn't accept it. She could tolerate Emperor Jingguan's inexplicable neglect, but she would never accept her children being treated differently. But now she really had no other choice but to swear secretly. Sooner or later I will let him know that the child he favors is nothing comparable to this little thing. The former Gu Shao, the current Ye Shuo, that's not necessary. Really, I can bear it. Change your way of thinking. It's difficult to step on everyone, but it's easy to be more useless than everyone else. You can still achieve your goal. By then, my cheap dad will still regret giving me such an ordinary name. Perhaps because she was feeling resentful, concubine Rong was dissatisfied with everything recently and even couldn't stand staying in Kiowa Palace. Choosing a rare sunny day, concubine Rong asked a nanny to hold the child, and the group went out in a grand manner. Sometimes, people can only see people who are luckier than themselves, but cannot see people who are less fortunate than themselves. Just like concubine Rong, she could only see the eldest prince, the second prince and the crown prince who had good names, but she couldn't see the fourth prince who had a name even more perfunctorily than her own son. Yiming is the 6th prince born to an ordinary palace maid. He just turned 5 this year and has just been ranked. Because his mother was of humble origin, he was like a nobody. After the death of the palace maid, Emperor Jingguan did not even point out a foster mother for him. His name was also randomly given to him when he happened to look up and saw the plaque above his head when he named the 6th prince. Normally, the 6th prince and his maidservant never dared to meet the ladies, for fear of causing a conflict. But today, by coincidence, they happened to meet the one whom they could not afford to offend the most. The 6th prince immediately noticed the silk swaddling clothes in the nanny's arms. The pattern on the swaddling clothes alone was worth more than his entire body. After just one glance, the 6th prince lowered his head and dared not look again. I am so envious of my younger brother, who has such a beautiful mother and a status that is born nobler than others. The rank of noble consort is only below the empress and the imperial noble consort. Now that the position of imperial noble consort is vacant, there is only the noble consort left. If the queen makes a mistake, the imperial concubine can perform the queen's duties, hence the saying that her position is equal to that of the vice queen. Now in the entire palace, the only one whose status can be compared with the newborn prince is the crown prince. The others, even the eldest prince, are slightly inferior to him. Under such circumstances, it is not an exaggeration to say that Ye Shuo was born under the spotlight of everyone. Except for the crown prince, he is the most precious person in the entire palace. Even though concubine Rong has been a little unhappy recently, as long as her position remains, the little prince's status will not be shaken. This is why Emperor Jingguan has acted this way recently. However, the 6th prince is only 5 years old now. Even if he is precocious, he can't think so much in his little head. He just simply felt that he was so envious. Please be well, Madam Rong. When passing by, the slightly trembling and shivering sound of the child made the graceful and elegant concubine Rong subconsciously stop. In the past, she never paid attention to the people and things under her feet, but after giving birth to a child, she seemed to have suddenly become sensitive to children. Whose child is this? Why have I never seen him before? Glancing at the ground, concubine Rong noticed that the cuffs of the child's clothes were frayed and no one was helping to sew them. She couldn't help but frown. The nanny beside him couldn't help but blush after hearing this. Your Majesty, this is the 6th prince. Then the nanny lowered her voice and said, you have seen it before. Really? Why don't I have any impression of it? Concubine Rong was puzzled. Because at that time you never even lowered your head to look at the 6th prince, Your Majesty? The 6th prince was young and small in stature. The nanny had noticed that every new year when the palace maids took him to kowtow to the emperor and the empress, the imperial concubine had passed by him twice. Before the 6th prince could even call out the stumbling Empress Rong, concubine Rong had already disappeared. Concubine Rong. This is impossible, mammy, please don't slander me. Concubine Rong flatly denied it. There was no way she could be so cruel to a child. Upon hearing this, the nanny looked at her helplessly and said, "How dare I lie to you?" Concubine Rong was forced to accept the fact that she was once a scumbag. Ye Shuo watched with great interest from the side. Now that he is 1 month old, his ears can hear more clearly and his eyes can see farther, so he can fully see his mother's embarrassment. Ahem, you should get up. Seeing that the 6th prince really didn't dare to say a word, Concubine Rong coughed lightly and spoke indifferently. Caught off guard, the 6th prince was stunned. In the past, Empress Rong never wanted to talk to me, so why today? I'm asking you to get up. Concubine Rong was a little impatient. The 6th prince was startled and stood still. The palace maid beside him also felt her heart skip a beat. When Concubine Rong saw them, she became even more displeased. She was not that scary at all. Why were the two of them like quails? If it were in the past, Concubine Rong would have turned around and walked away without even looking at the two of them, but today, for some reason, she actually asked a few more questions. It's still so cold. Why are you wearing only 2 pieces of clothing and coming out? Are the servants being so slow? Looking at Ye Shuo in the nanny's arms, he was wrapped in 3 layers of clothes. He was neither too hot nor too cold, but very warm. Hearing this, the maidservant beside the 6th prince turned pale and fell to her knees with a plop. The imperial concubine suddenly asked this, "What should we do?" The palace maid couldn't help but secretly glance at the face of the 6th prince next to her, and a hint of pleading flashed in her eyes. To say that she did not serve him wholeheartedly would be a lie. The prince was still a prince after all, and he was not someone that servants like them could humiliate. But if I say I have done my best, it would be a lie. By following other princes, her future would be bright and rewards would be inevitable. However, following the 6th prince of low status, she would get nothing. As time went by, the palace servants around him naturally became negligent. No need to look at him, I want to hear what he says himself. Concubine Rong gave a look, and the young eunuch next to her did not hesitate and pressed the maid to the ground. Sensing that something was wrong, the maid could not help but plead loudly, "6th prince, save me." There was an obvious struggle in the child's eyes, but after a long time, the struggle calmed down again, and the initial timidity was much less. "Thank you, Madam Rong." Under Concubine Rong's playful gaze, the 6th prince bowed to her politely. It's just that the palace servants were negligent. It's not their fault. If I can stand up, they naturally won't dare to stand up. If I can't stand up, it won't make any difference no matter how many batches of palace servants I change. Is this really something a 5-year-old could say? Ye Shuo couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ye Shuo couldn't help but look at him. 2 seconds later, Ye Shuo's eyelids twitched violently. Although the child in front of him was weak, he was also patient. Although he was shivering, his eyes were bright, as if there was a fire hidden in them. This person is definitely not content with the status quo, and will most likely become an ambitious person in the future. Ye Shuo made this judgment in his heart. Concubine Rong, who was standing by, was also shocked when she heard this, but she was not panicked because this child was far inferior to her son. Although the 6th prince's words did not arouse Concubine Rong's sense of crisis, they did arouse her interest, the kind of interest that comes from teasing a pet. "It just so happens that I am going to take Shuo out for some fun today, so you can come along." The tone, which sounded like alms, made the 6th prince a little stunned. However, before he could say anything, Concubine Rong and her entourage were ready to leave. After hesitating for a long time, the 6th prince finally followed. They said they were playing together, but in fact it was just the 6th prince playing with Ye Shuo. Although Ye Shuo is only 1 month old now, Concubine Rong has already found a future follower for him. Concubine Rong was planning to let her son sit in that position. If she wanted to compete with the crown prince, she had to find help. The 6th prince, who was of humble status, was a good choice. Ye Shuo, realizing what his mother was thinking, Ye Shuo was speechless. Who would dare to want such assistance? Maybe instead of providing assistance, I'll just give up and let this guy reap the benefits. Concubine Rong didn't think too much about it, but subconsciously felt that the poor little thing would definitely not dare. They arrived at a lawn, where someone had laid out several thick layers of bedding. Then the nanny slowly and carefully placed the little prince in her arms. When the 6th prince was pushed over, he was confused at first. After he came to his senses, he couldn't help but clench his palms. When the 6th prince guessed what Concubine Rong meant, his first reaction was humiliation, but soon he thought of something and his eyes gradually became calm. When you lower your head and raise your head, you see 2 different faces. Ye Shuo, good job. In this case, he might as well borrow Concubine Rong's power. At the very least, his situation will be better than it is now. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and the 6th prince understood the pros and cons as if he had learned it by himself. Soon, the 6th prince took the rattle handed to him by the nanny very naturally. When Concubine Rong saw this, she couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Ye Shuo's face was full of black lines. It is a beautiful spring day today, and many concubines have come to the imperial garden. Each of them is dressed up carefully, as if they want to blend into the spring. Since Concubine Rong can remember to take her children out to bask in the sun, others can naturally do so as well. The 4th prince and the 5th prince were the sons of Concubine Xian and Concubine Shu respectively. Because their mothers had a good relationship, the two often stayed together. As for the 7th prince, he was the child of Su Girong from Concubine Shu's palace. Since they came from the same palace, the 5th prince would often play with the 7th prince, who was only 4 years old. It was said to be playing, but in fact it was just not playing with the 7th prince. The 5th prince often bullied the 7th prince because he was young and ignorant, and the 4th prince kept shaking his head when he saw this. The 4th prince, who was already 10 years old, reminded the 5th prince many times, but the 5th prince never changed his ways and turned a deaf ear to the warnings. The two were about to quarrel again. Seeing that his 4th brother was about to get angry again, the 5th prince quickly diverted his attention. 5th brother, look who's coming. The 4th prince frowned. You are trying to play tricks on me again. I really didn't lie this time. If you don't believe me, just look. The 5th prince wanted to turn his head away, but thinking of his brother's character, the 5th prince immediately gave up the idea. The 4th prince then turned around doubtfully. It turned out to be the newly born prince. The news of the little prince's birth has spread throughout the harem, and the excitement has lasted for a whole month. However, the 5th prince was somewhat disdainful. He is also the son of the emperor. How precious can he be? The 5th prince was spoiled by nature, so he was naturally dissatisfied when he heard such news. He rolled his eyes and looked at the little baby lying there. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Why don't we? Don't even think about it. The 4th prince rejected it without hesitation. I'm warning you, concubine Rong is not someone you can afford to offend. You'd better give up this idea. The 4th prince was already old enough to know affairs at the age of 10, and he had long since learned how to behave. But how could the 5th prince listen to him? If you don't want to do it, I can do it by myself, right? You, seeing that he not only did not stop, but became more and more aggressive, the 4th prince threw his sleeves in anger and walked away. The 5th prince couldn't help but make a face at his back. But having said that, you really can't do this by yourself. When the 5th prince lowered his head, he happened to see the confused 7th prince. In an instant, the 5th prince came up with a plan. On the other side, Ye Shuo was basking in the sun comfortably, thinking that it was great to be a child. If he were an adult, he would never be so carefree. As for the two sneaky figures on the rockery not far away, Ye Shuo didn't take them seriously. He just thought that they were princes from a palace just like himself. The opponent's hiding skills are really not that good. Look, even the 6th prince beside him discovered it. After a few breaths, the other party seemed to throw something over. Seeing those parabolas, Ye Shuo instinctively felt that something was wrong. Suqiu also felt something and couldn't help but exclaim. The 6th prince was stunned at first, then he used his body to tightly block the swaddling clothes that were so close to him. Ye Shuo's eyes blurred, and then he saw the 6th prince's tense little face. Gila, something fell on the lawn. It turned out to be a small stone. The 6th prince himself didn't know what he was thinking. By the time he reacted, he had already picked up one of the bullets. While no one was paying attention, he gritted his teeth and scratched his forehead with it. The next second, blood gushed out. Then came the angry scolding of concubine Rong and the voice of the nanny shouting to arrest people. At first, the 5th prince didn't take it seriously. It was just a handful of stones. What could go wrong? He just doesn't like the kid and wants to teach him a lesson, so what? He and his 4th brother used to fight all the time when they were young. How come concubine Rong's son is so precious that he can't be touched at all? It was not until the 5th prince saw the child standing in front of the cradle looking back at him with blood on his face. The 5th prince's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over, something happened. He instinctively wanted to run, but it was too late now. He was caught red-handed by concubine Rong. The entire imperial garden suddenly became chaotic. Looking at the 6th prince who was bleeding, then at the 5th prince who was calm and composed, and then at the 7th prince who was obviously tricked and now scared silly, Ye Shuo, who had watched the whole process, had his chest heaving and was stunned. After 2 breaths, he couldn't control himself and cursed fiercely in his heart. Grass, each of them is a tough guy. He is just a few years old, and he is already like this. What will happen when he grows up? Ye Shuo felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. This scene made him even more determined to never participate in the fight for the throne. After hearing Suqiu's exclamation, concubine Rong appeared in front of Ye Shuo almost immediately. Subconsciously, she hurriedly pushed away the obstacle in front of her, and then nervously checked Ye Shuo's condition, fearing that he might be hurt. Seeing that the little baby only had a little dust on his face and was not injured, concubine Rong breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't think too much about it at the time, so she didn't notice what the obstacle was that she pushed away. Caught off guard, the 6th prince felt himself being thrown away by a strong force. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen heavily to the ground. Seeing that everyone was surrounding the little prince nervously, without even giving him a glance, the 6th prince was extremely silent for a while, then he brushed off the grass debris on his body and stood up. Ye Shuo felt that he was being manipulated and was completely dizzy. After a long while, concubine Rong finally remembered to look back, and then she saw the scratch on the 6th prince's forehead. Concubine Rong was stunned at first, then became furious. If the 6th prince had not reacted in time, it would be her son who would have been injured. Concubine Rong couldn't bear to think about how painful it would be if such a long cut appeared on her son's head. The more serious the 6th prince's injuries were, the angrier concubine Rong became. Without giving it much thought, she spoke loudly, Mammy Jing, Mammy Yu, the two of you, bring someone to capture those 2 people on the rockery. Yes. The two maids received the order and rushed forward aggressively with a few young eunuchs. The fifth prince and the seventh prince were caught red-handed. When he was caught, the fifth prince remained very calm. After all, he was not the one who did it, so couldn't he just push the responsibility away? Unfortunately, the fifth prince was still too young and didn't know that once someone determined you were guilty, no matter how you defended yourself, it would be useless. Concubine Rong was almost laughing at his words. How old is the seventh prince? Without your help, can he climb up the rockery? Concubine Rong was a little impatient, but it didn't mean she was a fool. When the fifth prince heard this, he couldn't help but secretly say bad news. I actually forgot about this. It was indeed he who pulled the seventh prince up there at that time. However, the fifth prince remained calm, as he already understood what his status as a prince meant. Even the queen mother would not punish them easily, let alone a mere concubine Rong. You slave dogs, let me go quickly. If you hurt me and my brother, can you bear the consequences? As if he was saying this on purpose for concubine Rong to hear, the fifth prince kicked the eunuch who was holding his arm. After hearing this, the palace maids around did not dare to move anymore. They turned around and looked at concubine Rong with embarrassment. This is the emperor's offspring. If anything goes wrong with him, they really won't be able to explain. Seeing them retreat, the fifth prince became even more proud, and even looked up at concubine Rong provocatively. I had heard from my mother a long time ago that this woman was rampant and annoying, and when I saw her today, she was just like that. Just consider it as revenge for my mother. Concubine Rong noticed his expression and her face turned blue with anger. Seeing this, Ye Shuo, who was held tightly in concubine Rong's arms, couldn't help but sigh. This kid is still too young. If he didn't live in this palace, there would be plenty of ways to torture him. Ye Shuo, a newcomer, came up with a lot of ideas in just a few breaths, not to mention his mother, a veteran in the palace. By then, the fifth prince would probably want his mother's people to catch him and beat him up. It is true that concubine Rong may be short-sighted in some aspects, but she is really not stupid. The fifth prince really pissed her off this time. Since you want to see it, I will let you see it today. When it comes to arrogance and domineering, concubine Rong is number one in the palace. Who is the fifth prince? Someone, please bring concubine Shu and Su Girong over to me. The fifth prince finally started to panic. What do you mean? What do you want to do by inviting my mother here? Silly child, my mother can't touch you, but can't she touch your mother? Although Shifei and Su Girong were indeed innocent, especially Su Girong, her son was the one who took the blame, and she was also implicated, which was really miserable. But now Ye Shuo couldn't speak, so naturally he couldn't plead for the mother and son. He could only spend more time with his mother, hoping that she would calm down soon. When concubine Shu received the news, her head suddenly buzzed. Tell me, why would my own son provoke her for no reason? Didn't he see that even the queen couldn't do anything to her? He even attacked her son. What's the difference between this and pulling out a tiger's beard? Shifei is already a mother, and she has also lost a child, so she naturally understands what the newborn little prince means to Rong Gaifei. She had no choice but to secretly ask her personal maid to pass the message to the emperor, hoping that the emperor would save them for the sake of the second prince. About half an incense stick of time later, concubine Shu and Su Girong hurried to the imperial garden. When they saw the blood-stained cloth on the ground, their hearts skipped a beat at the same time and their faces turned pale. Then they took another look at the swaddling clothes in concubine Rong's arms. Fortunately, it wasn't this child. As for the sixth prince standing aside, he was subconsciously ignored by the two. Kneel down. Seeing the two of them, concubine Rong felt hatred in her heart and said in a cold voice, You know, this imperial garden is paved with pebbles. How painful would it be if anyone actually knelt down? The fifth prince immediately became anxious. Mother, don't do it. But, how can she really refuse to do so just because he said no? A higher-ranking official can crush a commoner to death. If the imperial concubine punishes the Shifei, how could the Shifei not listen? Shifei sighed inwardly, and knelt down together with Su Girong, supported by her personal maid. The seventh prince couldn't control himself and burst into tears. Su Girong was heartbroken seeing this, but there was nothing she could do. The fifth prince finally realized that he was wrong and understood why everyone in the palace was afraid of the imperial concubine. Unfortunately, it's too late. Punishing the mother for the son is a cruel move. Ye Shuo felt that he and his mother were becoming more and more like villains at this moment. Since the fifth prince was raised by you, and he made a mistake today, you should kneel here for half an hour on his behalf. After all, concubine Shu was the biological mother of the two princes. Even concubine Rong could not go too far. If it was Su Girong's child who was the mastermind, concubine Rong would make her knees crippled. Although it was only half an hour, it was still quite unbearable. The fifth prince was still cursing. Noble concubine Rong, how dare you treat my mother like this? Just wait, when my second brother comes back one day, I will definitely make you pay. Concubine Rong paused while caressing her son's face and said, If you say one more word, I will make concubine Shu kneels for another cup of tea. The fifth prince completely collapsed. It is no exaggeration to say that this scene is the childhood shadow of the fifth prince. Now that he can meet her, he will probably become obedient for a long time. The other side. Emperor Jingguan soon learned the news from the harem, but he did not intend to care. After all, it was indeed the fifth prince who was at fault in this matter. Moreover, at such a young age, he actually pushed his young brother to take the blame for himself. He really deserves a lesson. Just keep an eye on it and don't go too far. Once these words were spoken, the outcome of the matter was basically determined. After waiting for the emperor for a long time, concubine Shu gradually realized what was going on. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to suppress it at this moment. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and finally she felt better. Concubine Rong put down the teacup in her hand and looked at the imperial physician beside her. How is it? Will the sixth prince have a scar on his face in the future? The doctor shook his head. It shouldn't be. This wound looks long, but it's actually not deep. Children recover quickly, so it will heal soon. Well, thank you for your help. Concubine Rong nodded and said, I remember that your imperial hospital has several special healing medicines for scar removal. Remember to give them to the sixth prince. Concubine Rong has always been clear about rewards and punishments, especially since the sixth prince helped her son block those stones. She was naturally grateful. Unexpectedly, the sixth prince caught the imperial concubine's eye because of this incident. The imperial physician agreed without hesitation. Turning around again, concubine Rong looked at the maids brought by the sixth prince and said, And you, if I see you neglecting the sixth prince again, you'll be in trouble. I dare not. Upon hearing this, the palace maid hurriedly knelt down to show her loyalty. It's getting late. You're wearing thin clothes and you're injured. The servants can't serve you well. Why don't you move to my palace temporarily and leave after your head injury heals? If you give me a peach, I will repay you with a jade. Concubine Rong did not even consider whether the emperor would agree. Anyway, if the emperor does not agree or feels it is inappropriate, he will naturally send someone to notify us. Thank you so much, Imperial Concubine Rong. The sixth prince had a look of gratitude and was touched, and he added a bit of caution, which made everyone's heart softened. Poor child. No one could have imagined that such a seemingly ordinary conflict might have been tampered with by someone. Even the fifth prince could not guess it even if he was beaten to death. There is a saying that goes, a mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. He thought he had found a scapegoat, but he didn't expect to make wedding clothes for others. In this round, the sixth prince may become the biggest winner. Ye Shuo's whole body was broken as he watched from the side. Silly mother, you actually got fooled by a 5-year-old child. Little did you know that bringing the sixth prince to Kiowa Palace was truly inviting a wolf into the house. Perhaps at the beginning the sixth prince simply wanted to change his current life, but after he gradually got used to the luxury of Kiowa Palace, there was no guarantee that he would not desire more. Ye Shuo remembered that there was a phrase called the cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest, right? The turtle dove kills the magpie's child and can naturally take its place. Help. God bless, the sixth prince will evolve to this level later, and later. T/L equals he is referring to the concept where the real son W. Of course, the sixth prince is only a 5-year-old child now. He might be a little cunning, but not to the extent that Ye Shuo was worried about. Ye Shuo also didn't want to be on guard for things that hadn't happened yet, otherwise living like that would be too tiring. As things are now, it is understandable that the sixth prince wants to break free from his current difficult environment, and who can blame the fifth prince for having bad intentions first? Since the fifth prince wants to use others, he must be prepared to be used by others in return. At the same time, Ye Shuo was more willing to believe that the sixth prince pounced on him because he was worried about his safety. Ye Shuo was an adult, and secretly he didn't want to think too badly of a 5-year-old child. Just like that, the sixth prince followed concubine Rong and her entourage back to Kiowa Palace as it was a natural thing. Emperor Jingguan soon learned about this matter, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Firstly, the two children are still young, and the future is still a long way off, so there is no need to worry too much for the time being. Secondly, it may not be a good thing for the imperial concubine to have one more child. As long as the child is not listed in the imperial concubine's name in the imperial edict, it will not have any impact. It was only at this time that Emperor Jingguan realized that his little-known son was not living well in the prince's residence. No matter what, he is his own child after all, and cannot be abused by an ordinary servant. With a frown on his face, after sentencing several people, Emperor Jingguan learned that the sixth prince had an injury on his forehead. He then asked the eunuchs around him to select some supplements that would help the wound heal and give them to the sixth prince. When the sixth prince saw the ointment on the tray, he was so flattered that he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. For the first time in his life, his father actually mentioned him. As expected, only by following the imperial concubine can I have the chance to be seen by my father. This move by Emperor Jingguan further strengthened the sixth prince's determination to stay. No matter what, he must find a way to stay here. Although the sixth prince did not know the specific method, he knew one thing, that is, the imperial concubine was particularly concerned about the newborn little brother. So as long as I try my best to be nice to my little brother, I still have a chance, right? After all, there are only a few children who are born bad. Even for the sixth prince, his first reaction is to please, not to kill. Seeing the child in front of him blush with excitement because of a small bottle of ointment, Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that a child who lacks love can move himself if you treat him a little bit better. Ye Shuo decided that he would be nicer to this poor kid in the days to come and try to bully him as little as possible. Give him the warmth of spring breeze, so that such a good child will not go astray in the end. concubine Rong still had some sense of propriety. She did not give the side palace that belonged to her son to the sixth prince to live in. Instead, she asked the palace servants to clean up a side room next to the main palace for him to live in. But even if it is a side room, it is not comparable to the sixth prince's previous residence. The sixth prince still lives in the place where his biological mother lived before her death. Sometimes the difference between being favored and being unfavored is so huge. This is Baoke. She will be responsible for serving you from now on. If you have any grievances, just tell me. Concubine Rong did not hesitate and casually pointed to the senior palace maid beside her. Upon hearing this, the sixth prince bowed and expressed his gratitude without a second thought. Thank you, Madam Rong. No need. What concubine Rong was most impatient about was kneeling down. It's getting late now, and you've been frightened today, so you should go to bed early. I'll ask Mammy to come to your room to call you at breakfast tomorrow. After saying that, concubine Rong briefly checked the newly made bedding on the bed, and when she found that there was no problem, she left quickly. As soon as they went out, the nanny next to them couldn't help laughing. Mammy, why are you laughing for no reason? Concubine Rong was puzzled. But is there anything happy? Why don't you tell me about it? Not really? Nanny shook her head and said with a smile, I just feel that now that the queen has become a mother, she has become a little different. How could she have had such patience and attentiveness in the past? If the master and his wife saw it, I'm afraid they wouldn't recognize it. Being teased like this, concubine Rong's cheeks turned slightly red. It's all because of this little thing. She had never been involved in anything before, so she had never thought about it in this regard. Ye Shuo looked extremely innocent. He was just a little useless, a little clingy, and required some care. How did it have anything to do with him? The noise of playfulness gradually faded away. After telling Baok to leave with a stern face, the sixth prince could not wait to look around. Reaching out his hand carefully and touching the brocade-embroidered bedding, the sixth prince remembered concubine Rong's action of checking the thickness just now. Before this, no one had ever cared whether he slept warmly. Afterward, an incredible thought flashed through the sixth prince's mind. Am I going to have a family? The next day, Ye Shuo keenly discovered that the sixth prince had changed. He became particularly nice to him and seemed to be very cautious, wanting to please him and his mother. After a moment's thought, Ye Shuo understood why. While sighing in his heart, he also gave very active feedback. Then the sixth prince was surprised to find that his little brother, who was only over a month old, seemed to understand what he said. When he stretched out his hand, he actually took the initiative to ask for a hug. He was really smart. When concubine Rong, who was watching from the side, saw this, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's only been over a month since he could recognize people. What will happen if he grows up a little bit more? The nanny nearby also said that usually babies start to recognize people at 4 or 5 months old, and know to be held at 5 or 6 months old. In other words, her son is at least 4 months smarter than other children. If you switch to reading and writing, wouldn't you be even better? Leading by 3 to 5 years won't be a problem. At this moment, concubine Rong seemed to see the scene when her son entered the study room to study and surpassed the other princes. As expected of my son, you are different from ordinary people. Ye Shuo was so scared that he quickly put his hand down. He just stretched out his hand. How could his mother think so much about it? After this lesson, Ye Shuo never dared to move again. He was afraid that one day his mother would really say, I think everyone else is ordinary, but my son is capable of great responsibilities. Then Ye Shuo would have no place to cry. Ye Shuo endured until he was 2 months old before he could lift his head, turned over at 4 months, could sit at 6 months, and could crawl at 8 months. When he was 1 year old, he could barely take 2 steps holding the edge of the bed. This perfectly fits the folk law of 2 lifts, 4 turns, 6 sits, 7 rolls, 8 crawls, and a week walks. Some children who develop well and learn quickly can run around at 8 or 9 months old. Ye Shuo's performance is not considered fast, but in the eyes of concubine Rong, her son was extremely smart and learned things very quickly, which made Ye Shuo wonder if his acting skills had declined. In his previous life, he had been pretending for more than 20 years, but his father did not suspect anything. Gradually, Ye Shuo realized that it was not the case at all, but that concubine Rong's filter was too thick, and she could no longer recognize the reality. It would have been fine if she was the only one who failed to recognize the reality, but she also led the sixth prince astray. After hearing this so many times, the young sixth prince also felt that his younger brother was smart. After all, the sixth prince was young and did not remember anything about his childhood, let alone that he could speak when he was 7 months old. But his younger brother still spoke indistinctly and could not even utter a complete sentence mother. When he was 9 months old, he was already running around the yard. Compared with him, it would not be an exaggeration to call the little prince a mediocrity. The maid who had served the sixth prince since he was a child did not dare to say a word. She buried her head, fearing that concubine Rong and the maids beside her would notice her abnormality. The maid knew very well that if she dared to tell the truth at this time, she would definitely not see the sun tomorrow. In the beginning, the maids didn't actually think the little prince was smart. They thought he was just a normal child. But there was nothing to be done. The little prince was so handsome. His little face, which had already begun to show its outline, especially his slightly slanted phoenix eyes and his red lotus-like mouth, were simply his 2 most amazing weapons. From an 80-year-old old lady to an 8-year-old little girl, there are very few who don't like this one. Although the little prince is still young, it is precisely because of his young age that he has this face that makes him look good no matter what he does. The maids became increasingly obsessed with the results of the powerful alliance between the emperor and the imperial concubine, and gradually gave up their principles. For some reason, Ye Shuo suddenly felt that the burden on him was very heavy. In fact, he had almost mastered pronunciation when he was 4 months old. After all, it was quite easy for him to speak again. The same is true for walking, but due to the child's soft bones, he dare not stand up too early. Ye Shuo was now just thankful that he had held it in, otherwise his reputation as a genius would have spread throughout the harem by now. Thinking of that scene, Ye Shuo couldn't help but shudder. What's wrong? Are you cold? Seeing this, the 6th prince asked in a low voice. Nearly 9 months had passed, and the 6th prince had now gotten used to life in Kiowa Palace, and caring for his younger brother had become a natural thing for him. Ye Shuo is still physically young, so there is no way he can explain this to him, so he can only put it aside for the time being. Seeing the child looking at him, regardless of whether he could understand or not, the 6th prince instructed, when you do the 1-year-old ceremony later, you don't have to be nervous. Just do it like you did a few days ago. All the concubines in the palace will come at that time, even the queen will be present. The 6th prince knows this. Ever since the incident when the 5th prince and the 7th prince threw stones at his younger brother, imperial concubine Rong has detained his younger brother in the yard and never asked him to go out again. The 6th prince was afraid that he would be nervous because he had never met so many people. But in fact, the 6th prince was just a 6-year-old child, not much older than Ye Shuo today. Ye Shuo blinked and was about to say that he was not nervous, but the next moment, he heard the eunuch's voice suddenly coming from outside. The emperor has arrived. I pay my respects to his majesty. May his majesty be blessed with good health and good wealth. The concubines were startled at first, and then they all saluted. The queen sitting on the upper throne was stunned at first, and then she slowly saluted with the help of her maid. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed with good health. Having missed the 3rd day bath and the full moon, Emperor Jingwen still had to come on the day of his first birthday. Ye Shuo then remembered, oh, besides his mother, he also had a father. Just as Ye Shuo was stunned, a pair of dragon boots embroidered with gold thread appeared before his eyes. In recent months, Emperor Jingwen has been very busy with government affairs and has had almost no time to rest. It is said that he is busy dealing with the spring floods in the south. He has not set foot in the harem for half a year, let alone come to see the imperial concubine. Last spring, when the little prince was born, was an excellent year. The winter was not too cold, which led to officials from all over the country being lax in taking precautions. Unexpectedly, this year would turn out to be a cold winter with significantly more snowfall. At the beginning of spring this year, the ice and snow melted, the river water level rose sharply, and floods occurred in 2 places. The queen received news that during the morning court session this morning, the ministers blamed each other for the poor flood control, which angered Emperor Jingwen. The queen thought that Emperor Jingwen would not come today, but unexpectedly he came in the end. Not to mention the queen, even concubine Rong was a little surprised. During this year, the imperial concubine's daily schedule was fully scheduled as she had another child. In addition, the 6th prince was about to enter the study room, so the imperial concubine was busy looking for someone to teach him. He went to the study room to study, but how could the prince who went in really not know a single word? If the 6th prince were allowed to go like this, he would definitely be laughed at. So concubine Rong insisted on keeping the 6th prince by her side, and it dragged on for so long. At the same time, the 6th prince also worked hard and learned most of the commonly used characters in just 2 or 3 months. As for writing, once he entered the upper study, there would naturally be a tutor who would correct him bit by bit. Also, my son learned to lift his head today, and learned to roll over tomorrow. After a few days, he learned to call mother vaguely. Under such circumstances, how could concubine Rong spare any extra time to miss the emperor? Just now when the young eunuch delivered the message, concubine Rong suddenly remembered that she had not seen Emperor Jingwen for nearly a year. She realized belatedly that the days without him were not as hard to bear as she had imagined. Ye Shuo was just about to look up, but before he could move, the head palace maid Suyu immediately picked him up and saluted to the emperor on his behalf. The little prince greets his majesty. May his majesty be blessed with good health and happiness. Since she rashly rushed to the prince to ask for help, Suyu was fortunately rescued by concubine Rong in the end, and she did not suffer any sequelae. Now, a year has passed, her injuries have long since healed, and she is still the smartest one among all the palace maids. Relying on his young age and the fact that he was not forbidden to look the emperor in the face, Ye Shuo looked at his adoptive father carefully. To be fair, Emperor Jingwen is much more handsome than Mr. Gu, and most importantly, he has an aura that makes him worthy of being an emperor. Even though he doesn't say anything, just standing there makes people feel pressured. Mr. Gu, who was in his 30s, had become a greasy uncle with the style of a local boss. Especially with his increasingly thinning hair and big beer belly, Ye Shuo at that time was very worried that his hairline would become like his in a few years. Emperor Jingwen, who was in his 30s, was well maintained, with a strong body, not a trace of fat on his belly, deep facial features, and a majestic aura without even anger. Looking like this, it's no wonder that my appearance has improved to a higher level in this life. However, Ye Shuo still missed his fat, rich father more. Only that father would treat him well unconditionally. Now this father who was absent during his infancy made Ye Shuo doubt whether he was reproduced asexually. Although my mother is no longer the same mother, she is still so familiar. Dad is no longer the same dad as before, and has become extremely unfamiliar. Before this, he even fantasized that the family of three could renew their past relationship, but he forgot about fate. Being able to meet each other once was already a blessing from God. The inexplicable hope in his heart was shattered, and a trace of disappointment flashed across Ye Shuo's eyes. While Ye Shuo was looking at Emperor Jingguan was also looking at him. Although Emperor Jingguan seldom entered the harem, he had heard a lot of news about his youngest son, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. The baby's facial features have gradually become clear. Although he still has a face full of baby fat, he can already vaguely distinguish eyebrows that are similar to those of the imperial concubine and more handsome, a straight nose bridge, lips that are exactly the same as those of the imperial concubine and are naturally red, and good skin that is carved out of the same mold as the imperial concubine, etc. How come this child doesn't look like me at all? Emperor Jingguan hurriedly read it again. He discovered that the only thing about this child that didn't look like the imperial concubine was his eyes. The child also didn't look like him either. It was more like he had a pair of eyes like that. The emperor paused as he fiddled with the beads. As for children, their facial features haven't fully developed yet, so it's hard to see. Maybe it will get better when they grow up. Emperor Jingguan thought so, and under the gaze of the concubines, he calmly asked, how far has the little prince's Zhou ceremony progressed? T/L equals Zhou ceremony is a Chinese ritual held at a child's first birthday party, when the child is 1 year, i.e. typically 12 months since birth. Regardless of her usual relationship with the imperial concubine, the queen still smiled and said, Your Majesty, we are still waiting. It hasn't officially started yet. According to the old custom in the palace, when the prince and princess turn 1 year old, the other concubines have to symbolically present 1 or 2 items to the little prince and princess. There are also considerations for the gifts given. Anyway, no one would come to cause trouble on such a happy day, so what is placed in front of Ye Shuo now are some relatively elegant things such as ink stones, ink sticks, ancient books, etc. At a glance, they all have very good meanings. As for those who are not up to par, they were all kept far away from Ye Shuo, not giving him any chance to contact them at all. Isn't that what the Zhou ceremony is all about? Everyone knows it and has long been accustomed to it. Ye Shuo was as clear as a mirror, knowing that he was just going through the motions today. As early as a month ago, everyone in Kaiwu Palace had made full preparations for his 1-year-old birthday banquet. Nanny Jing, Nanny Yu, Su Yu, and Su Xian help with the training almost every day to prevent the little prince from messing up. Today, they even smeared the imperial concubine's favorite ointment on things like the inkstone, which was as appropriate as it could be. Ye Shuo understood their painstaking efforts and naturally cooperated with them. The queen continued, I wonder what good things the emperor has prepared for the little prince today. Even the concubines had sent gifts, so naturally Emperor Jingguan, as the father, could not be left out. Swear to God, this time the queen really just asked casually and had no other intention. Emperor Jingguan pondered for a long time. When he raised his eyes, he happened to meet Ye Shuo's clear black and white eyes. His mind moved, and he didn't know what he thought of. He actually took off the jade seal hanging on his waist. In an instant, the entire main hall was filled with shock. The concubines who were originally chatting and laughing could not make a sound at this moment. Concubines who had children, such as concubine Shu, concubine Xian, and concubine Da, exerted force with their hands and the handkerchiefs in their hands were twisted into a ball. Even the queen couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Who in the world doesn't know what the emperor's private seal means? If Su Yu had not held her down in time, concubine Rong would have been so shocked that she almost stood up from the embroidered cushion on the spot. What is the emperor going to do? What does he mean by this? As luck would have it, Emperor Jingguan acted as if he didn't see it. After taking off the private seal, he casually placed it on the tray that eunuch Wang Ziquan found in time. I came here in a hurry today and did not prepare anything in advance. I will give this to the little prince as a gift. He said it lightly, but the concubines were horrified when they heard it. Ye Shuo watched helplessly as Wang Ziquan carefully placed the small jade seal in front of him. Ye Shuo, he is really something. My cheap dad is really awesome. It was at this moment that Ye Shuo suddenly remembered that he had not heard any news from his stepfather and grandfather for a long time. His mother did not seem to be very worried, so Ye Shuo deduced that his stepfather and grandfather must have reached a delicate balance. After all, the Duke of Zhen has been a soldier all his life, so it is unrealistic to eradicate him in one day. Let's cut the weeds at their roots. My stepfather probably won't be willing to do that, but the prosperity of the Zhen mansion does make him worried. Therefore, this is to test the attitude of the Duke of Zhen's mansion under the pretext of the 1-year-old ceremony. Let the Duke of Zhen mistakenly believe that the little prince has a hope of becoming the crown prince and see how the Duke of Zhen's mansion will react. Based on the reaction of the Duke of Zhen's mansion, the emperor can decide whether to kill him or keep him. Ye Shuo understood the truth, but it did not prevent him from feeling disgusted. Ye Shuo hates being used the most. This habit of his cheap dad is not good and needs to be corrected. Noticing that the little prince's eyes were blinking, for some reason, Emperor Jingguan's eyelids twitched suddenly, as if something bad was about to happen. Unaware of this, concubine Rong was both nervous and conflicted. To be fair, she wanted her son to get the jade seal, but her sixth sense reminded her that something seemed wrong. But soon, concubine Rong no longer had time to worry about whether the jade seal was there or not. Under the slightly tense gaze of the crowd, the little prince below moved. I had wanted to be honest and cooperate quietly in attending the one-year-old banquet, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. When Ye Shuo accurately avoided all the good things and went straight to the abacus on the outermost edge, Emperor Jingguan's movement of turning the beads in his hand sped up uncontrollably. Abacus represents merchants, among which scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans are the lowest, so the royal family naturally despises them. When Ye Shuo put the gold ingot next to the abacus into his pocket, Emperor Jingguan moved accordingly. He had already discovered that something seemed to be wrong. Oh, you can't take it anymore? There's more to come. Noticing the subtle noise not far away, Ye Shuo sneered in his heart. Finally, when his little hands touched the rouge and belly band, the beads on Emperor Jingguan's bracelet crackled and almost left an afterimage. There were Buddhist scriptures engraved on the bracelet, which was originally used for meditation, but now it made him more and more anxious the more he turned it. When Emperor Jingguan used the jade seal to test the Duke of Zhen's mansion, he obviously forgot one thing. The little prince is also his son. His son took all these messy things in front of so many people. How can he, as a father, have any face left? If the royal family knew about this, especially the princes, what would we do then? When Emperor Jingguan thought of that scene, his face turned slightly pale. This, before the one-year-old ceremony, didn't concubine Rong ask the palace maids to rehearse in advance? Before this, in the entire Zhou Dynasty, no one had ever caught these things at the prince's first birthday banquet. Not to mention princes and princesses, even members of the royal family and even the common people rarely see it. The so-called one-year-old celebration is basically just a formality. What does a child who has just turned 1 year old know? It is just the result of careful arrangements by the parents. It's okay to do it behind closed doors at home, but if you want to do it for your friends and family, some families have even started preparing 1 or 2 months in advance. The probability of an accident happening is extremely small, but it just so happened that Emperor Jingguan encountered such a ridiculous scene. Look at what his youngest son was holding in his hands. An abacus the size of a palm and a golden ingot. These two things are fine, but as for his love of money, it is barely reasonable for him to work in the Ministry of Revenue in the future. But rouge and belly band are clearly things for women. The ancients were quite superstitious about activities like the Zhou ceremony, and they believed that a child's personality was already formed during childhood. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying you can tell a child's future by looking at him at the age of 3, and his old age by looking at him at the age of 7. But if that's the case, then what does his youngest son say now? Not only is there a piece of rouge, but there is also a belly band. Could it be a sign that her son will become a sex maniac when he grows up? Even the aristocratic families value elegance and restraint, and the royal family is even more so. If the royal family wants to convince the gentry of the world, they should set an example. The word lustful is a very disgraceful thing even for the royal family. After seeing this scene, after being stunned for a while, some concubines below couldn't help but laughed softly. The little prince is so useless. Let's see how the imperial concubine can be so proud in the future. If they gave birth to such a son, wouldn't they be so ashamed that they would never be able to leave the palace again? My lady, please don't be upset. The little prince is of noble status, so it won't be a problem even if there are more women around him in the future. There was an air of teasing and mockery in these words, and the usual fear was completely gone. They are usually closer to the queen and have long disliked the imperial concubine. They have finally waited for such an opportunity and have been holding it back for so long, so they must indulge themselves, right? What's more, with the emperor around, how could the imperial concubine, who had just lost face, still be so rampant? After the words fell, the queen, who was sitting at the top, paused and thought to herself, idiot. At this time, you dare to say such words. In the eyes of several concubines, after this incident, the little prince, who was already treated coldly, would inevitably be completely disliked by the emperor. Even if she was an imperial concubine, what could she do? But after they said this, the face of Emperor Jingguan at the table became darker and uglier. These ladies are probably in trouble. But this is none of her business, they just wanted to make fun of themselves. Before Ye Shuo could show any sympathy, the next moment, he saw Emperor Jingguan glaring at them with a sullen face. Lu Ziyi, Yang Juyo, Wu Juyo, your words and deeds are inappropriate, and you will be punished to reflect on your mistakes for 3 months. T/L equals Lady of Bright Deportment, Ziyi. Lady of Handsome Fairness, Juyo. Emperor. Several people were obviously panicked. They couldn't understand when the emperor should have disliked the little prince, he punished them instead. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing he could do. Who told him to be so young? How narrow-minded did the emperor have to be to argue with a 1-year-old child? What's the difference between what these people just did and saying that your child is bad in front of the child's parents? Wouldn't my cheap dad be angry? Emperor Jingguan wanted to say something, but he held it back when his eyes met the baby's tender face. But Ye Shuo seemed not to understand. He kept shaking his 2 little hands and the abacus in his hands made a clattering sound. The noise gave Emperor Jingguan a headache. At that time, the red mandarin duck belly band swayed up and down with the little prince from time to time, and it made Emperor Jingwen's temples throb. It's simply outrageous. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take the things from the little prince's hands. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Seeing the frantic movements of the maid and the palace servants, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, looked around, and said word by word, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, understand?" Upon hearing this, the queen took the lead in agreeing, yes. Really unable to stay any longer, Emperor Jingwen came with a cold face and a tentative mind, but finally left in anger. A mischievous look flashed across Ye Shuo's eyes. Not long after walking out of the gate of Kaiwu Palace, eunuch Wang Ziquan trotted up to catch up. Emperor Jingwen then realized that the imperial concubine had actually rehearsed the performance in advance. Then why did this happen? Upon hearing this, Wang Ziquan opened his mouth but did not dare to answer. Everything was fine before, but everything changed after the emperor took out the jade seal. Children are ignorant to begin with, and once the routine is disrupted, it may trigger a chain reaction. Although Wang Ziquan did not say it, Emperor Jingwen soon thought of this, and his face turned even darker. So is this considered shooting oneself in the foot? He wanted to test the Duke of Zhen, but he forgot that child knew nothing and ended up making things worse. Emperor Jingwen learned his lesson immediately and secretly warned himself that he would never do that again next time, because children are really uncontrollable. Emperor Jingwen returned to the Kinzen Hall not long after. When the crown prince saw him, he was shocked. Didn't they say that father went to attend the little prince's one-year-old celebration? How come he came back so soon? T/L equals referring to the servants. The most important thing is that his complexion has become so bad. The prince couldn't help but asked with concern, "Father, what happened in the middle?" In the past, if the prince had asked this question, Emperor Jingwen would have answered in a gentle tone, but this time, he really couldn't say it, and even said with a hint of shame, "Do your job well, be careful with your words and actions, and don't ask about things that are not your business." The prince became nervous instantly after being scolded for no apparent reason. Did he say something wrong? The prince looked calm on the surface, but he was actually extremely panicked, so he really didn't dare to continue asking. When he returned to his palace and inquired, he found out that it was the little prince who was causing the trouble. His mind suddenly relaxed, and after understanding the whole cause and effect, the prince was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The other side. After the emperor left, other concubines also left one after another, and the happy one-year-old banquet suddenly turned into a mess. Zhao Chongrong looked at the little prince who was still sitting on the ground and looked pitiful with a little worry. These were all caused by adults, but they blamed a child. Ever since the day the imperial concubine gave birth in her palace and the little prince took the initiative to ask for her daughter's silver bracelet, Zhao Chongrong had already been somewhat concerned about the little prince. When Zhao Chongrong found the pill, she became even more conflicted. Now that something like this has happened again, it is really heartbreaking. In particular, Zhao Chongrong discovered that the pair of silver bracelets were still on the little prince's wrists. At this time, Zhao Chongrong didn't know that the poor little thing in her eyes was actually the culprit of the whole incident. Ye Shuo actually had a pretty good impression of this Zhao Chongrong. Noticing that she looked strange, he couldn't help but grin and waved at her. Zhao Chongrong felt even more uncomfortable now. Resisting the urge to look back, Zhao Chongrong tightly grasped the handkerchief and left silently. I just hope that the imperial concubine won't blame him too harshly. A stick of incense later, the moment the door of Kaiwu Palace closed, concubine Rong took a deep breath and looked at her son with gritted teeth. This little thing, how could it fail at the critical moment? Concubine Rong, who was unaware of the inside story, must have been angry at the moment, especially because the little one had behaved so well in the previous month that even she was fooled. Finally, at the one-year-old banquet, such a thing suddenly happened to her. Concubine Rong was so angry that she was about to die. Especially when she thought of the emperor's expression, Concubine Rong became even more anxious. What if he is really disliked by the emperor because of this incident? The sixth prince on the side looked at this one, then looked at that one, and also felt at a loss. However, out of habit, he still helped to plead, "Concubine Rong, my brother is still young, please don't. It's none of your business. Just stay aside." Concubine Rong gritted her teeth and walked straight towards her son. The sixth prince was about to step in front when he was stopped by Nanny Jing. He was extremely anxious for a moment. Nanny Jing, however, was not worried at all. As a mother, how could she really bear to be angry with her child? The maids like Su Xin, Su Yu, Su Qiu, who were not married yet, had no idea. They bit their lower lips and knelt down with a plop. "My queen, the little prince is young and doesn't understand anything. It's our fault and our carelessness that caused this to happen. If you want to punish him, punish us." T/L equals concubines are also referred to as queen by their servants only, to satisfy their vanity, you know? As the empress is the only legitimate wife of the emperor as well as the mother of the nation. I didn't realize that he had bribed you to. Looking at the little thing that was surrounded, Concubine Rong almost laughed out of anger. There is no way. The little prince is so lovable on weekdays, especially when he reaches out for a hug, it makes people's hearts melt and makes people want to defend on him unconsciously. Even Concubine Rong is like this, let alone these maids. Ye Shuo obviously knew that his mother was angry, so when she came over, he quickly offered her the rouge in his hand, and took advantage of his young age to softly call out, "Mom." There was a thin mist in Rufeng's slightly raised eyes, which made her look pitiful. T/L equals Rufeng's eyes are slender eyes with pupils close to the corners of the eyes showing a little smile itself. Concubine Rong couldn't bear it anymore. No one knew where the little thing learned this, but when there were no outsiders around, he never called herself mother. He always called her mother when she is angry, which was so annoying that Concubine Rong couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. If just one word mom is not enough, then add a kiss. The ancients were reserved by nature, and Concubine Rong had never seen such a scene before. She was soon embraced by the child, and then kissed on both cheeks, which made Concubine Rong lose her temper immediately. "You can't even speak clearly on weekdays, why are you suddenly calling me mom now, huh?" Faced with Concubine Rong's questioning, Ye Shuo chose to play dumb, leaning into his mother's arms, pretending not to understand what she said. "Your Majesty, the little prince is also thinking about you. Look at this rouge." Nanny Jing spoke at the right time. Concubine Rong looked down and saw that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. The crisis was resolved in an instant. Everybody is helping him. Ye Shuo grinned and winked at the sixth prince at an angle where his mother couldn't see. The sixth prince couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. The entire Kiowa palace quickly returned to its former ease. 2 days passed in a flash. After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable in this world. Although Emperor Jingwen had issued an order not to spread the news outside, the rumor could not be stopped from spreading, and people who wanted to watch the fun gradually emerged. That afternoon, when Emperor Jingwen woke up from his lunch break, before he could summon all the ministers to the Kinzen Hall for an audience, he heard Wang Ziquan's message that Prince Jin had arrived, and with him was Prince So, who was always low-key. Prince of Jin is the younger brother of Emperor Jingwen. Because of his elder brother, he has been somewhat lawless since childhood. As for Prince So, he had been assisting Emperor Jingwen when he was still the crown prince, so he now has a very good relationship with Emperor Jingwen. What are these two people doing here? Emperor Jingwen was puzzled for a moment, but still told Wang Ziquan to summon them in. However, Emperor Jingwen soon regretted his decision. He shouldn't have believed that his brother came to him for any serious business. As expected, as soon as the Prince of Jin came in, he opened his mouth and said, "Royal brother, I heard that your son caught a belly band and rouge when he was 1 year old. Is this true?" Well, the shame was indeed brought to the royal family. With a swish, Emperor Jingwen's face turned dark in an instant. The king of Jin, however, seemed not to notice his sullen face, and continued to speak. "Is the rouge fragrant? Is the belly band beautiful? What kind of flowers are embroidered on it?" After hearing the news, King Jin's first reaction was disbelief. But then the rumor became more and more intense, forcing King Jin to believe it. At the same time, he also developed a strong curiosity about this little nephew he had never met. That kind of curiosity as if meeting someone of the same kind. Emperor Jingwen tried to hold back for a while, but he couldn't help it anymore and called the guards, "Come here, drag the Prince of Jin out. He is not allowed to approach the palace gate for half a month." "Royal brother, why has it come to this?" Prince Jin was shocked. "I knew that my brother was very concerned about his reputation, but I never thought that he would really be angry." Prince Jin wanted to resist, but was caught by the guards who arrived. "Your Highness, I'm sorry." The guards' words were much more polite than their actions. Prince Jin was thrown out by the guards. The palace maid at the door looked at her nose and pretended not to see it. After his feet landed on the ground, Prince Jin couldn't help but touch his nose, but he was not angry. "Hey, this is really interesting. If I get the chance in the future, I must meet this little nephew." Having seen enough of the excitement, Prince Jin didn't care about not being able to enter the palace for half a month. He hummed a little tune and left in a swagger. This action almost angered Emperor Jingwen in the palace to death. When the noise outside Chengming Hall gradually died down, Emperor Jingwen, with his chest rising and falling violently, glanced at Prince So who was standing there without saying a word and said, "What about you? Did you come here today to see me make a fool of myself, too?" Well, that's what happened. But seeing that his brother was really angry at the moment, Prince Jin slipped away early again, leaving no one who could handle the situation. Prince So certainly couldn't say this. "Why do you say that, brother?" Prince So looked a little surprised. "I just saw that my brother has been worried about the spring flood recently, so I came to ask if my brother needs anything. I can send you anytime." He spoke so sincerely that if Emperor Jingwen had not accidentally caught a glimpse of interest in his eyes just now, he might have actually believed it. "In recent years, you have become more and more talkative. He is no longer the taciturn person he used to be. My younger brother has made an indelible contribution to all this. It would be fine if it was just the Prince of Jin, but if the Prince of Su also became like that, Emperor Jingwen would feel a headache just thinking about it. So he warned him, if you have nothing else to do in the future, don't hang out with old 16. When he was a prince, Prince Jin was the 16th child, so Emperor Jingwen habitually called him old 16. Upon hearing this, Prince Su did not argue and responded yes very obediently. Emperor Jingwen felt relieved at this. However, since Prince So has arrived, there is no reason for Emperor Jingwen to let him go just like that. Since he took the initiative to bring up the issue of spring floods, which Emperor Jingwen was worried about, asked to do it. Emperor Jingwen had already had this idea, so he simply gave the task to Prince So. The eldest prince is now in charge of the army, the second prince is weak, and as for the crown prince, he is still young and cannot take on such an important task for a while. Emperor Jingguan is not very confident in ordinary officials. After all considerations, Prince Zhou is the most suitable. Prince Zhou did not refuse and accepted the order and expressed his gratitude on the spot. I'll give you 2 days. Go back and make good preparations. You can set off tomorrow. Time waits for no one. Emperor Jingguan was very decisive about the disaster. Only, before leaving, Emperor Jingguan asked casually, "Are you two the only ones who know about the little prince's affairs, or has the whole clan spread the news? It turns out that my royal brother still cares about it." Prince Zhou cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't worry, my royal brother. Apart from the two of us, no one else dares to gossip about us." This is a euphemism, but even a deaf person can understand the meaning. So, my royal brother, stop deceiving yourself. Get out of here right now, too. Yes, I will take my leave. Because of the emperor's attitude, no one in the harem dared to mention this matter. Ye Shuo couldn't even leave Kaiwu Palace, so those rumors naturally couldn't affect him. So far, Ye Shuo is still that carefree and happy little loser who only needs to worry about eating and sleeping every day. Days passed, and soon it was time for the 6th prince to start school. The 6th prince is a little over 6 years old this year. According to his age in lunar calendar, he is already 8 years old. This age is considered to be very old in the Shangshufang, where the average age is 6 and children have to go to school. But the imperial concubine is the imperial concubine after all, and it is not difficult to squeeze the 6th prince in. T/L equals Shangshufang means the prince's schooling. The master still had some concerns at first. As far as he knew, the 6th prince had been left unsupervised before he entered Kiowa Palace. It was difficult for him to even learn to read and write, let alone learn calligraphy. However, due to the imperial concubine's favor, the master had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask the 6th prince a few questions. Then the master was pleasantly surprised to find that although the 6th prince's answers were a little halting, he basically answered them all, and was not much inferior to the other princes in the study. The master was relieved immediately. However, because the 6th prince learned to read too late, and his foundation was not solid, the young tutor wanted to teach him alone. However, he was rejected by the 6th prince as soon as he finished speaking. "Thank you for your kindness, master, but I want to try it myself." The 6th prince did not want to be special among his brothers, nor did he want to show weakness in front of others. Letting the master teach him alone would only make the 6th prince feel embarrassed. So he decided to work harder and try to catch up with other people's learning progress as soon as possible. The master was startled when he heard this, and then nodded with satisfaction. Concubine Rong standing by felt that the 6th prince was doing well. Although the 6th prince was not her biological son, he was raised in her palace after all. If the 6th prince was much inferior to her, she would not be happy. Because the 6th prince never mentioned it, Concubine Rong had no idea that in the past 1 or 2 months, the 6th prince had gotten up from his bed in the middle of the night several times to go to the study, either to review new words he had learned before or to study new content on his own. Sometimes, if a person doesn't speak, not only his adoptive parents, but even his biological parents don't know what he is thinking. Coincidentally, the 6th prince was the one who was unwilling to speak out easily. Concubine Rong was not a very careful person and never paid attention to it. Because he was afraid of the dark, the lights in the side hall where the 6th prince lived were almost never turned off at night. But unfortunately, he never wanted to keep anyone in his room. It was such a contradiction. 2 days later, when Ye Shuo woke up in the morning and saw that the ink on the inkstone in the side hall had not yet dried, he knew what had happened recently. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The 6th prince is still young and doesn't know that only the body is the capital of revolution. Ye Shuo died of illness in his previous life, so he was deeply touched by this sentence. No matter how much money or power you have, if you can't live that long, it will all be in vain. The 6th prince was already at the top of the pyramid when he was born. He didn't need to work hard to survive, but his living conditions might be relatively worse. But even so, there is no need to rush. But only Ye Shuo can see these. The 6th prince, who is involved in the game, cannot see them. The 6th prince was born into a poor family, and working hard in the upper study was one of his few opportunities to turn things around. In this situation, he would not listen even if others advised him. The 6th prince was still feeling happy at this moment for having answered the master's question, and he secretly decided in his heart that he would work harder in the future. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but worry about his health. You should know that the princes of the Zhou Dynasty had to report to the study at 5 a.m., plus the time of getting up, washing, eating breakfast and the time spent on the road, which means he had to get up before 5 a.m. It's 3 or 4 in the morning? It would be fine if it was just puberty for teenagers, but how could a child of a few years old possibly bear this? School ends at 3 p.m. The whole learning process takes more than 10 hours. And you still have to do homework when he gets home in the evening. Just thinking about it makes him feel overwhelmed. No wonder the infant mortality rate was so high in ancient times. If you force the growth of something by forcing it like this, it would be strange if the seedlings could grow well. However, this kind of thing is ultimately poison to one person and honey to another. Just when Ye Shuo was desperately thinking about how he could avoid this torture 3 years later, the sixth prince set out happily with his study partner early the next morning, just before the hour of yin. T/L equals yin hour is time between 3 and 5 a.m. Ye Shuo looked up and saw that it was still dark outside, but the stars and the moon were shining like searchlights. After a long silence, Ye Shuo turned over in the quilt without hesitation and continued to sleep. It's a nightmare? Ye Shuo slept until noon. When he woke up, it was already dawn. After getting enough sleep, he felt completely different. After breakfast and some time to digest, Ye Shuo started playing in the yard as usual. If you want to be healthy, it is not enough to just sleep, you also need to exercise. In ancient times, there were no specific medicines or inspection equipment, and a cold could take a person's life. Shouldn't he be careful? People who have died once will not really see through life and death, and may even be more afraid of death. His movement was so exhausting that all the palace maids and eunuchs in the yard collapsed. At first, it was concubine wrong. She couldn't run after just 2 trips with him. No one knew where a 1-year-old child had so much energy. It seemed as if there was endless energy. Ye Shuo also clearly felt that his physical strength seemed to be particularly abundant, not like a child at all. After a little thought, he suddenly realized. Could it be that he inherited his physique from his grandfather? Those who can go to the battlefield are not ordinary people. I heard from his mother that my grandfather can still eat 6 bowls of rice in 1 meal, and wielding a long sword weighing dozens of kilograms is like a piece of cake. That would be great if that were true. As we all know, emperors generally have short lives. Before, Ye Shuo was afraid that he had inherited the short-lived gene from his stepfather. Now it seems that the probability of inheriting the long-lived gene from his grandfather should be greater. After having lunch and taking a short nap, Ye Shuo continued his activities. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just when he was sweating all over, the sixth prince finally returned from the study. Perhaps because of the high intensity of his study, there was obvious fatigue on his face. Seeing this, Ye Shuo habitually called out, "Sixth brother." Ever since the Zhou event, seeing that everyone's attention had been diverted, Ye Shuo's pronunciation naturally became much clearer. Seeing that it was him, the sixth prince couldn't help but smile. If it were usual, the sixth prince would definitely play with him for a while, but today, the sixth prince reached out and touched his little brother's head. "Sixth brother has something to do today. I will accompany you when sixth brother is done with it. Is that okay?" The so-called serious business is nothing more than the book that the young master assigned to everyone to memorize today. No, Ye Shuo waved his hands, trying to rescue him. "Sixth brother, accompany. In order to let the child rest for a while, Ye Shuo shamelessly acted cute. As expected, the sixth prince did not take his words seriously at all. After giving his partner a look, he went back to his room, opened the book, and started to recite. The tutor stepped forward in time and said, "Little prince, may I play with you?" "Ye Shuo, forget it, I'm afraid your small body can't handle it." Ye Shuo glanced at the other person and decided not to harm this less than 10-year-old study partner. Ye Shuo shook his head and went to the corner to play in the mud. Well, recently he found that kneading mud is quite interesting. The sound of the sixth prince reading aloud could be heard. At first, Ye Shuo thought it was quite pleasant to listen to, but later on, he gradually found it boring. It happened that concubine Rong took a nap, and the kitchen delivered hot, steaming snacks in time. Smelling the aroma in the air, Ye Shuo did not hesitate, threw the small branch he picked up, and then stomped on the mud pit. When Nanny Jing came to call him, Ye Shuo stood up and followed her with mud all over his body. Nanny Jing vaguely saw that there seemed to be something in the mud pit, but she thought it was just something the little prince had drawn randomly and didn't take it seriously. If she had come earlier, she would have seen that the mud pit was filled with small words. These small characters were exactly what the sixth prince was reciting now. Just now Ye Shuo felt bored and unconsciously followed along writing and drawing. Unfortunately, Nanny Jing arrived too late and didn't see it. Seeing the little prince in such a mess, Nanny Jing held his hand and helplessly blamed him. "If the queen sees this later, she will be angry again." Ye Shuo chuckled and was not worried. In the side hall, the sound of the sixth prince endorsing his lesson continued. Concubine Rong had just woken up, and her head was still a little dizzy. She held the cup and savored the fragrance of the tea. After Ye Shuo walked in, she couldn't help but cough and became more alert. Especially when she saw the mud spots on her son's body and his dirty little hands. Concubine Rong quickly dodged his pounce. "Don't come over here, it's so dirty." "Oh my god, did he just roll around in the mud?" "Mammy, stop him quickly." Concubine Rong became anxious as she couldn't believe that her newly embroidered dress was covered in mud. As expected, Ye Shuo immediately came up empty-handed. Being caught in midair by the nanny, Ye Shuo struggled twice like a little turtle. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Ye Shuo quickly gave up. After looking at him warily for a long while and making sure there was no danger, Concubine Rong asked the nanny to put him down. Go, change his clothes and wash them." "How is this possible? Won't the snacks be cold when you come back after changing clothes?" "Cold snacks are not delicious." Ye Shuo was also getting anxious, grabbing onto the table legs and refusing to leave. No. Mother. The nanny didn't dare to use too much force, fearing that she would hurt him, so she looked at her mistress and said, "Madam, look at this." Noticing that his eyes were fixed on the plate of snacks on the table, his face full of greed. Concubine Rong couldn't help but feel a headache. With your current state, do you still have the nerve to take it? After the words fell, Ye Shuo opened his mouth without hesitation. Although his hands are dirty, other people's hands are still clean. Concubine Rong. At this time, the little thing was very smart. The big eyes stared at the small one, and the smaller one looked at her eagerly. Concubine Rong had no choice but to say, just sit here and don't move or touch me. Do you hear me? Ye Shuo nodded repeatedly to show that he was very well behaved. The nanny suppressed her laughter and carried the little prince to the chair opposite Concubine Rong. She even put a cushion behind him to prevent him from falling. Ye Shuo did what he said. He held the armrests beside him tightly with both hands, not behaving in a disrespectful manner at all, and sat there like an elementary school student. Concubine Rong's heart softened, and she crushed some cake with her clean hands and put it into his mouth. The extremely rich taste of honey instantly filled Ye Shuo's mouth, along with the faint floral fragrance. It was worthy of being the work of the palace's royal chef, and it was much more delicious than some of the so-called traditional old brands he had eaten in modern times. You really know how to enjoy yourself. He even needs someone to feed him a snack. Concubine Rong took off her armor on purpose, and her fingers, which were warm and cool, stroked Ye Shuo's cheek from time to time. T/L equals armor here refers to the gloves of the royalty wears. Ye Shuo didn't feel ashamed at all when he heard this. She's my own mother, there's nothing shameful about it. However, since Ye Shuo is only 1 year old, he still cannot eat too many snacks, even though they are made with simple ingredients, because they contain high amounts of sugar. Ye Shuo had just eaten one piece when he watched Suyu move the plate far away as his mother had instructed. Although Ye Shuo felt that he could continue eating, it was obvious that Concubine Rong would not indulge him in this regard. Ye Shuo had no chance to resist and was carried away by the nanny to take a bath. After he had washed himself and come out, the 6th prince finally arrived. Ye Shuo took the opportunity to take a look at the sky outside. It was now completely dark, and it was almost time for dinner. The 6th prince really studied from day to night without stopping for a moment. If modern high school students saw this kind of enthusiasm, they would probably feel ashamed. Ye Shuo, who had just finished taking a shower, still had a light mist on his body, like a steamed bun just out of the pot. His little face was rosy, which made Concubine Rong very fond of him. So Concubine Rong took her son from the nanny. While waiting for dinner, Concubine Rong sat there, teasing the little one in her arms, and asked, "Today was your first day in the study. Are you used to it? Has anyone bullied you in there?" The 6th prince replied respectfully, "My brothers have been very polite to me." Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but roll his eyes silently in his heart. The eldest prince and the 2nd prince, respectively 17 and 16 years old, have long been assigned jobs in the court and now no longer go to the study. The crown prince is taught individually by the grand tutor. The remaining 4, 5, and 7 princes are in a group, and only the 6th prince is alone. In addition, there was the incident in the imperial garden where the 5th prince threw stones. So I'm afraid it's not just about being polite, but that he is isolated, right? Concubine Rong didn't think too much about it. When she heard him say that he was fine, she thought that he was really fine. Seeing the 6th prince shaking his head, Concubine Rong then asked about his homework. "How is it? Can you still understand what the master is saying?" "Your Majesty, it's all right." The 6th prince answered very modestly. "It's the chapter on King Hui of Liang that master asked us to learn today. I don't understand what this section means, so I want to memorize it first and study it slowly later." Although Concubine Rong had no idea what this Mencius, Liang Hui King chapter was, it did not prevent her from nodding in a pretentious manner. "Yeah, not bad." She seemed to understand and said, "So how are you doing with your recitation now?" Speaking of this, the 6th prince frowned, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said frankly, "This article is a bit long, I only memorized the first half. To be honest, this article is really difficult to remember." After spending most of the day, he only memorized half of it. However, the 6th prince believed that if he was given another night, he would be able to memorize the entire section. Don't ask, the food will get cold soon." Seeing that Concubine Rong seemed to want to say something, Ye Shuo hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. Only then did Concubine Rong notice that dinner had been served without her noticing when. Concubine Rong immediately paused and said, "Let's have our meal. We'll talk about the article tomorrow." Yes. The 6th prince had promised to play with him, so he couldn't go back on his word. Ignoring his tiredness, after dinner, Ye Shuo almost dragged him to the yard. "There is no other way. You can't just sit there all day long. Your body will get sick sooner or later." Since he didn't want to exercise, Ye Shuo had no choice but to drag him to exercise. Although, in the eyes of the 6th prince it was just pure fun. At first, the 6th prince was a little impatient, thinking that his younger brother was willful and was delaying his studies, but because of the imperial concubine, he couldn't get angry. It was not until he saw him grunting and carrying the hydrangea T/L equals flower to him, his eyes full of anticipation, that the 6th prince was suddenly startled and then felt a little guilty. "To me, I only used him, but what did a kid know? He really regarded me as his brother." The 6th prince had not seen much of the world. In his opinion, since his younger brother was so clingy to him at such a young age, how could he not regard him as his closest relative? He had never imagined that there was a word in this world called fatherly love. In Ye Shuo's eyes, the 6th prince is just a child. The child has no sense of propriety, so of course he has to correct him. Ye Shuo kept playing until the sixth prince was sweating, and finally he showed mercy and let him go. After the sixth prince returned, he really didn't have the energy to read anymore. For the first time ever, he tidied up quickly and went to sleep. I really don't know why my brother has so much energy. Thinking of this, the sixth prince quickly fell asleep. He slept particularly soundly that night. Asterisk. Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. During the past 6 months, perhaps because of the busy government affairs or because Emperor Jingwen had been using the harem for a long time and his health had deteriorated, the number of times he visited the harem decreased significantly. The number of times he went to the imperial concubine's place was very few, maybe only 3 or 4 times in total, which was only slightly better than never. Although my cheap dad comes less often, the situation has improved a lot compared to before. This can be seen from the fact that when Ye Shuo opened his eyes in the morning, he found that he was no longer in the main hall. My stepfather didn't come often, but it didn't delay his work at all. It doesn't seem to be due to health reasons. For some reason, Emperor Jingwen always felt that his youngest son looked at him strangely, especially when he came out of the imperial concubine's room. The look in this kid's eyes made him inexplicably itchy, and he wanted to beat him up. It was really strange. Emperor Jingwen never beat his children, and he didn't know why such a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Emperor Jingwen always relied on preaching. In his opinion, taking action himself or asking others to do it was ultimately a bad idea. Until he saw his youngest son rubbing his eyes, still looking sleepy as if he had just woken up, and then threw himself into the imperial concubine's arms. As he pounced, he kept muttering, "Shame, shame." The imperial concubine endured the pain in her waist and steadied the wobbly little thing, asking in confusion, "What are you ashamed of? What are you ashamed of?" Ye Shuo stole a glance at his adopted father through the slit of his clothes, and suddenly felt naughty, so he looked up and said, "Father, father, at such an old age, sleeping with mother, how shameful." What he meant was that Emperor Jingwen was so old, yet he still slept with his mother. How shameless of him? The moment when modern young parents feel socially frustrated is when their children tell them in public what happened in the room. Even modern people cannot bear such a strong sense of shame, let alone the emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen's expression began to become unnatural. He took a deep breath, and before he could speak, the little thing seemed to sense something and hid behind the imperial concubine. Emperor Jingwen? What else can Emperor Jingwen say? The point is that this matter cannot be explained at all. Emperor Jingwen originally thought that children have short memories and the imperial concubine would definitely say something later, so there would definitely not be a second time. Who knew that when he came again, the little thing would run inside with a thump 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 sound, and come out holding his little pillow, with an expression that looked extremely aggrieved. "No, don't rush. Shuo, go by himself." After he finished speaking, he tugged at the sixth prince's sleeve again. "Sixth brother. I will sleep with you tonight." The sixth prince was still young and didn't know anything. When he heard this, he asked casually, "Why?" Emperor Jingwen on the side. Emperor Jingwen's face was like an overturned palette, colorful and extremely beautiful. Wang Ziquan and a group of palace servants resolutely lowered their heads. The sixth prince was still puzzled. "Why did you suddenly say you wanted to sleep with me?" It's not that the sixth prince is unwelcoming, he just feels it's inexplicable. Little did he know that the more he asked, the more interesting Emperor Jingwen's expression became. Emperor Jingwen rarely experienced such embarrassing moments in his life. Normally, he didn't think there was anything wrong when he favored his concubine, but if his children told about it, that would be a different matter. After all, an emperor is an emperor, and his psychological quality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. In a blink of an eye, Emperor Jingwen recovered as usual. How can this be possible? How could we let him go so easily? So Emperor Jingwen opened his mouth and was about to say something when he heard the child exclaim, "Ah." Then Ye Shuo's voice became a little stumbling, and he clutched the corner of his mother's clothes tightly, as if he was frightened, afraid and panicked. So scary. That's right. No matter how calm he was, one could still see with the naked eye that something was wrong with Emperor Jingwen's expression. Although the sixth prince didn't know what was going on, he immediately kept silent out of instinct. What happened? Why is father suddenly angry? No matter how smart the sixth prince was, he was a little confused at this moment. Looking at the two children shivering like quails, Emperor Jingwen couldn't breathe in or out, and the breath was stuck in his throat, making him feel very uncomfortable. He wanted to get angry, but he didn't even have a reason. Forget it, I can't provoke him again. Just stop when you're done, to avoid making his cheap dad angry and then having no fun anymore. Ye Shuo decided to stop while he was ahead and soon yawned, looking very sleepy. Children always change so quickly, and in the end it was Nanny Yu who took him to the sixth prince's room. "Good night, mother, good night, father, I will take my leave." "Good night? Does it mean to greet you?" Because the child was at the age of learning to speak, new words always came out of his mouth, and Emperor Jingwen did not think much about it. Seeing his youngest son leave obediently, he even felt a sense of relief. It's just a child. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, turned around and said to the imperial concubine, "Starting tomorrow, ask him to move out of the main hall." The emperor pondered for a while and felt that he could not swallow this humiliation, so he retaliated against Ye Shuo secretly without caring how old Ye Shuo was. If Ye Shuo heard this, he would probably think that his cheap father was really petty. Are those who do dirty things behind people's backs really real men? Emperor Jingwen did not think he had done anything wrong. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, he continued, he has never left you since he was born. This is against the rules. Now he is over 1 year old. It is time for him to leave. Concubine Rong, who was slightly blushing because of what had just happened, then remembered that more than half a year had passed since the agreed time. In the whole palace, who didn't move their children to the side hall as soon as their children were 1 month old? For them, this was already a serious violation of the rules. Although concubine Gu Rong was a little reluctant, she still agreed with the emperor. Yes, I understand. Seeing that the imperial concubine did not cry or make a fuss, Emperor Jingwen felt much better. Afterward, he even thought about what kind of expression his youngest son would have when the imperial concubine told him about this matter tomorrow morning. Anyway, it must be very exciting. As an emperor, Emperor Jingwen always clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments. If the imperial concubine did something wrong, he would reprimand her. If the imperial concubine did something well, he would not hesitate to praise her. Over the past year or so, the 6th prince has been brought up very well by you. Emperor Jingwen was very pleased that he was so hardworking at such a young age. Just after dinner, Emperor Jingwen took the opportunity to test the 6th prince. Now it seems that he should be very satisfied with the result. After coming to the imperial concubine's place 3 or 4 times, he saw the 6th prince studying every time. Emperor Jingwen finally remembered this son in his heart. No, your majesty, you are too kind. This matter has nothing to do with me. It is the 6th prince's own hard work. Concubine Rong could also say nice things, mainly because it was true, so she was not lying. That's also because you taught him well. After chatting about the 6th prince for a while and finding that this son really made him worry-free, Emperor Jingwen realized that there was really nothing to talk about, so he unconsciously shifted the topic to his youngest son. By the way, what about Shuo? Has he started learning calligraphy now? The royal family is worthy of being the king of involution. Children from ordinary wealthy families only start to learn at the age of 3 or 4, but in the royal family, the princes have to start learning characters as soon as they start to learn to speak. If you cannot understand the complicated ones for the time being, it is good to memorize 3-character classic or a 1000-character classic. It's not that concubine Rong had never asked someone to teach her. Suyu knew a few words, so she asked Suyu to teach him, but the result was not very ideal. Since Shuo learned to walk, he has been more active than other children. He can't sit still, so he hasn't started learning yet. Nowadays, the little thing is either playing in the mud, watching ants moving, or running around the yard with a hydrangea in his arms. Suyu really can't find a chance to watch it. There is no rush for this matter. It is normal for children to be active. Emperor Jingwen was even speaking up for Ye Shuo. It will be fine when he grows up a bit. Although it is a good thing for the prince to be smart, Emperor Jingwen secretly hopes that his youngest son can be more mediocre so as not to give rise to unnecessary ambitions in the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Therefore, he does not press him as hard as he does with other princes. Concubine Rong did not realize that the emperor was deliberately indulging her, and she now also felt that it was nothing for Ye Shuo to do so. At this time, neither of them took this matter to heart. After discussing the child, they fell asleep quickly. Since giving birth to the prince, concubine Rong has become a little different from before. There is a mixture of tenderness amidst the fierceness, contradictions, and harmony, which is simply irresistible. Emperor Jingwen was a man after all, in his prime, and he also had some affection for the imperial concubine, so it was inevitable that he was a little indulgent. The other side. Ye Shuo was not sleepy originally, but he never expected that it was so late and the 6th prince still had to recite lessons after returning. After listening for just a few seconds, he really started to feel sleepy. By the way, Sun's encouragement to study is too long. T/L equals in Sun's philosophy, learning is not simply the accumulation of knowledge but, rather, the process of coming to understand morality as a lifelong process of self-cultivation and self-improvement. Nearly 2,000 words, more than double the 800-word composition, seems too difficult for kids like the 6th prince. If it were in modern times, the 6th prince would just be old enough to be in the 1st grade of elementary school. Ye Shuo remembered that he was still learning walk 2 or 3 miles. There are 4 or 5 smoke-filled villages in the 1st grade. The difficulty comparison is amazing. Bored, he read the entire article over and over again and counted the words. When he reached 1963 words, Ye Shuo couldn't help but swear in his heart that he would never be involved with them even if he was beaten to death. At first the 6th prince was worried that he would disturb him, but when he was about to read it for the 2nd time, he saw that Ye Shuo had fallen asleep. He was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. It was not until midnight that the 6th prince put down the book and climbed onto the bed, looking a little tired. This was the first time that the 6th prince slept with someone else. The little prince felt warm all over, as if he was in a small stove. It was midsummer and the 6th prince was sweating in a short while. But the child just wouldn't let him go. Ye Shuo wanted to stay cool, so after falling asleep he kept rubbing against him. Normally, the 6th prince would have to cover himself with a thin quilt when he slept, but today, he simply saved the trouble. The sixth prince couldn't tell what he was feeling. He just felt that his little brother was becoming more and more dependent on him. What should I do? The sixth prince frowned slightly, looking a little distressed. A night passed like this, and when Ye Shuo woke up the next day, there was no one around him. There is no doubt that the sixth prince must have gone to the study. Ye Shuo was in high spirits and let the palace servants change his clothes. After changing his clothes and washing up, he went out and happened to run into Emperor Jingguan, who had finished his breakfast and was about to go to court. When Emperor Jingguan saw him, he narrowed his eyes and said abruptly, "My dear concubine, please do not forget what you promised me yesterday." What did mom promise to cheap dad? Ye Shuo was a little confused at first, but he soon understood. It turned out that he was asked to move out of the main hall. Originally, the emperor would not take such a small matter to heart, and he even brought it up on purpose when he came. He must have said that to make fun of himself on purpose. Isn't it because of what he said last night that this is revenge? Tisk, childish. Even if Emperor Jingguan didn't mention it, Ye Shuo would have told it himself. After all, he is already 1.5 years old. Although he likes to stick to his mother, he is not a mama's boy after all. It will definitely become more and more inconvenient for him as he grows up. Especially now that his stepfather comes over occasionally, Ye Shuo is afraid that he might see something he shouldn't see. So after hearing what his cheap father said, Ye Shuo really didn't feel anything at all. Emperor Jingguan's entire night of anticipation was dashed as he failed to get the reaction he had imagined. The revenge failed, and instead Emperor Jingguan felt even more depressed. This shouldn't be the case. He is so close to the imperial concubine, shouldn't he be crying and making a fuss? Ye Shuo pretended to be indifferent. After a while, Emperor Jingguan couldn't wait for what he wanted, so he left with a cold face and full of doubts. "Farewell, His Majesty." Imperial concubine Rong and the palace maids saluted. Looking at his back, Ye Shuo's heart was filled with joy. Want to see him make a fool of himself? Task. My cheap dad is still a little naive. After finishing his breakfast in a good mood, Ye Shuo went out for a walk as usual. He is now 1.5 years old. His legs and feet are much more agile than when he first learned to walk, and gradually he is no longer satisfied with staying in Kiowa Palace. Ever since the sixth prince went to the study, Ye Shuo had almost no time to play with him. Without someone to play with, Ye Shuo was inevitably bored, and on a whim, he thought of going out to take a look. Ye Shuo decided to expand his range of activities by 50 meters. He was also afraid of encountering danger and did not dare to leave too far. Besides, he was accompanied by Nanny and Suyu, so concubine Rong did not stop him. Kiowa Palace was relatively close to Emperor Jingguan's Qinzhen Hall and Chengming Hall, so Ye Shuo was lucky enough to meet the crown prince on his way to court. When the prince went to court in the morning, Ye Shuo was taking a walk. The prince came back hungry at noon. Ye Shuo had already finished his lunch and was now eating the mung bean ice cream that Suyu brought from the kitchenette of Kiowa Palace. The prince finished his lunch in a hurry, and was suddenly summoned by Emperor Jingguan when the sun was at its hottest in the afternoon. When he passed by, Ye Shuo was enjoying the cool air in a pavilion not far away. He was lying on a bamboo chair, and a palace maid was fanning him. The cool breeze blew by, and he felt very comfortable. In the evening, the prince finally came back from the government meeting and ran into Ye Shuo squatting facing the sunset, playing in the mud. From time to time, Suyu would break off a small piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. "Prince." The prince was out of control and stopped abruptly. T/L equals referring to the crown prince. Noticing Suyu's hand stretched out in front of him, Ye Shuo opened his mouth without thinking. Ye Shuo didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was normal for a 1-year-old child to be fed. The most important thing is that he was kneading the mud at the critical moment, and he couldn't free his hands at all. His little hands were so dirty that even if he wanted to eat it himself, Suyu would not be happy. His eyes didn't even leave the clay figurine in his hand. He kept kneading it and eating the small piece of dessert in his mouth. After a while, Ye Shuo felt a little dry in his mouth, so he said, "Water, water." Suyu hurriedly took the mung bean soup from the eunuch's tray. Mung bean soup is still warm, and drinking it in the summer is the best way to cool down. Although mung bean ice is delicious, it is icy. Concubine Rong was afraid that the child was weak, and his stomach could not handle it, so she did not dare to let him eat more. Half a bowl a day was already the limit. The little prince, who is already over 1 year old, has been carefully cared for by his nanny and wet nurse since he was 1 month old. The weakness caused by premature birth has gradually disappeared, and his body has become stronger and stronger. The little prince is very active and has a strong fire energy. He suffers the most from summer heat. A bowl of hot mung bean soup will probably make him even hotter. Suyu was prepared for the little prince to lose his temper, but the little prince finished the whole bowl of mung bean soup. It was so hot that sweat broke out on his forehead, but he remained silent and focused on fiddling with the clay figure in his hand. Suyu felt at that time that there was no other child in the world who was easier to take care of than the little prince. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he stays there and doesn't move or run around. Once he starts moving, ordinary people can't resist him. Suyu is unmarried and has never experienced sex, so it stands to reason that she shouldn't be overly maternal in love. But who can resist an eyelash-lengthening green tea essence? When the little prince is well-behaved, he is really well-behaved. The most important thing is that he can understand what others say, and he almost never makes trouble. He will not beat or scold his servants for no reason. If he wants something, he will just stand there and look at you eagerly, and then say pitifully, "So you want." Suyu was no longer able to bear it at that time. If it weren't for the imperial concubine's order, Suyu would have fed him the whole plate of snacks. Relying on his coquettish and naive nature, Ye Shuo can do whatever he wants in Kiowa Palace. After he finished drinking the bowl of mung bean soup, Suyu was even considerate enough to use a handkerchief to wipe the soup stains on the corners of his mouth, and then she changed the handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Here. Ye Shuo raised his chin, and Suyu cooperated with him and wiped his neck. The entire process was seen by the crown prince, who was not far away. Normally, the prince would not take such trivial matters to heart. This was the case almost every day, and he was often called by his father to participate in government affairs. The prince never felt bitter, even at this moment. After all, not everyone can have such a blessing, and he is the only one in the world. Didn't you see that the eldest prince and the second prince were sharpening their heads, but the emperor never even looked at them? Originally, the prince was happy from the bottom of his heart. The more his father was like this, the more it showed that he valued him. Even if it was a bit hard and tiring, the prince was willing to do it. But for some reason, he didn't feel as happy as usual today. Because of the scorching heat, he hadn't had any water for several hours and his mouth was very dry. When the prince came to his senses, he wanted to leave, but was seen by the sharp-eyed servant first. "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Suyu was startled for a moment, then quickly picked up the little prince and saluted. "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Hey, slow down, my clay figure." The fruits of an afternoon's labor were almost destroyed, and Ye Shuo hurriedly reached out to grab them. The prince paused, and had no choice but to stop. "Well, get up. This is the second time I have seen my little brother since he was born. The child has become even more handsome than when he was just born. He is worthy of being the son of the imperial concubine. His appearance is really impeccable." Just as the prince was looking at Ye Shuo was also looking at him. "I haven't seen him for more than a year. The boy who used to be a junior high school student has grown a lot taller and seems more reserved than before. Of course, his temperament has also improved. After all, the other party had saved his and his mother's lives. Also, when the fifth prince threw stones at him in the imperial garden, his mother severely punished concubine Shu. The fifth prince is still young, only 8 or 9 years old this year, and has not yet achieved much. But the concubine has an older son, the second prince, who is 17 years old this year and has already participated in court affairs 2 or 3 years ago. Although he is now the son of the imperial concubine and has a noble status, the other party has power and will not buy it at all. As for the possibility that the second prince might not hold a grudge, that is basically impossible. Firstly, there is a bond between mother and son, and secondly, in this palace, everyone prospers together and suffers together. How could the second prince not feel resentful? He couldn't count on his stepfather anymore. Ye Shuo estimated that he was no match for the second prince for now after checking his own strength. He had to find a way to get close to him. Although it was still early for him to leave, it was better to be prepared. Prepare early to avoid being passive later. So Ye Shuo didn't even think twice. He raised his head, opened his mouth and said loudly, "Brother." The prince was shocked instantly. He has many younger brothers, but no one has ever called him that before. The prince moved his lips, feeling that it was unreasonable and seemed to want to correct it, but then he thought that he was just a child after all. How could he take a child's words seriously? When he grew up, he naturally became distant from me. Others were like this before. But since Ye Shuo had already spoken, the prince couldn't keep a straight face any longer, so he squatted down and asked, "What are you doing here, little prince?" Only then did Ye Shuo suddenly remember his clay figure. Fortunately, it was not crushed and not broken. Ye Shuo felt that his craftsmanship was pretty good, so he generously presented his work to him. To be honest, Ye Shuo's level is indeed quite good, and he is not like a real child. The prince could clearly tell that this was the appearance of concubine wrong. Even the eyebrows and eyes were so lifelike, with a hint of charm in them. But mud is just mud after all. Even if you can mold flowers into it, it is still mud. The prince praised it casually, but he didn't really take it that seriously. In addition, it was getting late, and the prince was extremely hungry, so he wanted to leave. Everything was fine, but the problem was that out of politeness, before leaving, he asked the little prince in front of him 2 questions as he would ask others normally. "It's getting late, has your royal brother already had dinner?" Seeing the child shaking his head, the prince asked again, "In this case, why don't you go with me to the East Palace to get some?" "Yeah, since you don't want to, just wait for another day." "In that case, I will first." The prince replied halfway out of habit before he realized something was wrong. Wait, what did he just say? He agreed? He actually agreed? Humph, it didn't go as you predicted. Are you dumbfounded? Ye Shuo had an innocent look on his face, and before the prince could react, he grabbed his hand in time. Brother, let's go, let's go." As he said this, the child pulled him and was about to leave. The prince was a little confused. When he said this before, no one had ever really agreed. After all, who would take polite words seriously? The prince now received the same lesson as Emperor Jingguan. This trick doesn't work on children because they don't understand what adults say and will really nod their heads. Suyu, who was standing by, was almost getting anxious seeing this. She couldn't just say he couldn't go, right? Suspecting the crown prince is a capital crime. But the sheep that was about to fall into the tiger's mouth was completely unaware and even waved at them. No, you are not allowed to follow me. Go back, tell mother, I won't be back at night. His cheap father asked him to move out today, but time was too tight and Ye Shuo didn't know how to tell his mother about the problem with the palace wall. He didn't dare to live in a house with excessive heavy metal content. So Ye Shuo simply decided to stay in his cheap brother's palace for a night first. Anyway, the prince hasn't married yet, so it won't have much impact. However, after understanding what he meant, Suyu almost screamed out. Little prince, he actually planned not to come back tonight? Not to mention Suyu, even the prince's forehead began to sweat. He had not expected that his royal brother would dare to climb up by following the pole. But there's nothing I can do. The words have already been said. I can't go back on my word, right? So, in this situation, people who care about their reputation always suffer losses. Suyu watched the dazed crown prince and his attendants leave. After they disappeared completely, Suyu ran towards Kiowa Palace without a second thought. My lady? Something happened. The other side. Quick, quick. Hearing the child's urging from time to time, the prince couldn't help but wonder whether he should go back to his own palace or his palace. Why does it feel like everything is upside down? Kiowa Palace is neither long nor short from the East Palace. It is not diagonally located, but it separates the two sides. In short, it is not something a one-year-old child can withstand. When he had walked almost halfway, Ye Shuo suddenly stopped. The prince's heart also began to beat faster. After what happened just now, the prince has become extremely alert. Without making any noise, the prince spoke with a hint of expectation. Shuo, do you regret it? How about asking Mo Shu to send you back? How should I put it? The crown prince is still too naive. He should have known the result when he took the initiative to invite me. It is too late to struggle now. Ye Shuo was simply tired from walking. He has never been a person who likes to swallow his grievances silently and pretend that nothing happened. Ye Shuo said what he wanted to say and took the initiative to open his arms to the prince. Hug. Crown prince. The crown prince's face turned cold instantly. Then he watched the child in front of him as his eyes filled with tears in just a few breaths, as if they were about to burst at any moment, and his nose even began to deflate in advance. The crown prince's scalp tingled, and he immediately picked him up from the ground. Now the child stopped crying and sniffling, and he immediately became energetic. There was no trace of the tearful look just now. Prince. The prince suspected that he had been deceived. No, I was definitely cheated. At the same time, the sixth prince also returned from the study. While walking on the road, he was still worrying about what to do since his little brother wanted to sleep with him tonight. Although the little prince's sleeping posture was not bad, the sixth prince still felt that he was delaying his studies. Just when he was worrying about what to do, as soon as he stepped into the gate of Kiowa Palace, the sixth prince heard such news. The little prince went to the East Palace for dinner today, and he doesn't plan to come back all night. Logically speaking, the sixth prince should be very happy to hear this news. Finally, no one came to disturb him. But the fact was not so. Instead, the sixth prince felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. Now that my younger brother has another prince brother, does that mean he no longer cares about me? That's right, people naturally love the crown prince more than him. The sixth prince curled his fingers. It just so happened that concubine Rong really didn't have the time to pay attention to him at this time, so the sixth prince said something to her and then left. Returning to the side hall and opening the book, the sixth prince couldn't calm down. Asshole. After all, the sixth prince was still young, and he couldn't hide things very well. He became emotional and couldn't help but pounded the table. The sixth prince thought that although he felt annoyed with him in his heart, he never showed it on his face. He had become accustomed to asking about his younger brother's well-being. In the end, the little prince still did the same thing and followed the man he was told to go. The point is, he had never met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince before. The sixth prince gritted his teeth and said, "You little heartless thing." At this time, in the main hall of Kiowa Palace, ever since Suyu brought the news that her son was taken away by the prince and that the palace maids were not allowed to follow him, concubine Rong has been a little at a loss. Shuo doesn't have anyone around him. What should she do if the crown prince wants to harm him? The person involved was confused, but soon a word from the nanny beside her enlightened her. So many people saw the little prince follow the crown prince. If something really happens to the little prince, the crown prince will not be able to escape responsibility. So the crown prince would not hurt him but would protect him instead. Only then did concubine Rong suddenly wake up. Soon, she fell into a new dilemma. Then can we really let Shuo sleep in the East Palace for a night? This is too shameful. The nanny thought for a moment and said, after dinner time, the queen should send someone to greet him. The little prince should still come back. How can a child of this age say that he doesn't miss his mother? When it would be completely dark, the child would start crying and make a fuss, asking for his mother. So, concubine Rong really believed it. The other side. The prince looked at the child sitting opposite him, eating with relish, and thought that the child had a very big heart. Didn't the imperial concubine teach him not to eat food given by strangers? The same goes for the imperial concubine herself. She hasn't sent anyone from the palace to say hello for such a long time. Isn't she afraid that I will use this chance and find a way to harm him? You know, there are many poisons in this world that can kill people but are still undetectable. Holding the bowl and chopsticks, the crown prince seemed a little absent-minded. Ye Shuo didn't care about that and just ate the delicious food in front of him. Although he wasn't as messy as a real kid, Ye Shuo's speed was not slow at all. This, and this. His small arms and legs made Ye Shuo, who was standing beside him, very busy. Basically, before he put down his chopsticks, he would pick up new ones. Ye Shuo used to think that the chefs in Kiowa Palace were very skilled, not inferior to the chefs in modern 5-star hotels. It was not until today when he came to the Crown Prince's palace that he realized that there is always a mountain higher than the other. That's right. After all, the imperial concubine is just a favorite concubine, while the prince is the future emperor. It is obvious which one is more important. If the Eastern Palace is like this, I wonder what the real imperial chef is like. If I get the chance, I will definitely go to my stepfather's palace to try it. The most important thing is that as for the Crown Prince, he has never raised a child and will not restrict him at all. Ye Shuo can basically eat whatever he wants. Ye Shuo, who hadn't eaten greasy or meaty food for a long time, couldn't control himself anymore. So the prince watched helplessly as his little brother's belly swelled up little by little. So full. When he was about 80% full, Ye Shuo finally stopped. Looking at the prince opposite, he had only eaten a bowl of white porridge so far, and Ye Shuo hardly saw him move his chopsticks. Brother, is it not to your taste? This time Ye Shuo spoke more clearly. The prince was stunned for a moment, then replied, it's just because the weather is hot, I have no appetite. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but take a look at the 2 huge ice basins placed in the hall. The amount of ice in these ice basins was even more considerable than that in his mother's palace. The crown prince is the future emperor, and his food, clothing, and other expenses are only slightly inferior to those of the emperor and empress. The East Palace is actually not hot at all, it's even a little cool. Ye Shuo understood. The child was not feeling hot at all, but was clearly under a lot of pressure, which was why he couldn't eat. 16 years old is still a child in modern times, and the law recognizes that. But now the 16-year-old prince has begun to participate in state affairs. How can he not be under pressure? After dinner, it was already dark. Ye Shuo was carried by Ye Shuo to take a hot bath, and then he finally waited for Nanny Jing to arrive. Seeing the crown prince's stiff expression, Ye Shuo decisively rejected Nanny Jing's request to take him back to the palace. By the way, he also asked Nanny Jing to go back to Kiowa Palace to pack some clean clothes for him to wear tomorrow. Change of clothes, what does he mean? The ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. The crown prince watched helplessly as his younger brother used his hands and feet to climb onto his bed and even waved at him. Brother, come quickly. The prince's eyes went dark. The nanny standing by felt relieved when she saw that her young master was full of life and more energetic than when he was in Kiowa Palace. If the little prince could live in the crown prince's palace for a period of time, it would also be a good thing for the palace servants in Kiowa Palace. They could finally take a good rest and no longer have to run around following the little prince. When you think about it this way, this doesn't seem like a bad idea. So the nanny answered yes and turned around and left with her people. The crown prince was immediately dumbfounded. If he were given another chance, he would never say those 2 sentences. What the prince regretted most was that he shouldn't have stopped to look at them a little longer when he passed by, and was then discovered by the palace servants around his little brother. Seeing how lively the little prince is, I guess he can't sleep well either. The prince was now prepared to have a sleepless night. But when he actually lay down, the prince discovered that things were not as serious as he had imagined. After all, Ye Shuo came here to stay for free, so he knew some basic etiquette. Be quiet and peaceful, never make trouble, and never cause trouble to the owner. So there was just a little meat ball next to the prince, and everything else was no different from usual. Anyway, the bed in the East Palace is big enough, so it doesn't matter if there is Ye Shuo again. Even when the little meatball got up at night, there was almost no noise. He knew to crawl down from his feet and tiptoe. If the crown prince had not been unable to sleep, no one would have even noticed him. When Ye Shuo came back, he found that the prince had not slept at all. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning and Ye Shuo had already taken a nap. Normally he sleeps very well. If his child's bladder did not allow it, he could sleep all night until dawn. The prince has started to suffer from insomnia at such a young age. I wonder if his hairline will be able to hold up in a few years. The prince noticed that the child seemed to look up at his head. Before he could say anything, he saw his little brother lying down next to him, stretching out his little hand and gently patting his chest. The prince's mind moved, and after a moment, he asked, "What are you doing? Brother, go to sleep." It turned out that he was trying to coax himself to sleep. Is this how concubine wrong usually coaxes you to sleep? Looking at the curtain above his head, the prince didn't know what he was thinking at the moment. The prince vaguely remembered that his mother had coaxed him in this way when he was sick as a child, but after he started to remember things, she never did that again. Ye Shuo was silent after hearing this. That's not the case. He doesn't need anyone to comfort him when he goes to sleep. He falls asleep as soon as he touches the pillow. However, it would be too cruel to tell this to an insomniac like the prince, so Ye Shuo decisively chose to keep his mouth shut. "Are you worried about me?" Noticing the change in the child's eyes, and the crown prince spoke tentatively. This time Ye Shuo had no psychological burden at all and nodded heavily. "Worried, brother? Nonsense. Whether he can continue to live such a pampered life and maintain such a standard of living all depends on his stepfather and his brother. How can he not worry about their health? Shuo must rely on brother. The Crown Prince misunderstood. The Crown Prince was deeply moved. So by the time the Crown Prince realized that he had been moved too early, it was already too late. When the Crown Prince went to court in the morning, Ye Shuo was still sleeping. When the Crown Prince came back at noon, Ye Shuo had finished his lunch and was taking a nap on the chaise longue. When the Crown Prince left in the afternoon, Ye Shuo was drinking the bird's nest brought from the East Palace's kitchen. The bird's nest needed to be soaked in advance, which took a long time, and it was not always possible to make it when the prince was free. The Crown Prince left in a hurry, so Ye Shuo accepted the bird's nest with a smile. There is also the ice basin in the East Palace, which has a fixed quota every day. If the prince doesn't use the ice, it will melt, and it cannot be shared with other people in the palace. If the prince uses it one day and there is no ice left, it would be the dereliction of duty of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So even though the Crown Prince himself was not there, the ice in the East Palace was still replaced every 12 hours. Not to mention the kitchen, which also provides food in fixed portions. Even if it is not used up at the end of the month, there is no such thing as returning it. Some ingredients will go bad or rot and will have to be thrown away. Ye Shuo felt that the Crown Prince especially needed someone to share the burden with him, otherwise it would be a waste. Ye Shuo never caused trouble for his adopted brother. He only picked out the food that he couldn't finish or didn't have time to eat. Anyway, Ye Shuo is thick-skinned and doesn't care about that much. But because of this, after a few days, the Crown Prince became depressed. Because there was so much food that he didn't have time to eat, and it all ended up in Ye Shuo's stomach. Even Emperor Jingwen noticed something was wrong and couldn't help asking, how has Shuo been these days? The news that the little prince was taken to the Eastern Palace by the Crown Prince had almost spread throughout the entire court. The Crown Prince opened his mouth, but he really didn't know how to start. Finally, he said helplessly, I don't know whether this is a good thing or not. Why doesn't your majesty come to my palace and take a look in person? Emperor Jingwen initially thought that no matter how naughty a 1-year-old child could be, there was a limit to how naughty he could be. It was not until he stepped into the gate of the East Palace that he saw a recliner between two ice basins, and his youngest son was lying on the recliner. Next to him was a musician kept in the palace, who was playing the guqin gently. The music was soft, melodious, and very pleasant to the ears. His little son opened his mouth from time to time, and every time he opened his mouth, a grape would fall into his mouth accurately. As for the others who were fanning, reading, massaging shoulders, and beating legs, there's no need to mention them. I don't know what his hobby is, but there is someone who specializes in pinching his ears. The always diligent Emperor Jingwen was immediately shocked by this scene. When the late emperor was alive, he indulged in pleasure, and therefore had a very bad reputation among the people. Although he could not be called a tyrant, the extent of his being a tyrant was very limited. But even so, the late emperor seldom allowed people to serve him like this. On the contrary, although his youngest son is only a little older this year, he has already surpassed his father, the late emperor. With just one glance, Emperor Jingwen's face turned pale, and then the following scene happened. The emperor has ordered that the little prince be confined to his house for 6 months from today onwards. After he recovers, he is not allowed to enter the East Palace for a year. In addition, Imperial concubine Rong has failed to educate her son properly, so she will be punished to serve for 1 month. I decree this. Ye Shuo knelt on the ground with his head lowered. When he heard that his adoptive father would not allow him to leave Kaiwu Palace within half a year, he could not help but raise his middle finger in his heart. You can't enjoy it yourself, and you don't let him enjoy it either. Couldn't his cheap dad afford to have fun? When he was still in the Eastern Palace, Emperor Jingwen severely reprimanded him, saying that he was so arrogant and licentious at such a young age and was simply lawless. God knows, how could he be so arrogant and extravagant, so ignorant of the sufferings of the world? Even if he wasn't there, the ice would have to be released. But with him around, the ice could be put to good use. And there is a team of musicians. They have been kept in the palace since the time of the previous emperor. Are you just keeping them and not using them, leaving them to collect empty salaries? When he asked people to invite the musicians, those musicians were so idle that they had nothing to do. Because Emperor Jingwen was diligent, the entire harem did not dare to indulge in entertainment. Those musicians were not doing their jobs all day long. Wasn't he just a disguised way of asking these people who were paid for nothing to tighten their strings? As for grapes and the like, there's no need to mention them. They were picked from the farms outside the capital and would soon rot before their turn to be eaten by his brother, the Crown Prince. Rare items like lychees were still lining up in front. A few bunches of grapes were nothing. How could they be called a luxury? There were also people fanning, reading, and massaging. These were even more normal in the palace. How did they combine to become an unforgivable crime in the eyes of my cheap father? I really don't understand. Also, what does it mean that he is not allowed to enter the Eastern Palace within a year? Why is he guarding against him like he is guarding against a thief? He was only a little over a year old. How could he have led the Crown Prince, who was already 16 years old and half an adult, astray? Is it possible? Is it possible? Ye Shuo was quite angry. Ye Shuo felt even more indignant when he thought that his wonderful life had been interrupted just 2 days ago. I finally caught such an easy-to-talk-to prince, but the result? Alas! While Ye Shuo was gritting his teeth and sighing, he didn't know that concubine Rong and the maids beside him were almost terrified. After hearing the content of the oral instruction, concubine Rong's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. House arrest order for a little kid who is just over 1 year old? There seemed to have never been such a precedent in the Great Zhou Dynasty before, and her son was the only one. What must he has done to make the emperor so angry? Your Highness, please accept the order and express your gratitude. Eunuch Wang Zaiquan had been watching the whole process from beginning to end, and his eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at the little prince. This time, he really broadened his horizons. For some reason, Eunuch Wang thought of his master, who had to get up before dawn every day to attend court. Not only did he have to deal with government affairs every day, but he also had to find time to appease the harem. Whenever something broke out outside, it was common for the emperor to not be able to sleep for 2 or 3 days. The same goes for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who also has to get busy. The two most powerful men in the world are not as free as a little kid. Realizing that he had seriously overstepped the boundaries, Eunuch Wang begged for forgiveness in his heart and quickly pulled his thoughts back. Concubine Rong thanked him in a daze, but when she learned that her son was reluctant to come back because he didn't like the room she had prepared for him, which led to such a disaster, she burst into tears. If you don't like it, then don't like it. Just tell your mother directly. At worst, you can ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to tear it down and rebuild it. Concubine Rong didn't think this was a big deal at all. Perhaps she was a little sad that the little thing didn't like the side hall she decorated with her own hands, but what made Concubine Rong most sad was that he was punished now. She can't care about anything else. Ye Shuo never expected that he would end up losing himself just by using the luxury. I'm sorry, mother. Without noticing that her son could speak fluently all of a sudden, Concubine Rong took him into her arms, and the mother and son hugged each other and cried bitterly. It's just that Concubine Rong was crying about her son's future, while Ye Shuo was crying about the house arrest order, and it would take him half a year to find a way to get back at his wits' end. The time span is too long, and he feels really unhappy. But no matter what, we can't just let this matter go. It's just half a year, he can wait. Then the oral order spread like wildfire throughout the palace. The little prince was under house arrest. As his biological mother, how could Concubine Rong be any better? The honor and favor that was finally restored is likely to be lost again. What sin did the imperial concubine commit in her previous life? Could this child be here to collect the debt? Moreover, once the word arrogant, extravagant, and debauched was uttered, the child was most likely doomed. If they were imperial concubines, they would have been considering whether to give birth to another prince while they were still young and strong. Instead of worrying about a child who is disliked by the emperor, it is better to raise a good one. The consorts, the concubines, and the ladies, including the queen, were all laughing behind her back. With a son like this, it will be difficult for the imperial concubine's lineage to achieve success. Gently brushing away the layer of foam on the teacup, several people thought so at the same time. But they are not imperial concubines after all. Concubine Rong did not feel burdened at all. Instead, she was worried about the child's sensitive mind. What if he could not accept the scolding from his father for a while? Haven't you seen many princes who became devastated, depressed, and even died because of this? However, Concubine Rong soon realized that her worries were unnecessary. Ye Shuo hasn't had much reaction since he was confined to his room. He still eats and drinks as usual every day, and still runs and plays like before. Except for not being able to leave Kiowa Palace, nothing else has changed. The Crown Prince shared the same concerns as Concubine Rong, and since he was the one who led his father over, he felt even more guilty. The Crown Prince had not expected that his father would be so angry, so after the house arrest order, he hesitated for a while, but finally sent the letter. Then Mo Shu told him about the scene he saw of the little prince playing the ball-throwing game with the palace maids and eunuchs. The Crown Prince discovered that his younger brother seemed to be no ordinary person. The Crown Prince was silent for a moment, then asked, "Anything else?" The young prince asked me to ask if the Crown Prince could give him the lychees that were newly tribute this year if he really has no appetite. The young prince said that the basket of lychees will go bad if they are not eaten. Mo Shu gritted his teeth and repeated Ye Shuo's words, then lowered his head, not daring to look at his master's expression. The Crown Prince. After a long while, the prince finally spoke again. Since he has spoken, give it to him. Yes. The sixth prince felt mixed emotions after hearing that his younger brother was forcibly brought back by his father's guards. I didn't expect that my little brother could cause so much trouble just by going for a free meal. The most important thing is that he actually lived in the prince's palace for so many days. After the incident, the Crown Prince specially sent someone to deliver a basket of lychees. If the sixth prince remembered correctly, the south sent a total of 6 baskets of lychees as tribute this year. Emperor Jingguan kept 2 baskets for himself, gave 2 baskets to the empress, 2 baskets to the Crown Prince, and the rest did not even belong to the imperial concubine. Therefore, after Concubine Shu received the reward, the 5th prince was very proud in class. He kept fiddling with the 5 lychees over and over again without getting tired of it. Finally, the 4th prince couldn't stand it anymore and said a few words to him, and the 5th prince finally restrained himself. And now, he has lychees of his own. After the little prince got the lychees, he first gave most to the imperial concubine, and then it was his turn. A full basket weighs at least 10 pounds, and he will get at least 1 or 2 pounds. 1 or 2 pounds can contain 5 lychees. If he takes it to the upper study tomorrow, it will definitely embarrass the 5th prince. But in the end, the 6th prince did nothing. He didn't even eat the lychees. He waited until the lychees went bad without peeling even one. Half a year is neither long nor short. In Ye Shuo's opinion, it goes by very fast. It just flies by as he eats, drinks, plays every day. In the blink of an eye, Ye Shuo is already over 2 years old. It was early summer on the day the ban was lifted. Ye Shuo changed into a thin shirt, and the moment the palace gate opened, he rushed out with a whoosh. It's been so long that he's really getting frustrated. No matter how big Kiowa Palace is, it is only about 1.5 acres of land. Now, the clay figures made by Ye Shuo can almost fill up the entire decorative shelf. Suyu and the others hurriedly followed behind him, fearing that something unexpected might happen. But this time Ye Shuo did not do as they wished. Instead, he asked them to stay away. Could it be that the little prince has begun to get tired of them? Suyu couldn't help feeling a little sad. But in fact, Ye Shuo had other intentions when he asked them to stay away, which was that he just couldn't tell them for the time being. Let's build a swing here. The 2-year-old child could already speak clearly, and Ye Shuo's articulation also became fluent. Although the young eunuchs were puzzled, since their master had already said so, they naturally had to do so. Although the little prince had never had such an intention before, children always change very quickly. Maybe he heard about or saw a swing somewhere and wanted one too. In this way, Ye Shuo wandered around for many days, and finally waited for the person he wanted to see most. Emperor Jingwen habitually wore casual clothes. While relaxing in the imperial garden, he accidentally saw someone swinging on a swing. He thought it was another trick thought up by one of the concubines in the harem, but when he got closer, he found out it was his own son. Emperor Jingwen vaguely recalled that half a year had passed. If he remembered correctly, his youngest son had just celebrated his 2nd birthday 2 months ago. After such a long time, Emperor Jingwen was no longer angry. It is inevitable for children to be greedy for enjoyment. I believe that after this 6-month confinement, he should have corrected his behavior and will not commit the same mistake again. But the child was sitting there alone, without even anyone to serve him, and this place was so secluded. Weren't they afraid of any accidents? Yes, naturally no one would care about a prince who is disliked by the emperor. The imperial concubine was probably taking her anger out on him because she was being ignored. Having seen the ups and downs of the palace, Emperor Jingwen naturally knew that such things happened frequently, and useless people would be discarded like abandoned chess pieces. But Emperor Jingwen could not have imagined that the imperial concubine would be like this. These dogs and slaves who presumptuously speculate on the emperor's will. When did he ever say in person that he wanted to give up his son? Looking at the child who was almost unable to be born smoothly because of his own mistakes, and who finally survived but became like this now, no longer as lively as before, Emperor Jingwen felt a sudden pain in his heart and a surge of guilt. He wondered if he had spoken too harshly when he asked him to be confined to his home, which led to misunderstanding by others. But there was not a single word about anything else in the oral instruction. The words arrogant, extravagant, and debauched were also said behind people's backs. And in the past 6 months, he has never asked about it. Emperor Jingwen walked quickly through the peach forest, waved away the branches in front of him, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the child looking up. He was first startled by the sudden appearance of someone, and then his face was full of confusion. Who are you, and why are you here? Who are you? Who is he? Who? After not seeing him for half a year, his youngest son, who is not even old enough to remember, can no longer recognize him? It was not until this moment that Emperor Jingwen suddenly realized that 6 months was such a long time for a child. Emperor Jingwen was shocked and then stood there in a daze. Tell me quickly, who are you? Otherwise, I will call for help. The child's timid and panic-stricken look hurt Emperor Jingwen's eyes even more. He still remembered how willful and lively his son was half a year ago, but now he was like a wounded little animal licking his wounds alone in a corner. Emperors are all suspicious and thoughtful people. Even the smallest details will be magnified infinitely in their eyes. For such a young child, it is normal to forget someone after not seeing him/her for just 1 or 2 months, let alone half a year. Emperor Jingwen fell silent, suddenly not knowing how to start. Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, didn't think too much about it, and subconsciously reminded him, Your Highness, this person is. Step back. However, before he could finish, Emperor Jingwen interrupted him. Wang Ziquan was stunned. Ignoring the reaction of his personal eunuch, Emperor Jingwen walked straight forward. Wang Ziquan quickly understood his master's intention and hurriedly retreated with the eunuchs and palace maids. The emperor probably wants to repair his relationship with the young prince. It seems that the emperor still cares about this son. Wang Ziquan thought about it for a moment, and then he had an idea. It seems that the little prince's blessings are far from over, and they are just speculating recklessly. Fortunately, he had not been disrespectful to Chu Yuzhong before. After recalling the past, Wang Ziquan realized that he had been extremely polite to the imperial concubine no matter when she was in glory or in decline. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful in the future, think carefully before doing anything, and don't offend people you shouldn't offend. Do you hear me? Looking around, Wang Ziquan couldn't help but remind him. The other palace maids and eunuchs had now figured out what was going on and quickly agreed. The other side. Although Emperor Jingwen had many children, this was the first time he faced such a situation. A child used to be lively and willful, but now he is timid and submissive. Such a big contrast has brought a strong shock to the person involved. Didn't you see that even the emperor couldn't stand it? The emperor couldn't help but feel waves rising in his heart. If you don't speak anymore, this prince will leave. After saying this, the child quickly jumped off the swing. Seeing the little creature getting angry as he approached, Emperor Jingwen grabbed his arm without saying anything. Let go, let go. If you don't let go, I will call for help. As if he didn't expect the other party to be so bold, the 2-year-old child could no longer hold back, his eyes full of panic. Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, my father is the emperor. Be careful or I'll tell him and have him punish you for disrespect. It seems that the little thing really doesn't remember himself. Also, his situation didn't seem to be very good. He could only speak empty words without any threat. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen finally responded, "Oh, you said you are a prince? Do you have any evidence?" Emperor Jingwen looked him up and down, and when his eyes fell on the untied cuffs of his sleeves, his brows suddenly furrowed and anger rose in his heart. Are these damned slaves really so flattering? A prince has torn clothes? Emperor Jingwen took a closer look and found that the style of the clothes was also from last year. And the imperial concubine, is it possible that the love between mother and son is not worth the so-called favor? Emperor Jingwen was angry and disappointed at the moment. His eyes were full of fire, but he still said, I have seen that all the other princes are dressed in brocade and gorgeous clothes, and when they travel, they are followed by groups of palace servants. How come you don't have a single servant around you? You still say you are a prince, are you lying to me? Tisk, my cheap dad really acted with me. It turns out that all emperors like this. Then, Ye Shuo seemed to be insulted, his face flushed, you are talking nonsense. Emperor Jingwen continued, also, why have I never seen you by His Majesty's side? So, you are lying. I didn't. Hearing this, Ye Shuo seemed to finally be unable to bear it anymore, and finally told the truth, I, Your Highness, just made a mistake, so my father refused to come to see me. Wait a while, my father will definitely come to see me again. After saying that, the child raised his little face and said viciously, so if you dare to tell me your name, I will make you pay. Noticing the flash of loneliness, deep regret, and confusion in his eyes when he talked about his mistakes, Emperor Jingwen felt as if his heart was pricked by a needle. For the first time, he began to wonder if he was being too harsh on the kid. After all, he was only a little over 1 year old at the time and still a child who knew nothing. How could he know what he should and should not do? As a result, he imposed such a severe punishment on impulse, and caused the imperial concubine to lose face, so now she even ignores her own son. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a moment, then asked, since you made a mistake, do you know where you went wrong? I don't know either. Speaking of this, Ye Shuo decisively counted on his fingers and said, the ice is used regardless of whether I am there or not. The musician is also kept in the palace. I saw that no one was using him, so I invited them to use. The crown prince doesn't eat grapes either. And there is. So where exactly did he go wrong? He was clearly making use of waste. After his calculation, Emperor Jingwen miraculously felt that there was nothing wrong with the child. Then the image of him lying on the recliner flashed through his mind, and Emperor Jingwen calmed down instantly. I was almost led into a ditch by him. It is still wrong. If the prince does this and the news spreads to the people and everyone rushes to imitate him, what should we do? Emperor Jingwen then said, as a prince, you should put the overall situation first and not be so arrogant and carefree. But, I'm not the one in charge. What does setting an example have to do with me? Please, my cheap father and cheap brother are the real masters of the family. He is just a scoundrel. As long as he doesn't do anything harmful or break the law, how can he have such a big impact? Who would care about a prince who has nothing but a fart listening to music and eating grapes? Ye Shuo looked aggrieved. Isn't it enough to have my father and brother as role models for the people of the world? Why drag him into this? When Emperor Jingwen heard this, he choked up. He and the crown prince worked so hard, and when it was finally time to enjoy themselves, he had to do it, right? In fact, Emperor Jingwen should be happy that the child of the imperial concubine and the grandson of the Duke of Zhen could have such thoughts. His words proved that he had no ambitions and that he acknowledged the crown prince's status as heir to the throne. If he could maintain this status, it would be perfectly in line with Emperor Jingwen's wishes. But for some reason, when Emperor Jingwen really heard these words, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt inexplicably suffocated. However, you can't take the words of a 2-year-old seriously. When he grows up, he will naturally understand how ridiculous his current thoughts are. When he thought of this, Emperor Jingwen felt a little gloomy, and he became more determined not to let the two sides meet, to prevent the Duke of Zhen from teaching his son some bad things. Soon, after getting rid of these unfounded years, Emperor Jingwen pretended not to care and asked, hearing you say that, don't you hate the emperor very much? To be honest, if it were him, he would probably be dissatisfied with being punished so severely when he felt he had done nothing wrong. How could it be? The next second, the child in front of him jumped up instantly as if his hair stood on end. Listen, I won't let you say bad things about my father. Seeing that the child in front of him was full of grievances but still subconsciously defended himself, Emperor Jingwen felt mixed emotions and couldn't help but soften his tone. Yes, it's my fault. Although the emperor was apologizing to him, his gentle attitude still made Wang Ziquan's eyes pop out, and his gaze towards the little prince changed several times. The child was satisfied after hearing this. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time, and in the end, the younger one was the first to give in. Forget it, I forgive you, but you are not allowed to say such things again in the future. By the way, you haven't told me who you are yet. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Emperor Jingguan's mind, but in the end, he still asked calmly, Your Highness, who do you think I should be? Tisk, it looks like my cheap dad doesn't intend to end it like this, so I'll just continue to act with him. Ye Shuo thought about it, and then his eyes lit up. Recently, I heard that the new top scholar will enter the palace to meet the emperor. You are this year's top scholar, right? Yes, that must be the case. Mother said that the #1 scholar is very impressive, so there are so many people following you, right? This silly child is so out of date with the news after being under house arrest. The spring exam was held in March, and it is already May. 2 full months have passed. Moreover, the new #1 scholar went to the palace to meet the emperor through the main gate of the palace, Chengtian Gate, and would not pass by the harem at all. However, seeing how much he was looking forward to it, Emperor Jingguan, for the first time in his life, did not spoil the boy's fun, so he nodded and said, Yes, I am the top scholar this year. Your Highness is really smart. Now it was Ye Shuo's turn to choke. Wow, my cheap dad is so shameless that he actually nodded and acknowledged this identity. The top scholar is not even 30 yet, and is in the prime of his life. How old is he now? He will be 40 soon, right? Seeing that the child seemed to be silent, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ye Shuo shook his head and said, No, I just feel that you are very familiar to me. It feels like my father. Perhaps because he was a little embarrassed, he seemed a little hesitant in the end. Could it be that the little guy is going to recognize me? Emperor Jingguan raised his eyebrows. Afterward, perhaps he had finally mustered up the courage. Emperor Jingguan heard him say, I don't know if you mind, my lord, letting me hug you. Emperor Jingguan was stunned, as if he didn't hear clearly. What? Because I haven't seen my father for a long time, so. Facing the child's eager and anxious eyes, Emperor Jingguan's heart softened immediately. Of course, your highness can hold me as long as you want. Since he said so, Ye Shuo certainly didn't hesitate and climbed up in his arms. The next moment, Emperor Jingguan was embraced by him. Having never been so close to any of his sons, Emperor Jingguan felt a little uncomfortable. After a long time, he casually put his hand on the child's head. Only then did he realize that his son had grown a lot taller after not seeing him for half a year. Sir, do you have anything to do today? If not, could you stay a little longer? The child's voice became hoarse and muffled, as if with tears in it. Emperor Jingguan was shocked and remained silent for a while before nodding. Seeing that his son was alone here, Emperor Jingguan finally rolled up his sleeves to help him push the swing, just because he said, It's been a long time since anyone played with me. The 6th prince studies all day long, and can't go to the crown prince's east palace. Ye Shuo doesn't want to bother the imperial concubine, because, after all, she is his biological mother, and he really can't bear to pester her. He has been feeling really empty and lonely lately. Emperor Jingguan misunderstood. So he put aside the political affairs at hand and stayed with his youngest son for a whole afternoon. Finally, Ye Shuo got tired of playing and climbed onto the back of Emperor Jingguan. Bold? Presumptuous? Emperor Jingguan was furious and frowned subconsciously. He wanted to refuse, but before he could do anything, Ye Shuo's 2 small hands had already wrapped around his neck. Even the smell on your body is similar. But, father will never carry me like this. The childish words touched people's hearts the most. Facing this son whom he owed a lot, Emperor Jingguan held on for 2 breaths, but was overwhelmed by guilt when he turned his head. The hand that had been holding his wrist slowly let go. Just once, no big deal. As the sun sets, the afterglow of the setting sun on the blue stone road stretches the shadows of the father and son very long. The palace maids, eunuchs, and even concubines who passed by couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Emperor, Emperor. But before they could salute, Emperor Jingguan glanced over. Now he is so immersed in role-playing that he cannot extricate himself. How could he be willing to be exposed by others? Emperor Jingguan was still waiting to tell the child in person when he arrived at Kaiwa Palace. By then, he would surely be very surprised. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but curl his lips, not knowing what he was thinking of. Eunuch Wang Ziquan standing by was moved by this heartwarming scene. He, an outsider, was moved by this, let alone the emperor? Along the way, Ye Shuo chattered incessantly, spouting nice words as if they were free, acting out the image of a son who adores his father to the fullest. Emperor Jingguan was overjoyed when he heard this. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. After all, there is a difference between the admiration of one's own son and the hypocritical praise from outsiders. But the good times didn't last long. Ye Shuo never expected that even though he had already explained everything in advance, Su Yu still went to complain to his mother. Of course, Su Yu also had good intentions. After all, a 2-year-old child had to be left alone, and she, as a servant, couldn't stop him, so she had to let someone who could take care of him do it. So when he saw his mother standing at the end of the road, Ye Shuo instinctively felt that something was wrong. Greetings to His Majesty, may His Majesty be blessed with good health and good health. It's bad. The imperial concubine acted too quickly and Emperor Jingwen didn't have time to discuss it with her. All the hiding along the way was destroyed in an instant. Emperor Jingwen felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw that his identity was exposed so quickly. If the child on his back found out that he had been deceived, he would surely be very disappointed. In a flash, Emperor Jingwen had already thought of words of comfort. But the subsequent development of events seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Ye Shuo was even more nervous than his father and tried his best to wink at his mother. But how could concubine Rong know that her son was so bold that he even dared to deceive his father, the emperor, relying on the fact that he was the emperor's son? So after she stood up, without thinking, concubine Rong immediately scolded him. "What's wrong with you recently? Why do you always like to run around in this ragged clothes? Why don't you ask Suyu and the others to follow you? Where did you get this dress? Didn't I ask Aunt Jing to throw it away? You want to piss off mother to death, don't you?" This time the imperial concubine was really furious. He was only 2 years old. If something happened to him, wouldn't it be the end of her life? No wonder concubine Rong was so angry. The emperor was worthy of being an emperor, and he quickly grasped the key points of the 2 sentences. Wait a minute, it's not that the imperial concubine doesn't want to change the old clothes, but that the child himself refuses to change them. Moreover, it wasn't that the palace servants didn't follow him, but he deliberately sent them away. The most important thing is that concubine Rong's eyes were red, and she didn't look like she was going to give up her son at all. So, he did it on purpose. He deliberately pretended to be pitiful and was waiting for me there. And everything that happened today, in fact, is fake. With a loud boom, Emperor Jingwen's brain exploded instantly. He grabbed the child who was about to sneak out with his backhand and brought him in front of him without saying a word. Things have come to this point, and it is useless for Ye Shuo to struggle unilaterally. He who knows how to adapt to the times is a wise man. If he behaves well, he might be able to have an easier time later. Facing his awkward yet polite smile, at this moment, Emperor Jingwen was so angry that shock, shame, anger, all surged into his heart. It has been so many years since Emperor Jingwen was so angry. Seeing the hand pointing at him trembling constantly, Ye Shuo, who had no way to escape, couldn't help but swallow. Oops, looks like this is too much. Father, please calm down. Please listen to your son's explanation. However, at this time, Emperor Jingwen had almost lost his mind. His mind kept recalling how he helped him push the swing, carried him back, and felt proud and self-satisfied when he heard his exaggerated praises. Facts have proved that when people are extremely embarrassed, they will really get angry and lose their minds. Especially since the person in front of him is the emperor, an emperor for whom face is of paramount importance. As guilty as Emperor Jingwen felt before, he is as angry now. He was actually teased by his own son. Emperor Jingwen had never beaten his children before. If his children made mistakes, as long as he pointed them out, they would naturally correct themselves. Even their mothers would have taken the initiative to scold them, so it was never Emperor Jingwen's turn to take action. What's more, Emperor Jingwen has always looked down upon the use of force to solve problems. Using force is only for short-term gain and does not fundamentally solve the problem. Instead, it will make his children resentful. The children are just afraid, they haven't changed. But today, as if he had learned it all by himself, Emperor Jingwen instinctively looked around to see if there was anything that could help him. When he realized what was happening, he already had a feather duster in his hand. The maids and eunuchs in Kiowa Palace were cleaning the room, but unexpectedly the emperor rushed in and instantly grabbed the feather duster in the vase. "Get out of here." Before beating the children, the emperor did not forget to clear the area. The palace servants had never seen such a scene before and were terrified. Wang Ziquan, who was used to seeing big storms, couldn't help but be stunned. How could the scene of loving father and filial son change so suddenly? Although Ye Shuo had never been beaten by his biological father, he was not unfamiliar with this process. After getting the weapon, the next step is to give him a good beating. Ye Shuo suddenly shuddered, and before the emperor could make a move, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Mother, mother, help me, Dad is going to beat me to death." Bastard? He hasn't even started yet. If people don't know, they might think the emperor really wants to kill his son. With the volume of his voice, I'm afraid the people in the surrounding palaces could have heard it. "Shut up! What nonsense are you talking about?" Emperor Jingwen was almost mad at him. Ye Shuo didn't care about that and shouted everything he could, brother, come and save me." Then almost half of the people in the palace were alarmed, and soon the crown prince also heard the news. Emperor Jingwen suddenly came to his senses. If this matter were to get out, he would really lose both his face and dignity. Emperor Jingwen subconsciously covered his son's mouth, gritting his teeth as he did so. "Shut up, you still think it's not chaotic enough, right? It was obviously you who started it first." Ye Shuo's face flushed red as he made this accusation with his eyes. Emperor Jingwen guessed what he meant at once, so he lowered his voice and said, "You were the one who lied to me first." When he thought about the fact that he had played the game of #1 scholar and prince with him for a long time, Emperor Jingwen's face turned pale. He thought he was the one playing the game, but he was played by his own son. Who knows how this little bastard is laughing at me in his heart? When Emperor Jingwen thought of this, his hands began to tremble again. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Ye Shuo stared at the feather duster in his hand, not daring to breathe. Things have come to this point. Unless I strangle this little bastard to death and kill Wang Ziquan and other palace servants and destroy the bodies, I can't pretend that this incident never happened. After a long time, Emperor Jingguan, who had realized the reality, suddenly calmed down and said, "Tell me, how can you not tell anyone about this? Oh my god, the emperor is actually negotiating with a little kid." Seeing such emotions in the eyes of the little bastard in front of him, Emperor Jingguan's calmness, which had been so hard to calm down, was almost ruined again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ye Shuo immediately restrained himself. "If you beat me, I won't tell you." Emperor Jingguan narrowed his eyes suddenly, and his mood became bad again. "You dare to threaten me? Do you know that you are committing the crime of deceiving the emperor?" If it were someone else, even the prince, hearing this, he would probably kneel on the ground with a pale face and unable to get up. There is no other reason. The crime is so serious that you may lose your head if you are not careful. Ye Shuo was not afraid at all. He suddenly became serious and did not answer but asked instead. His eyes were clearly black and white and showed unprecedented seriousness. "Father, do you treat your son the same way you treat your subjects in the court? Do you also need to be careful about your words and actions?" The child's face was still childish, and he possessed an innocence that the older princes did not have. No wonder Emperor Jingguan thought he was naive. If it were someone else, who would have the guts to ask this question? Even if he was a few years older, he wouldn't dare to do so. No one had ever asked him this question before. The relationship between the ruler and his subjects, father and son, should first be between the ruler and his subjects, then father and son. This is how it should be for people in the royal family. Emperor Jingguan should have told him this, but for some reason, he suddenly couldn't bring himself to say it. Although they are king and subject, they are also father and son. Caught off guard, Emperor Jingguan was stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Shuo asked again, "Since we are father and son, how can we talk about deceiving the emperor?" His hands suddenly tightened, and Emperor Jingguan said reflexively, "How outrageous." But for some reason, he felt a little lacking in confidence. Although he had been a father for so many years, he had never encountered a child like this, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Ye Shuo struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Father, look, if this happened between an ordinary father and son, it would be just a trivial matter. Why are you so angry? In an ordinary family, the father and son would probably still talk about it from time to time and make it a joke years later. Is it really like this?" Seeing his cheap father's hesitation, Ye Shuo's face became serious. He didn't feel guilty at all and nodded very affirmatively. "Really? No matter what, let's get through this hurdle first." Emperor Jingguan might really have little experience in this area, and he was really intimidated by him. After calming down, Emperor Jingguan heard the frantic knocking on the door outside. Oh, I forgot to mention that Emperor Jingguan felt ashamed, so when he drove the palace servants out, he locked the door of the main hall as well. His behavior made concubine Rong very anxious. Coupled with her son's screams just now, concubine Rong's heart was beating fast. Her hands turned red from clapping, and she was sweating all over. Your Majesty, if Shuo has made any mistakes, please forgive him for his young age. If you really want to punish me, please punish me." Before she could finish her words, she heard a creaky sound and the door in front of her suddenly opened. Concubine Rong was delighted, but before she could say anything, she saw Emperor Jingguan casually throwing something at her. Taking a closer look, this fiery red ball, who else could it be but her son? Concubine Rong hurriedly went to take him. When she turned around again, she could only see the emperor's back, and along with it, his deep voice. "My dear, Shuo is naughty and needs to be taught well in the future." At first, Emperor Jingguan wanted to punish him again, but then he changed his mind. This little bastard was only 2 years old after all. Moreover, he had just been released from prison more than 10 days ago, and he was going to be imprisoned again today. Emperor Jingguan felt that it was too frequent. The most important thing is that he dared to do such a thing after being locked up for half a year last time. God knows what tricks he can come up with next time. Emperor Jingguan decided to let him go this time, and also let himself go. After his stepfather left, Ye Shuo couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I managed to fool him. He was not worried at all that his mother would be angered. Although his stepfather was a scumbag, he was not so shameless. Even Ye Shuo was not that worried about himself. As I said, when you are young you can do whatever you want. The most you will get is a beating or be put in solitary confinement for half a year, nothing else will happen. Now I didn't get beaten, and I didn't get put in solitary confinement, it was a real win. Next time, let's do it this way again. Ye Shuo was thinking happily, but when he turned around, he met concubine Rong's fiery eyes. Oops, I just sent one away, and there is still one. Ye Shuo broke out in a cold sweat. Mom, please listen to my explanation. After a long time, the little prince's screams were heard again in Kiowa Palace. The other side. The impact of being teased by a 2-year-old child was greater than Emperor Jingguan had imagined. He even thought about it before going to bed at night. Scene after scene kept repeating itself again and again before Emperor Jingguan's eyes. The more one want to forget, the harder it is to forget. Sensing the low pressure in the bedroom, Wang Ziquan didn't dare to breathe. After all, he was one of the parties involved, and he wished he could disappear from the emperor's sight as soon as possible, so that the emperor wouldn't see him and remember what happened that day. Wang Ziquan, who was used to many ups and downs, was even shocked at the courage of the little prince. For some unknown reason, Emperor Jingwen finally asked several ministers indirectly what they would do if this happened to them. The results were all the same without exception. How dare he break his legs? Emperor Jingwen then realized that he had been deceived again. Even if he was an ordinary person, he couldn't escape the beating. It was a pity that I believed his words at that time. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help himself and accidentally smashed the cup next to him. The little bastard was so skilled and calm, and he dug 2 big holes in a row, which made it hard to believe that he was a first-time offender. At the same time, scenes from the past flashed quickly through the emperor's mind. I still remember that when he was a little over 1 year old, he was greatly humiliated because of the imperial concubines sleeping with him. Emperor Jingwen now felt more and more that he did it on purpose. As for the matters of grasping the weak old and throwing the jade unicorn, there is no need to mention it. Emperor Jingwen was startled, and then a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that his son was born bad? No, it's not bad, it's just plain irritating. He is like this when he is just over 2 years old. What will happen when he grows up? Because the crown prince and other princes were so diligent, obedient, and conscientious, Emperor Jingwen had the illusion that he was particularly good at raising children. It was not until today that Emperor Jingwen realized that all his previous children were raised in vain. All of them combined were not as troublesome as this one. The other party would even stop him with words like emperor and subject, father and son. Listen to this, does this sound like something a 2-year-old child would say? But he couldn't really say anything like the emperor and his subjects were the first to rule over him. Everyone knew it, but they couldn't put it in the open, as it would ultimately hurt the relationship between father and son. Therefore, this question has no solution. For the first time in his life, Emperor Jingwen was not thinking about state affairs before going to bed, but was troubled by the upbringing of his youngest son. At the same time, the East Palace. When the commotion broke out in Kiowa Palace, the Crown Prince had already received the news. However, before he could go to check what was going on, the farce had already stopped. Looking at this commotion, I'm afraid that my royal brother has done something to displease father again. He is worthy of being the Crown Prince. He has already gotten a glimpse of the truth after only meeting Ye Shuo twice, and his guess is so accurate. Oh, from what I've seen from your highness' words and actions, the little prince seems to be a little naughty. The tutor beside him had never seen the true appearance of the little prince, but after hearing him say this, he became interested. The prince twitched his lips when he heard this. Grand Master, you don't know that my brother is more than just naughty. The Teifu is the Crown Prince's teacher. When facing his teacher, the Crown Prince has nothing to hide. So he told everything he had seen. Then the tutor stopped talking. Just by lying on a recliner and eating grapes, and having musicians and masseurs, the Teifu thought that it was fortunate that he was not the Crown Prince, otherwise he would have been a tyrant if he ascended the throne one day. Fortunately, the one he was assisting was the Crown Prince, so the more useless the other princes were, the better. Judging from the current situation, the little prince doesn't seem to be a cause for concern. The Grand Tutor had been worried about the Duke of Zhen for 2 years, and now he finally felt a little relieved. But it's inevitable that those people who go to the study room will have to work hard in the future. After all, we are all in education, so we naturally know each other. As the saying goes, people of the same profession look down on each other, and this is especially true for scholars. Even the Teifu is no exception. As luck would have it, the person in charge of the upper study now is his old rival, Lord Jinjia. It's obvious that concubine Rong dotes on her child. The emperor has to worry about so many things every day, so it's basically impossible for him to discipline his child personally, so in the end, the responsibility falls on the prince's teacher. Even though the little prince is only a little over 2 years old now, and it will take him nearly 2 years to go to the upper study, the Grand Tutor has already anticipated the scene when the little prince goes to the upper study. Thinking of his old rival's headache, the Teifu couldn't help but smile. When the time comes, I must watch the fun carefully. On the other hand, as Emperor Jingwen's mood changed, the hearts of everyone in the harem also fluctuated. It was thought that the 6-month-long house arrest had crushed the little prince to death. As a record breaker, in the eyes of the concubines, the little prince would never be able to turn over again. Who knows how long it would take before someone saw the emperor carrying him around the palace. Note, it is carried on the back. Not to mention other princes, even the crown prince does not have this honor. The emperor is a typical strict father. Apart from holding the prince when he is born, there is nothing more he does, let alone carrying him on his back. Even in the homes of lower-level ministers, it was rare for a father to carry his child on his back. What does father mean? It means unshakable authority and the most untransgressed existence in a family or even a clan. If you are too close to your children, won't they lose their sense of awe? After hearing the news, the concubine Shu and the others, who had been gloating at first, twisted their handkerchiefs to pieces and felt a sense of crisis. However, before they could come up with a solution, they heard that the emperor was furious and almost beat the little prince. What is this about? Emperor Jingwen changed his attitude so quickly this time that the queen and the others were really confused. Does the emperor love or is he angry with the little prince? Not to mention them, even concubine Rong, his own mother, is almost having a headache. Her son is only 2 years old, and he is already like this. What will she do when he grows up? Looking at the child playing wildly in the palace as usual, concubine Rong decided to let him study in advance. It is said that books contain beauty and golden houses. Perhaps after he reads the books and understands the principles in them, he will naturally become sensible. For some reason, Ye Shuo, who was watering the plants and mixing the mud, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something bad was about to happen. Soon, when he saw Suyu coming over with a pile of books, Ye Shuo realized that it was not an illusion, but something bad was really going to happen. So Ye Shuo ran away before concubine Rong could say anything. Mom, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. Bye-bye. He is just a 2-year-old kid, what the hell is there for him to do? The child's back gradually walked away, and concubine Rong's expression changed from pretending to be gentle at the beginning to completely losing her trick and turned into anger. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you bring him back to me? Today, even if he says something ridiculous, he must recite this 1000-character classic to me. Yes. Although Ye Shuo has small arms and legs, he is not slow at all when running. And because of his small body, he can hide better. However, Ye Shuo also had his limits in mind. The palace was so huge, and with his small body, if he made a mistake, he might be swallowed up by someone with ulterior motives. Although on the surface he is quite safe as the son of the imperial concubine, it is always better to be safe than sorry. If anything happened, her mother, as a royal concubine, would definitely avenge him, but he would be dead by then, so revenge would be useless. So Ye Shuo deliberately avoided accident-prone areas such as rockery, pools, wells, etc. Just as he was wandering alone in the imperial garden, thinking about what to do next, he suddenly thought of a good place. If it's there, it should be fine. With his 6th brother going to school and unable to enter the Eastern Palace, Ye Shuo felt that it was time to find another good place to go. Ye Shuo did what he said, and walked towards the destination with his calves. Not long after Ye Shuo left, Suyu and the others arrived, panting. That's not right. I just saw the little prince here, how come he's gone in the blink of an eye? Suyu couldn't understand why. The little prince had only been to the imperial garden a few times, and the swing he had set up before was not in this location. So how did he remember the route so clearly and even knew where it was better to hide without being discovered? If Suyu had not seen the abilities of these young eunuchs before, she would have really thought they were useless. But now is not the time to talk about this, the most important thing is to find the little prince. Just as Suyu was wandering around the imperial garden like a headless fly, Ye Shuo had already appeared at the door of Shulanzai. He remembered that concubine Zhao lived here. Looking at the tightly closed palace gate in front of him, Ye Shuo stood on tiptoe and took great effort to barely reach the door knocker on it. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. At that time, Zhao Chongrong was taking medicine. Since the loss of her child, her health has not improved as before, and she has basically been taking herbal medicine every day. As a result, just as she picked up the bowl, she heard a knock on the door. As her place was seldom visited by anyone, Zhao Chongrong initially thought she had misheard. Later, after being reminded by her maid, she asked the eunuch who was serving her to go out and check. With a creaky sound, the heavy door opened. The young eunuch looked out. No one was there. Could it be haunted? Then he heard a clear child's voice coming from below. Excuse me, is Madame Zhao here? The young eunuch lowered his head subconsciously. When he saw the red dress, he was stunned at first, and then startled. Greetings, young prince. Good luck to you, young prince. A look of surprise flashed across Zhao Chongrong's face. When she came to her senses, the little kid had already run towards her. Zhao Chongrong is not good at dealing with people, including children. Fortunately, Ye Shuo is a chatterbox, so there is no need to worry about awkward silence. Why is concubine Zhao taking medicine? Is concubine Zhao sick recently? Facing the little kid's slightly worried eyes, Zhao Chongrong felt warm in his heart. It's just to take care of my health. After saying that, she drank the medicine in front of her, then handed the medicine bowl to the maid beside her and asked her to deal with it. Wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, Zhao Chongrong asked, why is the young prince here? The most important thing is that he still remembers her. I don't know why, but I felt a sense of familiarity when I thought of concubine Zhao, so I came here. Ye Shuo didn't feel embarrassed at all when he lied. If Madame Zhao finds me annoying, I will leave now. The little baby looked so pitiful when he looked depressed. Zhao Chongrong hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the trouble. Wait a minute. Zhao Chongrong sighed, if your highness doesn't mind, you can stay with me as long as you want. Ye Shuo immediately perked up, no longer feeling aggrieved. I don't mind, I don't mind. Seeing that he seemed curious about her palace, Zhao Chongrong thought that there was nothing in it that couldn't be seen by the light, so she took the initiative to hold his hand and show him around. When he reached one of the drawers, Ye Shuo suddenly stopped. This thing should be ancient playing cards, right? Although he had recognized what was in the box, Ye Shuo still asked with a curious expression, Madame Zhao, what is this? You are talking about this. This thing is called Meidiao. Before Zhao Chongrong got married, she often played with her sisters. Later, she married Emperor Jingguan, who was still the crown prince, and it has been 15 or 16 years until today. This sling was brought here as a souvenir, and now it is old. Ye Shuo, is Meidiao a toy? Zhao Chongrong hesitated and said, this should be considered as such, right? Ye Shuo was waiting for this. His eyes lit up, and he looked up and said, then let's play this. Zhao Chongrong refused without thinking, this is not something that children can play with. As well as, mahjong is fun only when 4 people play together, and there are only 2 of us. It's just a lack of people, that's easy to handle. Concubine Zhao, wait for me. I'll go call the queens from the 2 neighboring palaces. He had noticed when he came that this area was exceptionally quiet. It was not as lively as the Kiowa Palace at all. It was probably because there were concubines here whose situations were similar to Zhao Kongrong's. There was no time to stop him. Zhao Chongrong could only watch the little kid run away. Zhao Chongrong was stunned. When they heard the knock on the door, the other 2 ladies, like Zhao Chongrong, did not react for a long time. Why did the little prince suddenly come to them? Children in the palace sometimes mean trouble. The prince is of noble status, and they cannot afford to bear the consequences if something goes wrong. The 2 of them subconsciously wanted to decline, but who knew that the little prince would speak up next? Madam, can you play mahjong? We are short 1. It sounded as if there were already 3 people, and only herself was missing. It's just like playing games in modern times, there's only 1 person missing from a 5-person team, so you're asked if you'll come. Most people would get up and play a few rounds even if they were very sleepy and had taken off their clothes. In this situation, anyone with a slightly weak mind would be fooled away in just a few words. Normally, it would be too difficult to refuse, and the 2 ladies were no exception. When they arrived at Shu Lanzai, they found out that they had been deceived. The little prince used the same excuse to the other party. In other words, he obviously had no one at the time, but he just relied on the phrase missing 1 player to get them together. However, it is too late to leave now. This clever little ghost. The 3 of them thought so in their hearts without any prior agreement. Zhao Chongrong and the other 2 looked at each other, and since they were all elders living in the palace and had no children, their ranks were similar, so they bowed to each other. As the host of Shulanzai, Zhao Chongrong hurriedly asked the palace maids and eunuchs to prepare hot tea and snacks. By the time the servants came into the courtyard with the snacks, Ye Shuo had already come out with the mahjong cards. As for Meidiao, it was very popular in the Zhou Dynasty and was considered one of the most popular gambling games at that time. The other 2 ladies were not unfamiliar with it either, as they often played with their sisters during their boudoir years. But now, so many years have passed, and their hands are numb. Looking at the slightly worn cards in front of them, the 3 people's eyes flashed with nostalgia at the same time, and the restraint and strangeness in their hearts also dissipated a lot. Su Kongai couldn't help but take a sip of tea and said with a smile, I haven't seen this thing for a long time. The younger sisters should give in to me later. Favored assistant, Kongai, or lady of complete deportment, Kongai. Su Kongai was the oldest and was the first to serve Emperor Jingguan, who was still the crown prince, so there was nothing wrong with calling herself sister. Hearing this, Li Chongyuan covered her mouth with her fan and smiled, that's what I was thinking too. My 2 sisters, please go easy on me later. Zhao Chongrong pursed her lips and said nothing. At this moment, she was thinking whether to let them go later. Apart from anything else, Zhao Chongrong can definitely be considered the best when it comes to card skills. Among the boudoir, among that group of young ladies, Zhao Chongrong believed that no one could match her. But that was before they got married, so the sisters didn't need to care so much about it. When they arrived at the palace, it was a completely different scene. If she won too much, Zhao Chongrong was afraid that it would damage the harmony, so she decided to let go when the time came. It was just entertainment, so how could she take it seriously? The sooner we can get through today, the sooner our lives will return to their normal peace. Ye Shuo looked at this, then looked at that, and always felt that something was strange. Everyone seemed to be extremely cautious and couldn't let go at all, but he wasn't worried about not having enough fun. After all, when the fun really started, he wouldn't be able to control himself even if he wanted to. So Ye Shuo took the lead and reached out to grab the cards first. Zhao Chongrong and 3 others followed closely behind. Good cards. Such thoughts arose in the minds of the 3 people almost at the same time. Only Ye Shuo had a bitter face as he looked at the handful of dregs in his hand. Does this card have eyes? It gives all the bad ones to his side. He had taken all the small cards, so the cards in the lady's hands must be good. 10,000 strings of cash. It was Su Konggai's turn, and she casually threw out a card. Ye Shuo rolled his eyes. 30,000 strings of cash. Li Chongyuan paused while holding the cards. Oh no, she could just bet on it and get rid of the few useless cards on the board. But if this is the case, it would be very difficult for me to lose. In the end, Li Chongyuan couldn't resist the temptation and paid 40,000 strings of cash. After several rounds of confrontation, the 2 games were over quickly. Zhao Chongrong, who had originally wanted to conserve her strength, gradually discovered that the 2 opponents did not seem to be trying their best. It turns out that everyone has the same idea, which is to give in. The 2 people opposite were pretending to be novices and inexperienced really well. If my level was lower, I would have been fooled by them. Li Chongyuan and Su Kongai, who also put themselves in a position to let others go, frowned. Wait, something is wrong. Things seem to be a little different from what I imagined. Ye Shuo played 2 cards in a row, which were caught by 3 people in time, and then was taken away by a set of tricks. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Question, if we randomly pick 3 people to play mahjong, what is the probability that all 3 of them are experts? Perhaps it was because their opponent aroused their desire to win, or perhaps it was because the dignity of a master could not be challenged. The 3 of them went from being reserved at the beginning, to cautious probing, and finally to swordplay and back and forth, all in less than 5 games. Later on, Zhao Chongrong and the other two used various methods, including card splitting and card counting. If Ye Shuo was really an ordinary 2-year-old child, he would have been beaten so badly that he couldn't even get up. Although, he is not much better now. Ye Shuo's card skills are not bad, and can even be called superb, but modern poker is different from this mahjong, and he still needs to adapt. Mahjong equals Meidiao. The most important thing is that the three ladies agreed to explain the specific rules to him when they played cards, but when the game started, they forgot everything. Just like that, the three of them fought back and forth, and in the end only Ye Shuo was injured. By the time Zhao Chongrong and the others reacted, Ye Shuo's wallet was empty. All the New Year's money he had saved for 2 years was lost. Looking at the child's empty wallet and aggrieved face, Zhao Chongrong and others suddenly woke up. Oops, I forgot about the little prince. Looking at the pile of silver beans at hand, Zhao Chongrong and the others all showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Your Highness. For fear of making him cry, Zhao Chongrong was just about to draw something, but the next moment, the palace door of Shu Lanzai was pushed open again. It turned out that concubine Rong had finally brought people here to look for her. Seeing the anger and anxiety on her face, Zhao Chongrong and the others were startled at first, and then they wanted to salute. Concubine Rong was the same, she was about to curse, but Ye Shuo didn't even give her the chance. Concubine Rong watched her son rush towards her, and then stuffed something into her hand. Mother, save me. When Concubine Rong heard this, she didn't bother to scold him. She just thought that he was bullied when she was not around. When he looked down, he found that what he put into his hand was actually a mahjong deck of cards. Mother, your son has lost all his New Year's money. Please help him win it back, okay? Concubine Rong's attention was indeed diverted. Nanny Yu, who was holding a copy of 1000-character classic behind her, looked a little embarrassed at this moment. I'll settle the score with you later. Concubine Rong glared at the little thing, but in Ye Shuo's eyes, it didn't have much deterrent power. Then Concubine Rong approached and sneered, you three teamed up to bully a child, what kind of ability do you have? Zhao Chongrong opened her mouth, but for the first time, she was speechless. After all, what the other party said makes sense. With a quick glance, she found her son's seat and sat down in front of everyone. How about I play a few games with you? Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo spoke up immediately, Mother, you are amazing. Mother, you are great. But, can she really succeed? Ye Shuo had seen the card skills of Zhao Chongrong and the other two, which were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ye Shuo smacked his lips, not holding out much hope. The three dared not disobey the imperial concubine's order, so they sat back at the card table. After Zhao Chongrong and the others calmed down, they originally wanted to give up their cards, and wait until the imperial concubine was happy, and the matter would be over. However, no matter how they planned, they could never have imagined that the imperial concubine's card skills were so bad. Fearing that she would be discovered if she did it too obviously, Su Kongai played a card when the time was almost right, thinking of sending the imperial concubine away. As a result, the imperial concubine refused to accept it. If she goes out again, the imperial concubine still won't want it. Su Kongai was stunned. What she didn't know was that the imperial concubine was also in a difficult situation. At first, she wanted to let it go, but later on, she found that she suddenly couldn't get up anymore. Su Kongai had no choice but to play her last card. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Come again, come again. The imperial concubine narrowed her eyes. She just didn't believe it. Ye Shuo on the side blinked his eyes, pulled her sleeve and said, Mother, stop playing, we should go back to study. Wait a moment, Nanny Yu, please watch him first, and let me do it again. Ye Shuo looked innocent when he heard this. This is what his mother said herself, it has nothing to do with him. However, this wait took most of the day. From the bright sunshine in the afternoon to the dim sunset in the evening, although Concubine Rong won a few times, she still lost more often. Even so, Zhao Chongrong and the others did not try their best. Finally, mother and son joined forces to gradually turn the situation around. Concubine Rong suddenly found that mahjong was quite interesting. It would be nice to play it in her spare time when she was bored in the palace. Tomorrow afternoon, the three of you must remember to come to Kiowa Palace to find me. How could Ye Shuo not see that his mother was addicted? It just so happened that there was something to catch his mother's attention, so she didn't have to force him to study all the time. Zhao Chongrong was not particularly averse to hearing this. After playing cards for an afternoon, the three of them found that although the imperial concubine looked unhappy when she lost, she did not vent her anger on them and was generous when paying. She was considered a good player. At first, Concubine Rong didn't want her son to get involved. What would happen if he was so young and indulged in pleasure? However, she found that without the little thing beside her to guide her from time to time, she really couldn't win. So often, when Concubine Rong was frustrated with losing, she would drag Ye Shuo over and let him take the field, while she would sit aside and watch. After understanding the rules, with the training of 3 mahjong masters and the foundation he had learned before, Ye Shuo's mahjong skills improved by leaps and bounds. At first, Zhao Chongrong and the others thought he was a child and gave in to him, but gradually, the three of them felt it was too much and could only play with him at their true level. Emperor Jingguan always remembered that he had been too cold to the imperial concubine and her son. Now that the Duke of Zhen had settled down temporarily, he slowly felt guilty and wanted to make amends. If it had been before, he would have asked the eunuchs around him to inquire and say hello. Why would he have made this trip in person? It had been a long time since they last met, and Emperor Jingwen thought that the imperial concubine and her son would be very happy to see him, so he blurted out, "I don't know how that little bastard is doing lately." After receiving the order, Wang Ziquan, who was preparing the sedan chair, was startled when he heard this and could not help but secretly glance at the emperor. The little prince had just played a trick on the emperor. Logically, the emperor should be very disgusted with the little prince. Why did he ask about the little prince's recent situation so casually? However, the emperor still seems unaware of it, which is really strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Emperor Jingwen was worthy of being an emperor, he noticed it in an instant. Wang Ziquan was shocked, but fortunately he reacted in time, so he smiled and said, "I was just thinking that the little prince will be happy to see the emperor later." Of course. 2 months later, Emperor Jingwen had already found a reason for his son in his mind. The reason why the little bastard behaved like that might be because he had been neglected for too long. Isn't it said that a child who is not paid attention by his father will try every possible means to attract his father's attention? Wang Ziquan was used to reading people's faces, and immediately followed the emperor's words and said, "Since the little prince has worked so hard in his studies, why doesn't your majesty consider giving him something as a reward? I'm sure the little prince will like whatever your majesty gives him." Emperor Jingwen thought about it and agreed. "It's rare that my youngest son is so motivated, so naturally I should give him a small reward. Go and ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to fetch 2 brushes. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools." Although the youngest son has not formally started to learn calligraphy yet, it is always a good idea to prepare it early. T/L=Hu brushes are made with fine horse hairs, which is good for scholars as these brushes doesn't impair easily. Emperor Jingwen led his men and walked towards Kaiwu Palace quite easily. Result. What is the result? As soon as he approached, Emperor Jingwen heard some unusual movements inside. It seemed that Kaiwu Palace was very lively. At first, Emperor Jingwen felt a little relieved to hear the laughter of a woman who was different from the imperial concubine. It would be perfect if the harem could always maintain friendship and harmony. It was not until Emperor Jingwen quickened his pace and stepped into it quickly that he was caught off guard and saw the following scene. In the bright afternoon sunshine, my youngest son, who I hadn't seen for 2 months, was standing on a stone pier in the yard. From time to time, he was yelling something, while his hands were waving in the air. His hands, which had never held a brush, were now struggling to hold a pile of paper. Judging from the complex patterns on the paper, it was mahjong tiles. The little kid, who can barely hold chopsticks for eating and have never touched a brush to write, is already playing mahjong cards with great skill. From the looks of it, he even seems very skilled. Looking at the people sitting opposite him, who else could it be but his 3 concubines? Emperor Jingwen remembered from afar that these 3 people were extremely low-key in their daily lives, and their clothes were extremely plain, so they were always quite inconspicuous when seen in the crowd. Now, everyone has a rosy face and a smile on their face, but the long strip of paper on their face is really an eyesore. Emperor Jingwen finally came here, and he saw that his son had prepared such a big surprise for him. Emperor Jingwen only felt a loud bang, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his forehead. By the time he reacted, he had already shouted loudly, "What are you doing? This voice sounds familiar." Emperor Jingwen watched his son turn around and think for a while, which made Emperor Jingwen even more angry. "Oh no, I've been so obsessed with playing cards lately that I forgot I have a father." Ye Shuo quickly threw away the mahjong cards in his hand, pretended nothing happened, and saluted, "Greetings to the emperor, may the emperor be well." Ye Shuo spoke first, giving Zhao Chongrong and the others time to tidy up their appearances, and asked the palace maids around them to help take down the note. The 3 of them were nervous and knelt down hurriedly. "Greetings to the emperor, may the emperor be blessed with good health." "It's over, I was caught red-handed." Although Meidiao is not a prohibited item, it should not be allowed to entertain people like this in the palace, right? Emperor Jingwen looked at the 3 of them steadily, and then looked at Suyu and the others who were nervous beside him. Where is the imperial concubine? Where is she now? This is Kaiwu Palace, could it be that the imperial concubine has no control over this at all? As soon as he finished speaking, concubine Rong came out of the hall in a hurry. Seeing that there were still traces of water on her face that had not been wiped clean, and small pieces of broken paper on her neck, Emperor Jingwen immediately understood what had happened. Emperor Jingwen's face began to turn pale. He could never have imagined that the imperial concubine had condoned this and was even involved in it. Presumptuous. You know that gambling is taboo in the palace. The furious emperor made everyone sweat profusely and no one dared to refute him. Only Ye Shuo was able to remain calm, so he quietly defended himself. "There was no gambling, we were just posting notes." The imperial concubine nearly fainted when she heard this, and she wanted to reach out and cover her son's mouth. "It's already this time, why don't you obey your father?" Sure enough, when he looked up, he found that the emperor was getting angrier. Zhao Chongrong, Su Kongai, Li Chongyuan. As the emperor read out the names one by one, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and their faces turned pale. Just when they thought that the emperor would at worst demote them this time, they heard the little prince speak. "Father." Without waiting for his cheap father to finish his words, Ye Shuo hurriedly said, "This matter was caused by this son. It was the 3 ladies that this son found. It has nothing to do with the ladies. This is indeed true. If he hadn't come to their house, Zhao Chongrong and the others wouldn't have suffered this unexpected disaster. If you want to punish someone, please punish this son. Okay. Emperor Jingwen narrowed his eyes. Since you've said so, then you will bear all the guilt of the 4 people, including your mother. This time, I will definitely punish you severely. Thank you, father. Ye Shuo did not feel nervous, but relieved. The imperial concubine's face turned pale immediately. Hearing the emperor say this, I'm afraid he's going to take drastic measures. After Zhao Chongrong and the other 2 realized what was happening, they also started to get anxious. Having said that, even though it was the little prince who came to them on his own initiative, they did not refuse after all. If she didn't refuse, it would mean she agreed. How could we let a 2-year-old kid bear the consequences alone? Zhao Chongrong was the first person to kneel down and plead, Your Majesty, this is my fault. I shouldn't have used mahjong cards to seduce the little prince. The little prince is still young and doesn't know anything. If your majesty wants to punish someone, please punish me. Anyway, she had nothing to lose by living like a zombie in this palace. Su Konggai and Li Chongyuan broke out in cold sweats. Finally, they gritted their teeth and knelt down. For a while, the entire Kiowa palace was filled with the sounds of women crying and begging, which made Emperor Jingwen feel overwhelmed. It was clearly their fault, but Emperor Jingwen felt that he had become the bad guy. Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he laughed. Without saying a word, he looked at them for a long while. Even so, they showed no intention of retreating. After a while, Emperor Jingwen suddenly waved his hand and said, Su Konggai, Zhao Chongrong, and Li Chongyuan, the 3 of you can go back to your respective palaces. Emperor, shut up. If you dare to beg for mercy again, I will punish you too. Wang Ziquan stepped forward in time and advised, Ladies, the emperor has spoken. Ladies, please go back first. Someone, send these ladies back to the palace. Zhao Chongrong and her companions were unable to resist, and the 3 concubines/ladies were helpless. When they left, their eyes were almost filled with worry. However, what Ye Shuo was thinking at this moment was, He only asked the ladies to return to the palace without mentioning any punishment. It seems that his cheap father's anger has subsided. Emperor Jingwen still looked extremely furious, but he had no idea that his son had already noticed something. It's not anything else, it's mainly because the little bastard took the initiative to stand up, which made Emperor Jingwen realize that he still has some good qualities. The fact that he did not shirk responsibility was in line with Emperor Jingwen's wishes. However, Emperor Jingwen soon discovered that it was too early for him to be happy. It turns out that we shouldn't have any unreasonable expectations of this little bastard. Wang Ziquan is worthy of being the man who has stood beside Emperor Jingwen since the time of Emperor Candy and remains standing today. His work efficiency is astonishingly high. Taking advantage of the chaos in Kiowa Palace, he had already figured out the cause and effect of the matter. He had just noticed Wang Ziquan asking questions nearby, so when his cheap father asked him questions, Ye Shuo didn't tell a single lie, in order to prevent his cheap father's mood, which had just calmed down with great difficulty, from getting out of control again. Although, the effect of telling the truth may be even stronger. Emperor Jingwen sat at the head of the table, speaking in a deep tone, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. Tell me, what have you done in the past 2 months? Ye Shuo knelt there obediently, counting seriously, performing artistic creation, relaxing by having fun, and getting up on time. I will only give you this one chance to confess. Emperor Jingwen tightened his grip on the beads in his hand, and his eyes became somewhat dangerous. Seeing this, Ye Shuo immediately changed his words, make mud, play cards, eat, play cards, sleep, play cards. Eunuch Wang Ziquan standing by nodded affirmatively. His Highness the Little Prince was right. Emperor Jingwen, didn't you say he should recite the 1000-character classic? Emperor Jingwen gritted his teeth and looked at concubine Rong beside him. Only then did concubine Rong remember that this was what she had in mind when she went to look for him. Later on, I don't know how, it became what it is now. Your Majesty, it is my fault. Concubine Rong's face was filled with shame. At this point, it is impossible for Emperor Jingwen not to know that it was this little bastard who was causing trouble. He was only 2.5 years old, but he could come up with so many clever ideas. Even Emperor Jingwen had to admire the boy's intelligence. But, what's the use of his intelligence if it is not used in the right way? In fact, the more Ye Shuo did this, the angrier Emperor Jingwen became. Emperor Jingwen then spoke, with rare patience and earnest teaching, you are not even 3 years old yet. As a prince, you don't do what you should do. You are so distracted by playing with things. How can you achieve anything by playing mahjong every day? This is really hard to say. Ye Shuo couldn't help but look at eunuch Wang standing beside him. Wang Ziquan hesitated for a while, and finally had to lean over and whisper in Emperor Jingwen's ear, Your Majesty, the little prince's card skills are now better than those of the 3 ladies. Finally, under the threatening gaze of Emperor Jingwen, Wang Ziquan gradually fell silent. Looking at the little kid kneeling quietly below, Emperor Jingwen felt a headache and difficulty, not knowing where to start teaching him. Now that he can hold the chopsticks steadily, has he learned to play cards? Recalling how he was bossing around when he came here today, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. At the same time, Ye Shuo also felt very wronged. It was just a game of cards, but his cheap father had to interfere. It was okay before, but even a little entertainment is not enough. Ye Shuo felt that being a prince was really tiring, especially with his status and background. If he was too smart, his stepfather would be unhappy. If he was uneducated, his stepfather would also be unhappy. He had to be outstanding, worthy of his status as the son of a dragon and the grandson of a phoenix, and make his stepfather proud. But he couldn't be too outstanding, as being too outstanding would easily sow the seeds of disaster. As expected of an emperor, he is so difficult to serve. Just when Ye Shuo was thinking about something, Emperor Jingwen also changed his words. Mahjong is, after all, a minor sport that cannot be put on the stage. Even if it reaches the pinnacle, it is still just that. Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, anything that cannot help build a beautiful Great Zhou is useless. Even if it can build a beautiful Great Zhou, it probably doesn't sound high-end and is useless in the eyes of my cheap dad. But living in modern times, Ye Shuo feels that there are top talents in all 360 professions, and as long as a person has one specialty, it is enough to make a living. If you are good at playing mahjong, you can also have no worries about food and drink. Not to mention mahjong, making mud well is also a skill. Ye Shuo originally wanted to continue to develop, but he was forced to stop his career just after it started. As a feudal emperor, Emperor Jingwen would never consult his son's opinions on future development. Whatever he said was the truth. Soon, Emperor Jingwen made a decision. Wu Yi. Emperor Jingwen had realized that ordinary people could not do anything to him at all and might even be led astray by him. This kind of matter should be handed over to more reliable people. At first, when Ye Shuo saw his cheap father shouting at the air, he was a little confused, thinking that his cheap father might have been so angry that he lost his mind. There was no one there. Result. Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed out, then quickly stopped and knelt on one knee. Master. This scene really stunned Ye Shuo, a modern man, and shattered his three views. This guy, he can fly. This unscientific? Mother. Subconsciously, Ye Shuo rolled and crawled to grab concubine Rong's clothes, but when he turned around, he saw that his mother seemed to be used to it, as if she was already quite familiar with such scenes. Concubine Rong was naturally familiar with it. After all, she had seen her father and brothers too many times when she was at home. Therefore, concubine Rong was a little puzzled. What's wrong, Shuo-er? Ye Shuo? Ye Shuo finally reacted at this moment. It turns out that Kung Fu exists in this world. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen saw his youngest son frightened like this. Emperor Jingwen thought that he was afraid of Wu Yi, and he was even more satisfied and more determined to let Wu Yi help look after him. Wu Yi, from now on you will take my place and keep a good eye on the little prince at all times. Don't allow him to do anything unnecessary. As for what unnecessary things are, it goes without saying that they refer to things like playing mahjong. Emperor Jingwen took great pains to help him quit his gambling addiction. Ye Shuo was stunned at first, and then his heart was filled with joy. Yes, Ye Shuo did not feel that he had lost his freedom because of being monitored. Instead, he was quite excited. Let me ask you, which modern person is not curious about martial arts? Ye Shuo remembered that when he was young in his previous life, he also had a deep yearning for martial arts. Later, when he grew up, he found that these were all fictional, so he gradually gave up the idea. This has nothing to do with how high your IQ is. It's purely a yearning for something you can't do. But Ye Shuo was afraid that his stepfather would see it. It would be troublesome if his stepfather changed his mind, so he quickly lowered his head before his stepfather looked over. However, this scene was not what Emperor Jingwen saw. The little kid's shoulders trembled as if he was extremely scared, which made Emperor Jingwen breathe a sigh of relief. It's enough to know to be afraid, so that he won't continue to be lawless in the future. The emperor has given an order, and Wu Yi, as a secret guard, dared not disobey. After being stunned for a moment, Wu Yi responded without hesitation, "Yes, your majesty, I will definitely take good care of the little prince on your behalf." Emperor Jingwen glanced at the little kid. Since he was a secret guard hired by the emperor, he would naturally only listen to the emperor. Even if the little guy said something fancy this time, it would be useless. The 2 brushes that I had specially asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send to me were wasted. After sitting for a while, Emperor Jingwen did not stay here overnight. When it was time for dinner, he saw the 6th prince coming back from the upper study, and he finally felt much more relieved. Fortunately, there is still someone in Kiowa Palace who is doing real work. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but praise the 6th prince lavishly, which made the 6th prince very excited. Finally, Emperor Jingwen left in a good mood. After Emperor Jingwen's figure completely disappeared, Ye Shuo couldn't help but laughed out loud. Hey. Wu Yi was stunned and looked over subconsciously. However, the laughter disappeared almost the moment he looked over, so quickly that Wu Yi almost thought it was an illusion. It seemed that it was no secret that the emperor kept secret guards. Only their deployment, rotation, training, skills, affiliation, directions of responsibility, and number of teams were considered confidential. Ye Shuo had never asked before, so no one mentioned it. Even the 6th prince knew about it for the first time. Looking at the man standing like a wooden stake not far away, the 6th prince felt a bit complicated. Although it is a good thing to get the attention of the emperor, and it is indeed enviable, but if it is in this way, the 6th prince thought about it and decided to forget it. No one would consider surveillance as an honor. Only my little brother could do that. Seeing his little brother acting as if nothing had happened, the sixth prince couldn't help but curl his lips. I've told you a long time ago not to touch those things, or our father will be unhappy. Living in Kaiwu Palace for the same 2 months, how could the sixth prince not know what the imperial concubine and his younger brother were doing? The sixth prince naturally tried to persuade them, but no one listened to him. After trying again and again, the sixth prince finally gave up helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but roll his eyes at the roof. He doesn't care whether his cheap dad is happy or not, as long as he is happy. Isn't that enough? There are so many things that my cheap father doesn't like, and it's impossible to avoid every one of them accurately. That would be exhausting. So it's better to just let it go, as long as it doesn't touch the principles. I believe that my cheap father who can become the emperor naturally has his own strengths, and he will accept it sooner or later. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoming, you worry about too many things. Be careful not to age prematurely. Call me sixth brother. The sixth prince couldn't help himself and reached out to knock on his brother's head. Then, the sixth prince felt disappointed. He also wanted to be as carefree and free as his little brother, doing whatever he wanted, but reality constantly reminded him that he couldn't. He did not have the noble status that the younger brother was born with, so he needed to work 100 times harder to gain a firm foothold among his brothers. And now, his efforts have finally been noticed by his father. Thinking back to his father's praise of him during dinner, the sixth prince felt that it was all worth it. Ye Shuo covered his head and collapsed completely on the sixth prince's bed with his clothes clearly stained with mud. Coming back to his senses, the sixth prince could no longer bear it. Get up. I won't. It was midsummer, and the stars were like dust falling on the sky. The moonlight was gentle, passing through the window lattice and scattering on the bedside. The cicadas outside the door chirped, adding to the tranquility of the summer night and matching the leisure and freedom of the 2 children at the moment. Just after the hour of guarding, Wu Yi had to speak up. Your Highness, it's time to rest. This guy, does he even have to take care of my own eating and sleeping? Ignoring the sixth prince's obviously amused look, Ye Shuo's face became serious. He patted his butt and sat up without saying a word. The sixth prince's smile suddenly stopped. Something is wrong. Why is my little brother so obedient today? However, before the sixth prince could figure it out, the 2 of them had disappeared. Back to the side hall. 2 months have passed, and the side hall has been redecorated. Ye Shuo has specifically instructed that cinnabar is not allowed to be used. Although they didn't quite believe what the little prince said about cinnabar being harmful and asking them not to use it again, since the little prince had spoken, the Ministry of Internal Affairs just did what he said. The new side hall was extremely simple, with almost no paint used, so Ye Shuo had already moved in. He even asked his mother to add some money to get a slightly bigger bed, so that it wouldn't matter even if Ye Shuo rolled around on it. It took about a quarter of an hour to wash and get clean. Ye Shuo climbed onto the bed and covered himself with the quilt without Wu Yi's reminder. When Wu Yi saw this, he thought, the little prince doesn't seem to be as naughty as the master said. Isn't he quite well behaved? After the little man in front of him lay down, Wu Yi was about to jump onto the beam to rest, but suddenly he heard him say, wait a minute. Wu Yi turned around and looked at him with a bit of confusion. What do you want, young prince? I usually go to bed at 11 p.m. on weekdays. I couldn't sleep so early today. Ye Shuo was not lying. As a modern man, he was lucky to be able to fall asleep after 10 p.m. So, Wu Yi waited quietly for what was to come, and was on guard to prevent the little prince from suddenly starting to act up. So, can you tell me a few stories? So that's it. Wu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then refused. I'm sorry, little prince, I'm not good at this. If you really want to listen, I can call the nanny for you. Anything is fine. Ye Shuo blinked his eyes, looking like his highness was very considerate and easy to talk to. Since you are not good at telling stories, then choose something you are good at, anything will do. The only things he was good at were spying, lurking, assassination, etc., but the key was that all of this was confidential and nothing could be told to the little prince. Wu Yi was troubled. Just when he decided to ignore him and was about to disappear, Ye Shuo spoke again. How about you tell me about martial arts? These shouldn't be relevant, right? If we only talk about martial arts, then yes, there isn't. Wu Yi thought about it and didn't find anything taboo, so he sat at the head of Ye Shuo's bed at his invitation. If you want to learn martial arts, you must first understand its principles and operating mechanisms. It is similar to writing a program. You must first understand the basic structure of the thing itself. After knowing the algorithm, you can proceed step by step, and play, modify and fill in the algorithm one by one. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo asked a lot of questions. For example, Wu Yi, what exactly is this internal force? How is it formed? Wu Yi, is there a fixed route for the inner force to run? Does it rely on personal performance, or is there something else? Are there any taboos that must not be touched? Can everyone cultivate this inner strength, or does it require certain conditions to be met? Does learning martial arts require the assistance of a technique? What is the difference between one technique and another? And so on. Because the little prince asked some very simple questions, basically you can find the answers by flipping through the book. Besides, Wu Yi had never heard that someone could accomplish anything just by asking questions. If he wanted to get started, he needed someone to watch over him carefully and teach him patiently. Among all the secret guards, Wu Yi was a talented person picked out of 100, otherwise he would not have been able to serve the emperor. But despite this, when Wu Yi first started practicing, it took him a full half-month to slowly feel the qi with the guidance of his leader. This is even more difficult for ordinary people who have no foundation and no one to teach them. Therefore, Wu Yi just thought that Ye Shuo was just curious as a child and answered his question casually. Afterward, Ye Shuo quickly understood that the so-called internal force was actually just a kind of energy. As for the reason for its formation, no one knew it, but it had always existed from ancient times to the present. Ye Shuo guessed that this was probably what made this world different from his previous life. Since anyone with the right physique can practice it, regardless of occasion, time, or place, the difference is probably that it exists in the air that everyone can access. It is colorless and odorless, so it exists like oxygen, but is invisible to the naked eye. Ye Shuo quickly accepted this matter. As for the differences between the exercises, there are actually differences. Just like mathematics, there are some fixed formulas, but the solutions are very different. The same problem can be solved in many ways, some are more convenient and quicker, and some are more complicated. But overall, they all lead to the same goal, which is to make the qi in the body more solid and powerful. You mean, the location of Danshan is here, right? Ye Shuo opened his eyes, covered his stomach and insisted that it was Danshan. Wu Yi was caught off guard and subconsciously wanted to correct. No, my lord. It's here. As he said that, he pointed to the place where the Yinjiao, Qi, Shimin, and Guanyuan acupoints intersected below Ye Shuo's navel. T/L equals various acupoints. Then, Ye Shuo pretended to understand and moved his hand down a little bit. Is it here? Although it is a little lower, it is still far away from the Danshan. He obviously didn't understand. It's still not right. After several attempts, Wu Yi considered for a moment and said, "My lord, I'm sorry." As he spoke, under Ye Shuo's expectant gaze, Wu Yi gently pressed his palm towards Ye Shuo's Danshan. In just a moment, Wu Yi withdrew his hand. In an instant, Ye Shuo felt a heat in his Danshan, and something seemed to have appeared in his body out of thin air. He immediately understood that this should be Wu Yi's internal force. However, this heat was not Ye Shuo's own after all. His untrained body was like a funnel. The heat was stored for less than 2 breaths before it quickly dissipated. Wu Yi just wanted to answer his question in the simplest and quickest way, so naturally he wouldn't put in much effort. Although he looked at Wu Yi with surprise on his face, Ye Shuo secretly noted down the trajectory of the movement of this internal force. From bottom to top, they are Guanyuan, Mingmen, Zongshu, Xiang, Lingtai, Juk, until Shenting, Beihui and Fengji. From top to bottom, they are Qihai, Fuxi, Huiyin, Jimen, Ying, Sanyan Jiao, and Yongquan. From left to right and from right to left, there are 7 acupoints respectively. In total, this heat passes through 64 acupoints. T/L equals if someone really wants the vast knowledge, then click here. These acupoints are arranged in a certain order. As long as Ye Shuo works his way back in order, he doesn't even need any written records to know how Wu Yi's internal force works. As a subordinate of his cheap father, Wu Yi is always around to protect his cheap father. Even if he is not the strongest, he is one of the strongest. And the word Wu is very telling. Wu Yi, Wu Yi. It's hard for Ye Shuo not to have associations. Your technique is great, but now it's mine. Ye Shuo silently recited this sentence in his heart, but his face behaved very well. Soon, he asked the last question. I heard that my grandfather was a brave warrior who rarely lost a battle in his life. So, how good is his kung fu? The Duke of Zhen's kung fu is naturally excellent. Wu Yi said this without much hesitation. Ye Shuo saw that although there was admiration in his eyes, there was no longing or fear. Ye Shuo immediately knew what was going on. As expected, since the royal family is the ruler of this country, their foundation is naturally the strongest. Ye Shuo felt relieved and also gave up the plan of looking for his mother. Wu Yi would never have thought that just with a small, unintentional action, his biggest secret was known to others. During the whole process, he was unaware of anything and even felt that the little prince was easy to take care of and manage, not at all as troublesome as his master had worried about. Look, after listening to the story, isn't the little prince planning to go to sleep quietly and obediently? Wu Yi, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. Ye Shuo rubbed his eyes, then slowly covered himself with the quilt. Good night Wu Yi, see you tomorrow. Wu Yi vaguely understood that this good night should be a greeting to him. Wu Yi was about to say that this was not in accordance with the rules, but he saw that the little prince had wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and turned away. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, then he bowed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he was thinking that if the young prince could be as well behaved and quiet as he was tonight, he would not mind telling him more insignificant stories like this one. Wu Yi didn't know that the moment he turned around, Ye Shuo, who was originally curled up in the quilt, suddenly changed his expression, raised the corners of his lips, and smiled silently. Done. Ever since Wu Yi mentioned inadvertently that people who practiced martial arts would have better physiques than ordinary people, Ye Shuo became determined to learn this thing. In ancient times, when medical conditions were so backward, a cold could kill a person, so Ye Shuo would not miss anything that was said to be good for health. As a person who had suffered from a serious illness, Ye Shuo would cherish his healthy body too much now. As for the fact that practicing martial arts requires a strong physique, Ye Shuo thinks this is not a problem at all. Although there is no conclusive evidence to prove that he inherited genes from his grandfather, but judging from various signs, it is basically certain. The principle has been figured out, the hardware conditions have been met, and the way the internal force works has also been figured out. Now everything is ready, only the Dongfeng is missing. T/L equals. Dongfeng means easterly wind, refers to the doctor, but here for master. It's just the order of the 64 acupoints, which is not a problem for Ye Shuo. There are 52 single acupoints, 309 double acupoints, and 50 extra meridian acupoints, totaling 720 acupoints in the whole body. When he was researching his family medical history in his previous life, he studied Chinese medicine for a period of time, and now he still remembers them all. Wu Yi is usually a very cautious person, but he lost here. After all, it is basically impossible to find someone who can remember hundreds of acupoints, but he was unlucky enough to meet one. After a while, Ye Shuo checked again. After confirming that Wu Yi was not there, he lifted the quilt and sat up. Then he reversed the heat trend chart bit by bit in his mind. Soon, Ye Shuo began to try to find the sense of qi. About an hour later, he finally found some feeling. At the beginning, it was just a wisp of smoke like airflow like a firefly or candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. Ye Shuo controlled it carefully so that the airflow flowed through the 64 acupuncture points in sequence. Like a star map waiting to be lit up, the airflow was swaying, and it was difficult to move forward. Ye Shuo was not in a hurry and seemed very patient, pushing forward little by little. Time passed minutes by minutes, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to dawn. Fortunately, Ye Shuo, like the sixth prince, did not have the habit of having anyone keep watch in the room at night. Besides, the maids and wet nurses all knew that the little prince would be angry if their sleep was disturbed, so there had been no unusual movements in the room. In the meantime, Ye Shuo vaguely heard the noise of the sixth prince opening the door to go to the study room next door. The noise lasted for about a cup of tea and then disappeared. At some point, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on Ye Shuo's forehead, and it was obvious that the most critical moment had arrived. After struggling forward for so long, that trace of energy finally approached the danshan. After circling for a long time, the airflow finally felt an inexplicable suction force and was completely sucked into the danshan. With a boom, Ye Shuo was shocked. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes became exceptionally bright and energetic. He didn't look like a man who had been up all night at all. The same warmth also appeared in his danshan at this moment. Although it was just a tiny trace that seemed to be about to go out at any time, and was even weaker than Wu Yi's casual slap, Ye Shuo was already very satisfied. At least it proves that his conjecture is correct, and all he needs to do from now on is accumulate experience. As for how to release and apply it, Ye Shuo thought of the techniques of modern martial arts. Modern martial arts do not have such a thing as internal force. What matters is practicing how to exert force. To give an example, when you punch, you can't just punch. No matter how strong the arm muscles are, they are ultimately limited. You have to start from the feet, push the ground with the soles of the feet, exert force with the ankles, go through the knee joints, and then to the thighs and waist and hips. The waist and hips drive the shoulders. What matters is that each part is transmitted and condensed into one. I think the same principle applies to internal strength. If you want high attack power, you need high burst power. Ye Shuo's breath sank, and the gossamer-like internal force in his body instantly spread to the 64 acupuncture points. Feeling a force from inside out eager to rush out, Ye Shuo imitated what he saw in TV dramas, put two fingers together, and swung them out quickly. The next moment, the red candle 3 meters away went out. Wow, it seems to be okay. Seeing this, Ye Shuo was satisfied. After calming down and feeling it for a while, Ye Shuo found that he did not feel any discomfort in his body. He immediately realized that he should be considered successful. Although the usage is a bit crude, it is better than nothing. If Wu Yi were here, his eyes would pop out of his head when he saw this scene. He released the internal energy outwardly. He actually completed the release of the internal energy just by his own exploration. Unfortunately, Wu Yi seemed to know that Ye Shuo didn't like to keep people around when he was sleeping, so he slept on a tree branch outside all night and missed everything perfectly. Ye Shuo was still young and full of energy, so when he went out, no one noticed that he had not slept all night. When they reached the main hall, it was just time for breakfast. Ye Shuo sat down on the stool as usual, and Nanny Jing beside him naturally came over with the bowl to feed him. Well, who isn't a pampered little darling? Seeing the kindness inadvertently in Nanny Jing's eyes, Ye Shuo obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the porridge with duck egg yolk and sea cucumber particles in the spoon in one gulp. When Nanny Jing saw him like this, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, eat slowly. No one will snatch the food from you." As she spoke, she picked up a handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth. Nanny Jing is not yet 50 this year, which is still very young in modern times, but here she has reached the age where she can enjoy her grandchildren and live out her days in peace. Unfortunately, Nanny Jing was alone and had no family to support. There was no turning back once she entered the deep palace, so she could only pour all her love into Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo was also happy to enjoy himself, calling Mammy, Mammy every day, which made Mammy Jing's heart melt. It was rare to see such a well-behaved and obedient child. How could Mammy Jing not like him? Looking at the imperial concubine beside her, she was obviously used to this scene and didn't notice anything wrong. She ate the mushroom shredded chicken in front of her slowly and said, "This morning, the kitchen has developed a dessert with hem filling. I think it tastes good. Mammy, you can also pick one for him to try." Okay. Taking in the whole scene, Wu Yi couldn't help but frown secretly. In his opinion, the little prince's speech and behavior were totally unlike those of a 2-year-old child. He was obviously able to do many things by himself, let alone eating. Why did he need to be fed now? No wonder the little prince caused his master such a headache. The imperial concubine had a lot to thank for this. If you keep pampering and spoiling him, when will the little prince be able to stand on his own feet? Wu Yi secretly observed from the side, preparing to summarize everything he saw and tell it all to the emperor when he asked. As a secret guard, one must not only be proficient in martial arts, but also think about what the master thinks and worry about what the master worries about. After finally waiting for Ye Shuo to finish his breakfast, Wu Yi followed him all the time. He discovered that not only the imperial concubine, but even the eunuchs and palace maids in Kiowa Palace followed him subconsciously. Especially the senior palace maids such as Suyu and Suxian, whose attitudes were exactly the same as that of Nanny Jing. This is far from the end. Soon, Zhao Chongrong and 3 others also arrived. Of course, this time they are not playing mahjong. How could they have the courage to commit such a crime against the law? But after one night, the 3 of them could no longer bear the worry in their hearts, so they got up early in the morning and came to Kiowa Palace. When the 3 of them saw each other at the door, they realized that each other's thoughts were the same as theirs. Zhao Chongrong and others were just being low-key, not because they were heartless. On the contrary, it was because they had not been in contact with outsiders for a long time that if someone suddenly broke through the defense line, that person would appear to be extremely good and different from others. It has been really quiet around them for too long. After 2 months of getting along, it was impossible for the 3 of them to remain indifferent. Let concubine Zhao take a look to see if you are injured anywhere. She never dared to say these words for fear of being blamed by Emperor Jingguan. But after what happened yesterday, Zhao Chongrong seemed to have changed a little. Ye Shuo did not resist upon hearing this and allowed the 3 ladies to examine him. Seeing that he didn't seem to be seriously injured, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that the emperor didn't know what was wrong recently and suddenly started beating his son. Zhao Chongrong felt uneasy when she thought of this. Fortunately, the emperor was not so tactless as to hit a child who was only 2 years old. Your Highness must have been frightened yesterday. Look, what did concubine Zhao bring you today? As she spoke, Zhao Chongrong took over from her personal maid, a 9-ring chain? Playing mahjong is a waste of time, but 9 rings is an educational toy. The emperor can't say anything about it, right? Wu Yi, who was watching from the side, was wondering what was wrong with concubine Zhao. The young prince looked so energetic and didn't look like he was frightened at all. As a result, before Wu Yi could finish his thought, he saw the little prince in front of him frowning and pouting, and a feeling of grievance suddenly came up. Concubine Zhao, you don't know. Father was so fierce yesterday. I was so scared. Wu Yi frowned as he watched. But what he didn't expect was that the 3 concubines fell for it. They comforted and coaxed him, and soon the little prince's hands were filled with all kinds of toys. When they were leaving, the 3 ladies were reluctant to leave, thinking that their children had really suffered a great injustice this time. Su Kongai thought to herself that if this kind of thing happened again in the future, she would think of a way to see if she could ask the Empress Dowager for help and let her take care of it. Although the Emperor is not the Empress Dowager's biological son, but a beautiful empress that the late Emperor insisted on establishing despite opposition from his ministers due to his dissolute behavior, there is no affection between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, and the two have almost no interactions, but if the Empress Dowager really asks for it, the Emperor will have to give her some face no matter what. And Su Kongai was from the Empress Dowager's family. Judging from the fact that Su Kongai was still just a Kongai to Emperor Jingguan for so many years, Emperor Jingguan actually did not really trust his stepmother, and was even a little indifferent and ignored her. But isn't this the only solution? If there is really no other way, this is the only way. Wu Yi, who had been trained as a leader since he was a child and often walked on the brink of death, couldn't understand. As soon as Ye Shuo saw his expression, he knew that this was not something that a secret guard like him could understand. This person may never know that in order to please the elders, one does not have to be well-behaved and obedient. Appropriate behavior of acting coquettish can better promote the relationship with the elders. It's the same principle as it's easier to build relationships with others if you ask for help appropriately. If everyone has a cold face, what's the fun? Alas, he can't even figure out such a simple thing. He is hopeless. Although Wu Yi didn't understand, it didn't stop him from drawing conclusions. He felt that the main reason why the little prince was so obsessed with pleasure was that too many people doted on him. What the little prince needs now is someone who can control him. So, Wu Yi took out a copy of 1,000 characters from somewhere, and said in a slightly stiff tone, "Young prince, it's time for you to study." Ye Shuo was not panicked at all and quickly kicked the ball back, "But you have to teach me first, so that I know what is written on it." He has forgotten that he is illiterate, so he has to learn this. You have to read it to me first. Wu Yi felt that what the little prince said made sense, so he picked up the 1,000-character classic and started reading it. Ye Shuo took the opportunity to secretly practice internal skills under his nose. Don't ask, asking is stimulating. After about 2 hours, Wu Yi discovered that the little prince seemed a little stupid. After such a long time and with so many words, he could only recognize a few here and there, and those were the simplest ones. I know. This is heaven and this is earth, right? Seeing the little prince pointing at the words heaven and earth in the book with a serious look on his face, as if asking for praise, Wu Yi could not say a word of disdain. Then the little prince asked again, what are these? Wu Yi then noticed that he had picked up a travel book at some point and was comparing the words in the travel book with the 1,000-character classic one by one, appearing to be very studious. Wu Yi thought about it and read the travel notes to him. 1 travelogue, 2 travelogues, 3 travelogues. Finally, in addition to heaven and earth, the little prince learned 3 other new characters. Although it was more tiring than his usual shifts, Wu Yi felt that it was all worth it. Wu Yi, you teach really well. As the sun set, Ye Shuo looked up and praised sincerely. After half a day, he was tired of listening to free travel notes, so he planned to try a storybook tomorrow. I have to say that Wu Yi's voice is still okay, and it would be more touching if he read the script. Your Highness, I am ashamed to accept your praise. A few days passed like this, and Emperor Jingguan was still thinking about this matter. He came to inspect the results soon. However, as soon as his secret guard opened his mouth, Emperor Jingguan immediately found something wrong. What's wrong with your throat? Emperor Jingguan became alert. Did Shuo'er cause trouble again? As a result, Wu Yi's answer was somewhat beyond his expectations. Your Majesty, the little prince has been very quiet recently and very studious. He has already learned a lot of new words. Out of habit, Wu Yi never mentioned a word about his own contributions. Although Wu Yi's background as a secret guard meant he could be absolutely trustworthy, Emperor Jingguan's first reaction when he heard this was still doubt. Was the son Wu Yi was talking about really his own? How can that little bastard ever be so calm? Are you sure? Wu Yi was very sure. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. So my son suddenly changed his nature? Sure enough, the decision to let the secret guards watch him was the right one. Only someone like Wu Yi could cure him. Emperor Jingguan was skeptical, but when he saw that Wu Yi's expression did not seem fake, he gradually believed what he said. Well done. Emperor Jingguan relaxed his brows, praised him, and decided to use this trick to deal with him if this situation happened again in the future. Wu Yi was very excited. Afterward, Wu Yi talked about several ladies. Sure enough, Emperor Jingguan frowned subconsciously. He did not expect that his youngest son would be so good at pleasing other concubine. You know, a loving mother often spoils her son. Having a royal concubine was already a headache for Emperor Jingguan. If there were 3 more concubines like Zhao Chongrong, Emperor Jingguan would know without a doubt that his son would be ruined in the future. Neither being too eye-catching nor being too incompetent was the result that Emperor Jingguan wanted. But he couldn't issue an order to separate them from the little prince. In this case, he could only let the most trustworthy people around him keep a close watch on them. As for the executor, you don't have to think about who it is. Emperor Jingguan could not help but said in a deep voice, Wu Yi, now that things have come to this, I can only count on you. I believe that you will not let me down. Wu Yi's face became solemn upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and said in a loud voice, I will definitely live up to my master's orders. Wu Yi was very serious, and was very excited. After being entrusted with an important task, Wu Yi carried out Emperor Jingguan's orders even more meticulously. Then his voice became even more hoarse. Although the training as a secret guard meant that Ye Shuo could not see too many emotional fluctuations on his face, but from his increasing seriousness and the increasingly tight schedule of courses, it can be seen that his stepfather must have told him something. Needless to say, they basically asked him to keep a close eye on himself. Wu Yi is a very obedient man, and also a very honest person. He will do whatever his stepfather asks him to do. But what Wu Yi didn't know was that the biggest flaw in this matter had already been himself. As for the fact that Ye Shuo needed to learn several new words every day, it really became a trivial matter. Using something that you are familiar with by heart to exchange for his labor is really like bullying an honest man. Perhaps it was the secret guard's behavior that finally aroused Ye Shuo's few feelings of guilt. Even for a man like Ye Shuo, his conscience began to ache. It was really embarrassing to bully him anymore. This guy was quite pitiful. Ye Shuo thought about it, then reluctantly reduced the number of times he listened to the story. Wu Yi's voice gradually got better. This is probably the real situation, but it is not the case in the eyes of others. The first one is the imperial concubine. At first, she was very happy to see her son studying. She hopes her son will become successful. Every mother has this idea and no one is immune to it. But gradually, she found that her son was becoming less and less happy, thinking about practicing martial arts, and he seldom smiled recently. He learned internal skills but did not have the corresponding moves, and was thinking about whether to transfer some from Wu Yi, but was afraid that the moves learned by the secret guard would be too obvious to be discovered. The most important thing was that, except for sleeping, Wu Yi had to follow him all the time even when he was eating. If it were her, she would have been unable to bear it a long time ago. How could such a young child bear it? Just thinking about it made the imperial concubine feel extremely painful. Mammy, do you think I am too harsh on Shuo'er? Isn't this bad? If she didn't want her son to sit in that position, he wouldn't have to do so. Relying on his status and family background, even if the little thing can't read a single word in the end, he can still ensure that he will have no worries in his life. The child who used to be happy no matter what he did now doesn't even smile. The more familiar people are with him, the easier it is for them to notice the difference. This day, concubine Rong could no longer hold it in. She sat in front of the dressing table and couldn't help showing a look of panic. The nanny's hand holding the comb paused. How could the nanny not feel distressed when the little prince was treated like this? But this is the fate of royal children. Your Majesty, Emperor Jingwen was a man of great strategy and wisdom, so how could he tolerate his own children being mediocre and incompetent? Even so, concubine Rong still felt distressed, but Mammy, Shuoer hasn't smiled recently. Concubine Rong counted them one by one. No more quarrels about playing mahjong. I don't make clay figures anymore. You know, these two are his favorite things. Concubine Rong couldn't help but look at the clay figurines placed on one side of the dressing table. Although concubine Rong always disliked mud because it was black and dirty, when Ye Shuo gave her his work, concubine Rong actually didn't refuse. While scolding him, the imperial concubine held her handkerchief and placed the clay figurine on her dressing table. The more she looked at it, the more the imperial concubine felt that the clay figurine seemed quite good. Although it was the work of a child, if you look closely, it is still very delicate. 3 points of charm plus the fact that his son made it himself, the final product becomes 9 points. The imperial concubine couldn't help but raise her hand and gently touched the clay figure's face. The nanny beside her couldn't help but feel uncomfortable after hearing this. However, what happened next made the two of them even more worried. Ye Shuo started to lose weight. At first Ye Shuo himself didn't understand what was going on. He just felt that the clothes that fit him perfectly started to become loose, the baby fat on his face also shrunk a lot, and the lines of his jawline gradually became clearer. And he hasn't done anything recently, and his appetite hasn't decreased. Considering that all this happened after he gained internal strength, Ye Shuo vaguely understood what was going on. Combined with Wu Yi also has a great figure. In his previous life, he would have been a standard hunk, which made Ye Shuo yearn for him for a while. Although he had a good figure in his previous life, it was after all the result of training in the gym. It was only for show but had no real use. Wu Yi's inverted triangle figure is real gold and silver. Ye Shuo had never thought that practicing martial arts could have such an effect. It seemed that he wouldn't have to worry about such things when he grew up. Ye Shuo also felt that he was too cute in the past. He ate well and used food well. His figure was a little rounder than that of other children, and now that he has lost weight, it is just right. Ye Shuo was quite satisfied with this. However, concubine Rong, who was watching on the side, felt heartbroken. After all, she is a mother, so of course she thinks her child is healthier if he is chubby. Although he looks better now that he has lost weight, good looks cannot be eaten. Look at this little face, it's so skinny, and the bones are starting to hurt. Mom, I'm fine, really. Feeling a little frightened by his mother's pitying and annoyed gaze, Ye Shuo moved the embroidery cushion next to him as if to prove that his health had not deteriorated but was much stronger than before. The embroidered cushion was not much shorter than him, and Ye Shuo could not have moved it before, but now he could easily lift it off the ground. Look, Mom, I am very powerful now. But it was useless. Concubine Rong had already determined that it was Wu Yi's problem. She cannot resist the emperor's orders, but don't expect her to accept them willingly. Now, in her eyes, Wu Yi is the culprit who abused her son. While holding her son in her arms, concubine Rong looked at Wu Yi with resentment in her eyes. Wu Yi stood still like a mountain, not thinking that he had done anything wrong. He was just following the orders given by the emperor. Ye Shuo, Mom, it's really not what you imagined, Mom. Later, Zhao Chongrong and others also discovered this matter. Look at how thin his face is. How could a 2-year-old child bear so much? The emperor was being too harsh. Zhao Congrong's expression looked as if he was about to rush up and punch Wu Yi once or twice. I'm fine, concubine Zhao. Look, I'm fine. Ye Shuo finally told the truth, but no one believed him at all. Zhao Chongrong and the other two looked at him with more and more distressed eyes. We all know. No one knew what they knew. Seeing this, Ye Shuo's heart tightened. Oops, I seem to have overpretended in the past. I wonder if it's too late to make amends now. Facing the accusing gazes of the 3 people, Wu Yi was silent for a moment this time, still unmoved. The next was the crown prince. When the crown prince heard that Emperor Jingwen had sent out the secret guards, he was a little concerned. But then he found out that Emperor Jingwen nominally asked him to follow, but in fact he was monitoring him. The crown prince felt a little sympathetic to his younger brother. Although the prince had never seen the true appearance of the secret guards, he knew that they were known for their harshness. T/L, okay guys, my keyboard is not working, so I can't edit and translate much. So let's hope for my keyboard to be repaired soon. After finally pacifying the ladies, Ye Shuo was just about to go for a stroll in the imperial garden. Because Wu Yi was with him, Ye Shuo was very brave this time. He walked around the ponds, wells, and rockery. He also memorized the route map of the entire palace to avoid being at a loss when he needed it later. As luck would have it, he ran into the prince who had just returned from the Qinzhen palace. Ye Shuo was about to say hello, but he remembered that his stepfather's 1-year ban from approaching the eastern palace and the crown prince had not yet ended, and he suddenly became listless. Looking at Wu Yi who was following closely behind his younger brother, the prince always felt that his younger brother was like a puppet at the moment. He just smiled, but then he thought of something and his face was full of disappointment. The prince frowned subconsciously. How come such a good child has become like this? After all, the prince felt a little different about this child whom he had held in his arms. So the prince stopped and said, Shuo, it happens that I got a little toy recently. Do you want to go with me to take a look? What were he looking at? He couldn't enter the East Palace. Thinking back to the musician and the maid who had rubbed his ears before, Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. As expected of someone from the prince's palace, he is so professional, not much worse than a professional ear cleaner. But now, all of this has become a thing of the past. Ye Shuo suddenly became somewhat uninterested and waved his hands feebly. No need, no need. The prince couldn't help but frown even deeper. Since his little brother was unwilling to go, the prince would not force him. Just when Wu Yi passed by, he said indifferently, although it is the order of the emperor, you must know the ultimate goal. Don't put the cart before the horse. Ye Shuo looked up suddenly. Wait, what does this have to do with Wu Yi? The prince will not. However, before Ye Shuo could speak, the prince left. This time, Wu Yi finally couldn't control himself and his eyes changed slightly. He could ignore what others said, but the prince was the heir to the throne, and was a little different from others. But in the end, after a slight fluctuation, Wu Yi remained the same. Seeing this, Ye Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as long as he doesn't take it to heart. Finally, it was the sixth prince. Even though he was oblivious to what was happening outside, he couldn't help but speak up a few days later. You've lost weight. As long as he was away from the nanny and the imperial concubine, Ye Shuo's self-care ability would soar. He peeled an orange and put it in his mouth, saying, it has become more beautiful. The sixth prince frowned and disagreed. Being too thin is not good for your health. The sixth prince had a deep understanding of this. He was like this when he was a child. He had no memory of being abused by his wet nurse at that time, so as long as he could remember, the sixth prince often drank medicine, and all his memories were of bitter medicinal soups. Later, when he could speak and remember things got better, so in his eyes, being thin was associated with poor health. Hearing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but touch his face. It doesn't seem to have gotten much smaller, just the jawbone is a little more obvious. Why does it become so serious in their eyes? Ye Shuo looked at the wrist of the child opposite him, then looked at his own wrist, and could not help but remain silent. How dare the sixth prince talk about him when his wrist, a child less than 3 years old, is almost thicker than his. His own arms were white and plump, like lotus roots, while the sixth prince was almost skin and bones. It was obvious which one had the real problem. Ye Shuo originally wanted to prove himself so that they wouldn't treat him as a glass doll. As a result, a few days later, Ye Shuo, who was listening to a book, suddenly felt something was wrong. His cheeks felt hot, and the temperature was a little high. However, because he had always been in good health, he didn't take it seriously during the day and even ate one more goose leg for dinner than usual. At night, around 3 o'clock in the morning, Ye Shuo woke up for the first time and found that his throat was very dry, thirsty, and a little hoarse. This symptom seems familiar. Belatedly, he reached out and touched his head. Well, it's a little hot. It looks like he has a fever. It's over. This time, Wu Yi can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the yellow river. I just said that I was in good health, but it turned out like this. Ye Shuo sat on the edge of the bed for a long time with a wooden face. During this time, he tried to circulate his internal energy, but internal energy is not a miracle drug after all, and it cannot cure children's colds and fevers. Of course, it may also be related to the fact that he has only been practicing for a short time. The internal strength he has, like a firefly, is really not of much use. The trace of internal energy in Danshan dissipated. Ye Shuo felt a little bit of heat at first, but in a moment, the internal energy was exhausted, and the heat that had risen with great difficulty went out with a puff like blowing out a lamp. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh deeply. He didn't want to do this, but he felt really sorry for Wu Yi. It is better to ask others for help than to ask yourself. Seeing that things could not be done, Ye Shuo did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and shouted with a hoarse voice, come here quickly. After all, he was a patient, so Ye Shuo's voice was much quieter and more vague than usual. In addition, since he could speak, he hardly called anyone at night, so the eunuch sleeping in the outer room didn't hear it at all. However, outside the window, Wu Yi, who was lying on the tree branch, moved his ears. There seems to be some movement. Then he heard the little prince shout twice again. After confirming, Wu Yi jumped down without hesitation. He quietly pushed open the window and saw the little prince with a red face and coughing non-stop. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed slightly. The little prince is sick? After receiving the news, the whole Kiowa palace was shaken, especially the young eunuch in the outer room, who woke up instantly and almost shouted for help. The candles in the main hall soon lit up. The sixth prince was half asleep in the side hall when he heard some noise. He also heard people outside saying that the youngest prince had a fever in the middle of the night. The sixth prince, who originally felt sleepy and weak, shuddered and sat up subconsciously. Concubine Rong had no time to wash and dress, or even change her clothes. She just casually put on shocks and rushed out in her slippers. The nanny behind her kept shouting, "My queen, be careful not to catch a cold." But how could Concubine Rong care about so many things? Her hair was disheveled and the short distance of less than 20 meters had become a torture. Perhaps because she was too anxious, Concubine Rong soon broke out in a sweat. She pushed open the door of the room suddenly and looked at the little thing with red cheeks, closed eyes, and almost whole body sunk into the quilt. Concubine Rong's breathing stopped, her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Nanny Yu, who was standing by, was quick to reach out and support her. Madam. Nanny Yu was anxious. No matter what, the queen must not fall down first. Definitely not. Concubine Rong clenched her teeth, dispelled the dark intent in front of her eyes, and staggered towards the wooden bed. After hearing the noise, Ye Shuo, who was originally full of ashamed and trying to escape from reality, quickly opened his eyes. After seeing her mother's current state of embarrassment, Ye Shuo was immediately shocked. Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing his full-throated voice, Concubine Rong was startled, and then finally couldn't control herself and broke down crying. I thought you. God knows how terrified she was when she saw her son lying there with his chest motionless. She was afraid that her son would be gone. Now Ye Shuo knew that she had misunderstood, and immediately explained, I'm fine. Apart from a little tonsillitis and fever, Ye Shuo did not feel any other discomfort. If necessary, he could even lift the quilt, stand up and run a few laps. In Ye Shuo's opinion, children have poor resistance, so it is very common for them to catch colds and fevers. However, Concubine Rong did not think so. Hadn't she seen how many children in the palace died because of sudden fever in the middle of the night? Anyway, she wouldn't believe anything Ye Shuo said now. Imperial Concubine Rong turned around, her expression uncontrollably fierce. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and call the Imperial Physician, and get the Imperial Physician on duty to come to me. The Chief Physician was the highest official position in the entire Imperial Medical Bureau, equivalent to the director of a modern hospital. Suyu did not dare to delay upon hearing this. She bent her knees slightly, not caring about anything else, and ran out quickly with her back to the Imperial Concubine. There's no need to mobilize so many troops. Ye Shuo hesitated and was about to say something, but when he saw his mother's eyes suddenly become murderous, he tactfully shut his mouth. Soon, the sixth prince followed closely behind. Looking at his brother's flushed face, the sixth prince pursed his lips tightly, and his chest rose and fell faster. Go and get some cold water. Yes. The sixth prince had some experience with having a fever in the middle of the night. After all, he had experienced it several times at night when he was younger. This is the constitution of children. They get sick for no apparent reason. When the cold water came, the sixth prince took a handkerchief from the shelf, soaked it in water, wrung it dry, and then placed it on the forehead of his little brother. The sixth prince, who was not even 8 years old, acted as calmly as if he was meeting an adult for the first time. Being taken care of by a little kid. Then a cool feeling came over his forehead, and Ye Shuo felt extremely comfortable. The sixth prince was helping him change his handkerchief, while Imperial Concubine Rong was holding his hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear, making it difficult for even a thick-skinned person like Ye Shuo to bear it. Mom, Xiaoming, I think I'm actually okay now. Call me sixth brother. Even at this time, the sixth prince still corrected him instinctively. As for what he said about feeling okay, the two of them simply ignored it. How can we take the patient's words seriously? But on the surface, the two of them comforted him. Yes, mother/brother believe in Shuo Er will be well soon. Ye Shuo, this kid's body, alas. The commotion in Kaiwu Palace was so severe that soon most of the palace knew about it. No one knew what the three virtuous concubines were thinking at the moment, but Zhao Chongrong and the other two couldn't sleep. As for the queen, she felt half happy, but she herself didn't know what the other half was. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? Wang Ziquan at the door was still hesitating, wondering whether he should wake up the emperor and report to him when such a thing suddenly happened in the palace. As a result, Emperor Jingguan woke up by himself. Perhaps because he went to bed late, Emperor Jingguan felt a little uncomfortable in his head. Now he was leaning against the head of the bed, supporting himself with one hand, rubbing his temple from time to time, with a worried look on his face. That's right, anyone who is woken up in the middle of the night would probably be in a bad mood, and Emperor Jingguan was very restrained by not getting angry on the spot. Wang Ziquan took this opportunity to quickly tell the story again. Your Majesty, it was from Kaiwu Palace, it was the little prince. After hesitating for a while, Wang Ziquan gritted his teeth and finally finished speaking. The little prince seems to be in trouble. He said that he suddenly had a high fever in the middle of the night. Emperor Jingguan stopped pressing his temple and said, What? What happened? Why did you suddenly have a fever? I don't know either. Just when Wang Ziquan was unsure whether the emperor would go or not, the emperor in the room suddenly raised his voice. Someone, change my clothes. It looks like the emperor plans to go and take a look in person. Wang Ziquan first waved to the eunuchs and palace maids nearby, and while they were filing in, he gave orders to prepare to drive the sedan chair immediately. Emperor Jingguan's thoughts were a little confused as he opened the curtain in front of him. He saw the little bastard was fine some time ago. How come he suddenly? Perhaps because of his relationship with the Duke of Zhen, his youngest son was almost the healthiest prince he had ever seen. From the time he was born to now, which was more than 2 years, he had only consulted an imperial physician once, but the result was still a mistake. Emperor Jingguan had never imagined what his youngest son would look like if he were sick. The little bastard is so good at making people angry, nothing will go wrong. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable irritation in his heart. Then he lowered his head and felt that the eunuch's and palace maid's hands and feet seemed to have become particularly clumsy today. Get out of the way, I'll do it myself. Unable to wait any longer, Emperor Jingwen kicked the man in front of him, ignored the man's kneeling begging for mercy, and started fighting himself. Perhaps because he couldn't calm down, Emperor Jingwen buttoned a wrong button. Emperor Jingwen realized it only after he sat in the sedan chair, and then adjusted himself in time. Then, his heart calmed down. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but think a lot along the way. He felt that it was time to clean up the harem. After one stick of incense, the imperial carriage arrived at the gate of Kiowa Palace. The emperor has arrived. Following the eunuch's shouts at the door, Emperor Jingwen stepped over the threshold and walked straight towards the side hall where Ye Shuo lived. What happened? Why did he suddenly get sick? Hearing such a voice behind her, the imperial concubine was startled at first, and subconsciously wanted to salute, but was interrupted by Emperor Jingwen. No need to be polite, let me see how Shuo is first. Then he saw his little son with red cheeks under the quilt. After not seeing my youngest son for a few days, the baby fat on his face has disappeared. Emperor Jingwen was startled and also frightened by Ye Shuo's current appearance. Why did you suddenly become so thin? Ye Shuo, please stop saying he has lost weight. It's not that he is too thin now, but that he was too fat before. My figure now is just right, isn't it? While the sixth prince was changing his handkerchief, Emperor Jingwen reached out and touched his youngest son's forehead, which was very hot. Emperor Jingwen frowned tightly, and he was immediately filled with anger. What on earth is going on? This is all your fault, your majesty. She didn't want to say it, but after hearing this, concubine Rong couldn't hold it in any longer and tears fell down her cheeks. You arranged for Wu Yi to watch Shuo for 12 hours a day without stopping for a moment, not allowing him to do this or that, and only allowing him to study. Shuo is only 2 years old now, how can his body bear it? Was it because he pushed too hard? Emperor Jingwen tightened his grip around the beads. Wu Yi, who was standing in the dark, couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that I really did something wrong? But, he clearly didn't push him too hard. In the gap of silence between the two, concubine Rong was still crying, and every word she said was sobbing. I have been in the palace for so many years, and I only have one child, Shuo. If Shuo gets into trouble this time, what will I do? At this moment, the imperial concubine wanted nothing anymore. The crown prince and the throne were not as important as her son being alive. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you blaming me? Emperor Jingwen didn't believe that his son, the grandson of the Duke of Zhen, would be so easily swept away by a high temperature. His son is the son of a dragon, blessed by the gods and Buddhas. How could it be possible that? Seeing his mother crying so hard, Ye Shuo felt bad too. He tried to persuade her, but it was of no use at all. After tossing and turning for so long, the noises around him gave Ye Shuo a headache. He was also sick now, so he couldn't help feeling a little sleepy. But thinking back to what happened just now, he was afraid that he would scare his mother again after closing his eyes. After thinking for a while, Ye Shuo asked cautiously, Father, Mother, I am very sleepy. Can I take a nap for a while? The child's red cheeks, weak and hoarse voice, and eyelids that seemed to be about to close in the next second. Emperor Jingwen had seen such a scene many years ago, but after the child closed his eyes, he never woke up again. All of a sudden, Emperor Jingwen's heart sank and he took a deep breath. Seeing that the child closed his eyes after he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen and the imperial concubine immediately panicked. No sleeping? I order you not to sleep, do you hear me? Shuo, don't sleep. Open your eyes and look at your mother, okay? Wu Yi, who was standing next to him, was struck by lightning when he saw this scene. I seem to have really killed the little prince. Wu Yi lowered his head and looked at his hands, his mind went blank. Emperor Jingwen was stunned at first, as if he couldn't react to the scene before him. He gasped uncontrollably twice and then became furious. Where's the imperial physician? Why hasn't the imperial physician arrived yet? The gray-haired imperial physician was caught by Suyu and rushed over breathlessly. Coincidentally, he just happened to hear crying and shouting coming from the side hall. He was caught off guard and his heart skipped a beat. It's over, judging from the noise, could the little prince be dead? This. It has only been less than 2 incense sticks since the people from Kiowa Palace came to invite us. Even if it is a high fever, it can't be so fast, right? Could it be poisoning, or something else? At this moment, the imperial physician thought a lot and even began to wonder if he had been accidentally involved in the struggle in the harem. In an instant, he even thought about how to escape and save his life. What should I do? Crying out in pain in his heart, under the pressure of the emperor and the imperial concubine's eyes, the imperial physician nervously felt the little prince's pulse. After a moment, the imperial physician was stunned. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. The little prince's pulse was strong, proving that he was in good health. But seeing how nervous the emperor and the imperial concubine were, and the imperial concubine's eyes were now swollen from crying, the imperial physician felt that things were not that simple. No, look at it again. To be on the safe side, the imperial physician examined the patient several times. But what he didn't know was that, because his expression was too serious, he suspected that it was a harem struggle, and his brows were furrowed. He really couldn't tell anything else and had some doubts about his true level. Even Emperor Jingwen couldn't hold it back. His brows were tightened, and he looked shocked and angry. Finally, under the almost desperate gaze of the imperial concubine, the imperial physician gave his own judgment very cautiously. Your Majesty, Her Highness, the little prince has caught a cold, and his high fever hadn't gone away. Then what? Just gone? After waiting for a long time, there was still no follow-up. Finally, the emperor was the first to react. If that's the case, then why is Shuo are still unconscious? The imperial physician cupped his hands, hesitated for a while, and then answered, he is not unconscious. The little prince must be too tired, so he went to bed early. The little prince is young and has a weak resistance. He falls asleep much faster than adults due to his physical condition. As for children, they may even be talking one moment and fall asleep the next moment when they turn around. This is perfectly normal. Emperor Jingwen, imperial concubine, the sixth prince. It turns out that when he said sleepy, he really meant sleepy in the literal sense. Wu Yi on the side breathed a sigh of relief. Even though his youngest son was still sick, for some reason, Emperor Jingwen still wanted to pull him out of bed and give him a good beating. Can't you just say it clearly? Turning his head, out of sight, out of mind, Emperor Jingwen asked again, the weather has been fine in recent days, how come the little prince got caught in the wind? Wu Yi seemed to have remembered something, and spoke with some difficulty, Your Majesty, there seems to be a wind vent behind the rockery where the little prince and I stayed this afternoon. It's not too far from Kaiwu Palace, and it's a good place Ye Shuo recently discovered. Anyway, with Wu Yi following him, he can go anywhere in the palace. The rockery was designed with a hole, and the breeze blew through it, making it very cool. Midsummer had just passed, and the autumn heat was prevalent. Ye Shuo was so afraid of heat that he didn't think too much about it at the time. Even Wu Yi didn't take it seriously. After all, in his opinion, such a small breeze was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. What's more, if it hadn't blown his hair up, Wu Yi wouldn't even feel that there was any wind there. Unexpectedly, such a small negligence caused the little prince to suddenly have a fever at night. Wu Yi suddenly had a better understanding of the fragility of children. Wu Yi, who had fought in the midst of swords and sabers and treated injuries as a common occurrence and had been seriously injured and on the verge of death several times, realized belatedly that a little bit of wind could take the life of a child. It's indeed him? After hearing this, the imperial concubine couldn't help but glared at Wu Yi fiercely like a knife. Upon seeing this, Wu Yi lowered his head in silence. But in fact, it had nothing to do with the wind. After all, it was not the first day that Ye Shuo stayed there. It was just inexplicable and a coincidence. If you look for excuses after something happens, you will always find them. The imperial physician did not delve into the matter further. He stroked his beard and directly concluded, that's it. Children are fragile and cannot withstand the wind. Thinking of the rumors in the palace, the imperial physician said, My lord, don't push too hard on everything. The little prince is still young and is in the period of growth. He must not be overworked. Reading and writing are important, but if you continue like this for a long time, it may damage his foundation. It is now widely rumored that the emperor assigned the secret guard to the little prince, and that the secret guard stared at the little prince almost non-stop for 12 hours. Then the imperial physician who had never seen the little prince in person actually believed this nonsense. So in the final analysis, it is still my own problem. Perhaps he was really too harsh on his youngest son. Emperor Jingwen remained silent and played with the beads faster. Wu Yi vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he really couldn't find it. So gradually, he agreed with what the imperial physician said. Although the little prince's pulse is strong, as the imperial physician never likes to make promises. Everyone in the palace is extremely cautious. Therefore, the imperial physician said, although the little prince is not seriously ill at the moment, if the high fever does not subside in the second half of the night, he will still be in great danger. Even though the little prince is in good condition now and the possibility of the temperature rising further in the second half of the night is not great, I still have to make it clear in advance, right? Well, I understand. Go get the medicine. Emperor Jingwen waved his hand absent-mindedly at the imperial physician and said nothing more. Now that he had finished looking at the scene and there was nothing else to do, Wang Ziquan thought that the emperor was probably about to leave, and he was about to give orders to have the carriage prepared. Who would have thought that Emperor Jingwen would simply stay in Kaiwu Palace? Wang Ziquan was shocked. You know, except for the crown prince, other princes have never had such an honor. But in fact, this is not a special honor. The main reason is that the previous children's illnesses had basically nothing to do with Emperor Jingwen. Ye Shuo is the first prince who fell ill because of Emperor Jingwen's decision, so naturally it is different. If he hadn't given such an order, the child wouldn't have behaved like this. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help feeling guilty. The imperial concubine was guarding the side hall, and since the morning court would begin in an hour or two, Emperor Jingwen had to at least have a rest. It was natural for them to enter the main hall of Kaiwu Palace. After Wang Ziquan had directed the palace servants to tidy up everything, he suddenly heard these words. Wang Ziquan, tell me, is this really my fault? Wang Ziquan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How should he answer this question? Fortunately, Emperor Jingwen did not seem to want an answer from him, and after this sentence, he did not mention it again. But just this one sentence was enough to scare Wang Ziquan. Even if the emperor really made mistakes, they were all other people's faults. Since the emperor said so, it shows how deeply shocked he was at the moment. Others didn't know, how could Emperor Jingwen not know? The youngest son almost couldn't be born because of him, and he almost died after he was born because of him. Now he is seriously ill because of him. After a long time, Emperor Jingguan slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Ye Shuo was still asleep when Emperor Jingguan went to court. When he left the court, he naturally headed towards Kaiwu Palace. The second prince frowned subconsciously when he saw this. He always felt that his father seemed to care too much about his younger brother. He suddenly wanted to see who his little younger brother was and why he could make his father so worried. In the past 1 or 2 years, the palace has been filled with rumors about this little prince, which are even bigger than the one caused by the imperial concubine before. But thinking that he was not familiar with this little prince, who was ill, and might get into trouble if something happened, the second prince gave up after thinking about it. Let's leave it for now and talk about this matter later. The crown prince didn't have so many concerns. After the court session, he walked together with Emperor Jingguan. Father, are you going to Kaiwu Palace to visit my little brother? That's great. I plan to go with you. Emperor Jingguan naturally would not refuse. At this time, Ye Shuo's temperature had dropped. The imperial concubine could not bear it any longer, and went to sleep in the main hall after the nanny's repeated urging. Reaching out to touch his youngest son's forehead, he found that it was not so hot anymore, and Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel relieved. Only at this moment did he have time to look at Wu Yi, who had also been guarding all night. Wu Yi's heart tightened, but he had no intention of resisting, and immediately knelt down obediently. I am guilty, please punish me, your majesty. He was indeed guilty. After all, Emperor Jingguan had only asked him to watch over the little prince and not let him go astray, but he had not asked him to keep an eye on him for 12 hours. It was because he pushed too hard and used too much force that his youngest son fell ill. Wu Yi, in that case, you can do it yourself. Ye Shuo vaguely heard the quarrel around him again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wu Yi kneeling there, ready to be punished. He was immediately shocked and sat up to plead for him without thinking. Father, wait a moment. Regardless of his dry and hoarse throat, Ye Shuo hurriedly said, this matter has nothing to do with Wu Yi. This son accidentally caught a cold, so, ahem. Halfway through his words, Ye Shuo couldn't bear it anymore and started coughing violently. Seeing this, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but stepped forward to help him, and habitually patted his back with his other hand. Slow down, lie down quickly, the fever has finally subsided. What if you catch a cold again? Noticing that his stepfather's tone was exceptionally gentle, Ye Shuo felt as if he had seen a ghost, his heart filled with fear. Is this really his father? Has he really not been replaced by someone else? Later, Ye Shuo discovered that something even more terrifying was yet to come. Wu looked up subconsciously, then froze. He thought that the little prince would hate him after suffering such a great crime, but in the end, he was not angry at all. Wu Yi couldn't help but feel even more guilty. Your Highness, this is my fault alone. Your Highness, you don't have to beg for mercy. I am willing to accept the punishment. Even though he treated the little prince like this, he was willing to forgive him. Wu Yi turned his eyes away, not daring to look at him again. Then Wu Yi couldn't help but kowtow to Emperor Jingguan again. Seeing Wu Yi's guilty expression, which looked like he wanted to commit suicide to apologize, Ye Shuo couldn't help but take a breath. Hiss. Help, my conscience hurts. After a while, Ye Shuo recovered and tried to persuade him. It's me who wants to go to the rockery, and it's me who wants to enjoy the breeze there. What does it have to do with you? Wu Yi lowered his eyes and said, it is my fault that I did not stop the young prince in time. Ye Shuo, you talk as if you can really make the decision for me, and I don't even think about when have I ever listened to you. Covering his aching chest, Ye Shuo choked, then continued to guide him. You also said that I am the master, and you are the servant. If I insist on doing it my own way, you will have no way to stop me. Can you really force me to make a choice that I don't like? Naturally. Unexpectedly, Wu Yi did not think it was wrong after hearing it, but nodded very affirmatively. I only listen to your majesty and obey your majesty's orders. Your majesty has instructed me before, so when I sense danger, I can take the little prince away from there regardless of his objection. However, he did not. He failed to realize in time that the wind from the rockery would hurt the little prince's body. This was a dereliction of duty. The more he talked, the guilt in Wu Yi's heart not only did not subside, but became heavier. Ye Shuo stared at this scene in amazement, his whole body trembling violently. Did Wu Yi really not think carefully about the question? Apart from reading stories to himself, working part-time as a storyteller, and accompanying himself on adventures, had he really done anything else from beginning to end? He studied for an entire afternoon and his voice became hoarse. If I were adventurous, he would almost accompany me around the entire palace. When I was tired, I would have to ask him to carry me back. Moreover, if I could read a few more new words, I would have to find ways to get some reward from him. The first reward was shooting darts, the second reward was shooting flying needles, the third was shooting flying knives, the fourth, the fifth. Soon Ye Shuo would have learned all his hidden weapon skills, and even now Wu Yi still felt like he was coaxing a child. Even so, Wu Yi still felt that the little prince was very easy to satisfy. Just sticking 2 needles into a tree could make him excited for a long time. He was so easy to deal with. Therefore, there will definitely be no problem with such a sensible little prince. The only one with a problem is himself. Ye Shuo, stop talking, stop talking. Ye Shuo was almost overwhelmed by guilt. Even someone as thick-skinned and black-hearted as Ye Shuo couldn't stand it, which shows how innocent Wu Yi is. Seeing that he really couldn't convince himself, Ye Shuo closed his eyes, made up his mind, and decided to use the skill that made children famous, crying. Ye Shuo was unreasonable and uncooperative, crying and making a fuss, and he refused to let his stepfather punish him. There is no other way. I have said everything that needs to be said. This is the only trick left. Although it's a bit embarrassing, the effect is great. You know what? This trick really works. Seeing that his youngest son was so determined and his high fever had just subsided, Emperor Jingwen was afraid that he would make a fuss and start having a fever again. He really thought about it seriously. Finally, considering his youngest son's illness, he decided to reluctantly agree to his request this time. Get up, Wu Yi. Emperor Jingwen said indifferently, since the little prince pleads for you, I will forgive you this time. Wu Yi was stunned for a long time, then slowly stood up from the ground. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you, Your Highness. Ye Shuo silently covered his chest, and when he felt better, he lay down again. Wu Yi quickly left. Just as he was about to close the door, the prince, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but ask a question he really wanted to know. I see that you seem to treat Wu Yi very differently. Why? If it were him, if someone was watching him like this every day, the prince would think he was lucky enough not to be crazy, and would not be nice to that person. Emperor Jingwen was also somewhat curious about this question, and as the prince finished speaking, he could not help but turn his head. Ye Shuo thought for a moment and said sincerely, because I think Wu Yi is a good person. Isn't it true? He gave away martial arts and hidden weapons, and the part-time storyteller and bodyguard didn't complain at all. Such kind-hearted people are rare in this world. Ye Shuo wished that the other party would follow him like this forever. Getting a master for free plus someone who can answer all kinds of difficulties in learning martial arts at any time is really a huge profit. With Wu Yi, it doesn't matter if I walk sideways in this palace, there will be no danger. Ye Shuo didn't hesitate and directly sent a good guy card. Emotions surged up all at once, and then Ye Shuo's expression became serious, and he spoke word by word. In my heart, I regard Wu Yi as my teacher. When the prince heard this, he was shocked. Emperor Jingwen, who was standing by, was also looking at his son in shock. Facing the child's serious and somewhat solemn expression, the two of them suddenly had the same thought in their minds. Oh no, could this child have a fever that damaged his brain? At the same time, Wu Yi outside the door also widened his eyes, and his heart trembled unconsciously. Because of his training, he already had excellent hearing and vision, so even if he was standing outside, he could hear everything going on in the room clearly. When Suyu came over with the cold water, what she saw was Wu Yi standing there like a wooden stake. This lord. He suddenly woke up unexpectedly, and before the palace maid in front of him could see his expression clearly, Wu Yi kicked his feet in panic, and the whole person instantly jumped 2 meters, jumped onto the tree next to him, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Suyu. Asterisk. As if frightened by the expression of his younger son/younger brother that did not seem fake, Emperor Jingwen and the Crown Prince were silent for a long time. After looking at each other, the Crown Prince decided that he must ask the imperial physician later whether there was something wrong with the prescription he prescribed, or whether his younger brother really had a brain burned out to say such a thing. In order to dispel his idea, Emperor Jingwen explained to his youngest son, Shuo, you must know that Wu Yi is a secret guard. I will never let him be your master. What are the secret guards? The secret guards are a group of people who are directly under the leadership of the emperor, who only obey the command of the emperor and are only responsible to the emperor. The secret guards are the private property of the emperor and are the knife in the hands of the emperor. The most taboo thing is to be contaminated by the princes. Once the secret guards are involved with the prince, it means being drawn into the vortex of the struggle for imperial power, which will pose a threat to the emperor's life. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen could never tolerate this. Can you understand what I'm saying? Ye Shuo nodded. Son understands? This son originally thought that he would learn martial arts from Wu Yi. The identity of a secret guard is very sensitive in itself, and the skills of a secret guard are even more sensitive. If the prince learns it, how can the secret guards prevent it? If the prince has the intention to kill, won't the emperor be in danger all the time? But since they are just children, the idea of martial arts is understandable. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but touch his youngest son's head and said, when you grow up and go to the upper study, there will naturally be a martial arts master to teach you. As the son of an emperor, it is not enough to just be literate. The minimum requirement is to be proficient in both civil and martial arts. The rest include riding, archery, driving, etc., not to mention the 6 arts of a gentleman. Ye Shuo couldn't help but smack his lips. As expected, the involution among the royal family members was so serious. When Ye Shuo came into contact with the 6th prince, he did not see any internal strength in him, so he guessed that he had not formally started learning yet. As for the crown prince, Ye Shuo didn't know martial arts when he approached him before, and now that he knows martial arts, he still hasn't found a chance to get close to him. After experimenting with Wu Yi countless times, Ye Shuo discovered that internal force was not so easy to detect. He needed to directly touch the opponent's dantian with his hands. The prince's belly was not so easy to touch. Ye Shuo was even afraid that the servants around him would catch him and chop off his claws. However, judging from the prince's behavior, Ye Shuo estimated that his kung fu was not very good. He is so busy every day that he wishes he could be split in half. It would be strange if he could be good at kung fu. It seems that the quality of the martial arts master that my cheap dad mentioned is worrying. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo asked straightforwardly, how does master in the upper study compare to Wu Yi? How can this be compared? Wu Yi is the best martial artist among the Dark Guards. He was carefully selected from the Dark Guards. Although there are also powerful martial artists among the martial arts masters, how can the masters selected from the people have the deep foundation of the royal family? In fact, it was not because Emperor Jingguan was stingy and unwilling to give it, nor was it because the emperor was on guard against his son everywhere. It was mainly because martial arts were too difficult to practice. A person's energy was always limited. There were so many people practicing martial arts in the world, and the total number was much larger than that of the royal family. How could we expect such a few people in the royal family to become the first? The probability was too low. And even if you become the first, so what? You can't rule the world by martial arts. Emperor Jingguan did not give a direct answer, but said, the martial arts is only a minor path after all, you and your brothers are not on this path. Ye Shuo understood it instantly, so the meaning was quite different. It turned out that I was right to keep a trick in advance. Ye Shuo also noticed that his adoptive father seemed to be particularly averse to the prince learning martial arts, especially the martial arts of the secret guards, so he secretly decided in his heart that he would never let him know that he had secretly learned Wu Yi's martial arts. Facing his youngest son's disappointed expression, Emperor Jingguan changed from touching to patting and patted his head. The imperial concubine in the main hall couldn't sleep well because she was always thinking about her son. She woke up in less than half an hour. Seeing that the little guy finally woke up, and the fever subsided, the imperial concubine couldn't help but hugged him in her arms. There can't be a next time, you really scared me to death. Mother, it's Shuo'er's fault. Shuo'er will never dare to do it again. Ye Shuo felt heartbroken when he noticed the faint blue color under his mother's eyes. When she thought about him standing in the limelight, the imperial concubine was so angry that she wanted to beat him up, but in the end, she couldn't do it. She just said with red eyes, it's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Ye Shuo felt inexplicably sad. It was really nice to be loved by his own mother. Apart from being held down and not allowed to get out of bed, he had no other problems. Even his mother fed him personally. Your Highness has really suffered a great crime this time. Ye Shuo would help Wu Yi explain almost everything to anyone who came. For example, the first thing Zhao Chongrong and the other two did when they entered the room was to glare at Wu Yi who was standing next to them, and they did so while comforting Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo had no choice but to repeat what he said before, it's really not him, it's me who insisted on standing in the wind. However, the more he explained, the lower Wu Yi buried his head. However, this was not the most unbearable thing for Ye Shuo. What was most unbearable for Ye Shuo was that Wu Yi seemed to be particularly nice to him in recent days. Although Wu Yi still looked cold and silent on the surface, Ye Shuo couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the peeled fruit Wu Yi handed over to him. Even though he said that it was prepared by Su Yu and the others, Ye Shuo had seen his knife skills, and the skin was peeled so thinly, it was definitely Wu Yi's work. After a long time, when Ye Shuo was able to get out of bed and move around freely, he couldn't help but cautiously asked, can I not practice calligraphy today? I haven't made clay figures for a long time. I thought Wu Yi would refuse, but... okay. Wu Yi nodded after a moment's silence, that's right, I know a good place in the palace. He agreed. Ye Shuo felt a chill in his heart. It's over, Wu Yi finally broke down. This is a cold-blooded and ruthless secret guard. But now it's really not cold or cool at all. When I think of how unkind he was at the beginning, I really miss him. Ye Shuo whimpered and collapsed into the quilt. Wu Yi, who was standing by, couldn't help but get a little nervous when he saw this. Are you okay, little prince? It seemed that he was frightened by the fact that just 2 gusts of wind could make the little prince seriously ill, so now whenever there was any sign of trouble, Wu Yi would ask carefully. This is how people who have never raised a child are. Wu Yi has not yet evolved to the point where he has to check whether Ye Shuo's breathing is normal when he is sleeping. Ever since the high fever incident, concubine Rong forced even the young eunuch sleeping in the outer room to move in, for fear that such a situation would happen again. This time, Wu Yi had sharp ears and discovered it in time. What about next time? If no one responded when he called out, he would have burned to death inside after a night. So no, absolutely not, he must not be allowed to sleep alone. Ye Shuo had no way to resist and could only agree reluctantly. After the little eunuch came, it seriously affected Ye Shuo's practice at night. He had no choice but to ask Su Xian to help them make a blackout curtain. When he went to bed at night, he would draw the blackout curtain so that no one could see what the person inside was doing. Although his mother teased him about this, saying that he was young but still shy and couldn't stand others even looking at him, Ye Shuo was so thick-skinned that he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He said openly in front of everyone, no one can see my body except my future wife. At that time, concubine Rong burst out laughing. How old are you? You're already thinking about getting married. Ye Shuo snorted, age is not important. It's always right to prepare early. What if his wife cares about this? If you love her, you should naturally give her the best and not let her have any regrets. But when he thought about it, he had never found a partner who loved him in his previous life, and he was still a bachelor until his death. This life would probably be tough too, and Ye Shuo immediately became depressed. Alas, in life, why is it so difficult to find someone you love, and who loves you back? No matter what the other person's identity is, it can be a noble lady or a commoner, a chivalrous woman or an ordinary palace maid, Ye Shuo doesn't care. The most important thing is that both parties love each other. As a modern man, equality and freedom have long been engraved in Ye Shuo's bones, and have never changed even now. It's just that he couldn't change the situation alone, so he just went with the flow. As for the fact that his status as a prince destined him to have no freedom in marriage in this life and that he could only be manipulated like a puppet, Ye Shuo said that this was not true. No matter what, his wife had to be the one he deeply loved. When the time comes, his stepfather will be furious, the ministers will pressure him, and the royal family will be shocked, but Ye Shuo won't care. After all, he was not born to please and obey these people, and his marriage will never be a bargaining chip. He didn't want to fight for that position anyway. As the saying goes, a man without desires is strong. His cheap father couldn't threaten him. If those people turned their spearheads against his beloved woman, Ye Shuo thought to himself that he was not so incapable of doing this. Of course, he is not even 3 years old yet, so it is too early to talk about these things. Ye Shuo dare not say them out loud now. After all, they are too unorthodox and can really make his stepfather mad to death. It's better to wait a little longer and let my cheap dad live a few more years in peace. Ye Shuo had already made plans in his mind in advance. Now everything was ready, except for a wife. But thinking about his experiences in his previous life, Ye Shuo instantly felt hopeless. Forget it, forget it. Don't think about it anymore. If that person doesn't show up, it will be useless even if I have thought of where my grandson will go to school. Let's take a look at Wu Yi, who is so close to us. Meeting Wu Yi's slightly nervous gaze, Ye Shuo collapsed on the bed and replied weakly, I'm fine. Wu Yi opened his mouth and said hesitantly, the clay figurine. Ye Shuo waved his hand. Forget it, I won't go today. If it wasn't for the crime going against the wind, it would feel too boring. Since Wu Yi is already broken, it would be better to let him break more thoroughly. My conscience aches, it can't be in vain, right? It's going to hurt anyway, so why not just call it pain in a more literal sense, so it doesn't seem so unfair. So, Ye Shuo not only did not stop, but intensified it. He took advantage of the time when Wu Yi was surrounded by guilt and took out almost everything he could from Wu Yi's body. Ye Shuo learned all of Wu Yi's skills, including the technique of launching hidden weapons, the skill of concealing breath, the skill of lightness, etc. Ye Shuo estimated that ordinary secret guards now knew less than he did. Just like now, Ye Shuo didn't need to go out of his way to investigate. As long as he was close, he could basically find out in time whether there were people on the surrounding trees and beams, and how many people there were. As for the mud on the solace of Wu Yi's boots, you have to know that the soil in the palace is not like this. The answer to where the scattered mud on Wu Yi's boots came from is self-evident. When Wu Yi habitually ran back and forth among the trees and grass, flower petals and grass debris were accidentally stuck in his hair and clothes. Ye Shuo once picked up half of a petal that fell from his body when he was not paying attention. Maybe it was because the petals were very small, or maybe it was because the petals were very ordinary, so Wu Yi saw them but didn't care at all. Wu Yi ignored the fact that it was precisely because the petals were ordinary that he needed to be more careful. There was not a single ordinary flower or grass in the palace, and basically all of them could be named. It happened that Ye Shuo had already visited the entire palace, so he could tell at a glance whether there was a particular species in the palace. Wu Yi never thought that there was actually someone who could remember so many flowers and plants in his mind. But Ye Shuo on the side understood it very well. When doing official work, in addition to guards and assassins like Wu Yi, there might be a special team in the secret guard team to help with the aftermath and create the scene. Otherwise, if there was no special team to deal with such things, the secret guards would have gone through countless setbacks over the years. Just when Ye Shuo was about to get in touch with the core secrets of the secret guards, he thought about it and stopped at the door of the gate. In the end, he chose not to go in. At least he left Wu Yi with a pair of pants and did not let him run completely naked. Fortunately, not long after, Wu Yi received a secret order from Emperor Jingguan, and then he packed up and prepared to leave. If he didn't leave, Ye Shuo estimated that he might not be able to resist touching those things. Wu Yi had no idea that it was this sudden order that saved him from danger and enabled him to successfully save the last bit of his dignity. Emperor Jingguan's secret order came very urgently, and it was estimated that there was something important for Wu Yi to do. Of course, he certainly couldn't say that to the little prince Wu Yi. He certainly couldn't say that the emperor asked him to do something, so he left. Emperor Jingguan asked him to make up a reason, so Wu Yi really made up a reason. Looking at the secret guard who was talking nonsense in a serious manner and was about to be unable to justify himself, Ye Shuo could not help but fall into deep thought. As expected, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can only choose one between intelligence and loyalty. If you choose one, it will be difficult to take into account the other. It is difficult to guarantee the loyalty of smart people who know how to judge the situation, and the reason why loyal people are loyal is often because they are not smart enough. Not smart enough, but in line with the superior's wishes. After Wu Yi finished speaking, Ye Shuo spoke for a long time before he spoke with difficulty. You mean, your fellow villager's father came to Beijing for medical treatment recently, and because he has no relatives, he came to you for help, and then you can't stay here recently, right? Please, the secret guards are directly responsible for the emperor's safety and cannot be involved with any forces. They are most likely orphans, so how could they have any relatives, fellow townsmen, or friends? Does Wu Yi think he is a 3-year-old child? Wait a minute, I seem to be just a 3-year-old child. Wu Yi, on the other hand, was still unaware of this and even nodded affirmatively. Your Highness, yes. The corners of Ye Shuo's mouth twitched involuntarily. He really dares to admit it. It was hard to express in words what was in his mind, and then Ye Shuo asked out of the blue, how old is your fellow countryman's father this year? Your Highness, he is 25 years old. Ye Shuo asked again, how old are you this year? Wu Yi was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he froze his expression and whispered, also, it's also 25. Wow, what a coincidence. Ye Shuo had a wooden face. It turned out that his fellow villager was Wu Yi himself. For someone like Wu Yi who has to find materials from his surroundings and himself when making up stories, Ye Shuo sincerely advises him to stop lying from now on. Just when Wu Yi was sweating profusely and wondering if he had been discovered, he saw the little prince flipping something out from the head of the bed and throwing it towards him. Wu Yi subconsciously reached out to catch it, and after he caught it, he discovered that it was an amulet. Your Highness, this is. After I fell ill, my mother asked my aunt outside the palace to pray at the temple. There was no other way. He had taken too many advantages of Wu Yi, and it would be bad for him to leave empty-handed when the other party left, right? I can only ask my mother for another one later. Ye Shuo waved his hand weakly. This amulet is for you. No, it's for your fellow villager's father. I hope that Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva can protect him and keep him safe and sound in the end. Ye Shuo deliberately emphasized a few words in the middle, but in fact, the story about the father from the same hometown was all made up by him. This amulet can be given to no one except himself. Wu Yi tightened his grip on the amulet. After a long moment, he lowered his eyes and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Without waiting for Ye Shuo's reaction, he disappeared in a flash. Wu Yi's departure seemed to be an episode that could not be any smaller. His departure had no impact on Kiowa Palace at all, and even concubine Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wu Yi has been a little more lenient with his son in recent days due to the emperor's order, with someone always there, concubine Rong still worries that her son won't be able to bear it. Fortunately, Wu Yi is finally gone now. Concubine Rong thought about it and finally did not force her son to study anymore. Ye Shuo was also happy and at ease, and had a great time for several months. It wasn't until the beginning of the following spring that new troubles came. Because of this matter, concubine Rong was so worried that she couldn't sleep well for several days. After the new year, he grew 1 year older. He is already 3 years old this year. If we count his age in lunar calendar, he is already 5 years old. It is time for him to go to the study. Although it seems very common that the 6th prince did not go to the upper study until he was 7 years old, in fact, the 6th prince's case was truly special. No one cared for the 6th prince in the past, and no one urged him to go to school. Later, he was taken in by imperial concubine Rong, who kept him for several months to make up for his basics. He was then sent to the imperial study, where he successfully studied with the other princes. Although the official age stipulated by the imperial study room was 6 years old for school entry, almost no princes could actually wait until they were 6 years old. It was better in the past few years. When Emperor Jingguan was still the crown prince, everyone still followed the rules and did not push their son so hard. Later, when Emperor Jingguan ascended the throne and became emperor, as the number of children in the harem gradually increased, the age at which the princes went to school became younger and younger. Some even waited until the child could speak, walk steadily, and understand what others were saying, and they sent him in directly regardless of his age. For example, the 8th prince born to concubine Da is 3 years older than Ye Shuo. He has been studying in the upper study room for almost 3 years. In other words, he was sent in when he was just over 3 years old. Children of the royal family were born precocious, as if they were born to remember things earlier than children of ordinary families. They rarely made trouble, and Emperor Jingguan was happy to see his children become successful, so he never cared about them. Under such vicious competition, everyone will naturally become more and more competitive. And once you start, it's hard to stop. That was why the imperial concubine was worried. She also didn't want her son to lose at the starting line. When she thought of concubine Da, concubine Xian, concubine Shu, and the 4th prince, the 5th prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince, imperial concubine Rong felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and very anxious. If they weren't there, the imperial concubine wouldn't be so anxious. If Ye Shuo were here, he would definitely be able to empathize with this feeling. It's just like taking an exam. She had just finished writing the multiple-choice questions and fill-in-the-blank questions, while the students around her had already finished the last 2 big questions. No one would be able to hold back if they were in her shoes. However, her son's health is also an important factor that the imperial concubine has to take into consideration. After the previous high fever, the imperial concubine was really scared. If it was before, she would definitely do the same as the virtuous concubine and the others and just send it over without thinking too much about it. But now, the imperial concubine couldn't help but start thinking in her heart, Shuo is only 3 years old now, isn't it too early to send him to the upper study room now? Although he is 5 years old in terms of age, he is only 3 years old in actual age. If it happened again like before, the imperial concubine couldn't guarantee that her son would be so lucky. Perhaps it was because concubine Rong's anxiety was too obvious. Ye Shuo noticed it the next day. He asked casually, and after finding out what happened, he was completely stunned. 3 years old? Here, children have to go to school at the age of 3? If it was a kindergarten, Ye Shuo could still understand it. A bunch of kids playing and fighting together would make a day pass by, which was equivalent to reducing the burden on busy working parents. But the upper study room here is obviously not that. Thinking of the encouragement to study that the 6th prince had recited before, Ye Shuo couldn't help but be amazed. This is totally not something a 3-year-old should learn. So Ye Shuo decisively pushed away the bowl in the nanny's hand, and didn't even bother to eat. He jumped off the chair, ran over, grabbed his mother's sleeve, and looked at her eagerly. Mom. The imperial concubine immediately softened her heart. She thought to herself that Shuo was still young, so it wouldn't matter if she delayed it for another year, so she said softly, okay, Shuo, don't worry, we won't go this year. Ye Shuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mom, you are so good to Shuo. You are the best mother in the world. Ye Shuo did not say this intentionally to flatter his mother, but he sincerely felt this way. In such a feudal society, where imperial power was supreme, women in the harem gave birth to children mostly to consolidate their own status. For them, children were just a means to climb up or consolidate their favor. It's not that they don't love them, but this love, as long as it doesn't involve life, should take precedence over rights. In simple terms, as long as you can't die, fight to the death. But there are very few people like his mother who voluntarily give up the competition simply because of his health. His mother may not know that as long as he is careful, things like last time will basically not happen, but she dare not take the risk because of such a tiny probability, which shows how deeply his mother loves him. Mom, I want to be your son in my next life and the next life. Meeting the child's serious and determined gaze, for some reason, concubine Rong's eyes suddenly turned red. After she realized what was happening, she quickly slapped her son on the back of his hand. Pa, what are you talking about? What's the next life? The next life? It's so unlucky, just spit it out. Then the imperial concubine couldn't help but tap his nose and said, you are just a nice person. You always say nice things to fool your mother. If you really think your mother is good, you will make her less angry with you in the future. Your mother will be thankful. That wouldn't work. What his mother hoped for, such as competing for the throne, was something he could never do. In addition to the fact that he has no ambitions here, there is also the fact that if he really shows signs of this, he and his mother should be fine, but his grandfather's family will definitely be doomed. So forget it. Ye Shuo came to his senses instantly, and his expression suddenly became embarrassed. Well, I don't know if it's too late to take back what I just said. No one knows a son better than his mother. Seeing him like this, the imperial concubine immediately understood what had happened. The feeling of being touched in her heart disappeared in an instant, and she was immediately filled with anger. Well, you little bastard, you really lied to me. Mom, I suddenly remembered that the prince still wants to talk to me about something. I'll leave first. Bye. Come back to me. Looking at the two people playing and fighting early in the morning, the nanny next to them put the bowl in her hand back on the table and couldn't help laughing. But in fact, Ye Shuo was not lying. The prince did have an appointment with him, but it was not the prince who made an appointment with him, but he who made an appointment with the prince. The 1-year ban is finally over. How can I not visit the East Palace? Although the prince didn't know why his younger brother had such a good impression of him, he didn't reject it. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Ye Shuo had picked a random time to go there, without thinking too much about it, but he didn't expect that he would run into an unexpected person by coincidence. Judging from the patterns on the other person's red official robe, this person should be his brother's teacher. Prince's tutor? Greetings to his majesty. Just as Ye Shuo was stunned, the person opposite him spoke and slowly bowed to him. Although there was nothing wrong with the other party's behavior, Ye Shuo didn't know why, but he always felt that something was strange. Soon, he understood. His brother's teacher seemed particularly distant and cold towards him. Isn't it? Since the other party is the prince's teacher, he is naturally the one who upholds orthodoxy. To a prince like himself who is of unorthodox origin, he would naturally be rude. By the way, this was the first time in Ye Shuo's life that he was disliked by a teacher. In his previous life, he was the teacher's sweetheart wherever he went. Such an experience is quite novel. Ye Shuo was thinking at this time, and the tutor opposite him was also thinking. He had not expected that he would run into the imperial concubine's son so suddenly. He still remembered that the birth of the little prince almost made the prince's situation even more difficult. Therefore, the grand tutor naturally disliked this prince. Today, the grand tutor saw that he was behaving so recklessly and was even more disgusted. He didn't look like a prince at all. How could a prince run around and jump so disrespectfully? How could he be so disrespectful? Of course, this was not what the Taifu was most concerned about. What was most concerning to the Taifu was the child in front of him, who almost led astray the student he had taught for so long. When the child was just over 1 year old, he was already eating grapes and listening to music. What would happen if the prince also developed these bad habits? The grand tutor has always been a man of integrity. He would never show intimacy to people he doesn't like. It is already his limit if he can resist showing disgust. So after Ye Shuo asked him to get up, the tutor left without wasting a moment. The grand tutor didn't know the imperial concubine's plan at this time. He thought that the little prince would go to school this year. When he thought that his old rival was going to torture the little prince, the Grand Tutor suddenly didn't feel bored anymore, and even vaguely revealed a sense of relief. The prince did not expect that his teacher would be so hostile to his younger brother, and even unwilling to stay in the East Palace for long. Then he thought about how the teacher hated lazy and extravagant young men the most, and he felt that the teacher's behavior was very normal. But he has to comfort my little brother. After a brief thought, the prince ordered people to fetch the new tribute fruits from the south. On the other side, in the Kinzen Hall, Emperor Jingwen soon learned the news that his youngest son would not be attending school this year. Hearing this, he just frowned slightly and did not take it to heart. In his opinion, it is a good thing for his younger son to start school later. It took him 2 full years to finally reach a delicate balance with the Duke of Zhen. Under the circumstances, Emperor Jingwen himself did not want this balance to be destroyed. Also, my youngest son had already shown extraordinary intelligence when he was over 2 years old. Once he starts school, his development will surely be extremely rapid. Emperor Jingwen was very conflicted. He hoped that his youngest son would be successful, but at the same time he was worried that he would be too successful. In his opinion, it was inevitable that his youngest son was extremely gifted. Once he entered the upper study room, he would definitely learn everything. He never considered the second possibility at all. So Emperor Jingwen decided to take the cold approach. He wanted to see how the Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine would react. Anyway, the Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine will always take action. He could also take this opportunity to test how patient the Duke of Zhen was and whether he would really behave himself this time. If the Duke of Zhen is particularly anxious, then... And so, Emperor Jingwen waited and waited. When Ye Shuo was 3 years old, Emperor Jingwen was sitting firmly on the Diaotai. T/L, sitting firmly on the Diaotai equals sitting at ease in a fishing boat despite storms. Idiom, to stay calm during tense situation. A cool head in a crisis. When Ye Shuo was 4 years old, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but sigh that the Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine were really patient. When Ye Shuo was 5 years old, Emperor Jingwen began to frown. When Ye Shuo was 6 years old, and it was time for school to start in the spring, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but walk around the Kinzen Hall twice. When Ye Shuo was 7 years old, Emperor Jingwen would look outside from time to time while reviewing memorials. Even the young eunuch beside him could clearly feel the emperor's anxiety, not to mention Wang Ziquan who had followed Emperor Jingwen for so many years. Wang Ziquan served carefully and prayed desperately in his heart, hoping that God would bless him and that it would succeed this year. Soon, a figure walked in quickly. The moment he saw that person, Emperor Jingwen put down the imperial pen in his hand. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, please. All right, stop wasting time. Just tell me the result. Just tell me, has the 9th prince enrolled this year? Caught off guard, the young eunuch who came hurriedly had a frozen expression on his face, and then he reported the result of his investigation in a trembling voice. Your Majesty. No, no. After saying that, he didn't even dare to look up. The moment he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen lost control and almost broke the armrest of the chair. The emperor thought about it over and over again, and felt that this would not work. The emperor had originally planned very well, to see how the Duke of Zhen would react and then make a choice, but now, even someone as thoughtful as Emperor Jingwen could no longer sit still. He realized that if he didn't stop her, the imperial concubine would really keep dragging her feet and not allow the 9th prince to enroll in school. But if he just moves like this, he would always feel like he is inexplicably inferior to the Duke of Zhen. Emperor Jingwen sat on the dragon throne with an uncertain expression. Wang Ziquan on the side was thinking, even though the little prince has grown up, the situation has not improved, but has become more serious. At the beginning, the little prince was just simply naughty, but now, His Majesty must be worried to death. In the end, Emperor Jingwen still felt that compared to losing to the Duke of Zhen, it was more intolerable for the royal family, especially his own son, to have an illiterate person who could not read a single word. The former only made him feel uncomfortable, but the latter was a real harm. Emperors are generally pragmatic, so Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and became extremely annoyed, almost yelling out word by word, "Come, prepare the carriage to the Kiowa Palace. No matter what, the 9th prince must enroll in school this year." At the same time, over in the East Palace, Ye Shuo seemed to sense something and couldn't help sneezing. Achoo! The noise startled the child next to Ye Shuo. After realizing what was happening, the child looked over at him worriedly. "Ninth uncle, are you okay?" It's okay, it's okay. The 9th uncle is in good health." Ye Shuo waved his hands, not caring at all. Now that he has already mastered the internal strength, ordinary minor illnesses like colds and fevers can no longer affect him. Seeing the child in front of him so cute, Ye Shuo couldn't help but rub his head, which naturally resulted in the child's protest. "Ninth uncle." Looking at the child who couldn't help but jump, Ye Shuo smiled and dodged, while his thoughts gradually drifted away. From 3 to 7 years old, there are still many changes in 4 years. For example, he has successfully been listed in the Imperial Edict and officially obtained his own ranking. As he grew older, the 6th prince felt a growing sense of urgency, especially since he would gradually begin to get involved in government affairs in 2 years. He was studying very hard, and except for the New Year holidays, he hardly had any time to stop. Even though Ye Shuo lived with him in Kiowa Palace, he often didn't see him. And on the prince's side, Ye Shuo had just celebrated his 3rd birthday. In the same year, the prince, who had just turned 18, got married. The woman he married was none other than the daughter of his teacher, the grand tutor. Zhen is very different from her old-fashioned father. Zhen is very well-behaved and has a gentle and generous personality. Even when facing a naughty boy like Ye Shuo, she can be very patient and almost never loses her temper. Ye Shuo often comes to the East Palace and makes trouble there, but she never gets angry. Ye Shuo observed carefully and confirmed that she was really not angry, and she was not saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. According to the crown princess, she had never seen such a lively child before, and just watching him playing around made her feel more relaxed. This is true. Ye Shuo is the most comfortable person in the whole palace. Perhaps because she was too harshly disciplined since childhood, the crown princess was particularly envious of free children. Due to the rules, she could not run, jump or laugh, so she particularly liked to watch others run, jump and laugh, which almost pissed off the grand tutor. At first Ye Shuo was still thinking that he must not act the same way as before after the crown prince got married. After all, disturbing the young couple would be struck by lightning. But seeing the crown princess's behavior, Ye Shuo no longer had any scruples. Not long after the crown prince and the crown princess got married, the crown princess became pregnant and gave birth to a child the following year. Now, 4 years have passed, and the child is 3 years old. Look, that's the kid next to Ye Shuo. The little kid in front of him is the legitimate son of the crown prince. There is no one more legitimate than him. Perhaps it was for the sake of the grand tutor, or perhaps it was because the crown prince and the crown princess knew each other when they were young and had a very close friendship, so there was almost no one else in the crown prince's room before he married the crown princess, and no one was brought in for 2 years after he married her. Last year, he took in 2 new concubines. Although Ye Shuo himself could not understand it, the world was in such a state today that the prince could not be blamed. Ye Shuo was an outsider, so naturally he had no right to interfere in the prince's family affairs, so he stopped paying attention to it. Ye Shuo just has a good relationship with the little kid. Because her husband was the crown prince, her son was destined from birth to never be able to do whatever he wanted in his life like ordinary children. The crown princess knew this clearly, so she wanted him to be happier when he was young. In this palace, is there anyone who is more comfortable than the little prince back then, and now the 9th prince? Of course not. So after her son was over 1 year old and could walk steadily, the crown princess began to allow the two to interact. This method seemed to be very useful. Her son had already begun to show signs of maturity when he was 1 year old. He probably learned it from his father. A good child would eat and sleep according to the rules. This reminded the crown princess of her own childhood. But after the crown princess handed her son over to the 9th prince, things gradually became different. At first, the little prince was a little reserved and at a loss, but as he came into contact with more new things with his uncle, he gradually relaxed. The little grandson of the emperor, Ye Shuo, never knew before that mud could be so much fun. There are also kites that can fly into the sky, peaches in spring, crickets in summer, even growing garlic is so interesting. Ye Shuo gave almost all the fruits of his labor in the past few years to his adopted nephew, without any reservation. He felt that it was pitiful for the child who was so excited even to see the hydroponic garlic sprouting. Speaking of which, he seemed quite pitiful. How old was he now? He was only 7 years old, and he was forced to help his brother take care of his children. During this year or so, the little grandson of the emperor almost went crazy playing with him. Whenever the grand tutor heard about these things, he became so angry that he almost vomited blood. If it weren't for his status as a prince, Ye Shuo always felt that the grand tutor would definitely kill him personally for leading his grandson astray. Look, in the main hall, the grand tutor and the crown princess started arguing again, and the content of the argument was nothing more than the same few sentences, that is, what the grand tutor thought the little emperor's grandson looked like, and the crown princess, having seen a child like Ye Shuo, also wanted to make her son's life easier when he was young. Ye Shuo still clearly remembered the look of disbelief on the grand tutor's face when the crown princess argued with her father for the first time in her life. At first, the crown princess was a little nervous and afraid. After all, talking back to her father was considered a heinous crime. But after doing it many times, she gradually got used to it. Anyway, no matter what, the period before her son arrives at the study is the crown princess bottom line. Nonsense, absolutely nonsense. I think you have lost your mind. The grand tutor really couldn't understand what kind of magic potion the 9th prince had fed his daughter. It had only been a short time, and the once gentle and quiet daughter dared to argue with her father. Also, why hasn't that damn 9th prince gone to school yet? The grand tutor has been looking forward to this for 4 years, and has been disappointed every year. Now he has become numb. The key point is that because of his daughter, the Taifu can often see the 9th prince in the East Palace. He can't avoid him even if he wants to. Every time he sees him, the Taifu can't help but feel hurt internally. How can there be such a kid in the world? Anyone who becomes this child's teacher will be in dire straits for the rest of his life. If one day the 9th prince finally leaves the Eastern Palace and goes to school in the study, the grand tutor will certainly ask the servants to go to the market to buy a set of 2,000 bang firecrackers and set them off to celebrate. The crown princess, can you please sober up a little? The Taifu tried hard to suppress his rage and spoke earnestly. The crown princess didn't buy it, and just said calmly, "Father, don't worry. I know what to do." Bullshit sense of propriety. If she really had some sense, would she let his grandson hang out with the 9th prince? The Taifu was so angry that his head hurt. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he left in anger countless times. As a result, as soon as he went out, he ran into the 9th prince who was bringing his grandson. There were traces of mud on the little prince's body, and his hands were not clean either. It was easy to guess what the two had just done. The grand tutor was already extremely angry, and his eyes went dark when he saw this scene. Ye Shuo touched his nose, pretending nothing happened, and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, master. 9th prince, you must not do this. I am unworthy of this honor. The grand tutor was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger, and his tone was so depressed. Ye Shuo was not angry, for fear of upsetting his cheap brother's teacher, so he hurriedly pulled his cheap nephew away. Taifu, you are busy. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Goodbye. The little grandson was still waiting to show his mother the fruits of his work this afternoon. Besides, he was always afraid of his grandfather, so he hurriedly left after saying hello, Grandpa. I'm going to see my mother first, and ran away quickly. The figure of the Taifu was left behind, so desolate and miserable. Because he heard the word study in the upper study from the quarrel between the crown princess and the grand tutor, Ye Sun's mood inexplicably became low on the way. 9th uncle, I heard from my mother that Sunner will go to the upper study this year, and will not be able to play with you in the future. Ye Sun thought that the 9th uncle was really interesting, and he couldn't bear to part with him. Don't be sentimental yet. We don't know how things will turn out. Maybe the 9th uncle will have to accompany you to the study this year. Ye Shuo had a clear mind. He had been in this business for so many years. No matter what happened this year, he would not be able to get away with it. Ah, really? Ye Sun was stunned. Ye Shuo was distracted. 9 out of 10. It is not difficult to guess what my cheap dad is thinking. It is probably something like, I bet you will make a move, and when you make a move, I will be able to catch you. He has remained silent in the past few years, probably waiting for news from his grandfather. It was because of this that Ye Shuo was able to waste 4 whole years. After all, if his stepfather didn't interfere, his mother's side would be easy to deal with. Every time he went to school, Ye Shuo would be extremely anxious and unable to sleep all night long. He would lose a lot of weight in just a few days, and soon his mother would not be able to bear it anymore. In this way, Ye Shuo relied on this method to drag it on year after year. And now, 4 years have passed, and the stepfather must have figured out what's going on. As an emperor who values his reputation so much, how could he allow his son to be uneducated? School would start in a few days. By then, his cheap father might already be waiting for him in Kaiwu Palace. But, so what? As long as no one was sent to urge him, he would pretend not to know. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo felt relieved. With the idea of being happy every day, Ye Shuo couldn't help but pat his nephew on the head and said, let's go. I'll take you to see something good this afternoon. When Ye Sun heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. On the other hand, upon learning that his son had gone to the Eastern Palace to play again today, Emperor Jingguan just said lightly and had no other expression. It doesn't matter, he has nothing to do today, just sit here and wait. He wanted to see how crazy that little bastard could get and when he would come back. Thus, the whole afternoon passed like this, and then it was dark, and finally Emperor Jingguan had finished his dinner and had almost digested it. This wait lasted nearly 4 hours. Emperor Jingguan. When Emperor Jingguan came, he was already holding back a lot of anger. The reason why he didn't send anyone to call the 9th prince over was to wait for him to come back and then give him a scare. Emperor Jingguan had even imagined the scene of his son being terrified when he saw him. At that time, if you ask him why he doesn't go to school, the effect will definitely be doubled. As a result, he never came back. Then Emperor Jingguan became even angrier. But it was his dark face that frightened the 6th prince who had just returned from the upper study. Think about it, the 6th prince had been tired from studying all day, and he finally came back to relax for a while. However, when he looked up after entering the room, he was caught off guard by the majestic face of Emperor Jingguan, and all his sleepiness and fatigue were scared away. Greetings to the Emperor, may your majesty be well. The 6th prince knelt down hurriedly. After seeing this scene, Emperor Jingguan felt relieved. In his opinion, this was normal. This is exactly the effect that Emperor Jingguan wanted. Except for the wrong object, everything else was perfect. So Emperor Jingguan's expression finally improved. Get up, pack up, and prepare for dinner. Yes. The 6th prince looked at the imperial concubine next to him. Judging from the imperial concubine's expression and various signs, his father must have come to look for his 9th prince. Although such scenes do not happen often, they do happen from time to time. What the 6th prince didn't understand was why his father would always be so angry at his little brother's unintentional actions, and why he never got tired of it. In this way, the silent atmosphere continued until the end of dinner. It was already dark outside, but the 9th prince still hadn't returned. Noticing his father's increasingly ugly expression, the 6th prince complained inwardly. Damn it! Father looks very angry. Just as the 6th prince began to pray for his brother, Emperor Jingguan finally couldn't hold it anymore, and with a sullen face, he said to Wang Ziquan beside him, please, go and bring the 9th prince back to me. In the end, Emperor Jingguan compromised. He finally realized that his son might not be able to come back today. If he didn't see him, then his trip today would be in vain. Hiss. The emperor even used the word please, it seems that he is really angry. Wang Ziquan did not dare to delay and hurriedly took the order to capture the 9th prince from the East Palace. You know what, Ye Shuo really thought so. He really didn't plan to go back today. He planned to stay with his little nephew for a few nights and make the most of the time before school starts. Although he thought in his heart that it was unlikely that his cheap father would not react by this year, but what if? What if it works? Wouldn't that mean another year of happiness? Ye Shuo didn't feel ashamed at all to fight for the bed with his own nephew. After all, he had slept in the prince's bed in the past, so why would he care about the prince's son? Ninth uncle, it was the first time that the little grandson of the emperor slept on the same bed with someone else, and he seemed a little shy. However, the next second, Ye Shuo pushed him back. You're just a kid, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. When saying this, Ye Shuo completely forgot that when he was 3 years old, he had specially installed a blackout curtain to prevent the palace servants from peeking. Don't talk, go to sleep. Then Ye Shuo suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you still wet the bed at night? Ninth uncle. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, go to sleep. Having said that, Ye Shuo immediately closed his eyes. I don't know why, but when the little grandson of the emperor broke free from his shame and anger, he always felt that the reaction of the ninth prince in front of him was a little strange, as if he was avoiding something. Then, not long after, Ye Sun probably knew who he was hiding from. When Wang Ziquan arrived, he heard the news that the ninth prince and the little grandson had already gone to bed. Wang Ziquan immediately gasped. It was over. The emperor was still waiting? After thinking it over and weighing it for a long time, Wang Ziquan finally decided to go and wake up the ninth prince himself. When he heard the noise outside, Ye Shuo knew something was wrong. When he saw Wang Ziquan walking towards him through the cracks in his eyes, Ye Shuo immediately realized that his stepfather was determined to make him go to school this time, and he was particularly angry. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that they have gone to bed, but you still have to wake yourself up. Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Ye Shuo had no choice but to get up from the bed. Just as Ye Shuo slowly began to put on his shoes, he saw that eunuch Wang had already gone out. Ye Sun couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Ninth uncle, is it really scary to go to the study? Of course. Ye Shuo thought about it. The scary thing about going to the study room is not the studying, but the fact that you can't graduate at all. No matter how much knowledge you have learned there, you will not be allowed to skip grades or graduate early. No matter who you are, you must stay there until you are old enough to enter the court. They will let you go, and the connection should not be too tight. After you have memorized this book, there is still the next book. The worst that can happen is that the difficulty will be increased. Some people even hope that you can read as many books as possible. Unless you have memorized all the books in the world, there will always be new knowledge for you to learn. In modern times, you can skip grades, or even enter university directly if you have accumulated enough knowledge, but there is no such rule in the study room. Thinking about having to memorize all the books in the world, even Ye Shuo felt a wave of despair. In addition, there was no such thing as Saturdays and Sundays as rest days in ancient times. Ye Shuo had learned about it in advance, and there were no winter and summer vacations. There were 365 days in a year, and people could only have one day off on New Year's Day, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, the Emperor's birthday, Tianchang Festival, and one's own birthday, etc., and the total number of days was less than 10. 10 days? You know, nowadays, there are 7 days off for National Day. So once you get in there, it's basically like being in prison. No wonder Ye Shuo is scared. This was something he would have resisted from the bottom of his heart even without his grandfather's family. But I can't say this to my little nephew. The child is still young, and I can't tell him about the dangers of the world so quickly. Anyway, you'll know soon. He was lucky, at least he had made it to this point, and he didn't start school until he was 7 years old, but the child in front of him had to go to school at the age of 3. Ye Shuo couldn't help but touched the child's head lovingly. Without waiting for the other party to resist, Ye Shuo jumped off the bed and followed eunuch Wang. Your Highness, it's okay. On the way back to Kaiwa Palace, Wang Ziquan was about to persuade him not to be nervous, but when he turned around, he saw the ninth prince yawning, and the rest of Wang Ziquan's words were stuck in his throat. Ah, what did you say? Ye Shuo looked confused, as if he didn't hear clearly. Wang Ziquan choked, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Nothing. If you ask him, the ninth prince is really a strange man. You say he is naughty, but he never makes fun of the palace maids. You say he is sensible and obedient, but he finds different ways to make trouble every day and then makes the emperor very angry. It is really hard to understand. Just when Wang Ziquan was thinking about something in his mind, Kaiwa Palace was already within reach. Inside the main hall, Emperor Jingguan first saw a corner of fabric flash by. He paused holding the tea, his eyes narrowed instantly, and he was about to get angry, but before he could open his mouth, he saw his son take 2 or 3 steps forward, then kneel down with a plop, shouting, "Your son knows he was wrong. Please forgive me, father." The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times, and it was as skillful as possible. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling person. Ye Shuo admitted his mistake too quickly, and the words of rebuke from Emperor Jingguan were immediately stuck in his throat. After a long while, Emperor Jingguan felt that this was not enough to relieve his anger, so he sat there and asked with a half smile, "Oh? Then tell me, where did you go wrong?" "I don't know, but if I make you angry, then that's my fault." Emperor Jingguan was completely unable to curse anymore. The tense atmosphere in the main hall suddenly dissipated. Emperor Jingwen seemed to want to try harder, but the atmosphere was just not right. After a long time, he could only hold his forehead with his hand and tell him to get up. Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, was stunned. Concubine Rong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this. Tell me, why are you so reluctant to go to the study? After an entire afternoon, Emperor Jingwen had figured out the reason. The imperial concubine would be deceived by this little bastard, but he would not. Ye Shuo did not hide anything and said bluntly, the school starts too early. We have to get up at 1 a.m. It's not even daylight yet. We finish school after 1 p.m. and have dinner right away. We only have 1 or 2 hours in between to do some activities. We don't even have time to take a break. And stop. Seeing that he was counting more and more, Emperor Jingwen interrupted him immediately. Didn't others, like your brother, including me, come here in the same way? Why is he the only one who can't accept it? Okay, you don't have to say anything. No matter what, you must report to me in the upper study in 3 days. Yes, father. If you dare to say no, Caught off guard, Emperor Jingwen was stunned when he heard the affirmative answer. Why did this little bastard react so strongly just now and point out so many faults? Emperor Jingwen was even ready to yell at him, but in the end, he actually agreed. Ye Shuo didn't really want to do this, but there was no other way. His stepfather coming here today meant that the matter was a foregone conclusion and resistance was impossible. It was better to be honest and avoid suffering. Emperor Jingwen felt as if he had been punched into cotton, unable to go up or down. It was extremely painful. He always felt that the little bastard would not compromise so easily, but he didn't know what method he would use this time. It has to be said that after such a long time, Emperor Jingwen has already summed up some experience in struggle. You are no longer a 2-year-old child. If you dare to lie to me again, I will punish you for deceiving the emperor. Emperor Jingwen was so worried about his son going to school obediently. Hearing this, Ye Shuo nodded with certainty. Don't worry, father. This time, I will strictly abide by the rules of the study room and will not act against the rules. Emperor Jingwen always felt that something was strange, but he really couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, failing to find any flaws, Emperor Jingwen left in doubt. Until Emperor Jingwen disappeared completely, the 6th prince seemed to catch a glimpse of cunning in his younger brother's eyes, but it disappeared before he could take a closer look, as if it was just an illusion. Although it was a good thing that her son could go to school, concubine Rong still felt distressed when she thought about him getting up so early and coming back so late every day. After all this trouble, Ye Shuo had basically digested the meal he had for dinner. He couldn't help but reach out to grab 2 desserts. Then Ye Shuo suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Mom, time is so tight, is there still time to find a study partner for me? Without a study partner, he was alone and felt even more exhausted. Speaking of this, concubine Rong suddenly remembered it. Actually, when you were 2 years old, your mother had already arranged for you to be a study companion. When he was 2 years old, now he is 7 years old, which means that the official's family has been waiting for this event for 5 years. If the other person was a few years older than him, given the ancient custom of early marriage and early pregnancy, that person might already be a father. Ye Shuo couldn't help but almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Mother. The imperial concubine loved her son so much that she naturally arranged everything in advance. In her plan, since her son would go to the study room at the age of 3, it was natural for her to decide on a study companion from the age of 2. What she didn't expect was that her son had a high fever, and it took so long for him to go to the study. In the end, she even forgot about the reading companionship until just now. Although part of the problem is my own, it doesn't mean that my son has no problems. Then, why are you shouting so loudly? If you hadn't made excuses time and again, would your mother have forgotten? When concubine Rong thought of how this little bastard had deceived her for so many years, she couldn't help but get angry. He pretended to be so miserable at first, but when his father came, everything was fine, right? He no longer suffers from insomnia and has not lost weight rapidly. Concubine Rong thinks he is doing well. If I had known, I would have asked your father to punish you. Ye Shuo suddenly didn't dare to say a word. He hurriedly left this place of trouble. On the way, Ye Shuo was thinking about his study partner. To put it nicely, he is called a nanny, because he would have the responsibility of accompanying and taking care of the prince. Since he has to take care of him, he must be slightly older than the prince. For example, if his mother originally planned to send him to school at the age of 3, it was normal to find a study partner who was 4 or 5 years older than him, because children aged 7 or 8 gradually begin to understand the limits and know how to take care of others. If he was 5 or 6 years old, then it would be fine. After 5 years, he would be at most 12 or 13 years old. Even with the current trend of early marriage and early pregnancy, it shouldn't be considered as a biological child. So far so good. Ye Shuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Yuchen, the son of the Minister of Works, knew from the age of 7 that he would be a companion to the second most noble prince of the Zhou Dynasty. Xing Yuchen still remembered that when the palace delivered the news that year, his mother was ecstatic, and his father seemed a little worried, but still very happy. After all, being a companion to the prince was an honor that no one else could ask for. The most important thing is that given the little prince's background, it is almost certain that he will become a prince in the future. Even if the Duke of Zhen arouses the suspicion of the emperor, it is only the Duke of Zhen's family, and will not implicate the imperial concubine and the little prince. Think about it, he is the prince's companion, what a great grace and honor, and most importantly, it is very beneficial to his future. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and this is also the most important reason why the prince's companions are vying for the position. Seeing Yechen didn't quite understand at that time, but seeing that his father and mother were so happy, he obediently prepared for this matter according to his parents' requirements. Fearing that his knowledge was too shallow and that the little prince might ask him something he didn't know, Seeing Yechen consciously doubled the amount of study he did on weekdays. Afraid that he would be too popular and displease the little prince, Seeing Yechen gradually learned how to keep a low profile and not draw attention to himself. Seeing Yechen accumulated himself day by day, quietly waiting for the call from the palace. Then he waited for 5 years. During the first 2 years, although his parents were shocked, they did not say anything. After all, the little prince was still young. In the 3rd year, my parents gradually began to worry. By the 4th year, my mother began to sigh repeatedly and my father became silent. God knows, because the news was too surprising at the time, and the servants were not careful with their mouths, it was spread out in no time. Now that's good, everyone knows that he is going to be the prince's companion. As a result, after such a long time, the little prince still had not entered school. Year after year, more and more people came to watch him make a fool of himself. Seeing Yechen could not hold it in any longer and asked his father, "Dad, the little prince is already 9 years old this year, why hasn't he gone to school yet?" If the little prince did not go to school, it would not take long for him to finish all the books at home, and he would be able to go directly to the provincial examination. The Minister of Works was also helpless when he heard this. It would have been fine if the imperial concubine had suddenly changed her mind, but the other party's attitude was quite firm and honest. After deciding on their family, they never changed their mind. The only problem was that they were delaying too much. It's already the 5th year now, and I don't know when this kind of days will end. Why doesn't your majesty care about it? Just when the Minister of Works and his family were sighing, news finally came from the palace. Perhaps because they had been disappointed too many times before, the family of the Minister of Works did not hold out much hope this time. They thought that, as in the past, they could just give some silver to the eunuch who delivered the message and send him away. Nowadays, they would not find it strange even if the 9th prince waited until he was 15 years old before going to the study room. Who knows? I want to convey the imperial concubine's words. Please ask the 3rd young master to make preparations immediately and report to the palace in 3 days. Reporting means, the 9th prince is finally going to school? The Minister of Works and his wife were almost crying with joy, and hurriedly gave the eunuch who delivered the message a double red envelope. Oh my god, this day has finally arrived. Thank God, thank God. The Shangshu's wife clasped her hands together and bowed in all directions. Shangshu equals Minister of Works/Documents. Seeing Yechen next to him fell into a dream. Am I finally going to enter the palace as a study partner? 5 years of hard work were finally coming in handy. 3 days passed in a flash. Seeing Yechen was so excited about meeting the 9th prince the next day that he suffered from insomnia. He slept for less than 2 hours. Just after the hour of yin in the morning, without waiting for the servants to urge him, Seeing Yechen sat up from the bed. Fearing that he would be delayed, he quickly washed up and took the family carriage to the imperial palace. The other side. The 6th prince woke up at this time as usual, and after the palace servants helped him wash and dress, at the same time, the 6th prince, along with his study partner and attendants, went to the upper study. As usual, the 6th prince was about to step out of Kiowa Palace when he suddenly thought of something and subconsciously turned back. The 6th prince's companion Lu Zhang was puzzled. 6th prince, what are you doing? I'll go see if my little brother is awake. The 6th prince suddenly remembered that today was the day his little brother was to go to the study. Lu Zhang was shocked when he heard this. What? The 9th prince is going to enter school this year? Ignoring his dazed companion, the 6th prince walked straight towards the side hall. As expected, the side hall was still dark at this time. Through the window, the 6th prince called out several times before he heard a vague response from inside. Reassured, the 6th prince said, "Today is the time for you to go to the study. Don't forget to be there before the morning hour." Yeah, I understand. You go first." The 6th prince usually arrived half an hour early, but his younger brother certainly couldn't do that, so the 6th prince did not force him to go with him. The most important thing is that his father has issued an ultimatum, and no matter what, his little brother cannot be so inappropriate, so after waking him up, the 6th prince left with peace of mind. At this time, inside the room, Xiao Lizi looked at the sleepy 9th prince and said carefully, "9th prince, it's past the hour of yin. How about I call someone to help you change your clothes?" "What's the point of changing clothes? It's not even dawn yet." After being rejected by the 9th prince, Xiao Lizi did not think too much about it. After all, it was still early and half an hour later would not matter. But Xiao Lizi never expected that he would have to wait so long. When Seeing Yechen hurriedly arrived at Kiowa Palace, it was only a quarter of an hour before the hour of Mao. It's over, it's too late, too late. Seeing Yechen couldn't help but feel sad when he thought that he had been looking forward to it for 5 whole years, but ended up being late on the first day of taking office. He never expected that because he was too nervous yesterday, he did not sleep well at night and ended up falling asleep in the carriage. When he opened his eyes again, it was already too late. In addition, due to the palace rules, one is only allowed to walk and not run, so by the time he arrived, the place had become what it is now. Xing Yuchen felt a chill in his heart when he saw the silence in the side hall of Kiowa Palace. It's over. At this time, the 9th prince was probably gone long ago. These 5 years of preparation have been in vain. Just when Xing Yuchen turned around to see if he could stop the 9th prince on the way to the study, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Xiao Lizi, who was also in a mess. Then, he saw the 9th prince, who was still sleeping soundly. Xing Yuchen was shocked at that time. Ninth prince. Hearing the noise around him again, Ye Shuo reluctantly opened his right eye a crack, trying to suppress his sleepiness. He looked the other person up and down, and after quickly confirming his identity, he pointed to the bed next to him and said, "Study companion, right? Look, did you see it? It was specially prepared for me." What do you mean? Xing Yuchen was a little puzzled, until Ye Shuo said, "Let's sleep together," which made Xing Yuchen explode instantly. "Your Highness the 9th prince, you can't sleep anymore, you're going to be late." Xing Yuchen's facial features were twisted into a ball, and his heart was trembling. Ye Shuo yawned, not taking it seriously, and didn't even open his eyes. He said vaguely, "Late? So, late." If he really got up at 3 in the morning every day, he was afraid he would not live to adulthood. No wonder the infant mortality rate in the palace is so high. How could it not be high if this is the case? 7 years old is still the age for 1st or 2nd grade in primary school, but modern primary school students start classes at 8 or 9 o'clock, which is a difference of several hours. For the sake of his own life, Ye Shuo must ensure that he gets enough sleep no matter what. At most, I'll just get a few slaps on the wrist. After all, the prince is a delicate and precious person, and he can't be beaten too hard or too harshly. Ye Shuo had studied it and found out that the Shang Shifang had a clear rule that if a prince was late for school, he would be given 3 slaps on the wrist. Just 3 prototypes, no big deal. Now that Ye Shuo has practiced martial arts, let alone practicing martial arts, even if he hasn't practiced, 3 slaps would not be a problem for him. A beating in exchange for a good night's sleep is really a great deal. Okay, I'll continue, and go to sleep. You guys, feel free to do whatever you want. Zzzzzzz. In front of the two of them, Ye Shuo buried his head, wrapped himself in the quilt, turned over and continued to sleep. Xing Yuchen and Xiao Lizi were left dumbfounded. After 5 years, Xing Yuchen finally saw the true appearance of the 9th prince, but how to put it, it seemed a little different from what he had imagined. In Xing Yuchen's imagination, the prince should be noble and elegant, but now, Xing Yuchen looked at the 9th prince who had wrapped himself like a cocoon, and he felt as if something was broken. As subordinates and servants, they really have no way to do anything about what the master decides. Xiao Lizi didn't even dare to report to the imperial concubine. Although the imperial concubine and the 9th prince are mother and son, since he is the 9th prince's servant, he can only listen to the 9th prince. Not being able to distinguish between the primary and the secondary is a big taboo for a servant. Although Xiao Lizi is still young, he obviously knows this truth in his heart. Therefore, even if he was anxiously scratching the wall, he could only watch. Xing Yuchen had felt a little sleepy before, but now he didn't feel sleepy at all and he felt very energetic. As for the chaise longue, he did not have the courage of the 9th prince, so he did not dare to go up there. Time passed minute by minute, and after the morning hour, the two were finally in complete despair. It's over. It's totally too late. Gradually, the moon sank, and the sky became bright. When the imperial concubine woke up, the first thing she looked at was the side hall. It was quiet. It was already past noon, and her son must have already gone to the study. The imperial concubine felt a little distressed and even lost her concentration while dressing herself up. She thought silently in her heart that she must ask the kitchen to make more delicious food to reward him today. The imperial concubine never thought that her son would dare not go under such circumstances. On the other side, in the upper study room, upon learning that the 9th prince would be attending school this year, Lord Zhen, who was in charge of the study, became very anxious. Although he had never seen this prince before, he had heard many rumors about him. Out of a teacher's professional instinct, Mr. Zhen felt that it was not good at the time. After all, the little prince, now the 9th prince, had a reputation for being ferocious. When he was 1 year old, he grabbed an abacus, gold ingots, and a belly band. When he was just over 1 year old, he was locked up in the palace by the emperor for a full 6 months. Just imagining it made Lord Zhen feel overwhelmed. Perhaps it was because His Majesty was good at giving birth. Lord Zhen had never met such a student before. Even the crown prince, the only legitimate son, was polite to him. Therefore, the appearance of the 9th prince made him feel very difficult. Fortunately, the 9th prince started school late, and he is 9 years old now, which makes Lord Zhen feel relieved. However, new problems arise. The 9th prince can live such an indulgent life, and it must be the imperial concubine who has contributed to this. This makes the 9th prince even more difficult to discipline. But then I thought again, teaching the prince is my duty, the imperial concubine is too doting, and the emperor is busy with government affairs, so ain't I the only one to worry about? In addition to the difficult feeling, Lord Zhen also inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility and mission in his heart. Especially since the emperor had specially asked eunuch Wang to come and give him some instructions on the eve of the little prince's enrollment, Lord Zhen was even more nervous. The Majesty has entrusted him with the important task of educating the prince, which shows the Majesty's trust in him. He must not let the Majesty down. He was just a 9-year-old child, but Lord Zhen still didn't believe that after decades of teaching, he couldn't teach a child. Lord Zhen secretly decided that from the moment the 9th prince stepped into the upper study, he would discipline him strictly and make sure he got rid of his bad habits. So early this morning, Lord Zhen's expression was particularly serious, and his clothes were quite solemn. He changed out of his usual comfortable robes and wore his official uniform to teach the princes. He wanted the 9th prince to be shocked by him the first time he saw him. I have to say that this trick was quite useful. At least it scared the little grandson who was also enrolled in the school. Looking at the young tutor with a sullen face on the stage and the majestic red official robe on him, he, who had originally looked relaxed but had been hanging out with the 9th uncle for years and was somewhat restless, suddenly shuddered and subconsciously straightened his back. So scary. Just like Grandpa. Lord Zhen was pleased when he saw this. It's good to know that you are afraid. If you have fear in your heart, you won't dare to slack off when studying. Except for Lord Zhen, the other princes were also very much looking forward to the arrival of their younger brother. After all, he is the son of the imperial concubine, so they want to see what makes this younger brother so noble. Especially the 5th prince, who still remembers how the imperial concubine humiliated his mother. He couldn't touch the imperial concubine, so how could he touch his younger brother? If this younger brother loses to me in academic studies, even the imperial concubine will not be able to say anything. When the 6th brother first entered school, he was bullied by him. Later, he relied on his own diligence and hard work to finally impress the young master and won the young master's favor. The 5th prince did not believe that his 9th brother could do it as well. Not to mention him, even the 8th prince was a little curious. Of course, unlike the 5th prince, he was simply curious about his younger brother who was the smallest age difference from him. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts, but their attention was basically focused on Ye Shuo. As a result, they waited for 2 hours. The 9th prince didn't come at all. As soon as the morning hour arrived, Lord Zhen could no longer sit still. The 5th prince was also a little confused. What happened? Didn't he say he would report today? Could it be that he remembered the wrong time? Because the 5th prince had never seen his younger brother, he didn't know Ye Shuo at all. He just thought that he had remembered the time wrong, so he began to gloat over his misfortune. It looks like the 9th prince won't be able to escape being beaten today. It is unheard of to get a beating on the first day of studying in the study room. The 6th prince standing by knew his younger brother, so his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I don't know what trouble he will cause next. I shouldn't have believed that he could go to school peacefully. I should have thought of it earlier and should have asked him to come with me when I came to the study. After realizing what was happening, the 6th prince couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Oh my god. Among all the people, only the young grandson of the emperor was relatively innocent. At the moment, he was worried about whether the 9th uncle would be sick. Wu, Uncle 9, please don't be in any trouble. On the other side, in Kaiwa Palace, Ye Shuo woke up almost at the same biological clock as usual. Perhaps it was because he was depressed about going to school, but he even slept for 15 minutes longer than usual. After all, it was earned through 3 trials. Wouldn't it be a loss if I don't get enough sleep? Ye Shuo stretched and finally climbed out of bed slowly. Then Xiao Lizi finally understood why the little prince asked people to save water last night. Since water had already been prepared in the room, Ye Shuo didn't even disturb anyone when he washed up. Ancient clothes were more complicated. Xiao Lizi helped him put on his clothes. Ye Shuo reached out and patted his study partner who was squatting in the corner and kept mumbling. He looked upset and said, "Hey, wake up. It's time to go. It's too late to go to the study room now." Seeing Yechen looked at him with despair. However, the neatly dressed 9th prince really looked like the real deal, with an air of nobility that couldn't be concealed, especially his pair of phoenix eyes. He was completely different from the one who had just been wrapped in a quilt and sleeping. This is probably the only consolation. Just when Xing Yechen and Xiao Lizi were convinced that they would be discovered before they could even leave Kaiwa Palace, they didn't expect that the 9th prince would take them with him, turn around in several directions, and then they walked out so openly without even alerting anyone. It was simply unbelievable. This made Xiao Lizi suspicious that his master might have secretly prepared the plan in advance. In order to skip school, the master really tried his best. But in fact, it is not really the case. After all, after he has connected the internal energy, both his hearing and vision are much better than before. Ye Shuo can know in advance whether someone is coming from a long distance. Also, he had observed Wu Yi's lurking skills and probably knew what to do to be less likely to be noticed. I wonder if Wu Yi would be so angry that he would cry if he knew that his skills were used in such a place. Xing Yechen thought, no matter what, the 9th prince should go to the study this time, but the 9th prince turned a corner and went directly to the imperial garden. Come on, I'll take you to find something to eat. I believe everyone knows the importance of breakfast, so how can we skip breakfast? When Zhao Chongrong and Su Konggai saw Ye Shuo appear in Shulanzai, they couldn't help but cover their mouths with handkerchiefs. Oh my god, why are you here, little prince? Zhao Chongrong glanced at the small sundial outside and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Your Highness, aren't you going to report to the study today? In reply to Madame Zhao, I am late. He casually mentioned the fact that he was late, which made Xing Yechen's eyes pop out of his head. Then Ye Shuo said shamelessly, Madam Zhao, I'm so hungry. When Zhao Chongrong heard the child say he was hungry, she came to her senses and quickly asked the kitchen to prepare something. It only takes about an incense stick of time to prepare 4 simple dishes and a soup. Seeing Yechen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, glancing at the 9th prince from time to time. How could he eat anything now? Ye Shuo was not in a hurry at all. He said while holding a piece of snack in his mouth, Why are you in a hurry? Being late for a cup of tea is still late, and being late for a few hours is still late. We don't mind this little bit. Come, drink this bowl of porridge. If he wasn't afraid of going too far and angering his tutor, Ye Shuo would have been prepared to get a beating at the end of school every day before leaving. Zhao Chongrong and Su Konggai thought about it and felt that he was right. Since they were already late, they might as well eat breakfast. Zhao Chongrong even nodded and said, Yes, the imperial physician told me to eat on time, otherwise it would hurt the body. But Xing Yechen couldn't accept this. In his opinion, he had to go early even if he was late. He never thought there would be such a way. He almost cried. Xiao Lize accepted it well. Well, he recovered faster after being beaten with a stick after eating a full meal. As if he had seen the tragic and heroic spirit behind Xiao Lize's reckless eating, Ye Shuo stopped helplessly. Don't worry, I have read the rules of the study room in advance, and you won't be implicated. Some were to punish the princes, some were to punish their companions, and some were to punish them all together. Wouldn't it be enough to just single out the princes for punishment? It's just 3 blows. Just eat your food. If anything goes wrong, I will take care of it. If Lord Zhen were here and heard that he had come up with this after studying the rules of the upper study, he would probably vomit blood. Although the timing was wrong, Xing Yechen was inexplicably moved when he heard these words. After all, his father had told him when he was at home that although being a companion to the prince was an excellent job, it was not so easy to do. The prince was too proud to be punished, so basically his companion would be punished instead. Xing Yechen had already made preparations, and considering his future, it was nothing. But when he heard this suddenly, he was stunned. I thought he didn't care about me and that little eunuch at all. Xia Lize next to him also put down his bowl and chopsticks at some point. Thinking that the 9th prince was only 7 years old, and he was already 12, he would definitely be able to resist better than him, so he blurted out, It's okay, 9th prince, just let the master beat me when the time comes. Well, why are you being so polite to me? At most, we can each take a day. Even if the beating is severe, it will help you recover. Xing Yechen. Xing Yechen's newly felt emotion disappeared in an instant. Your Highness, are you planning to be late again in the future? What else? Ye Shuo didn't even look at him, only focusing on the roasted bamboo fungus in front of him. Don't you think that 3 boards in exchange for a good night's sleep is really a good deal? Can it still be like this? Xing Yechen was in a state of complete confusion. On the other side, after Wang Ziquan shouted dismiss the court in a resounding voice, Emperor Jingguan finally left the court. Thinking that today was the day his son was going to the upper study, the first thing Emperor Jingguan did after leaving court was to call his attendant over and ask, Where is the 9th prince? Has he arrived at the upper study now? Young eunuch. He had been squatting at the door of the study for a long time, but he didn't see anyone at all. Your Majesty? No, no. The young eunuch and Wang Ziquan thought that the emperor would be furious when he heard this, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't seem to be angry? It's just his expression. Although His Majesty has tried his best to remain calm, one can still detect the subtle pain and helplessness in his expression. Emperor Jingguan also thought that he would be angry, but he did not expect that after hearing the news, he was not angry at all. Instead, he had a feeling of as expected. At this moment, his heart was very calm, really, very calm, and he even felt like laughing a little. So he really laughed. Then, the young eunuch and Wang Ziquan next to them went crazy. It's over, it's over, His Majesty has finally been driven mad by the 9th prince. Just when Wang Ziquan and the eunuch beside him were panicking and didn't know how to persuade them, the prince seemed to have noticed something unusual and walked forward. The prince's tutor thought about it and followed closely. Soon, the prince stood still and asked in a low voice, Eunuch Wang, what happened? Oh my god, the savior is here. Wang Ziquan told him everything that had happened without reservation, and he was a little flustered. Your Highness, what do you think I should do in this situation? Eunuch Wang has never seen the emperor so angry in all these years. He was so angry that he couldn't help laughing. Even when it was the Duke of Zhen, the emperor was just furious and upset and accidentally dropped a teacup. To some extent, the 9th prince is more powerful than the Duke of Zhen. After all, the Duke of Zhen can be killed and beaten, and the 9th prince is the emperor's own son. You can't beat or kill him just because he doesn't like to go to school, right? You can't just say that the 9th prince should be deposed because of this, right? The last time the 9th prince was confined for half a year when he was 1.5 years old was already unbelievable enough. If the emperor really deposed the 9th prince because of this, it would not just be gossip in the harem and court, but would definitely leave a mark in the history books. When he thought that the prince would be recorded by the historians because of this incident, Wang Ziquan suddenly felt that being a eunuch was not bad. Without offspring, there will never be such troubles. If anyone else gave birth to a son like the 9th prince, he would probably never have a peaceful life. After hearing this, the prince subconsciously turned his head, and was indeed shocked to see that behind Emperor Jingguan's seemingly relaxed and happy smile there was a hint of distortion. The prince's tutor at the side listened to the whole process and suddenly felt sympathy for his old rival. He suddenly felt that although his old rival was hateful, he did not commit such a crime. But in fact, the crown prince, like Emperor Jingwen, did not seem to be too surprised when he heard about this. He just felt a little helpless. His little brother was really brave? Quickly calming down, the prince said, "Don't worry, eunuch. I will go and bring my 9th brother back right away." In the past 2 years, Ye Shuo has been hanging out in the East Palace all year round, and is inseparable from his little son. Because the age difference between Ye Shuo and his son is not much, and the prince held Ye Shuo in his arms when he was born, the prince has subtly regarded him as his half-son. The prince decided to have a good talk with his brother. If time could go back 7 years, the prince would never have thought that he would see this day. However, just as the prince turned around, the voice of Emperor Jingwen came, "You are not allowed to go." This time, no one is allowed to pay attention to him. Emperor Jingwen suspected that it was because of his indulgence that he became more and more self-indulgent and lawless. Let him go. I want to see what tricks he can come up with on his own. Emperor Jingwen had never seen such a person among his sons, and even when he was the crown prince, he had never seen such a person among his brothers. The royal family has lasted for so many years, and no matter how ridiculous the people in it were, no one has ever said that they really don't care about face. Emperor Jingwen doesn't believe that his son really doesn't care at all. Once he loses face, he will naturally learn to restrain himself. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen planned to handle the situation coldly this time, and he must cure this problem. Emperor Jingwen had already understood in advance that the more parents try to control their children's crying, the worse it will be. If the children think this trick works, and they feel confident, there will be no end to it. You have to give him the cold shoulder and let him know that he is not that important. Isn't he just relying on the fact that he is my son? He doesn't even think about the fact that I have so many sons, and I don't need him anymore. Emperor Jingwen was really furious this time. How could he not be angry when a dignified emperor was controlled by a little kid? The words were so decisive that the prince noticed the cruel look in his father's eyes and was immediately shocked. "Father. Okay, Shuo, you don't need to say more. This matter has nothing to do with you, and you don't have to care about it anymore." After saying that, Emperor Jingwen left with a cold face. The prince was left feeling anxious, but helpless. It's over, 9th brother, I can't help you this time." On the other hand, Ye Shuo had no idea that he had really pissed off Emperor this time, and he even said that he wanted to give up on him. However, even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. It sounds as if his cheap dad has any influence on whether he is good to him or not. If he treats him well, will he be able to resist suppressing his grandfather's family? If one side gains, the other side loses, and the suppression may become even more severe. Being mean to him, can you really ruin him because of this? His father is so hardworking now, going to court every day to review memorials. If he says that he has no desire to leave his name in history, Ye Shuo will never believe it. When he reached the position of cheap dad, he had already reached the pinnacle of wealth and power, and all he wanted was a good reputation during his lifetime and after his death. Since his father wanted to leave a good reputation in history, he would naturally not leave any stain because of his son. Think about it, when the history book introduces cheap father, it suddenly says because the 9th son didn't like to study, the emperor was furious and demoted him to a commoner. Is this reasonable? It seems like a joke. He is a serious man and would not allow such indecent remarks to appear in his life history. In fact, when it comes down to it, it's because Ye Shuo is no longer at the age where he longs for fatherly love. Ye Shuo does not seek fame, love, or profit. He does not ask for anything in his life except for the health of himself and his mother. Naturally, he does not care about the attitude of his cheap father. As for fatherly love, Ye Shuo had seen the best in his previous life, so anything else would naturally not catch his eye. The chubby face of Mr. Gu flashed through his mind again. Ye Shuo's hands tightened for a moment. He was silent for a long time, then strode towards the study room. Seeing Yechen vaguely saw that the 9th prince's eyes were a little red, and thought that he was finally starting to worry, so he couldn't help but comfort him. "It's okay, your highness, when the time comes, as long as we admit our mistakes, the master will definitely forgive us." I don't know whether these words are meant to comfort Ye Shuo or to comfort myself. How can you think that I would think that I am wrong? Ye Shuo looked at him strangely. Please, this kind of perverted rule is wrong. Seeing Yechen was almost moved to tears by his self-righteous behavior. "Your highness, please, don't do this." "Oh, are you teaching me how to do things?" Seeing Yechen. Just as the two were arguing and quarreling, the study room was finally within reach. Seeing Yechen stopped subconsciously. Ye Shuo didn't hesitate at all and stepped in casually. Then, Ye Shuo saw Master Zhen with an angry look on his face, the 5th prince who was gloating and obviously enjoying the show, the 6th prince who looked disapproving and frowned, the 7th and 8th princes who were curious, and the little grandson who almost had the word worry written on his face. Before Master Zhen could get angry, Ye Shuo decisively stretched out his hand. "I'm sorry, Master, I'm late. Please punish me." Although Ye Shuo didn't like the abnormal rules of the study room, he still respected the teacher very much. After all, the teacher was right, so he apologized sincerely. Master Zhen did not have the experience of modern people, so he did not know that Ye Shuo's quick admission of his mistake meant don't waste time, fight quickly, I have things to do after the fight. If he had paid attention to the look in the eyes of the ninth prince in front of him, or even communicated with Emperor Jingguan more, he would not have been fooled. Unfortunately, Master Sen did not have it. Master Sen's anger subsided a little, but he still said coldly, "Since your highness is willing to accept the punishment, I will punish you with 3 slaps on the hand. Someone, get my ruler." For matters like this, the fifth prince would naturally be the one to take charge. Without waiting for the eunuch to make a move, the fifth prince personally took down the ruler hanging on the wall for warning. He bowed respectfully to hide the amusement in his eyes. "Master, please." Seeing Master Sen raise his arm, Ye Shuo did not dodge, but seeing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi on the side felt their hearts tighten suddenly. Snap, snap, snap. After 3 crisp sounds, Master Sen finally let go of the anger in his heart. He then pointed to the last table and said, "You came the latest, so sit there." "Thank you, Master." Ye Shuo bowed and walked over with his study companion. During the whole process, he seemed not to notice the different looks from the people around him, as if he didn't know what the last table meant. By the way, the punishment in the study room was indeed more form than substance, and its purpose was to beat the shame of the princes, rather than corporal punishment. In fact, Ye Shuo didn't feel anything at all after being hit 3 times. It was completely different from the modern head teacher he met in the 3rd grade of junior high school who broke several set squares in a year. I feel like if this is the case, I can definitely subscribe for the whole year. Also, has the Shang Shifang never considered what to do if there is a shameless prince in the royal family? Shang Shifang equals study room. Sure enough, as long as people put aside their face, they will find that the world suddenly becomes much brighter. This truth has been applicable from ancient times to the present. As soon as Ye Shuo sat down, Master Sen announced the end of the get out of class. Oh, I forgot to mention that the study rooms in the Great Zhou Dynasty also had divided classes, but not as frequent as in modern times. There was only a break once every 1 or 2 hours, and each break was only for a quarter of an hour. There was no need to worry about suffocating the growing children. After the tutor left, the fifth prince passed by here with his companion, and glanced over here as if inadvertently. Amusement, contempt, ridicule, all kinds of emotions. If it were someone with a strong sense of self-esteem, such as the sixth prince, his eyes would probably turn red on the spot, and he would not be able to sleep for several days in a row. All he would think about in his midnight dreams was that he was despised. This is probably the effect that the study room wants. Once you are punished, you will not be able to raise your head in front of your brothers. But it didn't hurt Ye Shuo at all when it fell on him. He even felt that the ancients were too reserved. What's the big deal? It won't cost him a piece of flesh. However, seeing Yuchen who was standing by could hardly hold back. When the fifth prince's companion looked at him like this, his face immediately turned red with shame. Well, Ye Shuo sighed, and for the sake of his study partner's physical and mental health, he thought about it and said, "By the way, let me tell you a story." Seeing Yuchen was in no mood to listen to any stories. But Ye Shuo didn't care about that, so he just started to tell his own story. The story goes that if a man accidentally offends a wealthy businessman, the businessman wants to humiliate him, so he asks him to kowtow to him, and he gives the man 100 taels of silver for each kowtow. When this person kowtowed for the first time, everyone around him was waiting to laugh at him. When he kowtowed for the 10th time, gradually, everyone stopped laughing. When he kowtowed for 100, 1,000, and 10,000 times, everyone began to envy him and wished they could replace him. Ye Shuo propped his chin with one hand, playing with the pen in his hand with boredom. "Your Highness is that person. I have only kowtowed for the first time. It is normal for everyone to mock me. Wait until I kowtow 100 times, 1,000 times, and then you will see." Seeing Yuchen. What nonsense is His Highness the Ninth Prince talking about? Seeing Yuchen didn't believe it, and after a long pause, he said, This is impossible, right? Ye Shuo shrugged. "Whether it can be done or not, just wait and see." "Really, ninth uncle?" The little grandson came to offer condolences as soon as the young master left. As soon as he got closer, he heard these words, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. Ye Shuo nodded affirmatively, of course. The sixth prince in front couldn't stand it any longer and turned his head. "Shuo, don't teach the child bad things." The fifth prince, who had also heard this story, couldn't help but sneer. He said he would be jealous, so jealous that he wanted to replace him? Ha, ridiculous. The fifth prince couldn't help but speak. Isn't the ninth prince hysterical? Why is he talking nonsense in broad daylight? Ever since the fourth prince began to participate in politics 2 years ago, the fifth prince has been the oldest in the entire Shang Shifang, and all the other princes basically follow him as their leader, so the fifth prince's words still carry considerable weight. At least the seventh prince and the eighth prince could only watch from the sidelines and dared not say a word. Ye Shuo was not afraid of him. After all, the other party could not really rush over and beat him up. Even if a fight really broke out, he would not be the one who suffered. So Ye Shuo said, "Is this nonsense? How about making a bet with me, fifth brother?" The fifth prince was confident that the situation he described would not happen. How could anyone envy such a shameful thing as being slapped on the palm? So he said, "Ninth prince, you are young, but you have a big mouth. Let's gamble, but you must not regret it when the time comes." The fifth prince didn't feel embarrassed at all for his 14-year-old self to compete with a 7-year-old kid. He raised his chin and said, "Tell me, what's the bet?" As for this person, it would be fine if you didn't know him before, but once there is a comparison, your mentality will easily become unbalanced. Therefore, Ye Shuo was quite confident about this bet. He ignored the disapproving look of the sixth prince beside him, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's bet on 3 things. If I win, you promise to do 3 things for me. Of course, I promise that you can do them all, and vice versa. How about it, do you want to bet?" This agreement is not so easy to accept, especially the 3 words "can do it," which cover such a broad range. But now that so many people were watching, the 5th prince certainly couldn't go back on his word. Most importantly, he didn't believe he would lose, so he nodded immediately, "Okay, let's do it." He wanted to see what tricks the other party could play. Because the 5th prince was waiting to laugh at him later, he did not continue to embarrass him at this time. Seeing that Ye Shuo refused to listen, the 6th prince was so angry that he turned his head away and ignored him. Only the little grandson of the emperor looked with a worried look on his face. "Ninth uncle. Don't worry." The poor child didn't know that he was about to face his 5th uncle's indiscriminate attack. "I hope he can still laugh by then." Thinking of this, Ye Shuo looked at Ye Sun with a little pity. Why do I feel something is strange? The look in the 9th prince's eyes seems so familiar, as if I have seen him before. The little prince was full of confusion and was tricked by Ye Shuo into returning to his seat. Soon, another young tutor who taught the princes poetry and songs came into the study. In addition to the 4 books and 5 classics, poetry and songs were also studied by the princes, which made Ye Shuo sigh that the royal family had very high requirements for their offspring. While the 5th prince and the others were studying, Ye Shuo calmed down and began to observe from the side. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Although Ye Shuo has no intention of winning the throne, he must always prepare for everything in advance. He does not attack others, but it does not mean that others will not attack him. Taking precautions early will avoid being implicated and falling into a passive position later. Today was Ye Shuo's first time to come into close contact with several princes. He would naturally not let go of such a rare opportunity. After 1 or 2 classes, Ye Shuo actually discovered some remarkable things. For example, from the 5th prince to the 8th prince, none of them was mediocre. No wonder my cheap dad found it so hard to accept him when he saw him. After all, as the only stain, I am really an eyesore. Ye Shuo couldn't help but touch his chin. The 6th prince was the first among them. Sure enough, the 6th prince's efforts were not in vain. Considering the time he spent on reading every day, it would be unfair for him not to take the first place. Then there is the 5th prince. Although he doesn't look like a good person, he is very knowledgeable. In terms of talent, he is even slightly better than the 6th prince. For the same poem, the 6th prince needed less than half an incense stick of time to memorize it, and 2 incense sticks of time to fully comprehend it and apply it in practice. However, the 5th prince only needed 2/3 of the time of the 6th prince to memorize it, and it would take even less time if he could apply it flexibly. The 8th prince is even more abnormal than these 2. His comprehension is the highest among them. Although his memory is a bit poor, and it takes him a longer time to memorize something, his ability to draw inferences about other situations is not too strong. For the same subject, he can quickly express it on his own after reading it. The key is that what he wrote seems to be quite good. Although it is far inferior to the original work, it has begun to show its charm. Only the 7th prince seemed ordinary among all the others, and his existence seemed to serve as a foil to the 3 above him, etc. If he remembered correctly, the 7th prince's mother was from concubine Shu's palace, right? Ye Shuo watched for a while and saw that when the young master asked them to create independently, the 7th prince first picked up the pen and wrote 2 sentences, then quickly erased them with the brush, changed to a new piece of paper, and started writing again. Ye Shuo had excellent eyesight, and although he could not see what the 5th prince in the front had written on the paper, he clearly saw the new revision of the 7th prince who was relatively closer to him, which was far inferior to the first 2 sentences. He immediately understood what had happened. It seems that sometimes a person looks like a supporting role, but is not necessarily a real supporting role. Instead, he or she is forced to be a supporting role. Ye Shuo still remembers that the 5th prince threw stones and let the 7th prince take the blame. It seems that this kind of situation still happens from time to time in recent years. There are 3 talented ones, plus 1 who is obviously talented but pretends to be untalented. These 4 people are in this situation, not to mention the eldest prince and the 2nd prince whom he has never met. Especially the eldest prince, who took charge of the army at the age of 17. Now, 7 years have passed, and he has gradually begun to replace his grandfather's position in the army. The decline of the Duke of Zhen's mansion is already a foregone conclusion. It is only a matter of time. It seems that none of his 8 royal brothers are easy to deal with. If such 8 sons were placed in an ordinary family, it would be a blessing that even a wealthy family would wish for. With time, when the 8 people have grown up, their family will inevitably achieve a class leap, and the prosperity of the family is just around the corner. But unfortunately, this is the royal family, and there is no bigger family business for them to work hard for. Without a goal to strive for, internal friction is likely to happen. It's not so bad now that we have the crown prince at the top, and no one can resist. But once the crown prince loses power, it will be hard to say. Although the cheap father dotes on the crown prince, he cannot afford to abandon all his other sons for the crown prince. Moreover, there were many princes in the Great Zhou Dynasty who ascended the throne without being the eldest son or the legitimate son. For a legitimate son like Emperor Jingguan to ascend the throne is a special case. From this point of view, the situation is not good. A glimpse of the whole picture reveals the whole thing. Ye Shuo's heart sank again and again as he watched the scene in front of him quietly. He couldn't predict the outcome in detail, and Ye Shuo now just hoped that he would not be affected. Just when Ye Shuo was thinking about something, seeing Ye Chen next to him couldn't help but pushed his arm. Ye Shuo turned his head to look over, and he looked a little lazy. What's wrong? Your Highness, are you really not going to consider writing a few sentences? The other princes were about to hand in their papers. It's true that it's not the emperor who is anxious, but the eunuchs are. Seeing Ye Chen was almost dying of anxiety watching from the side. The 9th prince is so free and in the mood to enjoy the scenery over there, why can't he put pen to paper? Ye Shuo's eyes suddenly became a little strange when he heard this. It seems that you didn't know about this prince beforehand. What? Seeing Ye Chen was stunned. Then he heard the 9th prince in front of him speak. Your Highness is a well-known illiterate person in the palace. You didn't even ask me about it. I haven't even memorized the 1000-character classic yet. You asked me to write a poem. Isn't this embarrassing for me? What? The 9th prince is already 9 years old, but he still hasn't memorized the 1000-character classic? Seeing the petrified look of the boy in front of him, Ye Shuo couldn't help but laugh. By the way, my mother chose you because you must have something extraordinary. Tell me, what is it? Seeing Ye Chen answered subconsciously, my father, the Minister of Works, was the top scholar in the 23rd year of Ye Shuo. Sure enough? That's right. He was wondering why his mother chose him to be his study partner when he had no relation to him. It turned out that he was the son of the former top scholar. So I guess you are pretty good at studying, right? It's okay. After saying these 2 words carefully, seeing Ye Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong, but at this time, it was too late. The next moment, he heard the 9th prince in front of him say, that's perfect. From now on, you will be responsible for my homework. Your Highness, this won't do. 5 taels of silver for 1 assignment, and I'll take the blame for anything that happens. Do you want to do it? Ye Shuo had learned before that the monthly salary of the 6 ministers was 60 taels of silver, and 5 taels of silver was equivalent to 1/12 of the salary of a minister of the Ministry of Works. Since my stepfather ascended the throne, he has been vigorously cleaning up the historical problems left over by the previous emperor, especially the area of corruption. Because the national treasury was almost completely squandered by the previous emperor's pleasure-seeking in the later period, my stepfather is in urgent need of recovery. After a few years the court was purged and everyone lived cautiously, fearing that their property would be confiscated and used to fill the national treasury. His grandfather contributed the most among them. After all, his grandfather had soldiers under his command, and anyone who dared to resist would be killed. It's not that his grandfather was so honest, but that he had captured countless gold, silver, and treasures from the enemy during years of fighting, so he had no shortage of them and had no reason to be greedy, so he was able to stay out of it. Perhaps it is for this reason that my stepfather still has some affection for my grandfather. Of course, these were all told to him by his mother. Although Ye Shuo didn't know how rich his grandfather's family was, judging from the extravagant lifestyle of his mother, the amount was probably huge. He also spent hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver every month casually. 5 taels each time, 10 times that's 50 taels, you can save 50 or 60 taels in a month, right? 50 or 60 taels, equivalent to his father's monthly salary. You should know that their family's current expenses are only around 30 taels per month. Thinking of how his mother would be particularly worried when counting the accounts every month, seeing Ye Chen couldn't help swallowing and couldn't say no. He admitted that he was shamefully moved. But if this is the case, it will be discovered sooner or later. Although seeing Ye Chen was tempted, he was not stupid. Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows and shook his finger. No, if you started writing for me halfway, it would definitely be discovered soon, but if you started writing for me from the beginning, then it doesn't matter. Of course, your right-hand writing cannot be used. After all, many people know what your right-hand writing looks like. How about this? I will spend another 30 taels to buy your left-hand writing. From today on, you start practicing left-hand writing. How about that? Ye Shuo was a businessman in his previous life, and he understood the principle of exploiting cheap labor. But at least he still had a bottom line, which was to give his companion some money to buy his left-handed handwriting, rather than asking his companion to spend money to buy the qualification to write homework for him. Seeing Ye Chen was silent for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and nodded with difficulty. Soon, when the purse containing 30 taels of silver fell into his hands, seeing Ye Chen completely lost his mind. Xiao Luzi, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a little envious when he saw this. As if seeing what Xiao Luzi was thinking, Ye Shuo couldn't help but encourage him. See? Having knowledge can make money so quickly. If you want to do the same, why not take this opportunity and start learning? Yes? Why didn't I think of such a good opportunity that I could learn secretly? Is it really possible, Your Highness? Xiao Luzi was still a little nervous. After all, if he was found learning calligraphy as a little eunuch, he would lose his head. Ye Shuo didn't care about this. He hoped that his subordinates could be successful, so he nodded affirmatively. Yes, Your Highness approves. Xiao Luzi was ecstatic. When he came out of the study in the afternoon and took the carriage home, seeing Ye gradually realized that he had done nothing all day except breaking the law with the 9th prince. Also, for the sake of these 30 taels of silver, I boarded the 9th prince's pirate ship and could never get off. Seeing Ye initially thought that although he accepted the 30 taels of silver from the 9th prince, since it was an equal exchange, it would not have any impact at all. But gradually, seeing Ye found something wrong. The principle of a man who has received favors will be soft-hearted and a man who has received favors will be obliged to return favors applies everywhere. Seeing Ye suddenly found that he could not open his mouth. When he heard his parents asking him about the 9th prince, seeing Ye subconsciously spoke well of the 9th prince, even though the 9th prince was not a good person. Moreover, he didn't know how to explain the matter of the silver to his mother. He thought of countless reasons, but they were all overturned in the end. After getting this money, I feel that I am not as happy as I imagined. During dinner, seeing Ye was feeling conflicted and sad about lying to his parents, and he looked a little depressed. The Minister of Works and his wife thought he was just tired from his first day in the study, and did not think too much about it. As the family was eating, they somehow ended up talking about the issue of corruption. Seeing Ye's eldest brother has passed the age of coming of age. He just passed the imperial examination this year and is now working as a minor official in the capital. He encountered a problem right after taking office, so he came out of his yard today to ask his father for advice. Father, today a wealthy businessman asked your son to do something for him, and he also wants to give him a sum of money. But in fact, the person in charge has already made a decision and the winner is the wealthy businessman. Father, do you think your son can take the money? In the eyes of Seeing Ye's eldest brother, since the verdict has been made, it would be fine for him to do a favor. It would not be against the law, and he could still get the money, killing two birds with one stone. Now that the young daughter has just been born and is in need of money, and he also has to prepare a dowry in the future, it is inevitable that Seeing Ye's eldest brother will be tempted. But he had no experience, so out of caution, he wanted to ask his father, who had been an official for many years, whether there were any particular requirements. However, the Minister of Industry rejected it without a second thought. Absolutely not. Seeing that his eldest son was puzzled, the Minister of Industry put down his bowl and chopsticks and slowly said, "This matter seems to be beneficial, but in fact it is full of hidden dangers." The Minister of Industry tilted his head and said, "Tell me, can you guarantee that the rich businessman can keep the secret? Businessmen value profit, so most of them won't. When someone comes to you the second time, will you do it? If you don't want to do it, then what about the first time? If you want to do it, will you still refuse the third or fourth time? By then, the snowball will only get bigger and bigger, and you will get deeper and deeper into trouble, with no possibility of turning back." With the current trend in the court and the strength of the secret guard's execution, even if he is not caught today, he will be caught sooner or later tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There are some things that you think your father cannot do? No, it's just that your father cannot do them. Although the Ministry of Works is a notoriously poor government office among the 6 ministries, he is a minister after all. How is it possible that he cannot get any benefits at all? It's just that this benefit is too hot to handle, and I don't want to take it. This matter will happen again. Once this loophole is opened, the interests will be increasingly intertwined. By then, there will be no turning back. UNR. Even if you are careful, how are you going to explain the extra money out of thin air? Seeing Ye's eldest brother thought about it and realized that it made sense, so he stood up and saluted with a serious face. "Thank you for your teachings, father. I will remember it." With a click, Seeing Ye was awakened by his eldest brother's voice. He was not paying attention and the chopsticks in his hand fell accidentally. Yes. The Shangsha nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around, he saw that his third son's face looked even uglier than his eldest brother's. "What's wrong with you, Ye?" "No, nothing. This child is so strange today." But since it was his first day in the study, it was inevitable that he had some concerns. Thinking this way, the minister and his wife did not notice the slightest despair in their son's eyes. Although his elder brother was not greedy, he himself was greedy. If there is one, there will be another. Snowball, getting deeper and deeper. How to deal with the extra money out of thin air. Returning to his room, Seeing Ye became more and more anxious the more he thought about it. He did not dare to give the bag of silver given by the 9th prince to his mother. He subconsciously began to look for a place to hide it. Put it under the bed? No, that won't work. A maid will come to clean every 2 days, and it will definitely be discovered by then. Put it in the closet? But his mother often helps them sort out seasonal clothes, so it's impossible to hide it. How about putting it on top of the bed? After finally climbing up, Seeing Ye still couldn't reach and always felt that he would be discovered. After tossing and turning until late at night, Seeing Ye had no other choice but to sleep all night holding the bag of silver that looked like a bomb. He silently decided to return it the next day and would not take this job no matter what. The other end. Even though he made a bet with the 5th prince, Ye Shuo did not plan to do anything unnecessary. After all, as long as he performed normally, he would basically have the upper hand. There was one thing that Ye Shuo hadn't expected. He didn't expect that his father didn't send anyone to stop him after school. This was a bit strange. He felt that something big had happened. Along the way, he noticed that people looked at him strangely, and after sending Xiao Liza to ask around, Ye Shuo easily found out what his father had said in front of the Xianzheng Hall. Isn't he just relying on the fact that he is my son? He doesn't even think about the fact that I have so many sons, and I don't need him as one. Of course not. Ye Shuo had accepted the fact that he was not an only child in this life 800 years ago, and there was no need for cheap dad to repeat it again. The love that an only child could receive was something that Emperor Jingwen could never imagine in his entire life. In his opinion, he had already doted on his son quite a bit, but in Ye Shuo's eyes, well, it was just so-so. In modern times, he would have dared to say to his father directly, "Your things, including the company and the house, will be mine from now on." But now, Ye Shuo would not be so bold. Not to mention him, even if the prince dared to say this, he would be killed by cheap dad. So it doesn't matter whether you lose it or not. However, Xiao Lizi next to him was extremely nervous, fearing that his master would be hurt, and was secretly shocked that what the emperor said was too harsh. "Your Highness, don't be sad. His Majesty may not mean that." Ye Shuo was silent for a moment, and asked curiously, "Which eye of yours saw that I was sad?" At first, Xiao Lizi thought that his master was forcing a smile, and he felt a little sad. But after observing for a while, he felt that it really wasn't the case. Xiao Lizi was speechless for a moment. Ye Shuo wasn't really worried about anything else. He was just worried that his mother wouldn't be able to accept it. Needless to say, his mother would be particularly angry this time. On the way back to Kiowa Palace, Ye Shuo had already thought of how to explain, but as soon as he entered the door, Ye Shuo found that it was not the case at all. His mother was indeed angry, but it seemed that the person she was angry at was not him. "What exactly do you mean? What do you mean by Shuo is not missing? In the eyes of concubine Rong, her son is unique and cannot be replaced by just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. In the eyes of concubine Rong, she only lacks this one, and she doesn't care about any other one no matter how good it is." Therefore, Emperor Jingwen's words, which seemed to be insignificant to his son, really touched concubine Rong's lungs. Perhaps she was too angry and spoke without thinking. Ye Shuo quickly checked the surroundings and found no trace of the secret guards, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At least her mother still had some sense, and only left Nanny, Suyu, and the others in the room, so it wasn't a big deal. "Mom, don't be angry." Before Ye Shuo could finish his words, concubine Rong rushed over to him, hugged him tightly, and then burst into tears. "Wow, my poor Shuo. Ye Shuo, so what's so pitiful about him?" "Oh yes, losing father's love is indeed pitiful in the eyes of others. But with Mr. Gu in front of him, he really couldn't cry. Even if cheap dad looked a bit like his father, Ye Shuo might not be able to stay so calm. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingwen and Mr. Gu have completely different styles." So Ye Shuo opened his mouth. "Mother." The imperial concubine was completely unaware. "You were just being naughty and having fun. What's the big deal? Every child has gone through this. Why did the emperor say such harsh words?" To be honest, the imperial concubine is quite hypocritical and dotes on her children. It's as if her children are the only children in the world and other people are not even as good as her children. If she were to be seen outside, she would definitely be an extremely annoying person. But now as the one being double standardized, Ye Shuo could only feel deeply moved. "Okay, mother, look, I'm fine, right?" Concubine Rong took the time to glance at it through her tearful eyes and found that it was true, but she didn't think so. She even became more sad. "Poor my son, he has to force a smile when he is so young." Concubine Rong couldn't help it, and she gritted her teeth and scolded Emperor Jingwen in a low voice. "Ye Shuo, forget it, it seems there is no way to explain it." On the other hand, Emperor Jingwen also received the news that his son had been beaten with 3 slaps. He really doesn't feel ashamed at all. After receiving a positive reply, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, "Go and inform the upper study room to increase the number of late 3-hand boards to 6. The emperor opened his mouth and immediately doubled the amount of punishment. Since he doesn't mind the pain and shame, there's no need for me to spoil him. My goodness, His Majesty is really going to fight with the 9th prince this time." Wang Ziquan inexplicably felt that the Emperor Jingwen, who was facing off against his son, was inexplicably, well, how should I put it, a little different from usual. No longer so high and mighty. It turns out that even an emperor, when faced with disobedient children, is as helpless as ordinary people. He had no idea what Wang Ziquan beside him was thinking. After giving the order, Emperor Jingwen had a blank expression on his face and lowered his head to look at the memorial on the table again. Only 3 breaths passed before he started writing again. The next morning, the 6th prince came to call Ye Shuo on time and asked him to go with him today. The result was as expected. It was impossible to call him. "Xiaoming, no, 6th brother, please, let me go." For the first time in his life, Ye Shuo showed deep pleading to the 6th prince, whom he had watched grow up. "Really, not everyone in this world can be as curry as him. I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really don't have any big ambitions. I really don't have such great ambitions. I'm so sleepy, let me sleep, let me sleep." "You." Looking at his little brother who refused to open his eyes, the 6th prince broke his composure and showed his anger. "You are not ambitious and only care about the momentary pleasure. You are on your own, I will not care about you anymore." As soon as the 6th prince left, Ye Shuo fell down again. Seeing Yechen also came to Kiowa Palace early. When he heard him say that he wanted to pay back the money, Ye Shuo, who was woken up again, leaned against the bed and said while yawning, "The deal is done. No changes will be accepted. Which business contract can be revoked after being signed?" It's not a good idea to act impulsively. It's your fault for not knowing the good things beforehand. Ye Shuo said lazily, give up on this idea. I will definitely not take the money. Not only will I not take it, but I will give you money frequently in the future. Your money will only increase, and increase. With every additional word Ye Shuo said, seeing Yuchen's face turned paler, until he almost lost all color. It turned out that what his father said was true. Once this hole is opened, it can never be closed again. He had spent a whole night hiding the 30 tails alone. What would he do with the hundreds or thousands of tails in the future? What Ye Shuo said afterward made seeing Yuchen completely despair. Now that you have accepted my money, you will only be tied to me more and more in the future. I guess you will never be able to break free from me in this life. Not only you, but also your father and your family. Your Highness the 9th Prince, please spare my life. Seeing Yuchen really cried. Looking at his study companion who was kneeling there and trembling with despair, Ye Shuo touched his chin and thought to himself, this kid is so easy to fool. But when you think about it, he is indeed well educated, worthy of being the son of the #1 scholar. Now he is only 12 years old and is not much worse than the 5th prince. His father is the Minister of Works, and there is a high probability that he will embark on a career in officialdom in the future. Since he was going to be an official, no matter whether he was a high-ranking official or a low-ranking official, being honest was always a good thing for the people. So Ye Shuo was less burdened and whispered to the devil beside him, remember the feeling of this moment, there are still many days to come. It's over. I'm only 12 years old, and I've already sacrificed my parents and entire family. Looking at his study partner who was crying loudly, Ye Shuo reflected for a second whether he had gone too far, but it was only a second, and soon he wrapped himself in the quilt and continued to sleep. As usual, Ye Shuo waited until dawn before getting up, and he was much more arrogant than yesterday. Seeing Yuchen watched him walk into the main hall of Kiowa Palace. Seeing Yuchen thought that if the imperial concubine saw this scene, she would definitely scold the 9th prince. He said that he could take the opportunity to tell him about the ghostwriting incident, and then he could get out of it naturally. As a result, instead of scolding the 9th prince, the imperial concubine showed concern for him and asked him if he had had a good rest last night. Seeing Yuchen's face was in a state of confusion, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart suddenly died beyond all possibility of death. Half an hour later, Ye Shuo put the bowl on the table and said, Mom, I'm going to class first. When I come back in the evening, remember to ask the kitchen to stew pigeon soup for me. Good. Watching her son's figure gradually disappearing into the distance with a smile, concubine Rong felt that such a day seemed not bad. It was also a special feeling to personally send her son to school. Seeing Yuchen vaguely heard this and lost control of himself, nearly falling when crossing the threshold. I've seen people spoiling their children, but I've never seen one spoiling their children like this. If it were his mother, she would have broken his legs long ago. By the time Ye Shuo arrived leisurely, as expected, the class was about to end. Lord Zhen's face turned livid. Looking at the 9th prince who very consciously stretched out his hand, he suddenly realized that the other party had already made such a plan, and what happened yesterday was not an accident at all. Master Zhen, I'm really sorry. I got up late again today. Look, is this human language? Lord Zhen would not be fooled by him again today. He took a deep breath and repeated to him the imperial edict that the emperor had conveyed last night. Sure enough, the child in front of him couldn't hold it anymore. What? When hearing the number 6, even Ye Shuo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Lord Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, but it seemed that he was still afraid. But in fact, what Ye Shuo was afraid of was not the 6 boards themselves. Not to mention 6, even if there were 6 more, it would not have much impact. What he was afraid of was this terrifying growth rate. Adding 6 boards today and 6 boards tomorrow, the number will accumulate to a pretty scary number in a few days. Didn't you say you don't care? Didn't you say you don't need a son like him? How can cheap dad go back on his word? Lord Zhen watched helplessly as the 9th prince's face became uglier and uglier. In the end, he said something that he, as well as the other princes and grandchildren, would never forget in their lifetime. Master Zhen, can you give me enough beatings for a year? No, a month. After thinking about it, I feel that it is not really possible for me to make 2,000 yuan a year for making prototypes, but if I can only make a little over 100 yuan, it should be barely enough. Can you give me a month first? If it doesn't work, think of other solutions after a month. The moment the words fell, the entire study room was silent, and even the 6th prince couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. He really dares to say it. The 6th prince originally thought that he knew his younger brother well enough, but he never expected that he could always easily fall below his bottom line. Not to mention the 6th prince, even the 5th prince next to him was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time, and he didn't even have time to reveal his signature gloating expression. The little prince covered his mouth tightly, fearing that he would scream out. The 9th uncle is so brave. Looking at Lord Zhen standing by, his hands were shaking so much that they were about to leave after images, and he was so angry that he couldn't even breathe. Ridiculous. Absurd. It looks like it won't work. Fortunately, Ye Shuo didn't hold out too much hope, fearing that he would upset the young master in front of him, so he quickly apologized. Master Zhen, I'm sorry. Please don't be upset. I just said something wrong. In fact, Ye Shuo's attitude was quite sincere when he admitted his mistake, and it was obvious that he was sincere. But when Lord Zhen thought about the fact that he admitted his mistake but did not change, he felt that his face was even more hateful. Put your hand over here. Perhaps because he was so angry, Lord Zhen was particularly ruthless today, making Ye Shuo finally feel what pain was. But it still can't be compared with the previous life. It's really pitiful to be a teacher to the prince. You can't touch him, hit him, or scold him. If you meet someone who is thick-skinned, there is nothing you can do. Without any awareness of being a nuisance, Ye Shuo sat down, spread out his book, and glanced over today's study content. It took him no more than a cup of tea before he lost his patience and began to look at the scenery outside the window. The voice of Master Zhen, who was lecturing the princes, changed significantly. Soon, in less than an hour, Ye Shuo's wise words spread throughout the palace, and even the Duke of Zhen had heard of it. Facing the ridicule and sarcasm from the civil officials next door, the Duke of Zhen was thinking in his heart, how come the 9th prince inherited this problem from their family? As everyone knows, no one in their family, even their daughter, likes to read. They get annoyed and have a headache when they see a book. Therefore, Duke Zhen not only did not vent his anger on her, but felt a little guilty instead. Obviously, even the Duke of Zhen knew what it meant for a prince to be unable to read. As for the harem, the concubines were naturally happy to watch the joke again, especially those who had sons. They were so happy that they could die. After the crown prince's tutor heard what he said, he felt more sympathetic towards his old rival, and even stopped laughing at him behind his back recently, because he really felt that it was immoral and embarrassing. Emperor Jingwen was the first to know the news. Although he already knew his son's nature, he still couldn't control himself when he first heard it, and his eyes went dark. It's the kind of situation where one can still get angry even though one has said that one's heart is calm. More? Keep adding more. He just doesn't believe it. Let's see who can cure whom. At the emperor's command, the punishment for being late in the Shang Shufang was doubled sixfold, from 3 boards at the beginning to 18 boards now. Ye Shuo, by his own efforts, made the already strict rules of the Shang Shufang even more terrible in just 2 days. The key point is that other people were unlucky, but Ye Shuo himself was not hurt at all. As luck would have it, the 5th prince and the 7th prince lived the farthest from the upper study. They were not as active as the 6th prince in going to school, so although they would not be late, they still gave themselves at most 2 cups of tea. With this rule, the 2 of them had to get up a quarter of an hour earlier, otherwise they would be in trouble if they encountered any unexpected situation one day. A quarter of an hour? When the 5th prince heard about this, he immediately cursed Ye Shuo in his heart. What about Ye Shuo? I don't know if he anticipated that his cheap father would have to change his words, or if he felt that the 3 extra beatings he received the day before were not worth it and wanted to earn them back, so he delayed his arrival for another 2 hours. Okay, just finish your lunch and come right after the afternoon class. Why? Why can he do this? Although the 18 blows hit his hands hard, it didn't seem to hurt at all, and there was no effect at all. This thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and when he came to his senses, the 5th prince realized what he was thinking. Oh, you're jealous already. Turning his head, he met Ye Shuo's teasing gaze. The 5th prince's mind suddenly buzzed, and he immediately exploded. Huh. I'm jealous of you? I'm jealous of you, an unlearned person. I didn't expect him to get angry so easily. Ye Shuo found it very interesting. It's okay as long as you're not jealous. After all, if you admit it, you have 3 requirements. The 5th prince suddenly calmed down. Oh, I tell you, you will never have this opportunity in your life. It's only been 2 days. Ye Shuo smiled and said nothing. On the 3rd day, the number of boards had accumulated to 36, and Ye Shuo even waited until the end of the night before coming, truly fulfilling what he had said unintentionally at the beginning. Every day he just waits to get the board and leave. This action shocked Lord Zhen and the 6th prince as much as what he said 3 days ago. Now they have finally broadened their horizons. Crash! When Wang Ziquan walked from outside to the Qinzhen Hall, he heard the sound of cups breaking inside. He probably understood that the emperor's plan still did not work today. Add another 100. Facts have proven that when people become too popular, they will really lose their rationality, and Emperor Jingwen, who was known for his rationality, was no exception. Wang Ziquan's heart tightened, and he said with a bitter face, "No, Your Majesty, this will really cripple the 9th prince." Emperor Jingwen said nothing, but just said, he asked for it. As soon as Emperor Jingwen said this, Wang Ziquan was shocked beyond words. But what Wang Ziquan didn't know was that Emperor Jingwen regretted his decision the moment he turned around. It is not easy for even an emperor to bear the thought of crippling his own son's hand. But the emperor's words were golden and could not be changed once they were spoken, so Emperor Jingwen successfully suffered from insomnia and could not sleep the whole night. After reviewing memorials at night and not sleeping all night, Emperor Jingwen had a layer of dark circles under his eyes and was not in a good mood. The next morning, just as Emperor Jingwen was hesitating whether to send the guards to Kaiwa Palace and force him to go to the study, after all, in this way, it would not be considered as breaking his promise. Before Emperor Jingwen could give any more orders, Wang Ziquan hurried in and said, Your Majesty, the 9th prince. Have you finished beating 136 boards? Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt that he couldn't breathe, but the next second, he heard Wang Ziquan say, Your Majesty, the 9th prince has now arrived at the upper study. Looking up at the sky, it was indeed the Mao hour. I'm afraid the sun will rise from the west today. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but laugh. I knew he would not be able to hold on sooner or later. Because of Ye Shuo's schooling, everyone in the palace was in turmoil. Seeing him sitting in his seat on time, Lord Zhen's eyes almost popped out. He was originally wondering how to punish him today. It would certainly not work if he really beat him, because by then the prince would be crippled, the emperor would regret it, and he, as his teacher, would be the one who would suffer. But he couldn't be beaten too lightly, because if he was beaten lightly, he wouldn't remember it. As a result, everything is fine now, and he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Lord Zhen felt the urge to cry for the first time in a long time. Not to mention him, even the fifth prince had an expression as if he had seen a ghost when he saw his younger brother. However, just when everyone thought he had no choice but to give in, unexpectedly, after the first get out of class, he disappeared again. What? Gone. After listening to the little eunuch's words, Lord Zhen suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. But how could it be possible? After the first class, the ninth prince really walked out of the study room in a swagger. After all, Ye Shuo had studied it and found out that there was no such thing as leaving early in the study room, which meant that as long as he showed up and then left, he would not be considered late. Your Majesty, God knows how scared Wang Ziquan was when he told Emperor Jingguan the news. Sure enough, the next moment, Emperor Jingguan exerted force with his hand and broke the brush he had been using for many years. Wang Ziquan lowered his head deeply, unable to bear to look any longer. Of course, Ye Shuo certainly couldn't do the same as before, taking advantage of every opportunity to take advantage of the situation, otherwise the punishment would increase dramatically within 3 days. So in the days that followed, he played around with skipping classes, leaving early, and asking for leave, making sure that his cheap father couldn't figure out the pattern. Anyway, as long as his stepfather doesn't show up in person, Ye Shuo won't be afraid at all. There was nothing that could be done now that he was there. After all, his stepfather was the emperor, and he could not go too far. As for why his cheap father hadn't shown up until now, Ye Shuo could probably guess a little bit. He probably just wanted to deal with it coldly. He didn't think this would work, didn't he? Then, from time to time, this scene would be played out in the study room. If the temperature suddenly dropped or the sky suddenly darkened, Ye Shuo would definitely just walk away. In his words, he didn't have enough clothes to wear and the eunuchs who accompanied him didn't bring any. What if he caught a cold or got sick? There is also the rain. Although I have an umbrella and a raincoat, I will still be splashed by water vapor. What if I get a fever from the rain? Is there any special medicine? Seeing how he took care of himself, the princes were speechless. Especially the little grandson of the emperor, the envy in his eyes was almost overflowing. He also wanted to be as cool and carefree as the ninth prince. But when he thought that even his own mother would not agree, the little prince became completely discouraged. Ha, pretending. Seeing him like this, the fifth prince couldn't help but sneer in his heart, but for some reason, his handwriting was a little messy than usual when he wrote. Also, the weather cannot be too bad, nor can it be too good. After all, in Ye Shuo's opinion, such good weather is for playing well, and one should not waste the good time on reading, which can be done at any time. So whenever the weather was good, Ye Shuo would basically ask his mother to go with him, and they would have a picnic in the imperial garden, fly kites, etc. In the beginning, concubine Rong scolded him, but gradually, she let him go. After all, Ye Shuo said that he would grill the meat for her. It was the meat grilled by his own son. How could concubine Rong resist such temptation? Compared to other situations where they have stayed in the inner house for too long, and their sons despise them for being ignorant and annoyed if they say one more word to them, concubine Rong naturally prefers this. After all, kites can fly quite high and far. Ye Shuo swore that he didn't do it on purpose, but it just happened that the fifth prince saw it. The swallow-shaped kite was so conspicuous, and the colors were so bright, flying in the sky made people feel uncomfortable. The fifth prince felt that Ye Shuo was provoking him, and he tore off a corner of the textbook at hand. Asshole! The princes had been sitting for an hour and were already feeling extremely tired. Then they saw this scene, and they felt mixed emotions. They couldn't help but think of the story of the rich businessman that Ye Shuo had told them before. Actually, that story sounds reasonable. Even the sixth prince couldn't help but adjusted his position. I don't know if it was because he was angry or upset, or because the weather has been a bit unpredictable recently, but the fifth prince accidentally caught a cold. In fact, the situation was not particularly serious. It was just a few mild symptoms, such as nasal congestion and dizziness. In the past, the fifth prince would not have taken it seriously at all. He would have taken 2 doses of medicine and endured it. In fact, concubine Shu's attitude towards him did not change. After asking him about his well-being, she asked him to go to school as before. After all, studying is the most important thing, and ordinary illnesses should not interfere with studying. But today, maybe it was because sick people were particularly fragile, or maybe he had a severe cold and dizziness, but the fifth prince suddenly had a flashback of Ye Shuo coming and going as he pleased, and the imperial concubine never stopped him, always putting his health first. This was even the case when that bastard was full of energy and nothing happened to him, and the imperial concubine didn't say anything. But when he himself fell ill, his mother still asked him to go to the study. Is studying really that important? A sudden feeling of grievance surged in his heart, and the fifth prince's tone was filled with unprecedented resentment. Noble concubine Rong would never call the ninth prince like this, and you, my own mother, would only tell your son to study, study, study. The moment the words fell, the entire hall fell silent. On the other side, Kiowa Palace. There were still 2/4 of an hour left before the Mao hour, when a man in a black robe appeared at the entrance of Kiowa Palace. The owner of the robe stood at the entrance for almost a cup of tea before he stepped inside. No one expected that such an unexpected person would appear here at this time. The palace guards were shocked and then thought about paying their respects. However, the next moment, he was stopped by that man. No need, don't alarm anyone. Under the horrified gazes of the palace servants, the man in the black robe walked towards the side hall, and then, entered the 9th prince's room. Looking at Ye Shuo, who was still sleeping soundly even though it was almost time and had no intention of waking up, the owner of the black robe held the beads in his hand and took a deep breath. Looking next to them, the son of the Minister of Works and the young eunuch on night watch were not much behind. The only difference was that one was on the chaise longue and the other was at Ye Shuo's feet. Oh, I forgot to mention that after such a long time, Xin Yuchen has completely fallen and completely forgotten his original persistence. He sleeps no worse than the prince he serves. The veins on the forehead of the owner of the black robe twitched twice. Seeing this, the attendants nearby could not help but remain silent. Just watch and see when he... Forget it, just wake him up. As if he had thought of something, he quickly changed his words halfway through speaking. Soon, Ye Shuo felt someone pulling his quilt. Let go, let go. Your Highness, it's time to go to school. Nonsense, it's still early, sleep for 5 more minutes. The visitor could no longer bear it when he saw this. Come here right now, right now. Ye Shuo was startled and sat up suddenly from the bed. At this time, Emperor Jingguan's face was the same color as the sky outside. He might have been half asleep. Ye Shuo blurted out, Dad, why are you here? Emperor Jingguan was about to curse, but after hearing these words, he was subconsciously stunned. What did you call me just now? Well, he is an emperor, but he is willing to come and bring only the eunuch Wang with him. The meaning is very clear. Ye Shuo is not so ungrateful, so he yawns and starts to shout repeatedly. Father, father, father. Emperor Jingguan suddenly fell silent. Ye Shuo held his breath, waiting for his next words. After about a dozen breaths, Emperor Jingguan spoke as if he had accepted his fate. Tell me, what do I have to do so that you can go to school honestly? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Shuo's sleepiness was instantly scared away. Oh my god, is this person really my cheap dad? Is this something my cheap dad would say? Could he have been switched by someone? As if he saw the undisguised shock in his son's eyes, Emperor Jingguan became angry and humiliated. Emperor Jingguan actually didn't want this to happen, but there was no other way. He had tried basically all the tricks, beating, scolding, and ignoring him, but none of them worked. He couldn't really say that his status as a prince was abolished because of this incident. If he was to be beaten, his son wouldn't care at all. This kid had been tough since he was young, and those blows had no effect at all on him. As for whipping his sense of shame, forget it. If he had any sense of shame, he wouldn't be late and leave early every day. Haven't you seen what the concubines and ladies in the entire harem are talking about? They almost said it in front of the little bastard, but they just don't take it to heart. What can you do? Emperor Jingguan thought that he had spoken so seriously. If it were any other prince or princess, they would have turned pale and trembled. But he looked like nothing had happened. Emperor Jingguan didn't know whether to say that he was too confident or too heartless. The more he was ignored, the more lawless he became. Finally, he dared to go to the study room in the afternoon, where he was beaten and left. All of the above made Emperor Jingguan realize that his son was totally different from ordinary children, and the methods used to deal with ordinary children were completely inapplicable to him. Emperor Jingguan was completely at his wits' end. For other people, it was the father who had the power of life and death over their children. Even when Emperor Jingguan was a prince, he was no exception. He was always careful, fearing that he would offend his father. But when it came to his son's turn, it was as if he owed him something in his previous life, and his status was suddenly reversed. Emperor Jingguan had realized that he could not count on the imperial concubine to teach his son. The imperial concubine was not good enough as a mother, and imperial concubine Rong was useless. Emperor Jingguan is angry, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he, the father, had to take over. What else? You can't just watch your child become useless, right? No matter what, they are my own flesh and blood. When it comes to giving up, an emperor like Emperor Jingguan who is used to being diligent will definitely not be able to beat Ye Shuo. He cannot allow his son to really degenerate. It's like who does the housework between a couple. In the end, the one with lower tolerance will definitely do more. Emperor Jingguan lost because he had a low self-esteem and was too concerned about his reputation. He could not compare to someone as shameless as Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo then understood that what his stepfather said was just words spoken in anger. Suddenly I remembered that my father in my previous life also said things like, if you don't listen to me, I will let someone else inherit the company, and donate all my property after I die, so that you won't get a penny. He also often threatened him with having another child to force him to make progress. I didn't expect my cheap dad would know this trick. Mainly because his cheap father didn't look like that kind of person on weekdays, Ye Shuo really took his words seriously. He guessed that this must have been a very unpleasant feeling. While Ye Shuo was in a daze, Emperor Jingguan gradually lost his patience and asked again, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and answer me. What do I want you to be quiet and go to school honestly? This was the first time that Emperor Jingguan negotiated with his son. He felt something was strange, so his tone unconsciously became heavier, and he adopted the same attitude he had towards his ministers during court sessions. Zhe and Xing Yuchen, who were nearby, were awakened immediately. The two of them didn't take it seriously at first. They were half drowsy and were about to ask the 9th prince if it was time to go to school, but when they turned around, they saw Emperor Jingguan standing there with a sullen face. A black robe, with a golden dragon embroidered with gold thread hovering faintly on the robe, with stern eyes, looking down from the shoulder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 claws in total. In the entire Zhou Dynasty, there is only one person who can wear this robe. His Majesty? Xing Yuchen fell directly off the chaise longue, shaking like a chicken. It's over, it's over, it's over. My life is over after being caught sleeping in by His Majesty. He estimated that he would not be able to see the rising sun. Xing Yuchen, who was only 12 years old, had a blank mind and began to beg for mercy desperately along with Zhe. Shut up. Emperor Jingguan glanced over, and Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi suddenly felt as if their necks were strangled. Their kowtow movements froze, and they dared not move at all. Ye Shuo, who was standing by, didn't think for long and quickly gave an answer. When you go to the study room to change the rules, I will behave myself. Hiss. Wang Ziquan on the side couldn't help but take a breath. After all, he had never seen someone who wanted to change the rules of the study room as soon as he opened his mouth in his life. Emperor Jingguan also took a long time to suppress his anger. How do you want to change it? As if he didn't notice that his cheap dad was on the verge of exploding, Ye Shuo counted on his fingers, starting at Chenxi, classes start at Sishi, take a break for a cup of tea every 3/4 of an hour, and finish school on time at noon. Afternoon classes start at 2/4 of an hour, and finish school on time at Shenxi. In other words, he had the same schedule as the elementary school student in his previous life. Classes start at 9 in the morning, each class is 45 minutes, with a 10-minute break every 45 minutes, and finish school at 12 noon. Classes start at 1:30 in the afternoon, and then finish school at 4 o'clock. The daily routine of an elementary school student is already Ye Shuo's bottom line. Before he could finish his words, Emperor Jingguan rejected his proposal without even a second thought. It's impossible. There has never been such a precedent since the Zhou Dynasty. Wouldn't it be absurd to change it so easily? Also, classes start at 9 p.m., and we have to take a break to drink a cup of tea every 35 minutes. What can we really learn? Emperor Jingguan's face began to turn dark again. However, Ye Shuo hasn't even mentioned that we have to rest for 2 days every 5 days. There is also a 2-month summer vacation and a 1-month winter vacation. If he said this, wouldn't my cheap dad explode on the spot? Is it really impossible? Ye Shuo did not give up and asked again. Xing Yuchen and Zhe Luzi next to him felt their hearts in their throats. Emperor Jingguan flatly refused. No. Ye Shuo's face was full of disappointment, and he suddenly became uninterested. At the same time, he also knew that his stepfather's appearance here meant that he had no choice. Although his cheap father cannot destroy him because of this, don't forget that he can send guards to escort him to school every day. The fact that his cheap father was willing to come and negotiate terms with him was already a gesture of courtesy before force, and was very respectful to him. Ye Shuo decided to quit while he was ahead, so he waved his hand and said casually, if it really doesn't work, then change it, change it, change it. After thinking for a moment, Ye Shuo suddenly remembered something and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's your turn to carry me to school every day. Since pain is inevitable, you can't suffer alone, you have to let your cheap father feel it too. The moment he finished speaking, not to mention Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi, even Wang Ziquan almost knelt down in front of him. My dear, please stop making trouble. How is this possible? As expected, Emperor Jingguan was easily provoked to anger. How outrageous. Please, 9th prince, kindly stop talking nonsense. Xing Yuchen was about to cry, but after finally coming here this time, Emperor Jingguan finally managed to suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth, stiffened his face, and said, I can send guards or eunuchs to carry you. Sending people was already the limit of Emperor Jingguan. The 3 people on the side were all shocked by the emperor's concession, but Ye Shuo was very dissatisfied. In his previous life, when he was a child, he rode on his father's neck every day. Although his father had given him a big discount in this life, it didn't mean that he couldn't even carry him on his back, right? What's the point of sending people here? You are my father, not them. I am your son, not theirs. Dad, how about we make a pact? If you carry me to school, I will behave myself for the whole day. How about that? On the other hand, if the cheap dad loses patience and gives up after carrying it for 2 days, I also have a reason to run away. Who told him to break the appointment first? If my stepfather persists, then I won't lose out. Being carried to school by the emperor himself, even if it is still painful, at least I will feel a little comforted. Ye Shuo's mind was clattering with calculations. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Emperor Jingguan was completely confused by the series of dad-s from his son. Seeing this, Ye Shuo said quickly, since you are silent, I will take it as your consent. Xiao Luzi, come on, help me change my clothes. Xing Yuchen couldn't control the expression on his face anymore, and it all collapsed. Without giving his cheap father a chance to regret, Ye Shuo changed his clothes at the fastest speed in his life, without even having time to button his clothes. Seeing that his cheap father seemed to want to say something, he quickly jumped onto his back. Emperor Jingwen instinctively reached out to support it, and then, nothing happened. By the time he reacted, the group was already in the corridor in front of Kiowa Palace. Wang Ziquan looked dazed, and finally lost the general manager's usual calmness. Not to mention Jingwen, who felt the weight behind him and wanted to throw the little bastard down countless times. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Ye Shuo hurriedly said, "Hey, Dad, be happier, it's not like you haven't carried me before. There is still a long time to live in the future, how can he be so repulsive? Besides, isn't it natural for a father to carry his son on his back? After all, you are my father." "Shut up. Which father carries his son to school every day? This isn't giving birth to a son, this is giving birth to a father, right? As well as..." Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes and said, "When was the last time I carried you on my back? Why will I carry you on my back this time?" Ye Shuo recalled and said in surprise, "But I don't think there is much difference. His cheap father has taken good care of himself, and it seems that there is no change from 5 years ago. Although my cheap dad was full of complaints, his steps were extremely steady, as if he had practiced hard." Although Emperor Jingwen was somewhat happy that his son praised him for his youth, he was afraid that he might go too far, so he turned his head and glared at him fiercely. Along the way, this scene stunned countless palace maids, and caused many of them to drop the buckets and basins they were holding. Emperor Jingwen didn't even look at them, thinking that since things had come to this, he might as well persuade his son more. Emperor Jingwen was rarely sincere in his words. "Shuo, when you get to the upper study, you must study hard. You are not allowed to play around like before. If you don't study, how can you compare with others? Ministers and common people, as a prince, everyone in the world is watching you. Ye Shuo, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my father is stronger than all their fathers combined." Just based on this point, they can't say anything. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen heard someone speak so confidently, but for some reason, he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. But it was only for a moment, and then Emperor Jingwen's face tightened again. "What about father? Don't you want to surpass father?" No matter what the future holds, at least for now Emperor Jingwen hopes that his children will be more successful than himself, generation after generation, so that the Great Zhou can prosper forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ziquan, who was standing next to him, felt his heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help but secretly glance at the emperor's expression. Seeing that the emperor was just asking ordinary questions between father and son and had no other intentions, Wang Ziquan gradually relaxed. "But I've surpassed it." As if he was unaware of the sensitive topic, he noticed Emperor Jingwen's furrowed brows and puzzled and suspicious look, as if saying, "How dare you say you are better than me? In what way are you better than me? And this kid is talking nonsense again." Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "My father is better than your father." With a whoosh, it was a critical hit. "Emperor Jingwen, you bastard, stop talking nonsense." At the same time, the time for the morning court session was approaching, and the prince walked towards this side from another direction. "You bastard, who allowed you to talk nonsense about the late emperor? This is simply treason." After hearing this, Ye Shuo silently rolled his eyes in his heart. That's it? Come on. Although he had never seen the former emperor, he occasionally heard a few words about him. From the rumors, he knew that although he was not a complete tyrant, he was not much better. He was not good at governing the country and was also lustful. It was only because his father couldn't save face and didn't allow people to discuss it publicly, otherwise who knows what the historians would write. But protection is one thing, and whether it is because of affection for the late emperor or because of one's own face is two completely different matters. Just based on the fact that when my stepfather was the crown prince, the late emperor almost deposed him several times and made the son of his favorite beautiful concubine the crown prince, Ye Shuo didn't believe that his stepfather could have much affection for the late emperor. The late emperor was really too absurd. His grandfather, the Duke of Zhen, was also raised by the late emperor. When the previous emperor was in power, he was lazy about state affairs and never exercised control. Plus, his grandfather probably didn't have a brain and took whatever was given to him. He relied on his military merits to rise to the position of Duke of Zhen. In the end, he had no more titles to offer, but he didn't have much intention of rebelling, so things became what they are today. Because my grandfather had deep roots in the military, especially when my stepfather ascended the throne, his power reached its peak. More than 70% of the military officers were from my grandfather's line. It had reached the point where my stepfather would take action against him regardless of whether he was truly loyal or not. But the mess that the late emperor left for my cheap father was more than just this. There were so many other things. It would be a miracle if my cheap father could still have no grudges under such circumstances. But even though he knew it in his heart, Ye Shuo couldn't say that in public. After all, no matter what, he still had to call him grandfather. This son spoke out of turn, "Please don't blame me." Anyway, he had already said it, and his stepfather must have felt happy about it, so Ye Shuo decided to stop while he was ahead. Sure enough, his apology was so perfunctory and Emperor Jingwen didn't say anything. Ye Shuo knew that he guessed right. Wow, my cheap dad is really awesome and good at pretending. Well, this won't happen again. After clearing his throat and giving a mild reprimand, Emperor Jingwen continued, "Calling us father or dad is against the rules and is disrespectful. You should always remember to call me father ***, as in respect like, imperial or royal father." Ye Shuo, oh, you feel it's against the rules now, what were you doing before? He has been shouting for so long, and now he says no. It seems that my cheap dad is enjoying his life deep down. It's just that he has been the emperor for so long that he is no longer honest, and his life is really awkward. Ye Shuo is best at dealing with parents who say one thing and mean another. Ye Shuo thought about it, then leaned close to his cheap father's ear and whispered, "Then I will only call when no one is around, and I guarantee that no one will notice me, is that okay?" Emperor Jingwen said nothing. Ye Shuo understood immediately. Alas! He silently rolled his eyes in his heart, feeling extremely disgusted. On the surface, Ye Shuo lowered his voice again, and kept shouting, "Dad, dad, dad. Daddy, 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 daddy." In a short while, Emperor Jingwen's ears were numb from the shouting, and he was almost numb too. Wang Ziquan always felt that the reason he was able to climb to this position, in addition to being lucky and being assigned to the side of Emperor Jingwen, who was still the crown prince at the beginning, was another particularly important reason. He was very good at reading people's faces and knew when to say what. But today he felt that he had lost to the 9th prince who was only 7 years old. Sure enough, true feelings are the most touching. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo's acting was too natural, or perhaps it was because he didn't expect a child of such age to be so cunning, and even Wang Ziquan was fooled. Wang Ziquan looked at the 9th prince with new eyes. No matter how lawless or absurd he was, it was his ability that made the emperor keep him in mind all the time. As for Xing Yuchen and Xiao Lizi standing by, they were also stunned, especially Xing Yuchen. He was also a son, but he discovered today that there were differences between sons. For example, if in today's situation it was his father, and he didn't study but slept in bed, he would probably kneel down when his father came in. Look at the 9th prince, he acted as if nothing had happened in the face of the furious emperor. That's his majesty? Because of his relationship with the Minister of Works, Xing Yuchen had heard a lot about what happened in the court, so he naturally had some understanding and roughly knew what Emperor Jingwen was like on a daily basis. Xing Yuchen was frightened when he heard about the harsh methods he used to deal with corrupt officials. When he first saw him today, he almost couldn't stand up. So how did the 9th prince stay so calm? In just a short time, not only did the emperor calm down, but he also agreed to his ridiculous request to carry him to school every day. Xing Yuchen, who had been a good boy for so many years, was shocked, and subconsciously remembered the 9th prince's behavior in his heart. Maybe next time, if he encounters such a thing, he can also. You are so smooth talking. I will be angry if you continue like this. Emperor Jingwen could no longer hold on under the continuous attacks. Ye Shuo was still there, saying, "But it's only natural for a son to call his father dad. How can you be so stingy, dad? How come he is so stingy?" Emperor Jingwen was almost laughing out of anger. Who was the one who was lazy and didn't go to school every day? Why didn't he reflect on himself? The prince would pass by Kaiwu Palace when he went to court every day. When he first heard the sound in the corridor, he didn't pay much attention to it until he turned a corner and saw a dark figure. "Greetings to the emperor, may the emperor be well." No, it's almost time for the court session. Why is the emperor here? And why does his expression look so complicated? Half distressed, half helpless, and half happy. When Emperor Jingwen saw the crown prince, he subconsciously put away the smile on his face and returned to his usual serious and solemn look. "Well, get up." The prince stood up and stood still after hearing this, and Ye Shuo followed his action and popped his head out from behind. Because it was still dark and visibility was not very good, the crown prince did not notice the arm around Emperor Jingwen's neck at first. When he suddenly saw his 9th brother's face, he was startled. This, what on earth happened? Ye Shuo chuckled and said, "Hello, 3rd brother." The prince's thoughts became increasingly confused. The crown prince saw this scene, and for some reason, Emperor Jingwen felt a little embarrassed. In addition, time was running out, so he said, "You go to Xianzheng Hall and wait. I will go there after I send your 9th brother to the upper study. Goodbye, 3rd brother. See you later." Ye Shuo wanted to wave to the prince, but his adoptive father held him down without any explanation. "Don't move, or I'll throw you down." Looking at the backs of the two people, the prince couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. From what Emperor Jingwen said just now, the crown prince already knew what the two were going to do. He didn't expect that his father would actually send 9th brother to school personally and carry him on his back. For a moment, the prince felt mixed emotions. That feeling was so terrible that he can't even describe it. Because of his mother's relationship, he was born as the legitimate son and was taught to be cautious and polite. Although his father loved him very much, he also had high hopes for him, so the two of them were rarely truly close. It is unprecedented for the 9th prince to lie on his father's back and act like a spoiled child like this. The crown prince is already in his 20s, and his second child is about to be born. He has been unable to recover for a long time, not to mention his younger brothers in the study. The prince suddenly didn't dare to think about what consequences would be caused by his father and Xiaoju appearing in the upper study. Ju equals 9. I hope the royal brothers can control themselves by then. The other side. The 5th prince was in a very bad mood. He was filled with remorse when he thought about how he would actually say such words to his mother. Obviously, his mother was also very worried about his condition. She was so restless last night that she didn't fall asleep until late at night. She even got up before dawn this morning. She even asked the kitchen to make ginger soup to drive away the cold. She had done a great job. How could he? It's all the 9th prince's fault, it's all Ye Shuo's fault. If he hadn't provoked me every day, would I have been able to blurt out such a sentence? But thinking about it carefully, even after he said that, his mother still insisted on letting him come to the study, and told him not to compare himself with people like the 9th prince, and to work harder so that he could stand out in the future. The 5th prince felt complicated again. Although the 9th prince is indeed absurd, it is also true that concubine Rong dotes on him unconditionally. Because of a few arguments with concubine Shu, the 5th prince arrived a little late today. After hurrying and hurrying, he finally arrived at the upper study before the hour of Mao. When he sat down with his study companion, it was exactly time. Looking at the last table, there was indeed no one there. Looks like he won't be able to escape those 136 handboards today. Thinking of this, the 5th prince suddenly felt relaxed all over. The symptoms of nasal congestion and dizziness were alleviated a lot. He couldn't even concentrate on reading. He just waited for Ye Shuo to come and watch him get beaten. 136 hand slaps, just take your time. As for Lord Zhen, who was supervising the prince's morning reading, he couldn't help but sigh. Oh, after about 100 slaps on the hand, I'm afraid I won't be able to lift my arms after that. Not long after, Emperor Jingguan and Ye Shuo appeared at the door of the upper study. Kaiwa Palace is located neither far nor near to Shangshifang. In any case, it is definitely closer than the 5th prince and the 7th prince, but it is still quite difficult for Emperor Jingguan. Although he exercised on weekdays, he was not an expert in it after all. Besides, the 7-year-old Ye Shuo was as strong as a calf, and he would inevitably feel tired after carrying it for a long time. When he arrived at the door of the study, Emperor Jingguan was already slightly out of breath. It's a good thing that his son is in good health, but the scoring situation, for example, Emperor Jingguan is not very happy now. Emperor Jingguan subconsciously wanted to let him go, but Ye Shuo refused to let him go. Emperor Jingguan immediately became furious, thinking that this little bastard was going to break the agreement again, so he opened his mouth and was ready to curse. Before he could finish his curse, he heard his son say anxiously, "Hurry up, Dad, help me." Emperor Jingguan was stunned for a moment. What help? Just come closer and you'll know. It's just a small favor. It won't take you too long. Emperor Jingguan narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you are not lying to me this time? A man of his words. Since he said so, then, okay. Anyway, they had walked such a long distance, so this little bit didn't matter. So Emperor Jingguan walked closer to a distance of about 10 feet. When he got close to the window, Ye Shuo, without thinking, made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted towards the window, almost deafening the ears of Emperor Jingguan, who was so close. It can be seen that the child is in good health. 5th brother, are you there? Come and see. When the 5th prince heard the noise, he looked over subconsciously. Looking at Ye Shuo, who was sitting on his father's back with a malicious look on his face, the 5th prince lost control and tore the page of the book, which was already missing a corner. Emperor Jingguan finally understood what his son meant by a small favor. Looking at his son who was causing trouble everywhere, Emperor Jingguan suddenly felt a headache, a very painful one. Why would the emperor suddenly appear here at this time? Shocked by the scene before them, everyone stood up after they realized what was happening. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Then came the princes. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, father. May your Majesty be well and at peace. While everyone was kneeling, Ye Shuo couldn't help but whisper, Dad, the morning court is about to start. Are you sure you don't want to leave? This immediately dispelled Emperor Jingguan's intention to scold him. If he really teaches his son a lesson, he doesn't know how long it will take, and the ministers are still waiting. This little bastard is really good at timing, it feels like he did it on purpose. Wait, I will come back to deal with you later. Emperor Jingguan took a deep breath, asked everyone to stand up, praised them briefly, told them to keep up the good work, and soon left with Wang Zaiquan. Ye Shuo patted the non-existent wrinkles on his body and swaggered into the study room under the watchful eyes of everyone. Since Emperor Jingguan personally carried him to school, he was naturally exempted from the more than 100 beatings. Lord Zhen and the others watched Ye Shuo almost the entire way he walked. Lord Zhen was completely shocked. What kind of rules are these? The 6th prince guessed the truth very quickly. Could it be that his father had finally lost his temper because of Shuo? As a permanent resident of Kaiwa Palace, the 6th prince often saw Ye Shuo's annoying nature. Every day, the royal concubine was fooled by his mouth and expression, and she kept backing down and had no bottom line at all. Could Shuo use this trick on his father? The most unbelievable thing is that my father actually bought into this. The 6th prince took a look at the textbook in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. Obviously, the 5th prince was not the only one who was shocked by the scene just now. If the 6th prince was like this, let alone the young 7th and 8th princes, especially the 8th prince, who was too young to hide things, and looked at Ye Shuo with jealousy and envy in his eyes. The little prince was completely stunned, and then his eyes couldn't help but burst into deep admiration. The 9th uncle was really amazing, as he could get the usually serious emperor to carry him to school on his back. No, after the class is over, he must learn something from the 9th uncle. He also wanted his father to carry him to school. Ye Shuo seemed not to realize how hateful his action just now was. After all, in modern times, it was quite normal for parents to pick up and drop off their children from school. What was the big deal? Although my stepfather is the emperor, who made me his son. Ye Shuo acted so calm, as if the scene just now was just a commonplace. This was even more exciting than having Emperor Jingguan himself carry him to school. Itchy. My hands started to itch. The veins on the sixth prince's forehead bulged and jumped several times. He kept breathing in and out. It took him a long time to suppress the urge to beat him up when the prince came over. Completely unaware that he had inadvertently escaped a disaster, Ye Shuo passed by the fifth prince's seat and saw the torn page of paper, and immediately understood something. Hehe, I knew he couldn't help it. You lose. Seeing the other party making such a mouth shape towards him clearly, the fifth prince's head suddenly exploded with a buzz. He never knew that a 7-year-old child could be so irritating. You, the fifth prince's fingers were trembling, and he could feel his heart beating non-stop. His breathing gradually became rapid, and then his eyes suddenly went dark, and he fell backwards uncontrollably. Ye Shuo was stunned. What happened? The fifth prince wouldn't just faint from anger at himself, right? In the last moment when Ye Shuo lost consciousness, the fifth prince, who had fainted from anger, finally said his last words. Ye Shuo, wait for me. Is this person a little too fragile? Ye Shuo didn't expect the fifth prince to be so frivolous, and he was also frightened. Or maybe he had a heart attack or cerebral hemorrhage or something, and I just happened to be unlucky and ran into it. It's over, this time I'm really in trouble. Ye Shuo had driven countless times in his life, but this was the first time he overturned his car. Fortunately, he noticed the abnormal complexion of the fifth prince from behind, and reached out to check it. It was a little hot, so he realized that the fifth prince was sick today, and because he was so angry with him, he probably couldn't breathe and then fainted. Oh, young people nowadays are so hot-tempered. If you had told me earlier that you were sick, I wouldn't have come to bother him today. Ye Shuo felt a rare sense of guilt, so he quickly asked someone to send him back to concubine Shu's palace. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go get the imperial physician? Although Ye Shuo is young, he is very organized when giving orders to people. After a while, he arranged the people and borrowed a sedan chair from the nearby queen. He sent the fifth prince back to concubine Shu's palace as quickly as possible, and asked Xiao Liza to invite the imperial physician. He estimated that when the fifth prince arrived, the imperial physician would also arrive. Ye Shuo originally wanted to be obedient and study hard, but this is a special case. I believe his stepfather can understand. Ye Shuo believed that this incident was caused by him, so he should naturally take the responsibility, so he supervised the whole process and had no intention of escaping. Looking at the unconscious fifth prince in the sedan chair, the seventh prince, who was in the same camp as the fifth prince, should have helped to denounce the ninth prince, but instead of doing so, he felt secretly relieved in his heart. Oh, you've hit a wall. It should have been like this a long time ago. Someone should have dealt with him a long time ago. The curtain was quickly pulled down, and the seventh prince turned his head again, his expression instantly changing to one of indignation and worry. Your Highness, how about, let's get out of the way. Seeing Yuchen couldn't help but remind him of this while jogging after the sedan chair and sweating profusely. When he arrived at concubine Shu's palace, she saw what her son had become. After asking around, she realized that it would be strange if the ninth prince had a good life. Seeing Yuchen originally thought that the ninth prince had forgotten about this matter in a hurry, but after he finished speaking, he just said saying that he knew, and then there was no further news. In Ye Shuo's opinion, he had to listen to what the imperial physician said and make sure there was no major problem before leaving. Seeing Yuchen frowned and wanted to persuade him again, but he saw Ye Shuo pointing to the palace gate not far away. Keep your voice down. King Ai Palace is coming soon. Concubine Shu had already received the news in advance and was now standing at the palace gate, looking around anxiously. Seeing Yuchen shut his mouth instantly. Greetings to Her Majesty the concubine Shu. Good luck to Her Majesty the concubine Shu. Perhaps because she was too flustered to hear, or because she was deliberately ignoring him, Ye Shuo's gesture of bowing and paying respects was simply ignored. Seeing this, Ye Shuo was not embarrassed. He waited for a while and then stood up by himself. Concubine Shu subconsciously stepped forward to lift the curtain of the sedan chair. When she saw the fifth prince with his eyes closed and teeth clenched inside, her face suddenly turned pale. After realizing what was happening, concubine Shu hurriedly called out to the maids and eunuchs beside her, "Quick, help the fifth prince to the side hall." The palace servants received the order and started to act in a panic. During the whole process, no one paid any attention to Ye Shuo who was standing next to him. Even seeing Yuchen couldn't help but feel embarrassed for the ninth prince. Well, the imperial physician hasn't arrived yet, and hasn't even examined the fifth prince's pulse. How can concubine Shu unilaterally determine that it was really because of the ninth prince that the fifth prince fainted from anger? It's not easy for a good person to be upset so easily. Your Highness. Seeing Yuchen had just made a sound and started to speak when he saw Ye Shuo next to him shaking his head slightly at him, signaling him to be quiet. Seeing Yuchen had no choice but to do as he was told. Ye Shuo also tried to reduce his presence and followed behind the crowd, trying not to get in the way of concubine Shu's eyes. After a period of chaos, the fifth prince was placed steadily on the bed in his room. Concubine Shu suddenly realized what was happening and was about to ask someone to call the imperial physician when she saw the imperial physician hurriedly walking in with a medicine box. Don't panic, madam. Let me check the fifth prince's pulse first. This imperial physician was not the one she was used to, but was invited by someone close to Ye Shuo. Naturally, he was the one who had closer relations with the Kiowa Palace. When the pulse was first taken, Concubine Shu did not say anything. But when she saw that the other party spread out the acupuncture bag and was about to give acupuncture, Concubine Shu had to speak up and said, Imperial Physician Su will be here soon. Let's talk after he arrives. Her defensive attitude was obvious. The old doctor was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at the ninth prince behind him. When the ninth prince asked the eunuchs around him to invite him, he specifically instructed him to take away the medicinal materials that the imperial concubine had previously stored in the imperial hospital. Although they are all symptomatic medicines, the ones that are older are relatively more effective. But seeing that the ninth prince shook his head slightly at him, the old doctor said nothing and left with the medicine box. Originally, before leaving, he wanted to tell Concubine Shu about his diagnosis, that the fifth prince was not seriously ill, in order to comfort Concubine Shu, but after thinking about it, he thought that she might not believe him, so he gave up. Concubine Shu quickly sent for Dr. Su. While they were waiting, perhaps because she felt Ye Shuo was an eyesore or because the sight of the fifth prince lying there was too painful, Concubine Shu suddenly spoke, Ninth prince, there are too many people in King Ai Palace right now. It would be bad if you were hurt. I'm sorry that I can't entertain you for the time being. Please go back, ninth prince. Upon hearing this, Xing Yuchen subconsciously looked at the ninth prince. Ye Shuo didn't think there was anything wrong with Concubine Shu's attitude, it was very normal. My lady Shufei, I want to wait for my fifth brother to wake up and make sure he is okay before leaving. This was a perfectly normal sentence, but it sounded so harsh to Concubine Shu's ears. She tightened her grip on the handkerchief and her expression became even colder. She suppressed her disgust and said stiffly, no need. Unable to hold back, Concubine Shu said sarcastically, Honger cannot bear such kindness from you, the ninth prince. Concubine Shu deliberately emphasized the last two words. This has happened so many times that Xing Yuchen thought that given the ninth prince's temperament, he would definitely turn the King Ai Palace upside down. After all, this is a fierce man who even dares to touch the emperor when he is angry. The ninth prince is so lawless, acts arrogantly and has no scruples. How can he tolerate Concubine Shu? Just when Xing Yuchen thought that a conflict was inevitable, he saw Ye Shuo slowly step forward, and then, bowed to Concubine Shu in a proper manner, My lady Concubine Shu, I'm sorry, this is indeed my fault. Xing Yuchen's eyes almost popped out. Is this really the ninth prince? Staring blankly at the scene in front of him, Xing Yuchen suddenly felt that the ninth prince was not completely without merit. Concubine Shu also thought that with the ninth prince's character, he would definitely not tolerate it, and she had already prepared herself for this in her heart. Even if he was the imperial concubine's son, so what? Even if the imperial concubine was there, she was in the right anyway, so Shu Fei was not afraid. She just didn't expect that the ninth prince would have such a good attitude this time. Concubine Shu was stunned for a moment, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Dr. Su arrived soon and also took the pulse first. After a while, under the anxious gaze of Concubine Shu, Dr. Su said, Your Majesty, the fifth prince is fine. He just didn't get enough rest recently and caught a cold. He fainted in a hurry. The key is still cold, sleep, and fatigue. Although the fifth prince is still young, in my humble opinion, Your Majesty should not push the fifth prince too hard recently. The fifth prince needs to take a good rest recently. It is better to put the study aside for the time being. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but interrupt, isn't it because he is angry that he's like this? Dr. Su subconsciously glanced at Concubine Shu, and then thought of the old doctor who had just returned and had also examined his pulse. He knew that this matter could not be lied to, so he said, Your Highness, there is a relationship, but not much. Ye Shuo finally felt relieved. Fortunately, the fifth prince did not fall ill from anger, otherwise it would have been a lot of trouble. Concubine Shu seemed very embarrassed when she heard this, but she couldn't just throw dirty water on Ye Shuo and slander him for the sake of her face, so there was really no way to deal with this matter. After she heard the servant's description of what happened in the study, she subconsciously formed a preconceived notion. Concubine Shu thought that Ye Shuo would fight back after hearing this answer, but he heaved a sigh of relief after hearing it. Then he bowed to her and said, In that case, Concubine Shu, I will take my leave first. Huh? You didn't hold on to it? Not only was Concubine Shu surprised, even Xing Yuchen was shocked. After leaving King Ai Palace, Xing Yuchen couldn't hold it in any longer and asked. Ye Shuo was speechless after hearing this, Do you think that your highness is so vindictive and aggressive? He admitted that although he was a little playful and mischievous, he was not so petty, right? It's normal for Concubine Shu to be cold to him because she cares about his. Ye Shuo wouldn't be so intolerant of even this, right? As for the fifth prince, he was sick, so you can't blame him for fainting at the wrong time. The fifth prince was so miserable, he insisted on studying even when he was sick, which made Ye Shuo naturally feel a little sympathy for him, and he didn't bother to care about it. As for the time when the fifth prince threw stones at him when he was a child, his mother punished him in the end, and the fact that Concubine Shu knelt on the cobblestone path for so long should have offset that. After all, as long as it doesn't involve Ye Shuo's bottom line, everything can be discussed. After listening to this, Xing Yuchen seemed to realize for the first time that the ninth prince was not actually a harsh person. Especially when he was punished by slapping the hand for skipping classes, he never asked himself and Xyluza to take the punishment. But, what about that silver? Just when seeing Yechen was in great confusion, seeing that it was still early, Ye Shuo returned to the study. The moment he saw him, Lord Zhen was stunned. I thought he was going to take this opportunity to skip school again. People who usually find excuses to run away even without any excuses, now have a legitimate excuse and come back obediently. Lord Zhen doesn't understand. I can't help it. I promised my father. You have to keep your promise, right? Ye Shuo explained helplessly. Lord Zhen suddenly had the same feeling as seeing Yechen. It seems that the ninth prince is not beyond redemption, especially just now. Most adults would find it difficult to control themselves from shirking the responsibility, let alone a child of a few years old. However, the ninth prince did not seem to try to escape from the beginning to the end, and even arranged everything in an orderly manner. This shocked Lord Zhen. This is just like how a bad guy will be remembered as long as he does one good thing. Considering his previous bad deeds, Ye Shuo's few good deeds seem so precious. Lord Zhen's expression eased a little. After discovering that Ye Shuo was not a bad person, he was no longer as harsh to Ye Shuo as before. Ye Shuo touched his chin. He never thought things would turn out like this. So much so that even when Ye Shuo fell asleep on the table, Lord Zhen was not as angry as before. What happened in King Ai Palace soon reached the ears of other concubines. The concubines thought that the one in King Ai Palace would definitely face off against the one in Kiowa Palace. Also, the fifth prince was so angry that he fainted because of the ninth prince's closeness to the emperor. He was too angry. As time went by, the concubines discovered that it was not the case. It was concubine Shu who pushed her son too hard and made him sick. He fainted in the study room when he went to school, and the ninth prince was unlucky enough to run into him. Isn't this a clear case of fraud? She is too impatient. Even if she is anxious, she shouldn't do it this way. Even concubine Xian, who always had a good relationship with concubine Shu, couldn't help but say this. Now the matter has become a big deal. Everyone knows that concubine Shu treated the fifth prince extremely harshly. It was really not worth it. On the other hand, Emperor Jingwen also heard about this matter after finishing his government affairs and could not help but frowning. Although Emperor Jingwen hoped that his son would have a bright future, he also wanted to ensure that his health would not be affected. Concubine Shu was really going too far. Pass the decree down. Concubine Shu failed to take good care of the prince. She will be punished with a month's service as a warning to others. Wang Ziquan on the side quickly responded yes. Emperor Jingwen then continued to ask, where is the ninth prince? Is Xiaoju okay? Given his temper, he might even demolish the King Ai Palace. Emperor Jingwen was ready. Result. Your Majesty? No. The ninth prince left after he learned that the fifth prince was fine. The young eunuch's words made Emperor Jingwen feel surprised. What happened after that? He definitely didn't go back to the upper study, right? In the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, the reason why his son was so obedient must be profitable, and he was ready to see his morning work go to waste. However, it is still not. After that little bastard came back from King Ai Palace, he went back to the study. After all, he is only a 7-year-old child. Maybe he was sad. He was frightened first and then wrongly accused. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to bear. After thinking about it, Emperor Jingwen decided to wait until the afternoon when he finished school in the study to comfort him. It's been a long time since he's been so obedient. As for sleeping in class, those are just small matters. After school at 3 p.m., Ye Shuo was stunned when he saw his stepfather outside the study. After he realized it, he couldn't help but feel a little numb. So, what kind of image do I have in the eyes of these people? On the way, Ye Shuo had to explain again that the reason he did not cause a commotion in King Ai Palace was because the fifth prince was still ill and things had not yet reached that point, and that he came back later to fulfill his promise. Then Ye Shuo successfully discovered that after the explanation, his cheap father's expression became even stranger. Hiss. Was he too successful in his previous performance? To the point where even a little bit of positive development astonished his cheap father and the others. I just feel that I was wrong and I just admit my mistake. Is it that exaggerated? Emperor Jingwen reached out and touched his son's head and said, it's a pity that you have no estrangement with your fifth brother. At this time, Emperor Jingwen finally remembered that the fifth prince had thrown stones at this little thing when he was just 1 month old. Dad, you said it yourself. He is my fifth brother, and also my elder brother. He is not an enemy. Brothers shouldn't care about such a small matter, right? Ye Shuo swore that he had just said this casually, and he really thought so. Although we are half-brothers, if I need money in the future, I can ask the fifth prince to borrow it. The fifth prince can't just refuse to give me money, right? Having one more brother means one more way out, one more way to fleece the sheep, no, one more umbrella of protection, what a good thing. After he finished speaking, Emperor Jingwen's expression changed slightly. Ye Shuo was stunned for a moment after seeing this, and quickly wrote down the word brother in his little notebook. It seemed that this was also the key word that triggered a certain point in his cheap father's mind. Yes, you are right. I also hope that you brothers can always be united and friendly. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, okay, we have arrived at Kiowa Palace. Wang Ziquan, give the order. I will have dinner here today. Ye Shuo, please, he really has no intention of winning favor for his mother? Perhaps it was the fact that Ye Shuo fulfilled his promise that made Emperor Jingwen see the effectiveness of his education, and made Emperor Jingwen mistakenly believe that this trick might really be useful, so he prepared to make further efforts. considering that he would have to carry him to school tomorrow anyway, and then go from the upper study to the Xianzhang Hall to attend court. Emperor Jingwen was too lazy to go back and forth, and simply stayed in the Kiowa Palace tonight. Emperor Jingwen's action made the concubines in the harem also start to worry. His Majesty didn't like so many obedient princes and didn't even look at them. But the 9th prince's behavior and the way he made people restless made His Majesty concerned. Suddenly, a bold idea came to everyone's mind. Maybe His Majesty likes noisy and bold children? It's not that there weren't princes born in the palace after Ye Shuo, it's just that they were too young and haven't been ranked yet. These princes are younger and more naive than the 9th prince, and are more likely to attract the emperor's favor. Since the 9th prince can do it, why can't their children do it? The imperial concubine was already very favored, and the 9th prince was used to acting like a spoiled brat, so Emperor Jingwen, who seldom walked around the harem, basically had to go to Kiowa Palace every time he came. At first, the little prince was fine when he was just born and within 2 years after his birth. In recent years, he has been basically like this. The imperial concubine really uses good tactics. I just wonder, after their children learn this trick, will the imperial concubine still be as proud as she is today? You know, if you count all the things the 9th prince has done, one by one, which one of them cannot be convicted of the crime of disrespect? But His Majesty is able to tolerate it every time. Doesn't this mean that the seemingly serious His Majesty actually has a high tolerance for children? In that case, that would be great. There was a high probability that they would not be able to do what the 9th prince was like, but it would be no problem if they made a discount. It can not only reduce risks, but also win the emperor's favor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Among them, Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi are the most prominent. One of their children is 3.5 years old this year, and the other is 3 years old this year. After Ye Shuo, only these 2 princes were born in the palace in the 7 years. From the perspective of an emperor, Emperor Jingwen was quite restrained. Perhaps he had learned the lesson of his predecessor, and he did not seem to care much about women. However, there were still more than a dozen people in his harem, so occasionally a prince or princess would be born. Perhaps having too many sons was not a big deal. Even if they gave birth to a prince, the status of Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi would not rise much. Therefore, they were anxious and resorted to this bad idea. Of course, in just one night, Ye Shuo would definitely not know the undercurrents in the concubines' palaces. After all, when the concubines were making plans overnight to teach their sons, Ye Shuo was still sleeping soundly. The 6th prince believed that he was not so lucky and could not please his father like the 9th prince, so he could only continue to use the previous method and study hard. When Emperor Jingwen got up, the 6th prince had been gone for a long time. When Emperor Jingwen heard this, he looked at the sky again and couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, he is a good child. But now, the most important thing is to get that little bastard out of bed. Emperor Jingwen had never seen a child stay in bed. When his biological mother passed away, the crown prince was already 10 years old. The prince was taught very well by his biological mother and would wake up on his own without his mother urging him. This was so worry-free that Emperor Jingwen thought that all children in the world were like this. This was the first time that Emperor Jingwen saw a child lying in bed. The little bastard in front of me just agreed with him verbally, but as soon as I turned my head, he turned over and fell asleep again. Wait a moment, wait a moment. I swear, this is the last time. Bullshit, this is the 3rd and last time. After this happened several times, Emperor Jingwen realized that he had been deceived and his face began to turn pale. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jingwen reached out and pulled back the quilt in front of him. I command you to get up now, immediately, right now. He was the emperor himself, and he was personally called to get up, yet he dared to be so negligent. It was simply disrespectful. However, in Ye Shuo's opinion, staying in bed is the most normal thing. When he was in primary school in his previous life, his father often urged him to do so. If his father could do it in his previous life, why can't his cheap dad do it in this life? So Emperor Jingwen watched helplessly as the child in front of him squirmed like a caterpillar after losing his quilt, then curled up into a ball and stopped moving. Seeing his son shivering from the cold and unwilling to open his eyes, Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he almost laughed. You, go and help your master change his clothes. Emperor Jingwen pointed to the servant next to him. Xiao Lizi hurried forward. Result. Perhaps he was too sleepy. Ye Shuo couldn't tell what was in front of him at all, and he instinctively put whatever Xiao Lizi took on his head. When Ye Shuo dove into his pants, Emperor Jingwen could no longer hold it in and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Forget it, Wang Ziquan, go help him. After hearing this, Eunuch Wang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously responded with a yes. It must be said that Wang Ziquan is worthy of being someone close to the emperor. He is so nimble and efficient, and he is far superior to newcomers like Xiao Lizi. But Ye Shuo had to be woken up by the torture. Eunuch Wang, looking at the eunuch in front of him dimly, Ye Shuo's facial features were wrinkled and distorted. This made it easy for Wang Ziquan to understand his pain. Wang Ziquan couldn't help laughing. 9th Prince, the emperor has ordered me to do this. I dare not disobey. Please bear with me. Ye Shuo's eyes became more resentful. After finally changing his clothes and washing up, Ye Shuo slowly climbed onto his cheap father's back like a snail. Dad, you are so cold and heartless. When Emperor Jingwen heard this at first, he couldn't help but get angry. Even in this state, you dare say I am still cold and heartless? Why doesn't he think about whether he is being unreasonable? As a result, when I turned around, I found that my son's eyes had closed again without knowing when, and he was talking nonsense at this time. Perhaps because he was annoyed by his nagging, Emperor Jingwen changed from being extremely angry at the beginning to saying yes, 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 deal with it. About an incense stick later, when Emperor Jingwen arrived at the upper study, Ye Shuo was still sleeping soundly on his back. After hesitating for a while, Emperor Jingwen finally called him up. Looking at the child's staggering figure and the occasional shouts from his companion and attendants, Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment and could not help laughing. I always feel that this scene looks quite fresh. However, Emperor Jingwen soon could not laugh anymore. As time passed and the wind blew, he felt a coolness on his neck. He reached out and touched it, and it was wet. Emperor Jingwen was stunned. The little bastard drooled on his clothes while he was sleeping. Emperor Jingwen was trembling all over. Wang Ziquan knew how much the emperor loved cleanliness, and he took a deep breath and asked hurriedly, I will have someone prepare a new dragon robe for you right away. No need. It was almost time for the morning court session. There was no way he would make it in time. Emperor Jingwen touched the back of his neck and rushed towards the Xianzhang Hall in a rage. Arriving at the upper study room, not long after he sat down, Ye Shuo knew the latest developments in the harem, and also knew the plans of those ladies. This was reminded by the seventh prince. It was called a reminder, but in fact it was a small note that flew over from the front, with this written on it. Although the seventh prince was already quite cautious, not only did he use his left hand, he also specially used the ink and paper distributed by the upper study, but he didn't think that he could hide the fact that he dropped the note, didn't he? Ye Shuo was really just in a daze, not blind. Ye Shuo vaguely understood why he was so cautious, so he didn't plan to expose him. After unfolding the note and reading its contents clearly, Ye Shuo's phoenix eyes immediately widened. Wow, there really are brave women who dare to learn his tricks? The reason why Ye Shuo dared to do that was mainly because he was an adult at heart and was able to gauge what could be done and what could not be done. These were things that one had to go through life in society to understand, as well as the rich experience of struggling with his father for nearly 30 years in his previous life. There were very few children born with such high emotional intelligence. If a real child was allowed to do this, wouldn't it simply teach the child bad things? Hiss, I dare not imagine that scene. In the dim light of the moment, the seventh prince saw the ninth prince destroying the note and then began to rest his chin on his hand, lost in thought, as if nothing had happened. The seventh prince could not help but frown. Why, isn't he worried at all? In the eyes of the seventh prince, the reason why his ninth brother was so favored was because he was special. If other little brothers became like this, wouldn't he not be special? Isn't he worried at all? If Ye Shuo knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely nod and worry. How could he not worry? He felt that his brothers might be in trouble. The other side. After the morning court session, Emperor Jingwen changed into clean clothes immediately. Although the nape on the back of his neck had been dry for a long time, Emperor Jingwen still felt uncomfortable, so he simply went back to his bedroom and changed for a new one, and he felt much more comfortable immediately. Afterward, Emperor Jingwen decided to take a stroll in the imperial garden. Summer is about to begin, the spring floods are almost over, and there is nothing else to worry about, so Emperor Jingwen can relax for a few days. Also, the weather this year seems to be exceptionally hot. It can be felt before summer even starts. Maybe we have to go to the garden to escape the heat this year. There is a lot of water in the garden, and given Ziaju's temper, Emperor Jingwen is afraid that something might happen to him. But if he doesn't take him with him, he's afraid that he might make a fuss. Just when Emperor Jingwen was feeling a little confused, the sound of children playing could be heard faintly from not far away. What's the situation over there? Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but ask. I will go and ask right away. Seeing this, Wang Ziquan took 2 steps forward and shouted, who is making a fuss here? Unexpectedly, the emperor came on the first day. Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi were delighted when they heard the news. They felt that this was destined and that God was helping them. So they said, Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. May you be blessed with good health. Emperor Jingwen looked at the 2 children not far away, and it took him a long time to realize that these should be his 10th and 11th sons. Children over 3 years old should be the most innocent and adorable, but, looking at the 2 children not far away who were covered in dirt and looked like they had rolled in the mud, Emperor Jingwen's eyelids twitched violently. Seeing that His Majesty seemed to be interested, Wang Liangyuan couldn't help but smile and said, Your Majesty, the concubines saw that the weather was good today, so they thought of taking the little prince out to play. The little princes don't like anything else but this dirty mud. I have no choice but to obey them. They also said that they want to make a sculpture of you. The 9th prince loved playing in the mud when he was young. The little princes also loved playing in the mud. Is that a problem? No problem. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen looked over and saw the lumps of yellow mud stuck together on the ground. He didn't dare to guess which one was himself. When Ziaju was young, he played with mud in a very serious manner, as if he was doing something important. The clay figurine he gave to the imperial concubine also looked quite realistic, with all the facial features intact. Now look at these lumps of mud in front of you. Ahem, the little princes are in good health. I am very relieved. Emperor Jingwen suppressed the discomfort in his heart, cleared his throat, and reluctantly said a few words of encouragement. In addition, the chattering of children gave him a headache, and it was difficult for him to take a break. Emperor Jingguan just wanted to find a quiet place to walk and sit for a while. Just at this moment, there was a whoosh sound. It turned out that 2 little kids were throwing mud at each other and accidentally threw it over here. Your Majesty, be careful. Emperor Jingguan took 2 steps back and waved to Wang Zaiquan, signaling him not to be nervous about the child's play. But at the same time, Emperor Jingguan became more determined to leave. You 2 princes have fun together. I'm leaving first. After the words fell, Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi were stunned. How could this be? Shouldn't your Majesty stay and enjoy this hard-earned family happiness? While Wang Liangyuan was in a daze, the little prince, who was half a year older, suddenly remembered what his mother had told him when he was in the palace. No matter what, he had to find a way to keep his father. Thinking of this, the 10th prince took a step forward, pointed at Emperor Jingguan and said, "You are not allowed to leave. I want you to play with me." What was he saying just now? Seeing the child's index finger pointing at his nose, Emperor Jingguan was stunned and couldn't react at all. Wang Zaiquan, who was standing by, couldn't help but took a deep breath.